Chapter 1. Northwest, Heavenly Sword Sect. In the Great Hall. Su Zheng, you have conspired with foreign tribes to betray the sect, yet you do not kneel. Why should I kneel? The young man's eyes blazed like lightning, filled with an overwhelming murderous intent. He is the grandson of the previous sect master of the Heavenly Sword Sect, having broken through to the semi-divine demon realm at the age of 16, single-handedly slaying 2 foreign demon masters, earning fame throughout the entire Northwest. 6 years ago, during the battle against the foreign evil spirits outside Tianmen Pass, he was betrayed by his closest brother, Chu Feng, suffering a shattered Dantian and plunging into the abyss of foreign tribes. Destiny had not deemed his life over. He unexpectedly fused with the tomb of the Devourer, restoring his Dantian. Not only did he regain part of his cultivation, but he also acquired the soul devouring nail and the god-slaying coffin, emerging from the abyss just days prior. He had initially hoped that upon returning to the sect, they would seek justice from the Flame Cauldron sect on his behalf. Yet he found himself wrongfully accused of betrayal. Standing in the hall, gazing at the familiar faces before him, Su Zheng's heart blazed with fury. The young master of the Flame Cauldron sect, Chu Feng, is of noble character, refined and kind-hearted. How could he betray you? It is you who have betrayed, yet you wrongfully accuse others. The old sect master must be lamenting to have such a grandson as you. Sect master, Su Zheng's character is base according to sect rules. He deserves 300 lashes to be paraded before the sect, kneeling outside, bearing the weight of his guilt, and then subjected to death by 1,000 cuts. Each word strikes at the heart. Su Zheng smiled, truly regretting having protected such a sect. What are you laughing at? Chi Quan, had it not been for my grandfather rescuing you and nurturing your growth, imparting martial arts to you, would you be where you are today? My father regarded you as a brother. Had he not left the sect, would you have had the opportunity to become the sect master of the Heavenly Sword Sect? It was evident that without the sect master's directives, would the elders dare to condemn him so indiscriminately? This was a deliberate frame-up. What use was it to argue? Without my master, indeed, I would not be who I am today, and I'm grateful for his nurturing and guidance. It is precisely for this reason that I must guard the sect well, ensuring that no unscrupulous individuals destroy the Heavenly Sword Sect. Even if my master were to be reborn today and witness you colluding with foreign tribes to harm several elders of the sect, I believe he would personally strip you of your abilities. Faced with Chi Quan's aggressive stance, Su Zheng furiously retorted, if I were to betray the sect, why would I return and walk straight into a trap? As the sect master, how dare you unilaterally brand a loyal disciple a traitor? Do you deserve to remain in your position? Suppressing the boundless rage within, Su Zheng questioned angrily. I wish to ask you, what grievances do you hold against the sect? When my master was alive, he bestowed upon you all the finest resources, allowing you to break through to the semi-divine demon realm at merely 16. Ask yourself, do you truly honor your master? I stand as a testament to the sect. I have never harbored ulterior motives. I have guarded Tianmen Pass for several years, slaying countless foreign evil spirits, preserving the reputation of the sect. I honor my grandfather and the sect. Still defiant, the elders remained unconvinced. One elder inquired, Su Zheng, Chu Feng has stated that your collusion with foreign tribes stems from dissatisfaction with the old sect master passing the position to the current sect master, intending to leverage the foreign tribes to reclaim your rightful place. Is there any truth to this? Absolutely not. Then why did you return only after 6 years? I was ambushed by Chu Feng and fell into the abyss of foreign tribes. Do you even believe the words you speak? Elders do not believe. Indeed, they do not. No matter what I say, the elders have already determined me a traitor. This is an indisputable fact. The elders remained resolute, wholly disbelieving Su Zheng's words. Suddenly, Su Zheng tore open his robe, revealing a robust physique marred by numerous scars, a sight that was both shocking and hard to behold. Beast, what are you doing? This is the Great Hall. You cannot expose yourself here. Pointing to the scar on his chest, Su Zheng coldly stated, this sword scar is from my 12th year. When over 100 disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect were trapped in Chilean Mountain, I risked my life to rescue them all. These 2 arrow wounds are from when you 2 elders were attacked by the demon beast, the ghost moon tiger, at 14. Had I not rescued you and kept your secret, would you still have the audacity to stand here and wrongfully accuse me? These scars were earned when I fought 2 foreign demon masters to save you, Chi Quan. This one, and these 3, all of these were earned through my blood and sweat for the sect. Ask yourselves, will you not have nightmares at night for wronging me? The 2 elders were instantly enraged, pointing at Su Zheng and shouting, "Beast, how dare you wrongfully accuse us here? Do you not fear we will kill you immediately?" Wrongfully accuse? Should I go find the ghost moon tiger now and ask if it was you 2 who shamelessly invaded its territory? Rendered speechless, the other elders looked on in disbelief at the 2 elders. Oof. At that moment, Chi Quan mocked coldly, "Su Zheng, there is no need for you to argue or seek sympathy here, even if you possess countless merits. It does not excuse your collusion with foreign tribes to betray the sect." Listening to Chi Quan utter such heartless words, Su Zheng was momentarily stunned. Once he had risked his life as a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, defending Tianmen Pass and slaying foreign evil spirits, even dispelling rumors to clarify that the sect master had passed the position to Chi Quan, not to himself. He could see clearly that Chi Quan was deliberately framing him. "I do not need to argue. I merely wish to convey to each of you that I, Su Zheng, stand worthy before the Heavenly Sword sect." Suddenly, Su Zheng produced the Heavenly Sword Order, holding it aloft, declaring, "By the authority of the Heavenly Sword Order, I hereby strip Chi Quan of his position as sect master." From this moment forth, Chi Quan is no longer the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect. The crowd was taken aback. They had not anticipated that Su Zheng would suddenly produce the Heavenly Sword Order to announce such a decision, leaving them all in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief and shock. Even with the Heavenly Sword Order in hand, you lack the qualifications to strip the sect master. The elders should understand the significance of the Heavenly Sword Order. When my grandfather entrusted it to me, it was to guard against Chi Quan's unscrupulousness, allowing me to keep him in check. It seems my grandfather's foresight was indeed astute. For the sake of his grandfather and the sect's honor, such a person was unworthy of becoming the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect, and he would not allow Chi Quan to further tarnish that position. Chi Quan's expression darkened as he gazed at the Heavenly Sword Order in Su Zheng's hand, internally cursing the old sect master. Though he had bestowed the position of sect master upon him, he had entrusted the Heavenly Sword Order to his grandson, clearly showing his lack of trust. Without the Heavenly Sword Order, his position as sect master was ultimately unjustifiable. Su Zheng, the sect will not deny your past contributions. However, due to your betrayal, you are now a disgrace to the sect. Thus, you are unworthy of possessing the Heavenly Sword Order, let alone stripping the sect master of his title. Ignoring the Heavenly Sword Order, Chi Quan would no longer grant Su Zheng any opportunity. "Su Zheng, the mistakes you have made are yours to bear. I shall not show you any favoritism, and an explanation must be given to the sect. Sect Master, Baizhu has already gone to the Flame Cauldron sect 3 days hence. She will wed Chu Feng at Flame Cauldron Peak. We require Su Zheng to surrender the marriage certificate and annul this engagement otherwise. We cannot justify this to the Flame Cauldron sect. Beast, surrender the marriage certificate." Looking at the bewildered Su Zheng, an elder chuckled, "Before you die, let me inform you that Chu Feng has proposed to the sect master, and both sects have decided to hold a grand wedding for the 2 newcomers in 3 days at the Flame Cauldron sect. After your demise, we will take your corpse along. This will be the fate of a traitor." To everyone's eyes, Su Zheng was now like meat on the chopping block, awaiting slaughter. "I am not dead yet, and you have already agreed to the Flame Cauldron sect's proposal. Shameless. Su Zheng, you no longer qualify to remain Baizhu's fiancé. Obediently hand over the marriage certificate, and the sect, considering your past contributions, will grant you a complete corpse." Unable to accept, Su Zheng recalled how Baizhu had once knelt outside his cave for 3 days and nights, unwavering in her pursuit of him, even offering herself willingly, which ultimately led to their engagement. At that moment, Su Zheng comprehended fully. Chi Quan had deliberately framed him, disbelieving his defense, as he had already arranged a marriage with the Flame Cauldron sect, sacrificing him to fulfill his own daughter's ambitions. You are not the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect. You are unworthy of the Heavenly Sword Order. Hand it over. The elder stepped forward, extending his hand with an icy gaze. Bang! A sudden slap crashed onto the elder's head, exploding like a watermelon into a cloud of blood mist, blooming like fireworks in the void, the acrid scent of blood revealing to all what had just transpired. Beast! You dare kill a sect elder. In shock, all the elders, including Qi Quan, had not expected Su Zheng to strike suddenly. Su Zheng cackled eerily, his laughter chilling to the bone. All of them are wretches. You all deserve to die. Having devoted himself to the sect, braving fire and water, only to be betrayed by Chu Feng upon leaving the abyss of the other races, he rushed back to the sect at the very first opportunity, for the sect was his everything. Yet, what awaited him was treachery. Such a fiancé, such a sect leader, such a sect, all of them deserved to perish. Watching helplessly as the elder was struck down, the fury within Qi Quan's eyes was chillingly dark. A cold, murderous intent surged forth like a tsunami, engulfing the entire Grand Hall. At this moment, a sharp voice resonated slowly. Today, in the name of the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, I declare that Su Zheng colluded with the other races to betray the sect and harm the elders. He is hereby expelled from the sect and shall be executed by the law elder personally, as a testament to the sect's regulations. Without a trace of fear, Su Zheng's gaze was piercing. Clutching the heavenly sword command, one who dares to act does not fear the consequences and shall not regret. Su Zheng, you shall pay the price for your arrogance with your life. As the law elder rushed towards Su Zheng, a domineering wave of murderous intent descended from the void. Who dares to harm my nephew? Before the heavenly sword peak, dust swirled, and the very ground seemed to tremble. Look, what is that? Amidst the astonished faces of the two heavenly sword sect disciples, a series of blood-black giant tigers gradually emerged, each bearing a warrior clad in blood-black armor, with a large crimson banner billowing in the wind at the forefront. Embroidered upon the banner was a swirling mass of black flames, fiercely ablaze, as if it sought to incinerate the very heavens and earth. Swallowing hard, the young disciple exclaimed in disbelief, "The Demon Flame Army flag! Could it be the legendary Demon Flame Army of the Taichu Lin family? 30,000 Demon Flame soldiers, said to be feared by even the gods. Why have they suddenly appeared at our Heavenly Sword sect? It is rumored that all 30,000 soldiers of the Taichu Lin family are masters of the divine demon realm. We must report this to the sect leader at once." The woman in purple riding the Demon Flame Tiger inquired, "Father, Aunt eloped with Uncle back in the day, although you knew she was already pregnant. How did you come to know that Su Zheng was at the Heavenly Sword sect?" "Half a month ago, I dispatched someone to the northwest on business and inadvertently learned that the sect leader's son is indeed Su Sha, and there is another child named Su Zheng, hailed as the greatest talent of the Northwest. Upon receiving this news, your grandfather ordered me to personally bring Su Zheng back. Grandfather's truly biased. Do not speak nonsense." Lin Fanine stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, "Uncle Ji, it is your turn now." Ji Kuan smiled indulgently, gazing at the heavenly sword peak with an impassive expression, his voice cold as he declared, "The Taichu Lin family, under the orders of the family head, has come to retrieve the young master." The youth trembled with fright, his legs shaking as he stammered, "We have already reported this, please. General Lin, wait a moment." Suddenly, Lin Yan's expression turned furious in an instant, his voice booming forth. "Who dares to harm my nephew?" As his words fell, the girl leaped from the Demon Flame Tiger, racing towards the Heavenly Sword Peak. Vice General Ji Kuan understood that something must have gone awry at the Heavenly Sword sect and immediately commanded, "Surround the Heavenly Sword sect. No one is to enter or exit. Those who defy the order shall be executed." 6,000 Demon Flame soldiers swiftly dispersed, encircling the Heavenly Sword sect, a terrifying murderous intent surging towards the peak. Within the Grand Hall, the Law Elder, poised to strike, had not even approached Su Zheng when a spear soared through the air. In a moment of shock, the spear pierced through the Law Elder's brow. As the body of the law elder slowly fell, everyone gasped in disbelief. Who would dare to assassinate a law elder within the Heavenly Sword sect? It must be noted that the Heavenly Sword sect is one of the top sects in the Northwest. Who dares to act so brazenly in my Heavenly Sword sect? The Taichu Lin family. As the two figures stepped forward, the name of the Taichu Lin family echoed in the minds of all present. The Taichu Lin family? Could it be the Lin family of the Taichu dynasty, one of the 10 great dynasties of the wilderness? Such a name had already instilled fear in everyone. The head of the Lin family, Lin Bian, was revered as the butcher general of the Taichu dynasty, known for his ruthless killings, having established the 30,000 demon flame army, and in his wrath, leaving countless corpses in his wake. Lin Yin was even more brutal, dubbed the Little Butcher, having achieved remarkable military exploits for the Taichu dynasty, his gaze as merciless as the former. The Heavenly Sword sect had no ties with the Taichu Lin family. Why had they suddenly descended upon them? Was it for Su Zheng? Suppressing the shock within his heart, Qi Quan hastily rose and respectfully said, "I am Qi Quan, sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, and I pay my respects to General Lin." "Are you the one who just declared you would kill my nephew?" "I am unaware of who General Lin's nephew is." "It is he." As the woman in purple pointed at him, not only Su Zheng, but even Qi Quan and the others wore incredulous expressions. When did Su Zheng become Lin Yan's nephew? Could it be through Su Zheng's mother? "Are you Su Zheng? Who are you? Is your mother named Lin Muyu?" "Indeed, that my name is Lin Fanyin, and I am also your cousin. This is my father, Lin Yin, your maternal uncle. We hail from the primal Lin family of the wilderness, and we have come to retrieve you." Su Zheng was momentarily taken aback. He had never laid eyes on his mother and was equally unaware of her origins. Qi Quan instantly grasped the situation, after a fleeting moment of bewilderment. He appeared utterly drained. "Su Zheng, I have just come to realize that as the grandson of a master, you could never conspire with foreign tribes to betray the sect. It must be that Chu Feng has lied. Wishing to frame you to the sect leader, I shall personally confront the Yinding sect and demand an explanation on your behalf." Listening to the sect leader's words, the onlookers were filled with astonishment. Just moments ago, they had condemned Su Zheng and were even prepared to execute him. However, with the arrival of the primal Lin family, the sect leader's stance underwent a complete transformation. The elders understood that persisting in accusing Su Zheng of betrayal would surely incur the wrath of the Lin family, potentially leading to their annihilation. Before the primal Lin family, the Tianjin sect was as insignificant as an ant that, if the Lin family wished, the Demon Flame Army could easily raise the Tianjin sect. No one in the Northwest dared to speak out against them. Su Zheng, it was our fault for blindly condemning you without discernment. The sect leader is right. It is entirely Chu Feng's wrongdoing. We shall now head to the Yinding sect and see how he explains himself. Slap. Another resounding strike, not allowing the elder to continue his ramblings, rendering his head a shattered mess. The onlookers trembled in fear. "Su Zheng, you cannot blame us. It was Qi Quan who compelled us to act this way. He is the sect leader, and we dared not disobey." Chu Feng had secured 2 quotas for training at the Primal Academy. If Qi Quan agreed to this marriage, the Yinding sect would gladly offer a quota to Qi Buzhu in his quest to ascend to the heights of the Primal Academy. Qi Quan chose to sacrifice you. "We are all victims. We have witnessed everything you have done for the sect. Were it not for our dire circumstances, none of us would wish to wrong you." The elders' attitudes shifted dramatically, as long as they could preserve their own skins. Sacrificing Qi Quan seemed a worthwhile endeavor. "How dare you slander me?" "Slander? Without your instigation, why would we wrongfully accuse Su Zheng? You merely wish to eliminate all threats to ensure Qi Buzhu's passage to the Primal Academy." Growing weary of the elders' feeble arguments, Qi Quan raised 3 fingers and declared, "Su Zheng, I swear to the heavens, I never intended to wrong you. I was blinded by Chu Feng. I am sincerely sorry. I assure you, I will personally go to the Yinding sect and slay Chu Feng to vindicate you in the face of the primal Lin family." Qi Quan now regretted his choices deeply. Had he known Su Zheng had such formidable backing, he would never have turned against him. Su Zheng, if Buzhu has already secured a quota, should anything happen to me, she will surely seek retribution. Provoking the Primal Academy, acknowledgement of wrongs, pleas for mercy, and threats ensued. Qi Quan yearned for survival, fearing for his life. Lin Fanning furrowed her brow and approached Su Zheng, asking, "Who is he?" "The former sect leader of the Tianjin sect. A disciple of my grandfather. To ensure Qi Buju's chance to frame me, he has resorted to all manner of schemes to eliminate me." Lin Fanning chuckled, her smile unsettling. "You truly are devoid of sense. Even if you aim to leverage the Primal Academy against us, you ought to inquire who the head of the Academy is." Qi Quan suddenly felt a wave of unease wash over him. Lin Fanning covered her mouth and laughed. "Listen closely. The head of the Primal Academy is my grandmother, Su Zheng's grandmother. You truly believe the Primal Academy would come to your aid?" With this revelation, Qi Quan and the elders were rendered utterly speechless. They stood in shock, unable to fathom that Su Zheng's support was so formidable. His maternal grandfather was a general of the Primal dynasty, and his grandmother was the head of the Primal Academy. The irony was palpable. Moments ago, Qi Quan had sought to intimidate Su Zheng and the Lin family, using the Primal Academy as leverage. The more Qi Quan pondered, the more regret gnawed at him, wishing to strike himself in frustration. Thud! Unable to contain his fear any longer, Qi Quan fell to his knees, tears welling in his eyes. Pleading, "Su Zheng, I am to blame for misinterpreting Chu Feng's words and wronging you. I am at fault. I apologize. I hope you can show mercy and not hold this against me. I am willing to be your dog. To bite whomever you command," he implored for a chance, hoping for leniency in light of their deceased master. Slap, slap, slap. Su Zheng delivered a flurry of strikes to Qi Quan's face, exhausted from the blows. Su Zheng coldly stated, "Should you ever dare mention my grandfather again, I will have you torn to shreds." "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare." Qi Quan trembled, fully aware that Su Zheng's desire for his life was as effortless as squashing an ant. Before the Lin family, who would dare act? When faced with death, dignity meant nothing. Su Zheng, I have never harbored ill will towards you. This time, it was my fault. I am willing to forfeit my cultivation to atone. I beg you, spare me this once." Without regard for whether Su Zheng would acquiesce, Qi Quan thrust his fingers towards his dantian with force. With a resounding crack, his dantian shattered, leaving his face ashen. Bang, bang, bang. In a daze from fear, Qi Quan repeatedly bowed his head, begging for Su Zheng's mercy. In the silent hall, the sound of his prostrations echoed like thunder. The onlookers held their breath, their eyes fixed on the youth. Uncertain of Su Zheng's next move, "Qi Quan, do I now possess the authority to strip you of your position as sect leader?" "Yes. Do you submit?" "I submit." Qi Quan gazed at Su Zheng, who was so near yet seemed like a looming specter. He trembled with fear, fully aware that Su Zheng was toying with him. How could he dare resist, unless he wished to perish here? Kneeling, Qi Quan's face contorted in despair, trembling as he spoke. "I am but a broken man now. I seek only to live out my days in peace. I beg you, for the sake of the old sect leader, grant me this one chance. I shall never dare again." Extending his hand, Su Zheng coldly commanded, "Surrender my grandfather's reincarnation sword." Regardless of his inner reluctance, Qi Quan could only retrieve the reincarnation sword from his spatial ring. The blade was entirely black, its hilt intertwined with black and white. Engraved with the two characters, reincarnation, the reincarnation sword, a symbol of Su Kuei's identity, had been entrusted to Qi Quan, not given to him. Accepting the sword, Su Zheng pointed it at Qi Quan, stating, "Your grandfather valued you greatly and once told me that when I broke through to the divine demon realm, I would leave the northwest to venture into the wilderness and pass on the Tianjin order to you." Hearing this, Qi Quan's face registered a flicker of regret, yet internally he remained unconvinced. Su Zheng, I was wrong. I wronged you, and I wronged our master. I am a beast. In the silent hall, only Qi Quan's sorrowful cries and pleas echoed. "Since you have wronged me, let your blood serve as recompense." With a single stroke, Qi Quan felled. As they beheld the fallen Qi Quan, the elders bowed their heads, their hearts filled with trepidation. With Qi Quan dead, it would soon be their turn. Thud! All the elders knelt, desperately suppressing their fear as they begged for mercy. Su Zheng, we were all coerced by Qi Quan into wronging you. We recognize our errors. We implore you to spare us. Should we perish, the Tianjin sect will be left without elders. Certain to be consumed by other sections, the old sect leader would not wish to see such a fate befall the sect from the depths of the Nine Springs, but we vow to support you as the sect leader of the Tianjin sect, pledging unwavering loyalty and never betraying you. Approaching, Lin Fanning quietly inquired, "Little Zheng, have you made your decision?" "Kill." At the utterance of the word kill, the faces of all present turned pale. They had never anticipated Su Zheng would be so merciless. "Su Zheng, since you are intent on eradicating us, we shall take you down with us." Even in death, the elders, kneeling on the ground, suddenly launched their assault, like bolts of lightning, all rushing toward Su Zheng. They believed that if they could restrain him, they could escape the Tianjin sect unscathed. Humph! Accompanied by a series of disdainful snorts, Lin Yan suddenly roared, his voice akin to a tiger's roar, penetrating the minds of all present as if a colossal hammer had struck their very souls. Blood gushed forth, and the crowd clutched their heads, writhing in agony. Su Zheng could not trust any elder. The previous betrayals lingered vividly in his memory. Grasping the reincarnation sword, he struck down each elder with ruthless precision, leaving none alive. There was no room for mercy or pity. With his grandfather gone, the existence of such a sect held no meaning. The fate of the Tianjin sect lay solely in their hands. Betrayal demanded retribution. As Su Zheng stepped outside the Grand Hall, he gazed into the distance towards the direction of the Yinding sect. In 3 days, it would mark the wedding day of Chu Feng and Qi Bijou, and he intended to personally seek justice at the Yinding sect. Lin Fanning, standing beside Su Zheng, patted his shoulder and solemnly declared, "No matter what actions you take, remember that you have the Tai Chu Lin family backing you. Even if you wish to annihilate the entire Northwest, our clan will support you unconditionally." Emerging from the shadows, Lin Yin chuckled and nodded, saying, "Whoever dares to bully my nephew shall pay with their life." 3 days later, as the morning light broke through layers of mist enveloping the world, the Yinding sect was already abuzz with activity, with prominent sects and families from the Northwest flocking in. Today marked the union between the Yinding sect and the Tianjin sect, and, as the two top sects of the Northwest, nearly every sect and family not at odds would extend their congratulations. Chu Feng, the only son of the Yinding sect's leader, blessed with extraordinary talent, had broken through to the semi-divine realm and was designated as the young sect leader, destined to inherit the position of sect master. Who would dare to miss such a union? Who would dare to slight the two sects? Within the chambers, a scoff escaped. "Humph! That old fool Qi Quan, as the father of Baizhu and leader of the Tianjin sect, dares not attend my wedding? Once I have the chance, I'll teach him a lesson in propriety. Young sect leader, the auspicious moment has arrived. Miss Baizhu has already made her way to the square. The sect master requests your presence." Understood. The sky was clear and bright. The square was adorned with red lanterns, and a thick red carpet lay on the ground, as all awaited the arrival of the newlyweds. Chu Xiong, the leader of the Yinding sect, sat at the forefront of the hall, flanked by various sect leaders and elders. "The newlyweds have arrived." A booming voice echoed as Chu Feng held Qi Bijou's hand. Stepping forward slowly, both were clad in red garments, with a red veil covering Qi Bijou's face, concealing her expression, yet one could sense her happiness. Holding her hand tightly, Chu Feng truly loved Qi Bijou, even going so far as to offer her a coveted spot at the Tai Chu Academy. Rising, Chu Xiong clasped his fists toward the crowd, his laughter resonating. "Today, my son marries Qi Bijou, the daughter of the Tianjin sect's leader. I thank you all for taking the time from your busy schedules to attend. I, Chu, am grateful." The aura of divine and demonic energy was unleashed without restraint, prompting all to rise in respect. Sect Master Chu is too courteous that on such a joyous occasion for the Yinding sect and the Tianjin sect, we ought to extend our congratulations. May the union of the two sects flourish. And upon the return of the newlyweds from the Tai Chu Academy, they shall undoubtedly stand unrivaled in the Northwest. Long live the Yinding sect. Long live the Tianjin sect. Regardless of sincerity, all rose to offer their congratulations, their voices surging like a tsunami towards the heavens. Satisfied, Chu Xiong nodded. The union of the two sects, coupled with the two children attending the Tai Chu Academy, had already instilled fear across the entire Northwest. Why has sect master Qi not arrived? I'm uncertain. I've sent someone to the Tianjin sect, but no news has returned. Chu Xiong felt a tinge of displeasure. No matter the reason, such a significant occasion should not be missed. Sect master, the auspicious moment has arrived. Shall we wait any longer? No need. Let us commence. The wedding began. Envy and resentment coursed through the crowd. Yet they could only watch helplessly. After all, with the union of the two sects, the Northwest would belong to them. That moment, a funeral bell suddenly resounded through the void, followed by a second. A third, each toll echoing across the vast sky. Look! With a gasp, a youth appeared, shouldering a coffin as he swiftly approached from the distance, almost in the blink of an eye. Who was this person? On the day of the two sects' wedding, he rang a death knell and delivered a coffin. Such audacity had never been witnessed before. It was a blatant provocation to both sections. Chu Feng, Qi Bijou. Do you remember me? His voice thundered, tearing through the clouds, resonating across the heavens, standing defiantly in mid-air. Su Zheng held the coffin aloft. He appeared to be Su Zheng, who had vanished from the Tianjin sect for 6 long years. The grandson of the previous sect master. Chu Feng had once declared across the Northwest that Su Zheng had colluded with foreign tribes of the Tianmen Pass, harming the sect, and had personally executed him. How could he suddenly reappear at the Yanding sect today? It seemed there was more to this tale than met the eye. A spectacle was about to unfold. Some had already recognized Su Zheng's identity, and the astonishment was palpable. Who could have imagined that one believed to have perished in the depths of foreign lands would return, carrying a coffin? One word. Impressive. 2 words. Audacious. Without hesitation, Qi Bijou tore away the red veil atop her head. Her expression frozen in disbelief as she gazed at the youth in the void. Did you not kill him with your own hands? Why is he here today? Chu Feng, equally bewildered, recalled how he had personally cast Su Zheng into the abyss, believing there to be no chance of survival. Yet here stood Su Zheng, undeniably alive, their gazes locked, the murderous intent in their eyes unabashed. 6 years. 6 years of presumed demise, and yet today he returned, very much alive. Su Zheng, since you have not perished, you should not have returned. Her voice dripped with resentment. Qi Bijou did not wish to see Su Zheng's appearance. Time had changed her feelings. She no longer harbored affection for him, and, in pursuit of a position at the Tai Chu Academy, was willing to believe Chu Feng's words, even marrying him, that I have come for my own sake. I shall seek justice for myself. As the words fell from his lips, Su Zheng hurled the coffin he had been holding, letting it land squarely before the two. The lid shattered upon impact. Furrowing her brows, Qi Bijou was gripped by an ominous premonition as she turned her gaze towards the interior of the coffin. Father, gazing upon the cold, lifeless body within the coffin, Qi Bijou's head snapped up, her eyes filled with hatred as she uttered each word with venom. You dare to kill my father! The tumult of anger and sorrow surged within her, threatening to topple her as she struggled to accept this harsh reality. The crowd had already surmised the contents of the coffin. And oh wonder, sect master Qi Quan had not arrived. He had been slain, and on the day of his daughter's wedding, his corpse had been delivered. What cruelty! What finality! A detached voice emerged from Su Zheng, devoid of any emotion. This is the consequence of your betrayal. I hope you appreciate this gift. A gift? Such a gift was indeed ruthless. Blood surged within Qi Bijou, and she could no longer contain herself. A mouthful of blood erupted from her lips, draining the color from her face, leaving her pallid. Chu brother, help me kill him. Make him suffer 1,000 deaths. Chu Feng remained fixated on the void where Su Zheng stood, pondering how Su Zheng could have slain Qi Quan, for Qi Quan was a true master of divine and demonic arts. Caught in a daze, Chu Feng hesitated to act immediately, instead coldly stating, Su Zheng, today is my wedding day. You bring a coffin, which means you stand against the entire Northwest. You think you are worthy? Seeking to implicate everyone, the venue fell silent, no one willing to respond. This matter had nothing to do with them, and all wished to remain mere spectators, unwilling to intervene. Chu Feng, he has killed my father. Why do you not act? Kill him! Kill him! Qi Bijou had descended into madness, standing in the very place meant for her wedding, confronted with her father's corpse as a gift. No one could accept such an affront. Silence. You want me to be silent? Su Zheng shook his head, smiling as he replied. He was merely a worthless fool. Why should you be angry, Brother Chu? Who are you calling worthless? Chi Bijou roared, glaring fiercely at Su Zheng, wishing to pounce upon him and tear him apart. Whoever responds, I shall address. Suddenly, Su Zheng retrieved a marriage certificate from his spatial ring, proclaiming, There's one matter I must announce. Curiosity enveloped the crowd. As they pondered the true intentions of Su Zheng, it was evident that this individual harbored ill will, deliberately seeking confrontation. This woman, who had once shared my bed and carried my child, was not merely a promiscuous individual, but rather second-hand goods. I ought to express my gratitude to Chu Feng in person. You seek death? Chi Bichu was utterly incensed. Unable to contain her fury any longer, she took a step forward, launching a domineering palm strike, only to be intercepted by Chu Feng. Why do you stop me? This matter is mine to handle. Observing the scene before them, the onlookers were filled with a sense of foreboding, and no one held any optimism for Su Zheng. Daring to stir trouble on the day of the Yin Ding sect's grand wedding, a grim fate awaited him. Whispers circulated among the crowd, speculating on how Su Zheng had managed to slay the leader of the Tianjin sect. Within the Yin Ding sect, where formidable warriors abounded, who would dare provoke them? Such an affront ignited an unparalleled rage within the sect leader, Chu Xiong, yet he remained silent, delegating the matter to his son. With the sect serving as a formidable backing, suddenly, a smile broke across Chu Feng's face. Su Zheng, my brother, it has been 6 years since we last met. That I truly miss you. For 6 long years. You have occupied my thoughts, never forgetting the betrayal you wrought upon me. I regarded you as a brother, yet you stabbed me in the back. Were it not for my intervention, you would have long since met your demise. So, thank you. However, he paused deliberately. Why must you, the foremost genius of the Northwest, forever overshadow me? You still possess Chi Bichu's affection. Therefore, you must die. Only then will the title of the Northwest top genius rightfully belong to me. And I might win Chi Bichu's love, that I once viewed you as a brother, but alas, your excellence is a liability, is being exceptional fault. Su Zheng chuckled, finding such reasoning laughable. That you have returned alive is indeed a surprise. With the reincarnation sword manifesting in his hand, he pointed it at Chu Feng, declaring, I shall cleanse the stain of betrayal with your blood. But Chu Feng couldn't help but laugh, his expression dripping with derision. I must inquire, what gives you such confidence? In the past, perhaps I was not your match, but now, with your dantian shattered, do you truly believe you possess the qualification to contend with me? He regarded Su Zheng with disdain. Having personally destroyed his dantian, a martial artist without a dantian was akin to being a crippled as for the death of Qi Quan. It was merely an unfortunate accident. This is the Yin Ding sect. He continued. The authority of the Yin Ding sect was not to be trifled with, and on the day of his wedding, he must personally eliminate Su Zheng, whether for himself, Chi Bichu, or the sect. Su Zheng's demise was imperative. Returning to his seat, Chu Xiong remained silent, confident in his son's ability to resolve the situation. Particularly with Qi Quan's fall, he felt a sense of unexpected delight, with Qi Quan out of the picture. Following the union of the two children, the Yin Ding sect could seamlessly annex the Tianjin sect, thereby bolstering its own strength and potentially ascending to the pinnacle of the Northwest. Wielding the Yin Ding sword, Chu Feng pointed it at Su Zheng, coldly stating, I will make you aware of the vast chasm that separates us after 6 years. An astonishing aura erupted from Chu Feng, surging towards Su Zheng like a flood. Clenching her fists tightly, Chi Bichu longed to see Su Zheng torn to shreds, yet her status forbade her from intervening. She could only rely on Chu Feng to execute her vengeance. Is that all? Observing Su Zheng standing motionless in the void, engulfed by the terrifying aura, the crowd was left dumbfounded. They had never witnessed such a foolhardy individual, lacking strength yet still daring to act arrogantly. He deserved to be slain. I had thought he was still formidable, but it seems his dantian is indeed shattered, rendering him a mere shell of his former self. He out of his mind. Coming here to seek death. If Su Zheng's claims were true, he would undoubtedly seek justice. Wait, Su Zheng appears unscathed. It seems his dantian has not been shattered after all, which explains his audacity. The crowd fixated on the void, realizing that Su Zheng remained steady amidst the overwhelming pressure. With a narrowed gaze, Chu Feng felt a flicker of trepidation. Once, Su Zheng had held a firm advantage over him. The oppressive aura formed a cage, continuously constricting around Su Zheng. Chu Feng, after 6 years, your strength has not advanced in the slightest. I am thoroughly disappointed in you. Bang! As the words left his mouth, the aura surrounding Su Zheng shattered instantaneously. The Wheel-C aura? He had only reached the Wheel-C realm, yet he could dismantle the pressure that Chu Feng had meticulously conjured. How was this possible? Indeed, he was the once-renowned genius of the Northwest. It appeared his dantian had indeed been shattered before, yet for some unknown reason, it had reformed, albeit not restored to its former peak. Chu Feng, a half-step into the realm of divine demons, found the disparity in their realms to be vast. Su Zheng likely had no chance of victory. Though their realms differed, the crowd could sense the palpable strength emanating from Su Zheng. Chu Feng, today, you remain weak. Su Zheng's blatant contempt ignited an all-consuming rage within Chu Feng. Just as he prepared to strike, the ever-silent Chu Xiong rose, blocking his son with an icy glare that betrayed no hint of mercy. Su Zheng, do you realize that your actions today have crossed the line of the Yending sect? If sect leader Chu personally slays Chu Feng, I, Su Zheng, will spare the Yending sect and take my leave. Upon hearing these words, the crowd fell into a state of stunned silence. Was this not a touch too arrogant? What if I refuse? Su Zheng replied indifferently. If sect leader Chu refuses, I will wash the Yending sect in blood, leaving not a single trace behind. This proclamation, an uproar ensued. The onlookers were left aghast. The notion of cleansing the Yending sect with blood was no simple task. Even a Wheel-C realm martial artist would find it daunting. Throughout the Northwest, no sect or family dared to utter such a threat. To rely solely on bravado? Or perhaps Su Zheng had hidden capabilities yet to be revealed. After all, the corpse of Qi Quan lay within a coffin, and the mystery of his demise remained unsolved. What means did this individual possess to make such grandiose claims? I cannot believe he could truly wash the Yending sect in blood. Has he lost his mind, having vanished for 6 years? Even with a shattered dantian now reformed, he dared to bring Qi Quan's corpse along. That I suspect he is not just boasting. Perhaps he indeed possesses the means to enact such a bloodbath. Whether he can execute it remains to be seen. The once great genius of the Northwest had audacity that could rival the region itself. As the leader of the Yending sect, Chu Xiong was undoubtedly a cunning fox. Witnessing Su Zheng's confidence, he felt a weight of uncertainty, unable to decipher his intentions. Father, are we to allow him to stand there and humiliate the Yending sect? I am willing to personally eliminate him. Hui Yuan, a figure draped in crimson, surged forward, a square-faced man with a wide mouth, standing barely 5 feet tall, resembling a rodent as he charged towards Su Zheng. Hui Yuan, an elder of the Yending sect, was a peak transformation realm expert. It seemed Chu Xiong lacked full confidence and sought to use Hui Yuan to probe Su Zheng's true capabilities. Cunning indeed, testing whether Su Zheng's bravado was merely a facade. All eyes remained glued to the unfolding scene, eager not to miss a single moment. Anticipating the outcome, Su Zheng's arrogance could lead to one of 2 outcomes. Either he possessed genuine strength and hidden cards capable of bloodily cleansing the Yending sect, or he was merely posturing, risking his life in the process. Which category did Su Zheng belong to? The answer was imminent, soon to be unveiled. Qi Bichu clenched her fists tightly, her eyes brimming with vengeful intent. Her resolve steady as she leaned against the coffin, silently urging her father to ensure Su Zheng accompanied Qi Quan in death. Hui Yuan's speed was astonishing, akin to a bolt of lightning. Arriving in an instant, before he even drew near, a domineering palm strike came crashing down, easily suppressing Su Zheng, a Wheel-C realm martial artist beneath the pressure of a transformation realm expert. The foundational 5 realms of martial arts, opening meridians, spirit gathering, spirit wheel, Will-C, transformation, led to the half-step divine demon realm, followed by the true divine demon realm. Su Zheng stood firm, unmoving, Was he merely posturing, or did he genuinely lack the strength to withstand Hui Yuan's assault? The crowd held their breath, riveted by the impending clash, eager to see if Su Zheng could endure Hui Yuan's strike. Boom! As the first palm descended, a myriad of palm imprints instantly enveloped Su Zheng, delivering a fierce barrage. The intent of Hui Yuan was unmistakable, to achieve a swift resolution. Die! Channeling all his strength into his right hand, he unleashed the ultimate technique of the Yending sect, the Yending iron palm, striking fiercely towards Su Zheng. How utterly feeble! A contemptuous voice gradually resonated, causing the expressions of all present to shift dramatically. 9 soul-biting nails suddenly pierced through the domineering palm imprints, tearing through the mist like thunder, all aimed at Hui Yuan. It was far too sudden. Before Hui Yuan could react, all 9 nails were embedded throughout his body. A wretched scream echoed through the void as the nails secured Hui Yuan in place, his beastly visage glaring fiercely at Su Zheng. Oh, formidable! What manner of treasure is this? Everyone stood in stunned silence, too terrified to speak. With just a single counterattack, Su Zheng had directly defeated the peak transcendence elder Hui Yuan. The once great talent of the Northwest had returned, more ruthless and relentless than ever before. You unleashed a total of 133 palms. I shall now return one, and I hope you do not disappoint me. I refuse to accept. You have no choice. Hui Yuan, his face a mask of terror, was firmly pinned in place by the 9 soul-biting nails, unable to move even an inch, helplessly watching as Su Zheng approached with his palm raised. He wished to evade, yet found himself utterly incapable of escape. This palm would hold no suspense or surprises to eye in this moment. The Yuan resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter, entirely at Su Zheng's mercy. Boom! The seemingly effortless palm struck Hui Yuan, and in an instant his entire body erupted like a firework in the void, splattering blood like rain. Retrieving the 9 soul-biting nails, Su Zheng turned to Chu Feng, stating, "The hound of your Yending sect has met his demise. Now it is your turn to act, Chu Feng. Do not let me look down upon you. The enmity between us shall be resolved through personal combat. If you win, I shall end my life here. If you lose, I shall bring bloodshed upon the Yending sect." Chi Biu stood in a daze, trembling in fear. Once she had pursued Su Zheng for his talent, never anticipating that the shattered Su Zheng would return one day. Even more ruthless than before, with the cultivation of the Wheelsea realm, he had slain the peak transcendence elder, Huan, as Su Zheng stood alone with his sword, a figure of pride amidst the heavens and earth. A presence that commanded respect. The rain of blood began to fall gently, and Su Zheng shook his head, taunting, "Chu Feng, with the cowardice you possess, you shall forever remain beneath my feet. You aspire to be first, yet only possess the courage to be second. Truly pitiable." Chu Xiong would certainly not allow his son to engage, fearing unforeseen circumstances. Today, the Yending sect had utterly lost face. He had to reclaim both reputation and retribution. Pointing to the void, Chu Xiong roared, "You dare disrupt a wedding and slay our elder? Yending sect, heed my command. Kill." No longer a duel. It had transformed into a brawl. Many wore expressions of ridicule and disdain. How shameless for the esteemed Yending sect to resort to such tactics. The murderous intent was palpable, and all disciples and elders of the Yending sect glared furiously. The dignity of the Yending sect was not to be trifled with. Regardless of who it was, anyone who dared provoke the sect would be slain. The rising murderous aura transformed into ancient ferocious beasts, roaring defiantly towards the heavens. The battle to encircle and annihilate was about to commence. The Yending sect had abandoned all pretense, intent solely on killing Su Zheng. And no one dared leave the plaza. They were both too afraid and too curious to witness this clash, for with Su Zheng's slaying of Hui Yuan, they understood the might of the Yending sect, yet still dared to seek confrontation. Who could believe they had no trump cards? Chu Feng, I offer you one last chance to battle me. Why should I engage you in single combat? Because you wish to be the foremost talent of the Northwest, that if you perish, I shall naturally take your place. Since you refuse to seize the opportunity, I shall withdraw. Su Zheng, do you believe you can survive against the combined might of the Yending sect? Indeed, Su Zheng smiled, gripping the reincarnation sword. pointing it towards the heavens. The sword's chant pierced through layers of mist, resonating throughout the void, leaving the crowd bewildered, unsure of Su Zheng's intentions. At that moment, a series of tiger roars suddenly erupted from the foot of the mountain, shaking the heavens. What sound is that? Look, what is that? In the stunned gazes of all, a host of demon flame tigers, exuding a chilling aura of slaughter, descended through the air. Riding atop them were the demon flame legion, clad in armor and wearing masks of flame. Thousands of demon flame soldiers surrounded the plaza, silent and motionless, their cold gazes fixed upon the onlookers, their banners billowing in the wind. That the demon flame banner. Could they be the demon flame legion from the primordial Lin clan? Upon hearing the name of the demon flame legion, the expressions of everyone changed dramatically. Although they had never encountered the demon flame legion, they were well aware of its notorious reputation for brutality. Especially the demon flame banner, which was infamous throughout the wilderness. The Lin family of primordial, with 30,000 members of the demon flame legion, were all masters of the divine demon realm, renowned for their unparalleled slaughter on the battlefield, stirring up bloodshed wherever they went. Lin Yin and Lin Fanyin emerged slowly atop their demon flame tigers. Clearly displeased, Lin Fanyin shot a fierce glare at the young man in the void, remarking, "I have long said it would be more efficient to let the demon flame legion trample the Yin Ding sect instead of you fighting alone, yet you insist on facing them yourself. While they cower in fear and deny you the chance. Faced with the intimidating presence of thousands of demon flame soldiers, no one dared to utter a word. This was Su Zheng's trump card. It was no wonder he had been so bold in declaring his intent to cleanse the Yin Ding sect with blood. Crumpling to the ground in despair, Chibiyu felt hopeless from the moment the demon flame legion appeared. She knew that revenge was futile and that she might even lose her life. Su Zheng, I am willing to engage you in a fair fight. Should I lose, I will end my life here. And you must not involve the Yin Ding sect. It was I who betrayed you, not the sect. Su Zheng shook his head, replying, "It is too late. I previously offered you an opportunity, and you squandered it. This is the primordial jade tablet, my credential to cultivate at the primordial academy. Should you dare to kill me, the academy will not spare you." At this moment, Chu Feng was utterly terrified, desperately grasping at straws. Presenting the primordial jade tablet in hopes of deterring Su Zheng, making the primordial Lin clan wary of acting against him. Lin Fanyin laughed. "Another fool. Fool, the esteemed head of the primordial academy, is his grandmother. If she were here, she would slap you dead." "What?" Upon hearing this, Chu Feng dropped the primordial jade tablet in shock. With a resounding slap, he struck Chibiyu across the face, furiously exclaiming, "It is all your fault. You wretched woman, always urging me to stab Su Zheng in the back. Do you know how good he has been to me? He regards me as a brother, saving me from death on multiple occasions. Had it not been for him, I would have perished long ago." Another slap echoed across Chibiyu's face. "Su Zheng has treated you with such kindness, yet you plotted against him. Your conscience must have been devoured by dogs. Wretched creature, from this moment forth, we shall have no further relations." Turning around, he fell to his knees, pleading, "Su Zheng, I was wrong. It was her instigation that led me to commit such despicable acts. I hope you can forgive me. I shall never dare again." Originally seeking to leverage the Primordial Academy to intimidate Su Zheng, he had become a fool and a laughingstock upon realizing that the Academy's head was Su Zheng's grandmother. Rendered utterly speechless, regardless of his internal willingness, Chu Feng recognized that he could only act this way, hoping for a sliver of mercy for himself and his sect. "I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes. Chu Zheng, I was once your brother, and I still am. Forgive me just this once. I swear from now on, I will always remain your brother." Seeing Chu Feng's desperate pleas, no one looked down upon him or mocked him. Instead, they could only sigh in pity before the primordial Lin clan and the primordial academy. The Yin Ding sect was but a mere joke. Chu Xiong dared not speak, standing frozen alongside the elders. Fearing that Su Zheng might suddenly command the thousands of demon flame soldiers to obliterate the entire Yin Ding sect in an instant, "I will not kill you." "Really?" Chu Feng suddenly lifted his head, his face alight with surprise, thinking he must have misheard. Others were equally astonished, nearly all convinced that Su Zheng would slay Chu Feng to reclaim his honor. Who could have anticipated he would spare him? Was it out of compassion or merely a soft heart? Dare to evade, and I shall take your life. As Nine Nails hurtled swiftly towards him. Chu Feng was so terrified that he sprang to his feet. The earlier scene of Hua Yuan being pinned in the void remained vividly etched in his mind. How could he not be filled with dread? He dared not evade, fearing that Su Zheng might go back on his word. He could only grit his teeth and allow all 9 nails to pierce through his body. The excruciating pain surged throughout him in an instant, as Su Zheng manipulated the 9 soul-biting nails. Gradually pinning Chu Feng's body in the void, he would not kill Chu Feng, but he would ensure that Chu Feng wished for death. Just as Chu Xiong attempted to intervene, the sight of thousands of demon flame soldiers watching hungrily made him shudder, and the words caught in his throat were swallowed back down, leaving him silent. You promised you wouldn't kill me. Indeed, I will not kill you. Su Zheng paid no further heed to Chu Feng. He had already extended an opportunity, and it was Chu Feng's failure to seize it that led to this consequence. Turning his gaze towards Qi Buzhu, who leaned against the coffin, the woman he once loved, he confessed, I betrayed you. I know. I do not regret it. I can see that. Wiping the tears from her face, Qi Buzhu sat on the ground and spoke. I pursued you for 3 years, loved you for a full 13 years. I cannot believe you cannot sense my love for you. In light of your past affection for me, could you not allow me to leave? I once carried your child, even for the sake of the deceased child. And with my father now gone, I wish to live. The more she spoke, the more regret flooded her heart. Deep down, she was filled with remorse, yet her lips stubbornly denied it, claiming her agreement to marry Chu Feng was solely due to the opportunity he presented. For the martial artist of the Northwest, the chance to study at the Taichu Academy was indeed a coveted dream. She could not resist such temptation. Alas, the very thing she yearned for was now within Su Zheng's easy grasp. Had she not betrayed Su Zheng, had she not married Chu Feng, she could have leveraged Su Zheng to gain entry into the Taichu Academy and secured the support of the Lin family. Regret had come too late. Now, her only recourse was to preserve her life and later devise a way to pursue Su Zheng anew. Unable to contain herself any longer, Qi Buzhu burst into tears. Brother Su, I regret it. I truly regret it. I should not have betrayed you, nor should I have agreed to marry him. Brother Su, I do not love Chu Feng. The one I have always loved is you. He forced me into this. If only you would forgive me. I swear to the heavens that I will be loyal to you alone from now on. Everyone present silently admired Qi Buzhu's shamelessness and lack of shame. Such a woman, once a traitor, would surely betray again. Those who believed her were fools. Everything you possess today is because of me. What I have given, I can just as easily take back. Brother Su, can you give me another chance? Trust me this time. I will not let you down. Weary of Qi Buzhu's insincere words, Su Zheng responded coldly. I will not kill you. I shall spare your life. Allowing everyone to witness the consequences of your betrayal. Chu Feng, pinned by the 9 soul-biting nails, twisted his face in agony, screaming, Su Zheng, I wronged you. It has nothing to do with the Flame Cauldron sect. Spare my father. I entrust my life to you. Su Zheng shook his head and replied, You must pay the price for your betrayal, including your father and the Flame Cauldron sect, who will accompany you in death. Pointing towards the base of Flame Cauldron Peak, he declared, Since you both enjoy being together from now on, you shall remain here forever for all eternity. You are ruthless. Su Zheng paid no mind to further words. Turning to the surrounding demon flame soldiers and coldly instructing, all those who are not from the Flame Cauldron sect, leave immediately. The soldiers dared not linger, fearful of becoming collateral damage. Flame Cauldron sect. Attack. Without cruelty, one cannot stand. With the command given, the thousands of demon flame soldiers surged forth against the Flame Cauldron sect. The roar of tigers echoed through the air. Su Zheng, if you dare to annihilate my Flame Cauldron sect, even as a ghost, I will not spare you. I curse you to a wretched death. Witnessing the onslaught of the thousands of demon flame soldiers, Chu Xiong fell into utter despair against the demon flame army of the Taichu Lin family. The Flame Cauldron sect stood no chance to this moment. The entire Flame Cauldron sect was mercilessly slaughtered by the demon flame soldiers, resembling a hell's cape with corpses strewn everywhere. rivers of blood flowing. Today was supposed to be a day of great joy for the Flame Cauldron sect, heralding a union that would elevate both sects to the pinnacle of power in the Northwest. However, with Su Zheng's arrival, the joyous occasion turned into a funeral. Even in death, I will drag you down with me. All disciples of the Flame Cauldron sect, follow me. Kill one to break even, kill two to profit. Their resistance was futile in a mere incense stick's time. The entire Flame Cauldron sect was slaughtered, leaving only Chu Feng and Qi Buju alive, not a single chicken or dog remaining. Even the ants and fleas had hidden away. Su Zheng, you are ruthless. You will face retribution. Su Zheng smiled and replied, if you will face no retribution, what have I to fear? Someone will avenge me. Just wait that I will wait, but you have no more chances. The sword aura surged forth, swiftly reducing two massive trees to mere rods a few meters long, hoisting the two individuals high upon them. Their dantians shattered. They hung there like invalids. Brother Su, I realize my mistakes. Please, I beg you, spare me. I am willing to repent for my actions and even pay the price. I hope you do not treat me this way. Buju, do not plead for her, even in death. We shall remain together, never depart. You wretched, for eternity? Never depart. Just moments ago, you slapped yourself in desperation to survive, calling yourself a wretch, and now you wish to die together with such noble intent. I spit on you. Chu Feng. Lin Fanning approached Su Zheng and inquired, why not just kill them? She found it hard to comprehend her cousin's actions. Killing them seemed the most straightforward solution, without explanation. Su Zheng turned his gaze away from the two. It is over 0.6 years of resentment vanished in that instant. Lin Yin approached and patted Su Zheng's shoulder, saying, the affairs of the Northwest are settled. Come with me back to the Taichu Lin family. I have already discussed it with your grandmother. Once you return, you will head straight to the Taichu Academy to make up for the years you have wasted. As for the Sky Sword sect, I will ensure it is well guarded. Lin Yin understood that his nephew felt reluctant. Although he had seemingly abandoned the Sky Sword sect and even executed Qi Quan and all the elders, his nephew still could not let go. Giving up the Sky Sword sect would mean failing to honor the late sect master resting in the 9 springs below. Thank you. You are my nephew. No need for thanks. Lin Fanning smiled and said, Xiao Zheng, I was genuinely worried about your indecisiveness. The scene with the Sky Sword sect and the Flame Cauldron sect showed me your ferocity. You did well. Remember, wherever you go, do not harbor any maternal kindness. The wilderness is far more perilous than the Northwest. Su Zheng nodded. His only concern, the Sky Sword sect, was taken care of by his uncle. With no lingering ties in the Northwest, remaining there held no meaning. Thus, Su Zheng prepared to leave the Northwest, following his uncle and cousin to the wilderness, the Taichu Lin family, and ultimately to the Taichu Academy for cultivation. The Northwest could not compare to the wilderness. The three of them boarded the Demon Flame Tiger, disregarding the turmoil between Chu Feng and Qi Buju. We can finally go home. Missing home? Yes. Then let us hasten our pace. Xiao Zheng, we are off to return home. Return home? He finally had a home. Under the night sky, before Flame Cauldron Peak, the air was eerily silent, interrupted only by the occasional caw of a crow, sending shivers down one's spine. The entire Flame Cauldron sect lay slaughtered, with no one remaining except the two hanging high. The stillness was terrifying. Chu Feng and Qi Buju exchanged blame and curses, even denouncing their ancestors to the 18th generation. Exhausted from their tirade, they finally fell silent. Who's there? I see you. Come out. Su Zheng, is that you? Suddenly awakened by a startling sound, Qi Buju and Chu Feng exchanged a glance. Their expressions frozen in terror as they fixated on the shadow that had materialized before them. Cackle, there is no need for fear. I, Lord Yu, have come to rescue you this time. The black mist gradually coalesced into a shadowy figure. Tall and elegant, with dark hair dancing in the wind, yet its features remained obscured, exuding an air of mystery. Struggling against the waves of pain coursing through him, Chu Feng's voice trembled slightly as he uttered, an otherworldly demon. Cackle, well done, young one. You recognize that I hail from another realm. Indeed, I am from an alien race. What do you intend? It is quite simple. I shall take you back to my realm and assist you in breaking through to the realm of gods and demons. In return, you must forever yield to the alien race, and when Su Zheng attains the divine demon realm, you shall help me imprison him and bring him back to my kind. Why choose us? Why not act yourself? Cackle. You lack the qualifications to inquire, and you have no ground for refusal. To refuse is to court death. Chi Bijou immediately proclaimed, I am willing to submit the wise choice. I too am willing. Cackle, cackle. The wilds are home to the Taichu dynasty, one of the 10 greatest dynasties of the wilderness. Taichu City, the royal capital. Under the blazing sun, Su Zheng and Lin Fanyin arrived at the city gates, while Lin Yin led the demon flame army back to the barracks, unable to enter the royal city. The third prince, the refined and elegant third prince, and I Xing, coldly remarked, Su Zheng, received the imperial decree. Upon hearing the words imperial decree, everyone present, including Lin Fanyin, knelt in unison. Only Su Zheng remained standing, unmoved. Who is this person? He truly does not know the gravity of his actions, daring to remain standing in the face of the imperial decree. He is the grandson of General Lin. Even General Lin must kneel to accept the decree. What more can be said of a mere grandson? The crowd was taken aback. Why do you not kneel? Why should I kneel? One must kneel to receive the decree that I shall not kneel. Su Zheng's stance was resolute as he gazed at the third prince, choosing not to bow even before the imperial decree. The third prince was furious. No one in the dynasty had ever dared to refuse kneeling before the decree. His Majesty, considering your hidden ailment, permits you to remain standing. Lin Fanyin covered her mouth, nearly laughing out loud. The third prince truly knew how to make excuses. Nonetheless, she understood why the third prince refrained from losing his temper. After all, they had their grandfather backing them. The third prince then unfolded the decree and read aloud, by the grace of heaven. The emperor decrees. It has come to our attention that the grandson of the Grand General possesses extraordinary talent and remarkable appearance, much to the delight of the Empress Dowager and myself. Now that the seventh princess has reached a marriageable age, it is fitting to select Su Zheng as her match, for they are heaven-made for one another. Thus, Princess Anai Huang is promised to Su Zheng as his wife. And all ceremonies shall be jointly arranged by the Ministry of Rites and the Astronomical Bureau, with an auspicious date chosen for their wedding. As the decree was read, the onlookers were filled with envy. Princess Anai Huang was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the Taichu dynasty, with suitors who could circle the royal city 100 times, yet she was betrothed to this individual. There was no other reason but for his esteemed maternal grandfather. One must understand that the Taichu dynasty's standing among the 10 great dynasties of the wilderness is entirely due to the Lin family. Ultimately, this marriage is but a political union, a mean for the royal family to solidify their hold over the Lin family that Su Zheng accept the decree. Ignoring the envious gazes that surrounded him, Su Zheng did not accept the decree, but instead asked, Pray tell, must I accept His Majesty's marriage proposal? The third prince's eyes narrowed, coldly responding, Yes, the Emperor's marriage proposal is a gracious favor bestowed upon you. After your wedding to the princess, His Majesty shall further grant you an official position. As the third prince extended the decree, Su Zheng still refrained from reaching out to accept it. He had not anticipated that upon his arrival in Taichu City, he would be met with an imperial decree barring his entry. What significance did an imperial marriage hold for him? Su Zheng held no interest in the so-called princess. Even if she were hailed as the most beautiful in the dynasty, he refused to become a pawn in a political marriage. His own marriage must be dictated by his own choices, unshackled by anyone else's influence. Lin Fanyin remained silent. This was Su Zheng's own marriage, and not even her grandfather would intervene. It was up to Su Zheng to decide. Third prince, please relay to His Majesty that I, Su Zheng, have no desire to marry at this time, that Su Zheng, you dare to defy the decree. The third prince was taken aback. He had not expected Su Zheng to openly resist the decree. Was this young man out of his mind to challenge authority so brazenly? Even with General Lin as his backing, one must consider the limits of what one can do. Such actions could endanger the entire Lin family. It was said that this young man had been raised in the Northwest, sheltered from the world, likely believing he was invulnerable under General Lin's protection. However, General Lin was still a subject, and the royal family held greater power. One could only wait and see how the third prince would handle this matter. The third prince, suppressing his rage, said, "Su Zheng, do you understand the consequences of openly defying a decree? I neither know nor care to know. I am hungry and wish to return home for dinner. I kindly ask the third prince to step aside." Just moments ago, his cousin had conveyed through her spiritual essence that this third prince was not to be trusted. Secretly colluding with the Flame King and continuously targeting the Lin family, in no wonder he found the third prince distasteful. It turned out the third prince was not a man of integrity and posed a threat to his grandfather. The third prince was waiting for this very response to withdraw the decree, as he had been contemplating how to undermine Lin Bian, who had always looked down upon him and reported his actions to the emperor. Although he was a prince, he had no means of dealing with Lin Bian. With Su Zheng's public defiance of the decree, even Lin Bian would be unable to extricate himself from this situation, thus providing the third prince with the opportunity he sought. Su Zheng, I will ask you one last time. Will you accept the decree? And I shall inform you one last time. I refuse to accept it. The third prince's demeanor, which had been amiable moments before, suddenly turned icy. Humph! His eyes glinted with cold fury as he declared, "Su Zheng, your brazen defiance of the decree is a grave insult to His Majesty. Seize this man and imprison him." Yes. 4 palace guards emerged from behind the third prince, advancing towards Su Zheng, only to be sent flying by a single blow from Lin Fanyin, who spared the third prince's dignity by refraining from killing them outright. "Lin Fanyin, how dare you lay hands on my people? Does your Lin family seek rebellion?" The third prince had not anticipated that Lin Fanyin would dare to publicly injure the palace guards. The crowd was left in shock, their faces filled with disbelief at the unfolding scene. The Lin family members were indeed fierce. One publicly defied a marriage proposal, while the other wounded for palace guards in front of Prince, each more audacious than the last. Even in refusing the marriage proposal, such open defiance of the decree could spell disaster for the entire Lin family. Clapping her hands, Lin Fanyin smiled and said, "Third prince, even if my cousin defies the decree, it should be dealt with by His Majesty. I fear you lack the authority to do so. One may eat as one pleases, but one should not speak recklessly. If you accuse my Lin family of rebellion, produce evidence. Otherwise, my family cannot be unjustly slandered. Even if you are a prince, we shall demand justice. You quibble. Cousin, come with me." The third prince, however, disdainfully retorted, "I had thought the grandson of General Lin would be impressive, but it seems he is merely a coward, hiding behind a woman. Truly a disgrace to General Lin." Approaching Su Zheng, the third prince mockingly said, "Daring to defy the decree in public, it seems you are quite arrogant. Here I stand. Do you dare strike me? Show me your bravado." Clearly, the third prince intended to humiliate Su Zheng deliberately. In his view, even if he gave Su Zheng 1,000 chances, the young man would not dare to act. "And I, Xing, do not go too far." "Too far?" With a fierce glare directed at Su Zheng, the third prince suddenly seized Su Zheng's hand and placed it upon his own face. "You coward! You won't even dare to strike." Lin Fanyin conveyed through their spiritual connection, "Do not be fooled. The third prince is trying to provoke you." Su Zheng was not oblivious to the third prince's intentions. He sought to use Su Zheng as leverage against his grandfather. The onlookers were taken aback. They had not anticipated that the dignified third prince would resort to such underhanded tactics to humiliate the grandson of General Lin, thereby insulting the general himself. Su Zheng nodded, smiling as he said, "Given the third prince's request, it would be impolite of me not to acquiesce. Since the third prince wishes to be slapped, I shall oblige your request." "How dare you?" "Stop!" All the guards were utterly bewildered, each frightened and hastily attempting to intervene, but they were obstructed by Lin Fanyin, leaving none able to approach even a step closer. Slap, slap. Su Zheng showed no mercy. What could the prince do? Knowing full well that the third prince sought to use him to humiliate his grandfather, he decided to fulfill the prince's wish, eager to see if the emperor dared truly provoke his grandfather. After all, it was thanks to his grandfather's presence that the Taichu dynasty could securely claim its position among the top 10 dynasties of the wilderness. If the royal family sought to test the Lin family, he would reciprocate by probing the royal family's attitude on behalf of his grandfather. With resounding slaps echoing, he landed over 100 strikes upon the third prince's face, culminating in a kick to the prince's abdomen that sent him flying. Standing before the third prince, he placed a foot upon his face and smiled, saying, "You wish to humiliate me. You are not worthy as for your probing. This is my response." Lin Fanning shook her head in resignation, saying, "All right, let us return quickly." Watching the departing figures, the crowd raised their thumbs in approval. The general's mansion, situated at the southeastern corner of Taichu City, boasted a spacious estate, with 2 statues of demon flame tigers standing majestically at the entrance. Lifelike and imposing, as if real demon flame tigers were guarding the gate. "Where is grandfather?" The eldest young lady. The master said to go directly to the demon flame pool upon your return. Lin Fanning glanced at Su Zheng beside her, seemingly understanding her grandfather's intentions, and smiled. "Xiao Zheng, it seems grandfather intends for you to undergo body tempering directly in the demon flame pool." "Cousin, I do not quite understand. Years ago, grandfather inadvertently obtained the essence blood of the ancient ferocious beast, the demon flame tiger, at a relic site, which coalesced into the demon flame pool, with the aid of the demon flame pool's tempering. Our Lin family forged the 30,000 demon flame army, dominating the wilderness and assisting the Taichu dynasty to rank among the top 10 in the wilderness. You possess half of the Lin family bloodline. Thus you are qualified to enter the demon flame pool for tempering as for the extent of your cultivation improvement. That depends on your own efforts." Listening to this, Su Zheng felt a surge of anticipation. 6 years prior, he began nurturing the swallowing heaven tomb. Although he had restored to the pinnacle of the Wheel Sea realm with the Guardian's assistance, he had yet to return to the half-step divine demon realm of his peak period. Deep within the Lin family, amidst quaint bridges and flowing streams, a secluded stone chamber awaited. "Grandfather, this is Xiao Zheng," as Yu Zheng immediately knelt, respectfully bowing 3 times, and said, "Grandfather." Lin Bian swiftly assisted Su Zheng to his feet, heartily patting his shoulder, and chuckled. "You are even more handsome than I thought. Quite impressive." "Grandfather, just now, Xiao Zheng defied the decree regarding marriage. This may lead to trouble." Lin Bian nodded, saying, "Let Xiao Zheng proceed to the demon flame pool first. Once the tempering is complete, we shall head immediately to the Taichu Academy." "Understood." Lin Fanning then led Su Zheng into the stone chamber. Within a vast square stone pool lay a viscous, purplish-red liquid, bubbling as if boiling water. "Xiao Zheng, this is the demon flame pool. Utilize the power within to temper yourself as much as possible. Go ahead." Su Zheng nodded, removing his shoes and stepping towards the stone pool. The moment Su Zheng's body submerged entirely, an overwhelming force akin to a blood sea surged towards him from all directions, as if countless tadpoles were recklessly entering his body. A pained roar echoed throughout the stone chamber. "Xiao Zheng, no matter how agonizing it is, you must endure. The longer you persist, the greater the benefits." The power within the demon flame pool was exceedingly turbulent and frigid, pervading with a chilling erosion, as if it sought to violently tear Su Zheng's body apart. Having prepared for the essence blood of the ancient ferocious beast, the demon flame tiger, Su Zheng soon realized he had underestimated the pool's ferocity. A sudden roar erupted from the depths of the demon flame pool. The demon flame tiger manifested. The stone chamber was enveloped in a formation, ensuring that any fluctuations would not escape. Gazing at the colossal phantom tiger's figure coalescing above the pool, Lin Fanning stood in stunned silence. Xiao Zheng had squandered 6 years. Had he returned sooner, she believed that with his talent, he would have already coalesced his Yuaning. For martial artists, the foundational 5 realms were merely the groundwork. Only by breaking through to the divine demon realm could one truly unlock the gates of martial arts. The 9 realms of the divine demon are respectively: Foundation Establishment Divine Demon, Golden Core Divine Demon, Yuan Ing Divine Demon, Dao Palace Divine Demon, Gathering Cauldron Divine Demon, Cave Heaven Divine Demon, Returning One Divine Demon, Thunder Tribulation Divine Demon, and Nirvana Divine Demon. At this moment, Su Zheng's body involuntarily operated the 9 revolutions swallowing heaven technique, becoming a vortex that actively devoured the power within the demon flame pool, undergoing frenzied tempering. Due to the overwhelming fluctuations of the pool, even Lin Fanning, standing at the edge, felt waves of turbulent power assaulting her, recklessly eroding her entire being. Roars of tigers echoed as the phantom tiger continued to roar fiercely. Sensing the fluctuations of the demon flame pool, Lin Bian and the elders rushed over, gathering in the stone chamber. Each stared wide-eyed, faces filled with astonishment and disbelief, gradually transforming into excitement and anticipation. Master, since you acquired the essence blood of the demon flame tiger and coalesced the demon flame pool, no one has ever been able to draw forth the tiger's innate essence blood. His talent surpasses even that of the master, awakening the innate essence blood of the demon flame tiger. If he can successfully integrate it, his future in martial arts will be boundless, surely capable of attracting thunder tribulation and breaking into the nirvana divine demon realm. The boiling demon flame pool formed a tumultuous vortex, completely enveloping Su Zheng, while the colossal phantom tiger exuded an aura of sovereignty, as if it sought to devour the very heavens and earth. Utilizing the 9 revolutions swallowing heaven technique to continuously absorb the power within the demon flame pool, Su Zheng instantaneously broke through barriers, smoothly advancing from the pinnacle wheel C realm to the transcendence realm. At the same time, Su Zheng's Yuan Shun surged into the true form of the demon flame tiger, beginning to comprehend instinctively. Demon flame law aspect demon flame palm based on the 9 revolutions swallowing heaven technique. Complemented by the true form of the demon flame tiger, he comprehended martial arts belonging to him amidst this epiphany. The essence blood within the demon flame pool gradually diminished. He is consuming the essence blood source. Should we intervene? The elders were filled with concern, reluctant to lose the demon flame pool. Lin Bian waved his hand, saying, "This is his opportunity. If we intervene, we would be destroying the family's future." The elders understood the master's intent, each sighing and choosing to support him. Yes, Su Zheng continued to ravenously consume the innate essence blood of the demon flame pool. His recently attained realm experienced a shift, rapidly advancing from the initial to the intermediate transcendence realm, then to the advanced transcendence realm, ultimately stabilizing at the pinnacle transcendence realm. All of the innate essence blood merged into the demon flame law aspect, which was a martial art of Su Zheng's own creation based on the true form of the demon flame tiger, augmented by the innate essence blood, rendering it immensely powerful. 2 hours later, upon consuming the last drop of blood from the stone pool, Su Zheng slowly opened his eyes, releasing a tiger's roar towards the heavens, which surged forth from the demon flame law aspect, instantly manifesting the true form of the demon flame tiger above him, roaring towards the sky with a sound that shook the very heavens. What a domineering martial art! It even possesses the power to intimidate the Yuan Shun. Xiao Zheng, quickly put on your clothes. Lin Fanine spat in exasperation and immediately turned, urgently calling out. Her entire face flushed crimson as Su Zheng, feeling embarrassed, retrieved a set of clothing from his spatial ring and donned it, stepping out of the stone pool. Somewhat apologetically saying, "Grandfather, I did not intend to. I never expected to consume the entire power of the demon flame pool." He was absolutely not acting with intent. As Yu Zheng realized, he had underestimated the ferocity of the 9 revolutions swallowing heaven technique. Using himself as a vortex to consume, he had indeed absorbed the power of the demon flame pool, aiding his breakthrough to the pinnacle transcendence realm. In own need for apologies, Lin Bian smiled with great satisfaction. For years, no one has awakened their innate essence blood within the demon flame pool, let alone consumed the power within. Your ability to do so is your fortune, and no one will blame you. But you must promise me one thing. Grandfather, please speak. You must never betray the Lin family. You must protect the Lin family. Su Zheng understood his grandfather's meaning, nodding solemnly, his expression serious and resolute as he replied, "Grandfather, I promise to always protect the Lin family." On the way out, Xiao Zheng, grandfather's words were mainly for the elders to hear. After all, you consumed the entire essence blood of the demon flame pool, which serves as a reassurance for the elders that I understand. You should rest well tonight, and tomorrow I shall take you to Taichu Academy. Oh, soon. You publicly defied the imperial decree and even struck the third prince. If the emperor truly holds you accountable, I believe no one would dare to apprehend you at the academy, Su Zheng comprehended his grandfather's intentions. Wishing to avoid further trouble, he could only comply with the arrangement. Lin Fanning turned to leave but suddenly halted, her face slightly flushed as she said, "Xiao Zheng, you're quite impressive." After speaking, Lin Fanning swiftly departed without lingering. Impressive? What do you mean by impressive? Furrowing his brow. Su Zheng found his cousin's words somewhat perplexing. He shook his head in resignation, not pondering it further, and instead turned back to the prepared courtyard and the royal palace, within the side hall. Your Majesty. Su Zheng openly defied the decree at the city gate and even assaulted the third prince. If this matter does not receive a severe punishment, how can our royal family maintain any authority in Taichu City in the future? Yin Wang, the emperor's younger brother, had always supported the third prince and sought to undermine Lin Bian. However, Lin Bian's standing within the dynasty was too elevated, even surpassing that of the prince. Lin Bian has just visited me, personally explaining the situation that he consents to this marriage. However, Su Zheng has suffered betrayal from his fiancée at the Northwest Tiansword sect and has yet to move on from his past feelings. He may find it challenging to embrace new emotions, which I can comprehend. Your Majesty, by continually indulging Lin Bian, should he ever harbor treasonous intentions, our royal family would be utterly powerless against the 30,000 demon flame army. Lin Bian would never betray the dynasty, nor would he betray me. Perhaps Lin Bian would not, but what of Lin Yin? What of Su Zheng? The Lin family lacks male heirs. It is possible that Su Zheng may one day take command of the demon flame army. He has already dared to openly defy the decree. Who can guarantee that in the future he will not betray the dynasty? The very fact that Su Zheng has the audacity to openly defy the decree and strike a prince indicates that he is not easily controlled. Your Majesty, I implore you, for the sake of our family's legacy, to make a decisive choice soon, lest we find ourselves regretting it too late. N.I. Xian is more apprehensive of Lin Bian than anyone else, especially considering the 30,000 demon flame army under his command. Should the Lin family rebel, it would be an absolute calamity for the royal family. At that point, the Taichu dynasty would no longer bear the name N.I., but rather Lin. Your Majesty, I am willing to bear the guilt as long as I can eliminate Lin Bian and bring the 30,000 demon flame army under the royal family's command. I would die without regret. The emperor, N.I. Chong, furrowed his brow and waved his hand that I am weary. Your Majesty, kneel and take your leave. Your servant takes his leave. Observing the emperor's displeased countenance, Yin Wang realized that his words had made an impact. The threat posed by the Lin family was an undeniable reality. Further discussion would be futile and might even have the opposite effect. After bowing, he turned to leave, a faint, sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Your Majesty, the prince's concerns are not without merit. To act against the Lin family requires a valid pretext. We must first eliminate Su Zheng. N.I. Chong's brow furrowed further. He understood the gravity of the situation. Should Lin Bian become aware of this, the rift between the royal family and the Lin family would be irreparable. Be discreet. Do not let this leak out. I will obey. In the dimly lit side hall, the emperor sat alone, appearing profoundly solitary. Lin Bian, I can trust you, but I cannot place my faith in your son or your grandson. Do not blame me. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the general's residence, Lin Fanning had already been waiting. Once the two had finished breakfast, they set off towards Taichu Academy. On the way, Xiao Zheng, Taichu Academy was founded by my grandmother. It is renowned throughout the wilderness, attracting not only members of the dynasty, but also students from various regions of the wild. The academy is divided into the outer and inner courts. Only those who successfully establish their foundation and break through to the foundation establishment realm may enter the inner court for cultivation, becoming inner court disciples. So, I can only remain in the outer court for training. Lin Fanning smiled and replied, Do not worry, the academy belongs to my grandmother. Although she has entered seclusion, she has given prior notice that you may directly enter the inner court for cultivation, under the personal guidance of Teacher Qin Chuyan. Teacher Qin is not only a master of the Dao Palace, but also ranks first on the beauty list. Beauty list? Lin Fanning nodded, chuckling. Those insufferable men at the academy have even ranked all the women by their looks, naming it the beauty list. And where does my cousin rank on this list? Third. Surprised, Su Zheng questioned how his cousin, who was undeniably beautiful, could only rank third. Even Qi Bijou would pale in comparison to her, with only Qing Yi surpassing her slightly. Humph. I can wholeheartedly accept that Teacher Qin holds the top position on the beauty list. She is indeed stunning. But why on earth does Lu Wanshan rank second? She is merely well endowed. These insufferable men only seem to favor busty women. Listening to his cousin's tirades, Su Zheng could only shake his head, bemused by her fierceness. With a sharp glare, Lin Fanning angrily declared, "Xiao Zheng, listen well. Once we enter the academy, you are forbidden from looking at Lu Wanshan, particularly at her chest. If you dare to glance, I shall gouge out your eyes," immediately extending his right hand with fingers together. Su Zheng assured, "Cousin, I swear, I have no interest in women's chests." Satisfied, Lin Fanning burst into laughter, saying, "All right, I was merely jesting. It would indeed be unfair to ask you not to look at all. However, do refrain from staring too much. She is notorious for her bad temper, known as the Ice Beauty. That if you provoke her, she could very well castrate you." Su Zheng remained silent, focused on his intention to cultivate at the academy, not to engage in romantic pursuits or indulge in such distractions. Enough chatter. Let us continue on our way and reach the academy as swiftly as possible. The two mounted their horses and rode off. Taichu Academy was not located within Taichu City, but rather in the northeastern part of the city, nestled within the heart of a vast mountain range, surrounded by towering peaks and enveloped in mist, appearing as though it were perched atop the clouds. Upon entering the mountain range, they soon arrived at the valley's entrance. "Xiao Zheng, here is your identity jade, token to T.O. Encourage you to focus on your training and avoid distractions. I have obtained my grandmother's consent for you to reside with me." "Cousin, did you not say that the female students of the academy live together? If I stay with you, what will become of the other female students? What is there to fear? Our academy has plenty of caves. Nearly every inner court student has their own independent cave. The only stipulation is that the genders are separated, divided into different areas. You will not be sharing a cave with them, so no one will object." Shaking his head in resignation, Su Zheng mused that having a powerful backing certainly allowed for such liberties. He doubted anyone else would dare to act in such a manner, and he was confident the academy would not approve. The academy operates on a point system. To obtain anything, including martial arts techniques, one must exchange points. Your identity jade token grants you unlimited points. You can exchange for whatever you wish. This is a privilege granted by my grandmother to compensate for the years you have lost. Therefore, you must train diligently and not disappoint your grandfather and grandmother's expectations of you. The academy is divided into outer and inner courts. Lin Fanning led Su Zheng into the academy, directly to the inner court. "Cousin, what is happening over there?" "Let's go see." On a square stone platform stood a man and a woman, while a crowd surrounded them, all pointing and discussing animatedly. Lu Wanshan, dressed in a white gown, possessed an unparalleled beauty, with eyes like autumn waters and a complexion akin to white jade, exuding a cold aura that kept others at bay. "Hua Hua! Oh, senior sister Lin, you have finally returned." Hua Hua rushed to embrace Lin Fanning, exclaiming, "I have missed you dearly." "Is Lin Lang Tian causing trouble again?" Hua Hua, slightly plump with thick lips, nodded, saying, "Lin Lang Tian has broken through to the 5th level of the Golden Core realm and challenged Lu Wanshan once more. But he was defeated again. Lu Wanshan, the one ranked second on the beauty list, the very woman his cousin had referred to as well endowed, was indeed beautiful, possessing a clear and ethereal charm. Humph, she sure knows how to flaunt it. Xiao Zheng, that is Lu Wanshan, at the 4th level of the Golden Core realm. She managed to defeat Lin Lang Tian solely due to the Qingwan sword she wields. Moreover, she has declared that whoever can draw the Qingwan sword will be the man she commits to for life." "Senior sister Lu, who is he?" "He is quite handsome to M. Why, cousin Su Zheng has just entered the academy, so do not entertain any thoughts about him. He is still innocent." Upon hearing innocent, Hua Hua's face instantly lit up with greed, even licking her lips, casting flirtatious glances at Su Zheng, as if she were eager to pounce on him and claim him right then and there. Startled, Su Zheng shivered and hastily turned to the two on the platform, diverting the topic by asking, "Cousin, is it true that no one can draw the Qingwan sword?" "Indeed, Many have attempted to draw the sword, yet none have succeeded. Only she herself can draw the Qing Yuan sword effortlessly. Lin Fanning glanced at her cousin with a smile and proposed, "Why don't you give it a try?" "I'm not interested." "Really?" "Yes." Lin Fanning whispered, "Lu Wanfan ranks second on the beauty list. Just look at her figure. It's impressive. I refuse to believe you're not tempted." With a face full of black lines, Su Zheng realized his cousin was extraordinarily bold and dared not respond, fearing she might utter something inappropriate. He had turned down even royal marriage proposals, and yet Princess Anai Huang was renowned as the most beautiful woman of the dynasty. Not to mention Lu Wanfan, he truly had no interest. His purpose in stepping into the Taichu Academy was to cultivate diligently and strive to reach the divine demon realm as soon as possible. On the stone platform, Lin Langtian sighed that he had originally believed that upon breaking through to the 5th layer of the Golden Dan divine demon realm, he would be able to defeat Lu Wanfan with ease. In such a case, even if he could not draw the Qing Yuan sword, he could still demonstrate his strength. Yet, to his dismay, he had still been defeated. "You have lost, Lu Junior sister. I will not give up. 3 months from now, I shall challenge you again. Suit yourself." Lu Wanfan, disinterested, let the Qing Yuan sword slip from her hands, slicing through the void to land steadily on the sword platform. Many were envious of Lu Wanfan's beauty, wishing to pursue her, yet they could not draw the Qing Yuan sword, leaving them only to gaze longingly, unable to touch the to become Lu Wanfan's man. One must first draw the Qing Yuan sword. Cold and unfeeling, Lu Wanfan's demeanor was intoxicating. Lin Fanning dragged the reluctant Su Zheng to the sword platform. "Xiao Zheng, you should give a try to see if you can draw the Qing Yuan sword." "Cousin, I truly have no interest. It's just a try." "You might be able to draw it. Since I know I cannot draw it, why waste my time?" "I don't care. You must try. If you can draw the Qing Yuan sword, then Lu Wanfan will become your woman, and I will be your cousin to it. Would be quite something to have the second-ranked beauty call me cousin to." Su Zheng frowned, shaking his head in resignation. "The jealousy of women is indeed formidable. Xiao Zheng, if you don't attempt to draw the sword, I will have Hua Hua pursue you relentlessly. Do you believe I won't assist Hua Hua in her advances? When she becomes pregnant with your child, you must marry her. Do you fancy Hua Hua?" Taken aback, Su Zheng felt a flicker of fear, since his cousin was bold enough to say such things. She would undoubtedly act on them that he dared not refuse. In Su Zheng's view, no one in the entire Taichu Academy could draw the Qing Yuan sword, and he certainly could not either, but he decided to try casually, just to silence his cousin and prevent her from harboring any ill thoughts. With great reluctance, Su Zheng extended his right hand to grasp the hilt of the Qing Yuan sword on the platform. Even lacking effort, he merely pulled lightly. Hum! A sound of the sword's song resonated through the void, and the Qing Yuan sword was drawn, its ethereal blue phoenix form obscuring the heavens, accompanied by a surging cold sword intent that swept forth. Astonished, Lin Fanning exclaimed in disbelief, "Xiao Zheng, I merely asked you to try. I never expected you would actually draw the Qing Yuan sword. How did you manage that?" Su Zheng was in a state of bewilderment. He could not comprehend how he had drawn the Qing Yuan sword. Not even he knew. Look, he has truly drawn the Qing Yuan sword. Over the years, regardless of talent or strength, no one had ever successfully drawn the Qing Yuan sword. This individual, with merely a transcendent body cultivation, was capable of such a feat. Transcendent body. How did an outer court student enter the inner court? Outer court students lack the qualifications to draw the sword. Hence, this attempt should not count. Doubts and objections began to arise. No one wished to acknowledge that an outer court student could draw the Qing Yuan sword, as it was a direct slap to the face of the inner court members. Hua Hua gazed at the young man with infatuation, greedily saying, "Lu Senior sister, your cousin is so manly. Would you do me a favor and give him to me? Get lost." Lin Fanning was taken aback. She had merely wanted Xiao Zheng to try, never anticipating her cousin would actually draw the Qing Yuan sword. After all, over the years, no one had succeeded. Unable to hold back her laughter, Lin Fanning chuckled, realizing that her cousin had indeed stumbled upon a rare occurrence. Having already departed, Lu Wanfan, hearing the sound of the sword song, suddenly appeared before the sword platform. She snatched the Qing Yuan sword from Su Zheng's hand. utterly incredulous. Since entering Taichu Academy for cultivation, she had been incessantly pursued by male students, unable to kill them or drive them away, which severely impeded her training. In desperation, she had ultimately conceived the idea of drawing the sword. Lu Wanfan held absolute confidence in her Qing Yuan sword. Apart from herself, no one else could draw it, not even the dean. With this method, she could avoid unwanted male attention and focus on her cultivation. Yet now, someone had truly drawn the Qing Yuan sword, and this person was merely at the transcendent body level, clearly not an inner court student. Suddenly closing his eyes, Su Zheng felt the sword energy of the Qing Yuan sword forcibly merging with his body. This sword energy was exceedingly tyrannical, rampaging within him, ultimately converging around the Tianmu Dantian, where it was firmly suppressed. Quietly floating in place, a cocoon of sword energy formed around the surface of his body. Cold and domineering, Lin Fanning immediately stood guard beside Su Zheng. She could see that with Su Zheng's successful drawing of the Qing Yuan sword, he had unexpectedly entered a state of enlightenment. For martial artists, enlightenment is a rare occurrence, and no one must disturb her cousin during this crucial moment. Enlightenment? Indeed, it was enlightenment. This individual had truly struck an incredible stroke of luck. Not only had he drawn the Qing Yuan sword successfully, but he had also entered a state of enlightenment through the sword's energy. When fortune strikes, nothing can stand in its way. He a natural sword body. A voice of astonishment suddenly rang out. As an elder appeared before Su Zheng, seemingly uncertain, I have seen the Vice Dean. Grandfather Qi, what exactly is happening with Su Zheng? What do you mean by natural sword body? Qi Yin, the Vice Dean of Taichu Academy, was known for his kindness and was well loved by the students. Stroking his beard, Qi Yin furrowed his brow, uncertainly stating, I cannot make a definitive claim, but if my guess is correct, he possesses a natural sword body that has yet to awaken. Drawing the Qing Yuan sword has allowed him to awaken it successfully. Grandfather Qi, what is the significance of a natural sword body? It exists only in legends, ranking among the top 10 of all divine bodies. Everyone was filled with envy. That the Vice Dean would praise the sword body so highly indicated just how formidable the awakened natural sword body was. And no wonder this individual could draw the Qing Yuan sword. It was because he possessed a natural sword body at the peak of the transcendent body realm. It seemed that with the awakening of his natural sword body, he would soon begin the foundation building process to challenge the divine demon realm. Our academy has produced yet another extraordinary talent. Observing the rapport between him and Lin Fanning, one could not help but wonder who he was. Lin Langtian clenched his fists tightly, a cold glint in his eyes filled with murderous intent. Lu Wanfan had many suitors, and he was among them, yet he could not draw the Qing Yuan sword and could only rely on his cultivation in the hope of defeating her. Pursuing the woman he desired in an alternate manner, with this young man having drawn the Qing Yuan sword, he had completely lost his chance. How could he not feel rage? Satisfied, Qi Yin turned to leave. No one was to disturb him. Once the Vice Dean departed, everyone began to speculate about this individual's identity. Envy and jealousy filled the air, yet there was nothing anyone could do. The awakening of the legendary natural sword body was not something to be envied lightly. Time passed, and eventually, the cocoon of sword energy around Su Zheng dissipated. He had successfully awakened his natural sword body and fully integrated all the Qing Yuan sword energy within him, a development he had not anticipated. In a moment of unexpected joy, Su Zheng slowly opened his eyes. Su Zheng, are you all right? No worries, I feel absolutely splendid. Who are you? Lu Wanfan remarked. This is my cousin, Su Zheng. Lin Fanning deliberately added, although my cousin has successfully drawn the Qing Yuan sword. I know you will certainly not acknowledge IT matters not. My cousin is indifferent to it. Keep your Qing Yuan sword safe, and refrain from making promises you cannot fulfill, lest you become the subject of ridicule. Upon hearing the term cousin, the crowd was taken aback. It turned out he was the grandson of the dean, which explained how he managed to bypass the usual restrictions and become an inner courtyard student despite his cultivation being at the transcendent stage. Outer courtyard students typically lack the qualification to draw swords. Indeed, another chimed in, once he breaks through to the divine demon realm and enters the inner courtyard, he can draw the sword again. Lin Langtian also stepped forward, asserting, "Our academy enforces strict evaluations for students. Regardless of who you are, to enter the inner courtyard for cultivation, one must successfully break through to the divine demon realm. He is merely at the transcendent stage and must remain in the outer courtyard. Exactly, the academy prohibits any favoritism." Humph. Lin Fanning coldly retorted, "Whether someone is qualified is not for you to decide. The dean has already consented to Su Zheng entering the inner courtyard directly. Should anyone be dissatisfied, they may confront the dean directly. The not say, 'I did not warn you.' Taichu Academy was established by my grandmother, and she dotes on my cousin that if you seek trouble for yourselves, do not regret it later." Upon hearing Lin Fanning's blatant threat, the crowd deflated like punctured balloons, none daring to continue the conversation. Lin Langtian was equally wary of provoking Lin Fanning to half-step divine demon. Su Zheng's aura continuously transformed, and amidst the astonishment of those present, he successfully awakened his innate sword body with the aid of the Qingyuan sword's energy. Breaking through his limits and advancing to the half-step divine demon stage, just one step away from establishing his foundation and challenging the true divine demon realm, Lu Wanfan approached Su Zheng, her voice icily declaring, "Since you have successfully drawn the Qingyuan sword, you shall henceforth be my Dao partner." "Sister Lu, I had no intention of drawing the Qingyuan sword. The matter of being Dao partners can be disregarded." Lu Wanfan turned on her heel, not granting Su Zheng the opportunity to continue speaking. "You find her unappealing? This is unexpected. But what of it? You are a man. After all, it is not you who stands to lose. She ranks second on the beauty list, with suitors aplenty, and now that you have drawn the Qingyuan sword, how could Lu Wanfan possibly disregard her promise?" Su Zheng could feel the various glares directed at him. Just moments ago, the vice dean had stated that he had awakened his innate sword body with the aid of the Qingyuan sword, a divine body that is quite formidable and exists only in legend. Su Zheng nodded, having not anticipated a sudden awakening of the innate sword body. Originally, according to the Guardian's account, by cultivating the 9 turns swallowing heaven technique and reaching a certain height, he would have the opportunity to condense the swallowing divine body. Now that he has awakened his innate sword body, he wondered if he could still condense the swallowing divine body in the future to Su Shuedi. "I am Lin Langtian, and I formally challenge you. Senior Lin, why not let me have this opportunity? I shall challenge him. He is hardly worthy of Sister Lu. Indeed, how could someone who relies on his status to gain entry to the inner courtyard be deserving of Sister Lu? You seek death." Immediately restraining Lin Fanning, Su Zheng smiled. "Cousin, there is no need to be angry. Can you endure this? It was merely envy and jealousy. Why become enraged?" After speaking, Su Zheng took Lin Fanning's hand and turned to leave, choosing to ignore the crowd. Such arrogance incited fury among the onlookers. Yet due to the backing of Lin Fanning, they dared not voice their anger, only watching helplessly as Su Zheng departed, half-step divine demon. Had he not taken the back door, he would not even qualify for entry into the inner courtyard. However, his grandmother was indeed the dean of our academy, granting him this privilege. All things considered, even though Su Zheng entered the inner courtyard through connections, he had indeed awakened his innate sword body and drawn the Qingyuan sword. Such talent is rare within the entire academy. It is believed that it will not be long before Su Zheng becomes a formidable figure in the inner courtyard. In the inner courtyard, all students are assigned independent cave dwellings. For martial artists, a tranquil environment for cultivation is of utmost importance. "Cousin, why don't you arrange for me a new residence?" "Why, this area is occupied by female students. It is rather inappropriate for me, a man, to reside here. Each student possesses an independent cave dwelling. You will not be sharing a cave with them, so do not feel uncomfortable. Grandma is in seclusion and cannot attend to you, but she instructed me to look after you diligently." Feeling quite vexed, Su Zheng seemed to wish to say more, but was directly interrupted by Lin Fanning. When Lin Fanning led Su Zheng into the female student area, it was a place designated for female students, and no male student was permitted to enter. "You get out?" Yet Lin Fanning coldly stated, "He is my cousin Su Zheng. The dean has already agreed that he shall reside with me in the same cave dwelling, and no one is permitted to object. Those who are dissatisfied may confront the dean directly." Everyone in the academy was aware of Lin Fannin's status. Moreover, this matter was personally instructed by the dean, who would dare to confront her. What is going on with Lin Fannin? She knows the academy's rules. Perhaps it is due to her grandmother's special reasons that in any case, we all have our independent cave dwellings, so it does not affect us. If this matter causes her displeasure, it is not worth it. Though I say this, I still feel uncomfortable inside that Su Zheng remained silent. Once his grandmother emerged from seclusion, he would definitely speak to her about this matter. He could not remain here, no matter what. With me around, you need not feel any burden. Just follow me. Inside the cave dwelling, upon hearing of your arrival, I had someone carve out a new cave for you overnight. Please see if you find it to your liking. The entire cave was divided into two parts, with Su Zheng's section on the left, furnished simply with a bed and a table, and a faint scent of sandalwood wafting through. Not bad. You should rest for now. Tomorrow, I will take you to exchange for martial techniques and divine abilities. After Lin Fannin departed, Su Zheng immediately sat cross-legged, allowing his consciousness to enter the swallowing tomb within him. Bing Huang, I wish to inquire. Having just awakened my innate sword body, will I still have the opportunity to condense the swallowing divine body in the future? This was Su Zheng's greatest concern. Master, 6 years ago, when you began nurturing the swallowing tomb, I had already detected the innate sword body hidden within you. At that time, I temporarily sealed it to assist you in condensing the swallowing divine body in the future. Are you saying I still have the chance to condense the swallowing divine body? Of course, the awakening of your innate sword body will not hinder your possession of other divine bodies. As for condensing the swallowing divine body in the future, it is also considered an acquired divine body. However, I will seek opportunities to help you advance to the innate swallowing divine body. That is good to hear that Su Zheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. The next day, in the early morning. Bang! Hearing a knock at the door, Su Zheng slowly opened his eyes, stood up, and opened the door to find Lu Wanfan standing outside. Yes, there's something you need, Sister Lu. I wish to speak with you. Please come in. Lu Wanfan entered directly, and after sitting down, her voice turned icy. Su Zheng, since you have successfully drawn the Qinghuan sword, I shall uphold my promise. However, your cultivation is far too low. Only when your realm surpasses mine will you be qualified to be my Dao partner. Sister Lu, my ability to draw the Qinghuan sword is entirely due to the awakening of my innate sword body. There is no necessity for you to honor your promise that I can consider it null and void. Are you refusing? Indeed. This took Lu Wanfan by surprise, as she held complete confidence in her appearance, ranking second on the beauty list and with suitors in abundance. Had this been anyone else, they would likely believe they had struck gold. Casting a fierce glare at Su Zheng, Lu Wanfan stood up, coldly stating, whether you accept or not is your own affair. I will be responsible for my promise. When you surpass me in martial arts, I will announce to the entire academy that you are the man of Lu Wanfan. Before Su Zheng could say more, Lu Wanfan had already turned to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Su Zheng let out a deep sigh. Lin Fannin, hiding outside the door, entered with a hand over her mouth, stifling a giggle. Xiao Zheng, she said, I can't help but suspect that you are playing hard to get, although I find Lu Wanshan rather disagreeable. I must admit she is undeniably beautiful, possessing exceptional talent, appearance, and character that entirely befit you. Not wishing to dwell on the matter further, Su Zheng replied, Cousin, didn't you say yesterday that you would take me to Taichu Pavilion today to select martial arts techniques and divine powers? Let us go. Lin Fannin could tell that her cousin was genuinely reluctant to accept Lu Wanshan, evidently still wounded by old sentiments. Taichu Pavilion is a repository for various martial arts and divine techniques within the academy, where all students must exchange points for access. He truly Lin's senior cousin, the one who awakened the innate sword body, a half-step divine demon. I heard the dean personally instructed that he could enter the inner courtyard through the back door to cultivate directly. This world is all about leveraging one's connections. With a fierce glare at the murmuring crowd around, Lin Fannin said impatiently, Xiao Zheng, as you can see, many are quite critical of your early entrance into the inner courtyard. Therefore, you must diligently cultivate to achieve foundational establishment as soon as possible. Before Su Zheng could respond, a voice interrupted, Su Xueti, I am Wang Kai, a student of the inner courtyard and a suitor of Lu Xuejia. And I hereby challenge you." Wang Kai brandished his sword, pointing it at Su Zheng with a provocative demeanor. "Wang Kai, are you itching for a fight? Very well, I accept your challenge." It was clear that Wang Kai was intimidated by Lin Fanyin, his face reflecting bitter resignation. "Lin Xuejia, I do not envy his privilege, but I cannot accept that he can draw the Qinghuan sword." "Then why don't you try to draw it?" "I cannot." "How dare you even speak?" Lin Fanyin was at a loss for words, while Wang Kai mockingly retorted, "Su Zheng, although you have the backing to enter the inner courtyard early, we all wish to see your true strength and whether you are worthy of your status. If you dare not accept the challenge, you might as well leave the inner courtyard and return when you have reached the foundational divine demon realm." Pulling Lin Fanyin along, Su Zheng chuckled and shook his head. "Since this senior holds me in such high regard, it would be ungrateful to refuse. Are you capable? Cousin, for a man, one must be capable." Stepping forward, Su Zheng smiled and said, "Wang Xuedi, please. Are you truly accepting the challenge?" "Does Wang Xuedi not dare? I will show no mercy." As soon as the words left his lips, Wang Kai advanced swiftly, the chilling sword energy surging like a tempest towards Su Zheng, with his cultivation at the second level of foundational divine demon realm. Wang Kai clearly underestimated Su Zheng. This lad has quite the audacity, but what does that matter? With the gap between a half-step divine demon and a foundational divine demon, he likely wouldn't last 3 moves. I beg to differ. He is not a fool that if he lacked confidence, how could he dare accept the challenge? After all, should he be humiliated, it would reflect poorly on Lin Fanyin as well. He did not even resort to the reincarnation sword. At the moment when the sword energy was about to strike, Su Zheng suddenly unleashed the demonic flame palm, a technique he had comprehended from the demonic flame pool, the first time he would employ it. With empty hands meeting the blade, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, dozens of sword energies were shattered by the domineering palm print. Wang Kai, who had been brimming with confidence, trembled at this sight. Quickly regaining his composure as he wielded his sword once more, wave-cutting sword form. One sword transformed into 100, layers upon layers, forming a tidal assault. Yet, Su Zheng had already advanced to the half-step divine demon realm. And the demonic flame palm, derived from the ancient ferocious beast, the demonic flame tiger, allowed him to shift his form like a specter. With one palm strike, the sky was filled with palm prints that completely enveloped the sword energy. The domineering palm print forcefully shattered the 100 overlapping sword energies. Before Wang Kai could react, Su Zheng's figure appeared before him in an instant. Without granting Wang Kai any opportunity to speak, Su Zheng unleashed the demonic flame palm once more, striking Wang Kai's shoulder with great force. Utilizing his palms like fists, he began to rain down blows, one punch after another, yet carefully controlling the force. After all, they were in the academy, and he could not truly harm a fellow student. He had to maintain face for his grandmother, yet the message Su Zheng conveyed was clear. He intended to set an example. Otherwise, if every Tom, Dick, and Harry challenged him, he would be beset by trouble. Swallowing hard, the onlookers' faces were painted with shock and disbelief. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they would hardly have believed the scene unfolding before them. How utterly fierce! He has wholly inherited the ferocity and dominance of the 2 Lin generals. And no wonder he dared to accept Wang Kai's challenge. It seems he possesses genuine confidence in his strength. Awakening the innate sword body, no wonder the dean allowed him early access to the inner courtyard. It appears not merely a matter of privilege, but his own prowess is considerable. Once he truly establishes his foundation and breaks through to the divine demon realm, he could likely achieve invincibility at the same level. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Whether it is exaggerated will be revealed in time. However, Wang Kai is indeed unfortunate, as Su Zheng clearly aimed to set an example and intimidate others who might consider challenging or provoking him. The sounds of anguished cries echoed, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, leaving the crowd astounded. The dignified inner courtyard student of the foundational divine demon realm was utterly defenseless against a half-step divine demon. Wang Kai likely never anticipated this, having no chance to regret his choices. With each punch landing heavily upon Wang Kai, Su Zheng showed no mercy. Setting an example would save him much unnecessary trouble in the future. Only when Wang Kai lay unconscious did Su Zheng finally relent, smiling as he said, "My apologies. I truly did not expect him to be this weak. I may have been a bit heavy-handed." "Su Xueti, have you gone too far? Even if Wang Kai challenged you, you need not resort to such measures." Choosing to ignore the remark, Su Zheng ambled toward the Taichu pavilion. Everyone made way, fearing that he might suddenly turn his aggression toward them. The ferocity Su Zheng had just displayed indeed intimidated many. Even though they knew he was merely a half-step divine demon, they still dared not approach. Inside the Taichu pavilion, rows of bookshelves stood meticulously arranged. Each martial arts technique and divine power enveloped in a mist, requiring points for acquisition. Xiao Zheng, while you can exchange infinitely, do not be greedy that I understand. Su Zheng certainly grasped his cousin's intent, sauntering lazily. He glanced at the various martial arts and divine powers on the shelf. As he approached the innermost section, preparing to turn a corner, Su Zheng abruptly halted, his gaze fixated on a tattered tome resting on the deepest shelf, dust covering its surface, indicating it had long been untouched. This is the incomplete sword technique known as the reincarnation sword technique, and my grandmother once mentioned that this technique is divided into upper and lower sections. Unfortunately, only the outline and lower section are present here, rendering the upper section incomplete and impossible to cultivate. Taking out his identity jade token, he eagerly placed it upon the shelf. As the mist dissipated, Su Zheng hurriedly retrieved the ancient book, flipping to the first page where the words reincarnation sword technique were prominently inscribed. At last, I have found it. When my grandfather obtained the reincarnation sword, he also acquired the upper section of the reincarnation sword technique. Without the outline and lower section, the sword could not unleash its full combat potential. Who would have thought that the complete outline and lower section of the sword technique would be located in Taichu Academy? Xiao Zheng, I already told you that this reincarnation sword technique is incomplete. Even if you exchange for it, you will be unable to cultivate it. Why waste your time? Lin Fanning was somewhat anxious, not wishing for her cousin to engage in fruitless efforts. There were many martial arts available in Taichu Pavilion, and there was no need to pursue a technique known to be untrainable. Su Zheng did not respond, continuing to flip through the pages. As he finished perusing the ancient book, all the contents inscribed within imprinted themselves in his mind, seamlessly merging with the previously acquired upper section of the sword technique. Buzz! The reincarnation sword materialized in his hand. Gently closing his eyes, Su Zheng entered a unique state of cultivation. Sudden enlightenment. Lin Fanning appeared quite astonished. She had not anticipated that her cousin, who had just exchanged for the sword technique, would directly enter a state of sudden enlightenment. Instantly, she turned alert, for martial artists, such moments of enlightenment were profoundly significant and should never be disturbed. Even in this esteemed academy, one must remain vigilant against unforeseen occurrences. Suddenly, the innate sword body within Su Zheng erupted with a terrifying sword intent that surged toward the heavens, as if it sought to tear apart the layers of clouds. The overwhelming aura of destruction was such that even Lin Fanning could not help but retreat in alarm. What is happening? Enlightenment. You mean Su Zheng has attained enlightenment? Indeed, I am utterly envious. The state of enlightenment is something many martial artists aspire to attain. Unfortunately, not everyone possesses the fortune to reach such a state. It seems that after this enlightenment, Su Zheng will soon be able to establish his foundation. Such envy. However, enlightenment is not something that can be envied at all. The sword energy permeated the air, causing the entire Taichu pavilion to come alive with fervor. Buzz, buzz, waves of sword energy surged forth from Su Zheng, akin to 1,000 troops trampling across a vast battlefield, the tsunami-like sword intent sweeping through the layers of space. Amidst the astonishment of all present, the innate sword body within Su Zheng broke free, a towering phantom of a sword standing proudly between heaven and earth. Vice President, who has stirred this heavenly phenomenon? The Academy head's grandson, Su Zheng, has just entered the Academy. All the teachers and students rushed from all directions, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. They understood all too well what it meant to provoke such a heavenly phenomenon. My sword. Qingluan, what are you doing? At the same time, every student in the Taichu Academy holding a sword found themselves unable to suppress it, as if compelled by an unseen force, including Lu Wanshan's sword. One by one, swords flew towards the Taichu pavilion, hovering around it, yielding to the towering sword phantom. Under the oppressive sword intent of the towering phantom, all swords obediently floated, as if vassals bowing before their sovereign. Is this what the vice president spoke of as the innate sword body? Truly a legendary divine body, capable of invoking a heavenly phenomenon during enlightenment. All swords chose to submit before the innate sword body. Henceforth, with the innate sword body within him, Su Zheng could traverse the path of the sword with ease. Lu Wanshan, who had arrived, was equally astounded by the scene before her. Her Qingwan sword now completely submissive to the towering sword phantom. Docile and respectful, that my sword path has been suppressed, that I cannot mobilize the sword power within me. All students who practiced the sword path found themselves utterly subdued at this moment. In a confrontation, they would have already lost purely based on sword momentum. Su Zheng, using his innate sword body as a foundation, entered a state of enlightenment, comprehending the complete reincarnation sword technique, tightly gripping the reincarnation sword in his hand. At that moment, Su Zheng's body suddenly manifested numerous phantoms, beginning to evolve around the towering sword phantom. What sword technique is this? It's so profound that I cannot comprehend it. The vice president, equally astounded, could not recognize the phantoms emerging from the void, which were indeed manifestations of the reincarnation sword technique. After all the moves of the reincarnation sword technique were performed once, the heavens and earth erupted with a deafening explosion, and the towering sword phantom began to shatter inch by inch. Then, a larger-than-life phantom of Su Zheng suddenly coalesced in the void. Sitting cross-legged, surrounded by surging sword intent, countless swords began to roar towards the heavens. Vice President, is he truly the Academy head's grandson? Su Zheng, a prodigy of unparalleled talent, destined to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts in the wilderness within a century. What does he intend to do? To draw the sword energy of heaven and earth into his body. Sword energy foundation building. All the teachers were utterly dumbfounded, including the students who heard this, their faces filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment as they gazed at the scene in the void. Entering enlightenment and establishing a foundation with sword energy to impact the divine and demonic realm. Such a foundation had never been witnessed before, not only in the Taichu Academy, but throughout the entire wilderness. It was unprecedented. The phantom sat cross-legged, and within Su Zheng, the 9-turn swallowing heaven technique began to operate autonomously. Centered around Su Zheng, it started to frantically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, gradually forming a colossal cocoon of spiritual energy. In a mere half an hour, the sword energy cocoon shattered, and the immense phantom disappeared. Su Zheng, who had entered enlightenment, slowly opened his eyes. The tattered ancient book in his hand crumbled into pieces. Only then did he comprehend the sheer dominance of the reincarnation sword technique he had successfully integrated. Xiao Zheng, are you all right? I'm fine. Did you successfully establish your foundation? Just a stroke of luck. That stroke of luck will surely make many envious. Su Zheng, come with me. Upon hearing the vice president's voice, Lin Fanning initially intended to follow Su Zheng, but was halted by the vice president. Grandpa Qi, you mustn't bully Xiao Zheng. You little girl, don't speak nonsense. Lin Fanning stuck out her tongue at Qiyin, well aware that the vice president would not trouble Su Zheng. Most likely, it was regarding the heavenly phenomenon triggered by his recent enlightenment that in the pavilion, please take a seat. Su Zheng, showing no signs of politeness, sat down and asked, Vice President, do you have something to discuss with me? Indeed, you have awakened the legendary innate sword body, and with sword energy foundation building, you may enter the sword burial tomb for tempering ahead of time. I have never heard my cousin mention this. She does not possess the qualifications to enter. This revelation surprised Su Zheng, considering his cousin's unique status. Surely, if it would benefit her training, his grandmother would facilitate her entry. When the academy head discovered the sword burial tomb and established the Taichu Academy around it, the royal family had intended to seize control, but was preempted by the academy head. The prerequisite for entering the sword burial tomb is to condense a golden core. Only through sword energy tempering can one qualify. I see. Vice President, when may I enter the sword burial tomb? Anytime. Hearing this, Su Zheng appeared quite eager. As long as he could swiftly enhance his cultivation, he was keen to try, and with the vice president's approval. He yearned to proceed to the sword burial tomb immediately. You may directly seek out Lu Girl. She will guide you to the sword burial tomb. Su Zheng rose and bowed, saying, "Thank you, Vice President. I shall take my leave now. Go ahead." Observing Su Zheng's departing figure, Qi Yin stroked his beard, nodding with satisfaction, and remarked, "It seems I have underestimated this lad. Our Taichu Academy is finally about to produce a top-tier genius." Upon returning to his residence, "What did the Vice President want with you?" "He instructed me to go to the sword burial tomb." "Impossible. To cultivate within the sword burial tomb, one must condense a golden core. You have only just established your foundation. How could you possibly qualify to enter the sword burial tomb?" Seeing Su Zheng remain silent, merely smiling, Lin Fanning snorted heavily. Angered, "Old Qi is being unfair. I have asked him numerous times. Yet he has never permitted me to enter the sword burial tomb, and you have only just established your foundation." Growing increasingly irate, Lin Fanning turned and stormed off, declaring, "I shall confront Old Qi now." "Cousin, where does Lu Shuejie reside?" "Take a left at the cave exit and continue straight. The ice blue cave is hers." Su Zheng intended to continue speaking. He noticed his cousin had already vanished. Shaking his head in resignation, Su Zheng could only rise and depart. Leaving the cave, taking a left turn, Su Zheng walked straight ahead, passing by dozens of caves until he spotted an ice blue cave, adorned with a vividly lifelike sculpture of a Qingwan outside. Is Lu Shuejie home? "I need to discuss something with you." Huffed. I thought he truly disliked Lu Wanshan. It turns out he was just playing hard to get. "I told you, no man is trustworthy, yet you all refused to believe me. Previously, he outright rejected Lu Shuejie, and I thought he was different from other men. Now it seems I was mistaken. Lu Wanshan ranks second on the beauty list. What man could refuse her? Unless he isn't a man at all. Just look at him now, standing outside like a dog, all eager." Choosing to ignore the chatter behind him, Su Zheng focused on the cave before him, just as he was about to leave. Thinking Lu Wanshan was not present, he heard, "What do you want?" "I would like to trouble Lu Shuejie to take me to the sword burial tomb." "What do you need to go to the sword burial tomb for?" "The Vice President has allowed me to enter the sword burial tomb for tempering ahead of time." Somewhat surprised, Lu Wanshan understood the Vice President's intentions. After all, Su Zheng had awakened his innate sword body, making an early journey to the burial sword tomb the wisest choice. Lu Wanfan nodded in agreement, not refusing, and inquired, "Shall we go now?" "Indeed." "Then follow me." Observing the departing figure, many were left in a state of disbelief. Had I misheard? He actually wishes for Senior Lu to accompany him to the burial sword tomb. If my memory serves me right, the Academy has explicit regulations. Only those who can condense a golden core and refine their sword energy are qualified to enter the burial sword tomb. Despite his ability to summon phenomena from heaven and earth, he has merely just established his foundation. How could he be deemed worthy of entering the burial sword tomb directly? It is merely due to his grandmother being the Academy's headmistress that he enjoys such privilege. If one had such a powerful ally as a grandmother, they too could gain early access to the burial sword tomb. It is utterly unfair. Fairness, it is an impossibility in any realm. Envy brewed among the students. For every scholar in the Academy yearned to enter the burial sword tomb for cultivation. Alas, the rigorous assessments made it exceedingly difficult to gain entry. Along the way, inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from Lu Wanfan, Su Zheng asked, "Have you ever entered the burial sword tomb?" "I have." "What was it like?" "Quite remarkable." "Were there any dangers?" "Indeed, no wonder the Academy imposed restrictions on entering the burial sword tomb, if it were devoid of peril. Surely the Academy would allow everyone to freely enter for cultivation. Oh, you know why the Vice Principal has permitted you to enter the burial sword tomb in advance. Are you aware of the reason? Utilizing the power of the burial sword tomb to temper you is one aspect, but the more critical reason is likely to allow you to explore whether there are any opportunities within the tomb. I do not quite understand your meaning. It is simple. When the headmaster acquired the burial sword tomb, he sensed a powerful aura within it. Yet over the years, no one has been able to uncover it. Then I shall have to rely on luck. As they spoke, the two had arrived before the burial sword tomb. A stone door, inscribed with peculiar patterns, stood ajar, with an elderly man reclining before it. Elderling, the vice principal, instructed me to bring Su Zheng in early. Elderling glanced at Su Zheng, lazily stretching his limbs, and nodded, saying, "Innate sword body. Very well. You may enter. Lu girl, are you not going in?" "I will accompany him. Remember, the burial sword tomb is currently quite unstable. Should anything unexpected occur, you must exit immediately without delay." "Understood." As Su Zheng stepped inside, a chilling and ancient aura enveloped him, causing him to involuntarily shiver. The entire space of the tomb resembled a vast sepulchre, littered with remnants of swords, each unique and mesmerizing. Frowning, Lu Wanfan drew closer to Su Zheng, gripping her Qingwan sword, and stated, "Elderling has already mentioned that the current burial sword tomb is highly unstable. Should anything arise, you must remember to leave with me immediately." "Understood." Firmly clutching the reincarnation sword, Su Zheng vigilantly scanned his surroundings. He sensed an unusual reaction from his innate sword body, attempting to activate the reincarnation sword technique. The sword slipped from his grip, piercing through layers of void and ascending into the clouds. Buzz, the sword sang fiercely, and the domineering reincarnation sword energy surged outward, rippling like a tsunami, causing the already unstable space to ripple and undulate. "Have you gone mad? If we are here, we must take the chance, but we cannot be reckless. Senior Lu, you should leave. I can manage alone." "Himph." With a heavy snort, Lu Wanfan refused to depart, her face etched with concern as she watched the reincarnation sword above them, its roar reverberating through her very being. That moment, all the remnants of swords within the burial sword tomb responded with a chorus of sword chants, as if a pack of wolves were besieging a fierce tiger. The overwhelming sword intent clashing incessantly. "Leave." Lu Wanfan did not respond, her resolute gaze revealing everything. She was not one to abandon her companions in the face of danger, and moreover, with Su Zheng successfully drawing forth the Qingwan sword. Regardless of her inner hesitations, Su Zheng had become her destined martial partner, an immutable truth that a storm of remnants surged towards Su Zheng and Lu Wanfan. Turning sharply, Su Zheng noticed Lu Wanfan's unwavering presence, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes. Yet he could not allow her to remain. That it was far too perilous. He needed to uncover the opportunities within the burial sword tomb. Seizing the moment while Lu Wanfan's attention was entirely consumed by the storm of remnants, Su Zheng suddenly placed his left hand on her back. "Do not come any closer." "Leave." "Su Zheng, how dare you?" Before Lu Wanfan could react, she was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, ejected from the burial sword tomb. "Lu girl, you cannot enter again." Just as Lu Wanfan prepared to step back into the tomb, Elder Ling intervened, blocking her path. "Elder Ling, Su Zheng is still inside. I am aware. Let me in. Know the storm of remnants was something Su Zheng could not withstand alone. After all, he was the headmaster's beloved grandson. If anything were to happen to him inside the burial sword tomb, how would one explain it to the headmaster and the vice principal? Elder Ling shook his head, his expression grave. The burial sword tomb is inherently unstable, and with the sudden emergence of the storm of remnants, it is impossible for either of us to enter. Even if the headmaster were present, it would be futile. That we can only hope that young Su is blessed with good fortune. Blocked from entry. Lu Wanfan gripped her Qingwan sword tightly, understanding Elder Ling's intent. Even if she were to enter now, she could not assist Su Zheng and might even lose her own life, rendering her presence futile. The swirling storm of remnants engulfed Su Zheng, accompanied by the roars of swords. The reincarnation sword descended from above, landing steadily in Su Zheng's grasp. Activating the reincarnation sword technique, Su Zheng began to spin, using himself as the center while swiftly wielding the reincarnation sword, forming a protective barrier of sword energy against the storm of remnants. Bang! Bang! The sword energies clashed violently, and as he endured the onslaught, Su Zheng's lips bled, his complexion paling, yet he did not yield an inch. Immediately, he summoned 9 soul-binding nails, driving them into the surrounding space, and hurled the god-slaying coffin toward the ground with all his might. With a thunderous explosion, the hundreds of remnants shattered, revealing a myriad of vast cocoons of sword intent that loomed before Su Zheng. In the next moment, all remnants began to emit a chorus of sword chants. As the space around them began to warp, slowly forming an ancient realm, as if transcending infinite epochs of reincarnation. The god-slaying coffin and soul-binding nails returned to his hands, yet Su Zheng's focus remained fixed on the colossal sword that spanned the heavens. The terrifying sword intent washing over him like a tidal wave. Amidst the multitude of beings, as martial arts flourish, I stand at the pinnacle, wielding the will of heaven, commanding the cycle of life and death. Today, you are fortunate to arrive here. You may have the honor to inherit my legacy. Kneel, Buzz. Su Zheng felt the reincarnation sword in his hand, emanating a terrifying sword chant, roaring defiantly at the towering sword before him. Ancestor of reincarnation, you and your 9 companions once banded together to slay me, yet you met your demise in the process. I truly wish to ask, was it worth it? The reincarnation sword responded with an even more resounding sword chant. As if conveying to the colossal sword, I have no regrets. It was worth it. Young one, you have obtained a reincarnation sword. I hold no grudge against you that if you are willing to kneel and accept the inheritance. I shall be your master, and you will become the sovereign of this realm. You consent. The sword chant from the reincarnation sword made Su Zheng acutely aware of the profound request. Gripping the sword tightly, pointing it toward the immense sword, Su Zheng coldly declared, since I have acquired the reincarnation sword, I am its new master. Your so-called acceptance of martial arts is merely a guise to seek a vessel for your eventual possession. Do you dare to refuse me? What is there to fear? You are no different than the others. If you seek death, I shall oblige. As the words fell, the colossal sword emitted an ear-piercing hum, as if it sought to rend the very essence of its being. Before Su Zheng could muster a defense, the reincarnation sword slipped from his grasp, cleaving through the void towards the towering sword. In the instant of collision between the reincarnation sword and the immense blade, an unfathomably vast black cauldron erupted from within the giant sword, clashing fiercely with it. Young one, if you assist me in subduing the slaughtering Tao cauldron and the reincarnation sword, I can assure you that I shall never devour you, and may even aid you in becoming the ruler of this continent. I am the Tao of heaven, eternal and indestructible. Should you refuse my aid, I shall ensure that you are suppressed for eternity, never to reincarnate. Su Zheng discerned that even with the combined might of sword and cauldron, they could not utterly annihilate the colossal sword. In such circumstances, should he intervene, he understood that should he take action, his fate would be uncertain. Faced with the blatant threat posed by the immense sword, Su Zheng's gaze suddenly turned cold, leading him to a resolute decision. Root out the problem. Kill. 9 soul-biting nails materialized in his hand, and without a moment's hesitation, he hurled them towards the massive sword before him. You dare to strike at me. The more enraged his opponent became, the more confidence Su Zheng felt in his actions. The 9 soul-biting nails were swiftly embedded into the colossal sword, unleashing a wretched roar that echoed through the that moment. The so-called slaughtering Tao cauldron exuded a terrifying power, forming an ethereal figure that spanned the heavens, surrounded by the rhythm of reincarnation. With intense focus, he embraced the essence of the great reincarnation technique. Su Zheng closed his eyes, merging his spirit with the vast, ethereal figure, jointly channeling the so-called great reincarnation technique. The reincarnation sword was gently held in the hands of the towering apparition as it swung fiercely towards the immense sword. I am the progenitor of reincarnation. I shall not perish. I possess 8 remnants of my former spirit. As long as one of these remnants finds a suitable successor, I can once again walk the earth, and one day, you shall all regret your actions. With a defiant roar, the colossal sword was cleaved in twain, its fragments scattering into the void, never to be seen again. His spirit merged into the reincarnation sword. Su Zheng gazed upon the middle-aged man before him, surmising that this individual was likely the former master of the reincarnation sword. I am the progenitor of reincarnation. What is your name? I am Su Zheng, the junior, honored to meet the progenitor. The man nodded and replied, My spirit has been entirely extinguished. What remains within the reincarnation sword is but a trace of my essence, which will soon dissipate. Listen carefully. The martial arts of this continent have evolved over countless ages. gradually forming rules that culminated in the Tao of Heaven, which presides over the life and death of all beings that we, 9 in total, transcended the limits of martial arts to reach the progenitor realm. Yet we remain unable to contend with the Tao of Heaven. In a twist of fate, we acquired 9 slaughtering Tao cauldrons, and together we vanquished the Tao of Heaven. Yet we could not destroy its foundation. In desperation, we utilized the last remnants of our spirits to shatter the Tao of Heaven, sealing its essence within the cauldrons scattered across the continent. You have just harnessed your strength to obliterate this remnant of the Tao of Heaven. The other 8 remnants remain sealed across the land, that I hope you can locate them and eradicate all remnants of spirit. Senior, how can I locate the other seals? This is the slaughtering Tao cauldron. Once you truly master it, you may be able to sense the presence of the other cauldrons. That I understand this task is daunting, but I beseech you on behalf of the entire continent. The progenitor of reincarnation bowed deeply to Su Zheng, letting out a sigh. To be saluted by the most formidable warrior in existence. Su Zheng could only respond, Senior, I will do my utmost to locate them. Thank you. As he spoke, the slaughtering Tao cauldron, the reincarnation sword, and the 9 soul-biting nails returned to Su Zheng's hands. Devote yourself to comprehending the great reincarnation technique. Mastering it will allow you to break the shackles of this continent. Before Su Zheng could pose any further inquiries, the ethereal figure of the progenitor gradually faded from view. Gazing at the slaughtering Tao cauldron in his hands, Su Zheng comprehended the magnitude of the challenge ahead. Even if he could successfully locate the slaughtering Tao cauldron, a single failure would leave him with no chance of redemption. As the progenitor of reincarnation vanished, the surrounding space returned to the sword-burying grave. All remnants of the swords returned to their original places, settling into an eerie tranquility, as if nothing had occurred. Initially, Su Zheng intended to remain in the sword-burying grave to hone his body. But he was interrupted by the arrival of Elder Ling and the vice president. What transpired? My innate sword body triggered an attack from the remnants in the sword-burying grave, but ultimately, I subdued them with my innate sword body. What of your injuries? No matter, Vice President. May I remain here? Leave for now. Await my message. Without allowing Su Zheng to continue, Lu Wanfan forcibly pulled him away. Su Zheng refrained from revealing the matters concerning the progenitor and the Tao of Heaven to the Vice President. Not out of distrust, but due to the gravity of the situation, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications. Humph. As they exited the sword-burying grave, Lu Wanfan violently shook off Su Zheng's hand, her voice icy. If you dare act thus again, I shall kill you. Sister Lu, I possess an innate sword body. The remnants in the sword-burying grave cannot harm me. However, your situation is different. Remaining here offers you no advantages. I shall not repeat myself, Su Zheng nodded, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. When the time came, he would act decisively as needed. Under the blazing sun, Su Zheng had just received word from Taichu City that General Lin's grandson publicly defied the imperial edict at the city gates, rejecting a royal marriage proposal. General Lin's grandson, is that not Su Zheng, who awakened the innate sword body and stirred the heavens? Indeed, it is he. Refusing a royal marriage. That is a rejection of Princess An Huang. Is he out of his mind? Although An Huang did not make the list of the most beautiful, the entire academy knows that it is not out of unwillingness to rank her, but fear. Those who dare rank her shall face death. This is no idle threat. Princess An Huang has already advanced to the second layer of the Yuaning realm, in terms of beauty, status, talent, and martial prowess. She surpasses the entire dynasty, and no one in the academy can rival her. Su Zheng actually rejected her. How impressive. Has Princess An Huang returned? She has returned, bringing with her a wealth of exotic divine demon essence. Now, this will be interesting that in the circular structure, the Academy's largest training ground was filled to the brim for Qin Qian's public lecture. Whether out of genuine interest in attending or merely to witness her unparalleled beauty, the vast training ground was packed. Xiao Zheng. Not only is Teacher Qin ranked first on the beauty list, but she has also broken through to the 6th layer of the Tao Palace realm. She holds public lectures only once a month. Cousin, since Teacher Qin is my mentor, I can attend her classes at any time. Why waste time at a public lecture? with a fierce glare at Su Zheng. Lin Fanning chose not to answer, instead whispering, "And I Huang has returned." "What is her return to me? You truly have a large heart." And I Huang is completely unaware of the royal marriage proposal. She has been hunting foreign demons for the past 6 months. Upon her return, she successfully condensed her Yuan Ying and has broken through to the second layer of the Yuan Ying realm. D. Will you think she will let your public defiance go unpunished? Hearing this, Su Zheng was somewhat taken aback, but he understood well that within the academy, the second layer of the Yuan Ying realm would likely rank among the top 3. Such talent and status indeed warranted pride. Are you curious why an I Huang did not make the beauty list? Before Su Zheng could respond, Lin Fanning continued, because an I Huang refuses to be ranked by filthy men. She has declared that anyone who dares rank her shall face death. Who would dare provoke her, given her status as a princess? A gentle breeze wafted through. Look, Princess an I Huang is here. At that moment, a tall and stunning beauty strode in, her skin as smooth and fair as snow. Cascading blue hair flowing down her back, eyes like polished jade, exuding an air of coolness. Her cherry-red lips were naturally alluring, and 2 strands of hair fluttered gently against her face. Teacher Qin has pressing matters today. The public lecture is cancelled. All may engage in their own activities. Having spoken, an I Huang's gaze turned towards Su Zheng. Amidst the astonished crowd, an I Huang approached Su Zheng directly. "Xiao Zheng, do you think an I Huang is here to seek you out?" "I believe it should be so. I don't need to think. It simply is." Lin Fanning immediately rose and distanced herself, as she and an I Huang had grown up together, bound by sisterly affection. Initially, she thought her cousin would accept the arranged marriage, thus becoming an I Huang's elder cousin, but instead, her cousin publicly defied the imperial edict outside the city, rejecting the marriage. "You are Su Zheng, the grandson of General Lin? Indeed, I heard from my father that you publicly opposed the imperial decree regarding the marriage." "That is correct. Opposing the decree is one thing, and rejecting the marriage is another, but shouldn't you handle it discreetly, rather than making a public spectacle of it? I had no choice if I did not refuse. I would have to accept the imperial order, and if that were the case, it would be exceedingly troublesome to reject it later." An I Huang exuded an aura as frigid as an iceberg, her striking azure eyes devoid of any discernible emotion, her voice chillingly cold as she declared, "From this moment on, whoever can sever his tongue and shatter his limbs shall have the opportunity to pursue me." This proclamation sent shockwaves through the crowd. As they watched her turn away, murmurs of astonishment filled the air. How ruthless, of course, as the princess of the dynasty and the most beautiful woman in the realm. With unparalleled beauty, talent, and family background in the wilderness, an I Huang could not possibly let Su Zheng off lightly after he publicly rejected her. Alas, with Su Zheng's stature, who would dare to lay a hand on him? His grandfather is the notorious general of the dynasty, and his grandmother is the head of the Taichu Academy. With such backing, it is already commendable that he does not seek revenge on others. Su Zheng, equally astonished, shook his head helplessly and remarked, "Cousin, does she really need to go this far? I stand by an I Huang on this matter. Your actions are indeed excessive, yet I find myself powerless. You're simply too reckless. Even if you are unwilling, there is no need to publicly refuse the marriage. She is a girl, and you've made her a laughingstock in the dynasty. She will undoubtedly seek revenge on you." Seeing Su Zheng's indifferent expression, Lin Fanning kicked him sharply from behind. "To refuse an I Huang while accepting Lu Wanshan is truly shameless." With a resigned shrug, Su Zheng replied, "Cousin, I have not accepted Lu Xuejia. As for the matter regarding the Qingwan sword, I will find an opportunity to clarify it with her later." Lin Fanning sighed with concern. "Xiao Zheng, I understand that you have been betrayed by women in the past. But since you have taken your revenge, you must look forward, rather than rejecting all women due to past hurts. Cousin, I only wish to focus on my training. Matters of love can unfold naturally." Just then, I received news that Teacher Qin has unexpectedly canceled her public class today due to having accidentally absorbed the essence of an ancient blood abyss python, resulting in a backlash, although she has managed to suppress it each time. This time it seems particularly fierce, and Teacher Qin is unable to contain it, risking imminent backlash. What is Teacher Qin's current condition? Extremely precarious. "Xiao Zheng, we must go see Teacher Qin," without inquiring whether Su Zheng was willing. Lin Fanning forcibly dragged him away from the training ground. The academy's teachers each have their own independent secluded chambers, which are remarkably tranquil at this moment. Outside the chamber, students were gathered, all wearing anxious expressions as they looked toward the chamber. While the vice principal and many teachers had personally arrived, the vice principal emerged. "Grandpa Qi, how is Teacher Qin?" "Alas," with a heavy sigh, Qi-in replied, "Teacher Qin's bloodline has been thoroughly eroded by the essence of the ancient blood abyss python. It is now impossible to expel the essence. What will happen to Teacher Qin? Her soul may vanish, leaving her a mere shell, gradually being consumed and transformed into a blood puppet." The mention of blood puppet. The faces of everyone present turned ashen. "Grandpa Qi, I wish to see Teacher Qin. Go ahead. Vice Principal, we also wish to see Teacher Qin. I wish to enter as well." However, Qi-in shook his head and said, "Everyone disperse. Teacher Qin will be fine." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a profound silence. Lin Fanning could enter to see Teacher Qin, while they were all denied entry. Had it been anyone else, the crowd would surely have objected, but with Lin Fanning, all dared not voice their grievances. Who could blame Lin Fanning for having such a formidable grandmother? Su Zheng followed Lin Fanning into the chamber, where aside from two female teachers, Lu Wanshan was also present. Casting a sharp glare at Su Zheng, Lu Wanshan chose not to speak. Deep within the chamber lay a 1,000-year-old jade bed, adorned with a thin golden silk blanket. Surrounded by light blue curtains, and a faint fragrance enveloped the entire space. Upon the jade bed lay a stunning woman, her delicate arms and legs imbued with a hint of blood red. Her long hair cascading like a fiery waterfall, and her skin, as tender as jade, evoked desire. Her ruby lips were pressed tightly together, her brow furrowed in apparent agony, exuding a mesmerizing allure. Lin Fanning approached and whispered something to Lu Wanshan. "You should leave. Teacher Chun, this is my cousin Su Zheng that I know. This is Teacher Qin's chamber, and it is inappropriate for a male student to remain here that I may have solution." "What did you say?" Not only the two teachers, but even Lu Wanshan and Lin Fanning were taken aback by Su Zheng's statement. Lin Fanning hurried over and whispered, "Xiao Zheng, this matter is of utmost importance. Do not speak recklessly. If anything were to happen to you, it could lead to unnecessary trouble." Lu Wanshan also wished to add her thoughts, but the words caught at her throat. The two teachers, however, pressed eagerly, "Su Zheng, do you truly have a way? If you do, I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of Teacher Qin. She is truly a wonderful teacher, and we appreciate your help." Su Zheng pondered for a moment before responding, "It is possible. Xiao Zheng, are you truly confident?" 80%. "That is sufficient. Lin Fanning, since Su Zheng is so confident, let him get a try. It is far better than watching Teacher Qin be consumed and turn into a blood puppet." Lin Fanning was reluctant to let Su Zheng attempt it, for she understood that failure would inevitably bring him unnecessary trouble. However, with the conversation having reached this point, if she continued to obstruct him, others might misconstrue her intentions as a lack of desire to save Teacher Qin. "You must be cautious. You all go outside and guard the entrance. No one is to enter. Rest assured, I will personally guard the entrance." "Cousin, I rely on you." Lin Fanning nodded firmly and exited with the two teachers. As Lu Wanshan was about to leave, she suddenly stopped at the entrance, turning her back to Su Zheng and said, "I originally thought you were merely a reckless scion relying on your family's influence, but now I find you to be quite inscrutable." With that, Lu Wanshan departed without lingering, gazing at the unconscious Teacher Qin Shuyan. Su Zheng understood that forcing out the essence was rather unrealistic. The only feasible course of action was to utilize the 9 revolutions Devouring Heaven technique to assist Teacher Qin Shuyan in thoroughly integrating the essence of the ancient blood abyss python. Not only would this prevent backlash, but it could even yield unexpected benefits. "Teacher Qin, I shall assist you in refining the essence within your body, enabling you to integrate it and turn calamity into fortune. In return, I require your essence to temper my bloodline, that a mutually beneficial arrangement." This was the true reason for Su Zheng's willingness to intervene. After all, aiding Teacher Qin Shuyan in refining the essence was indeed a taxing endeavor. Supporting Teacher Qin Shuyan, Su Zheng seated himself upon the jade bed. placing his palms on her shoulders, and began to circulate the 9 revolutions devouring heaven technique. Centered upon himself, he commenced an intense absorption. In the next moment, the entire cavern began to form a massive vortex, rapidly drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which surged toward the two of them. 2 hours later, beads of sweat began to trickle down Su Zheng's forehead, and he found himself laboring under the exertion. Gritting his teeth to persevere, he knew that should he choose to abandon this endeavor now, teacher Qin Shuyan would surely perish. Even one might suffer a backlash from the ancient blood prison python's essence, with consequences that are utterly unimaginable. Outside the cave dwelling, 2 full hours had passed, yet there was still no sign of movement within. That I remain uncertain whether Su Zheng has succeeded, and why faith in Su Zheng's capabilities is wavering. After all, even the vice president was rendered helpless. Do you think Su Zheng might take advantage of the situation to harm teacher Qin? Nonsense. He even declined a royal marriage. Do you truly believe he would be swayed by beauty? All eyes were fixed on the cave, tension palpable, and a deep concern lingered. Everyone hoped Su Zheng could assist teacher Qin in her recovery, for as the top of the beauty ranking, Qin Shuyan enjoyed considerable favor at Taichu Academy. Look, a wave of overwhelming bloodthirst surged from the cave, stunning everyone present. A colossal, illusory crimson python, over 100 feet long, coiled in the air, its icy gaze surveying the vast expanse, a chilling aura spreading forth that made many shiver uncontrollably. Is this the ancient blood prison python, Grandpa Qi? Qi nodded, a sigh escaping him. One of the ancient ferocious beasts, extremely tyrannical and brutal, possess such an imposing presence. This blood prison python was undoubtedly a top-tier entity in ancient times. Has teacher Qin suffered a backlash from the essence? Not quite. Qin furrowed his brows, as if he had surmised something. Refinement and fusion. Grandpa Qi, are you suggesting that Su Zheng aided teacher Qin in refining and even fusing the essence within her? Precisely. The 100-foot-long illusory python circled in the air, its entire body blood-red with black patterns, instilling a sense of awe even within Qin. Inside the cave dwelling, on the white jade bed, under the boiling essence, Su Zheng and Qin Shuyan had long since shed their garments, and upon Qin Shuyan's delicate form, a faint blood-red python began to materialize, suddenly opening his eyes and gazing upon what he should not see. Su Zheng gritted his teeth, continuing to circulate the 9-turn-swallowing heaven technique, with spiritual energy still enveloping him at this moment. Leveraging the power of the refined essence, Su Zheng directly extracted 30% to temper his own bloodline, finally breaking through his limits and successfully ascending to the 2nd level of the Foundation Establishment, Divine Demon Realm. 3. For surpassing the 5th and 6th levels, he ultimately stabilized at the 7th level of the Foundation Establishment, Divine Demon Realm. The elevation of 6 tiers left Su Zheng utterly astonished that, in just a few short hours, to achieve such an increase in 6 levels speaks volumes about the formidable nature of the essence within teacher Qin. Are you still watching? Seeing Qin Shuyan's eyes now open, Su Zheng felt a twinge of embarrassment. Teacher Qin, how do you feel? Please turn around. Su Zheng promptly nodded and retrieved a set of garment from his spatial ring to change into. All set. Su Zheng turned back, awkwardly stating, Teacher Qin, I did not anticipate the essence within you to be so potent. So, all right, I understand. Qin Shuyan inquired, you are Su Zheng? Yes. Thank you immensely. Were it not for your assistance in refining the essence within me, I would have likely succumbed to its backlash and become a blood puppet. Now, not only have I broken through to the Gathering Cauldron Divine Demon Realm, but I have also ascended to the 6th level of the Gathering Cauldron Divine Demon Realm. A complete elevation of an entire realm was something Qin Shuyan had never dared to imagine. At the 6th level of the Gathering Cauldron Divine Demon Realm, she could undoubtedly rank within the top 10 of Taichu Academy. Teacher Qin, just now I saw a small python on you. Is that a product of the essence? Upon hearing this, Qin Shuyan's face flushed slightly. Embarrassed, she extended her right hand, revealing a blood-red python about the length of her finger, saying, I have thoroughly fused the essence and successfully birthed this little fellow from within. When it grows up, it may very well become an ancient blood prison python. I wonder what its flavor would be like. Braised? Barbecued? Or perhaps a lull. Are you wishing for death? Su Zheng was clearly jesting, chuckling as he said, since Teacher Qin is well now, I shall take my leave. Are you all right? I'm fine, just a bit drained as he spoke. Su Zheng collapsed, his vision fading to darkness as he fell asleep. Even with the aid of the 9 turns swallowing heaven technique, forcibly refining the essence of the ancient blood prison python was exceedingly exhausting. After the ordeal, Su Zheng could no longer sustain himself and succumbed to fatigue. Observing the handsome yet pale face before her, Qin Shuyan shook her head helplessly, her heart aching. After all, Su Zheng had exerted himself for her sake. Teacher Qin has emerged as Su Zheng truly proved his mettle. Having assisted Teacher Qin in escaping peril, it was evident that General Lin's grandson was no ordinary individual. No wonder he dared to refuse a royal marriage. Lin Fanyin, watching Teacher Qin approach, immediately asked, Teacher Qin, how is Su Zheng? He helped me refine the essence and is now a bit drained. He is resting inside the cave that I'll go check on him. Let him rest well. It would be unwise to disturb him too soon. Though concerned for her cousin, Lin Fanyin ultimately restrained herself. However, Qin, with a face full of astonishment, inquired, You have broken through to the gathering cauldron divine demon realm? 6th level, full elevation of an entire realm. It seems the essence of the ancient blood prison python is indeed formidable. Yet, Qin Shuyan wore a bitter expression as she remarked, Vice President, while the essence of the ancient blood prison python is powerful, it is equally challenging to refine. Were it not for Su Zheng's assistance, I fear I would have succumbed to the backlash. Indeed, Qin was intrigued, eager to uncover how Su Zheng had accomplished such a feat. However, since Qin Shuyan did not elaborate, he refrained from pressing further. Dispersing all the students, Qin addressed Qin Shuyan. Teacher, please take good care of Su Zheng. The principal is in seclusion and cannot attend. We must be vigilant. I understand. 2 days later. Gradually opening his eyes, Su Zheng felt a wave of weakness wash over him, as if his head were filled with thick sludge. How are you feeling? Sitting up, Su Zheng noticed a slight soreness in his throat. Accepting the cup handed to him, he drank deeply, inquiring, Teacher Qin, what is this? It tastes quite delightful, a restorative soup brewed from morning dew. I would like more. There is none left. Furrowing her brows, Qin Shuyan could not contain her curiosity as she noticed Su Zheng's mischievous grin. What are you laughing about? I find Teacher Qin resembles a newlywed bride. If you dare speak such nonsense again, I shall castrate you. Just a jest. Jokes should not be made lightly. Remember, I am your teacher, and you must never harbor any improper thoughts toward me. As Su Zheng's expression grew serious as he replied. Rest assured, Teacher Qin, I shall focus solely on my martial cultivation and will not consider other matters for the time being. But you drew the Qingwan sword. That was merely an accident. You may see it as an accident. But Lu Yata does not. With a bitter smile, Su Zheng was at a loss for words. This was all his cousin's fault for insisting he draw the sword. He had not anticipated that he would do so with such ease. Lin Yatu forbade me from telling you, but I believe it is best to inform you, since you are a member of the Lin family. What is it? Your grandfather is in trouble. Leaping to his feet, Su Zheng asked impatiently, What has happened to my grandfather? Days ago, the supreme emperor of the Thunderbolt dynasty, Zhou Tsang, came to Taichu City, challenging General Lin to a duel. The two battled outside the city for a whole day and night, ultimately resulting in General Lin's defeat by a single strike, leaving him severely injured, as Yu Zheng learned from Lin Fanyin that both his grandfather and grandmother were formidable beings, having condensed 9 heavens as their divine magic. It seemed the opponent's strength was indeed formidable. The 9 realms of divine magic. Foundation Establishment Divine Magic, Golden Core Divine Magic, Nascent Soul Divine Magic, Tao Palace Divine Magic, Gathering Cauldron Divine Magic, Cave Heaven Divine Magic, Unity Divine Magic, Thunder Tribulation Divine Magic, and Nirvana Divine Magic. In the past, Zhou Tsang had always been defeated by General Lin. Yet this time, Zhou Tsang had advanced to the first level of the Unity Divine Magic realm. General Lin, while also immensely powerful, managed to injure Zhou Tsang despite the disparity in their realms. When did my cousin leave? 2 days ago. Teacher Qin, I must take my leave now. Remember, one must never act recklessly. As one of the top 10 dynasties of the wilderness, The Thunder Dynasty is not to be underestimated when compared to the Primordial Dynasty. If you wish to restore General Lin's dignity, you must focus on your cultivation and strive to break through to the Celestial Demon realm as soon as possible, or even the Unification realm that I understand. Watching the retreating figure, Qin Shuyan let out a deep sigh. What is wrong with me? Have I developed other thoughts simply because he looked at me? I am his teacher, and nothing more. Upon leaving the cave, Su Zheng did not even return his residence. His cousin had already rushed back to Taichu City, and he too must return without delay. Outside the academy, Su Zheng rode the demon flame tiger, vanishing in a flash. Under the night sky, a dark shadow flickered swiftly. The speed of the demon flame tiger was astounding, and Su Zheng did not pause, determined to make haste back to his family. He could see that moment. Piercing sword energy sliced through the night, shooting in from all directions. Accompanied by 4 cloaked figures wielding long swords, with a resounding sword cry, the reincarnation sword appeared in Su Zheng's hand, and with a powerful spin, an overwhelming wave of reincarnation sword energy surged forth. The terrifying sword energy clashed violently in the void, leaving Su Zheng inwardly astonished. 4 experts at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. Had this been before, the odds of his defeat against such foes would have been considerable. However, now, with his successful foundation establishment, he felt confident even in a 1 versus 4 scenario. Yet, Su Zheng could not fathom who would seek to assassinate him, sending 4 9th level Golden Core experts to confront him. The 4 were taken aback, seemingly not expecting their opponent to possess such formidable strength. They did not retreat, but instead advanced with 4 swords simultaneously, exuding a chilling aura under the night. Su Zheng, unwilling to entangle himself further with them, was deeply concerned about his grandfather's safety and needed to resolve this matter swiftly, lest he be delayed here. The gap in realms made a quick resolution appear nearly impossible. Demon Flame Avatar. The surging power of demon flames boiled within him, and with a roar that shook the heavens, a phantom tiger, 100 feet tall, suddenly hovered above Su Zheng's head. With his left hand wielding the Demon Flame Avatar to unleash the Demon Flame Palm, and his right hand holding the Reincarnation Sword to execute the Reincarnation Sword art. He launched a fierce attack towards the cloaked figures. The 4 had originally believed their combined strength would effortlessly eliminate this opponent, given the vast chasm between foundational and Golden Core realms. Moreover, all 4 were 9th level Golden Core experts. However, the outcome was far beyond their expectations. This individual's combat prowess exceeded their imagination, and as the battle escalated, they found themselves increasingly beleaguered. Just as Su Zheng was exerting his full strength against the 4, a figure suddenly appeared, wielding the Phoenix Sword, exerting an overwhelming sword energy that firmly suppressed the 4 cloaked figures. Princess Ni Huang. Seeing Ni Huang arrive unexpectedly to assist him, Su Zheng was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated her timely appearance, much less her willingness to help him. After all, he had publicly defied the Emperor's decree to marry outside the city. It was already fortunate that she did not seek his life. How could she possibly repay kindness with malice? Leave. Humph. Having broken through to the 2nd level of the nascent soul realm and awakened her Ice Phoenix bloodline, Ni Huang let out a phoenix cry, and a 100-foot phantom phoenix suddenly unfurled its wings, enveloping the 4 cloaked figures in a terrifying aura. Without wasting words, Ni Huang, clutching the Phoenix Sword, pierced through one of the cloaked figures under the pressure of the Ice Phoenix. The remaining 3 trembled in fear, daring not to remain for further confrontation. Yet, in the face of such overwhelming strength, how could the 3 hope to escape? All 4 9th level Golden Core experts were slain by the Phoenix Sword. Thank you, Su Zheng remarked. You are not as remarkable as I had thought. Ni Huang replied, I am not aiding you. I merely acted out of respect for General Lin's dedication to the dynasty. I happened to pass by. Should there be a next time, I will watch you meet your demise. With that, she departed. General Lin's injuries were grave, and he may not survive this ordeal. With a sigh, Su Zheng remounted the Demon Flame Tiger. His brows tightly knitted. It appeared Ni Huang, like him, had learned of his grandfather's injury and rushed to Taichu City. The royal family feared his grandfather's power, yet the dynasty could not do without the Lin family. If the dynasty lacked the Lin family support, could it continue to maintain its status among the top 10 dynasties of the wilderness? At Taichu City, the Lin family welcomed Su Zheng back. The demon flame tiger halted before the Lin family gates, and Su Zheng dashed into the courtyard. Xiao Zheng, why have you returned? Lin Fanyin, her face filled with surprise, seemed not to expect Su Zheng's arrival inside. It must have been Teacher Qin who informed you. Cousin, how is grandfather's condition? You may see for yourself. Upon entering, Su Zheng's gaze immediately fell upon the elderly man lying in bed, his face pale and devoid of color. He staggered to the bedside. With a sigh, Lin Fanyin, her voice tinged with sorrow, spoke. Grandfather forcefully utilized the god-slaying technique at the cost of burning his essence blood, ultimately injuring his foundation. The royal family's top physicians have declared his injuries too severe. He risks paralysis at best, or becoming a vegetable at worst. Is there truly no way to save him? Lin Fanyin remained silent, her expression revealing that healing Lin Bian's injuries was nearly impossible. Cousin, I wish to be alone. Lin Fanyin nodded, saying nothing, and turned to leave. Sitting by the bedside, Su Zheng's heart ached as his primordial spirit entered the tomb of the devouring sky, seeking out the first guardian of the tomb. He spoke plainly, Bing Huang, my grandfather has forcibly burned his essence blood to execute the god-slaying technique and has injured his foundation. Is there any way to save him? I can. What method? Hearing that Bing Huang had a way to save his grandfather, Su Zheng inquired eagerly. I can impart to you a secret technique called blood fusion technique, which allows for the exchange of bloodlines between a beast and a warrior. However, this will incur significant damage to you. I wish to comprehend the blood fusion technique now. Bing Huang nodded and touched Su Zheng's shoulder. In the next moment, a surge of secret technique knowledge flooded into his mind, and Su Zheng slowly closed his eyes to begin his understanding. The following day, at dusk, a beast? Su Zheng nodded, stating, Cousin, I have contemplated this matter. To heal grandfather's injuries, we must exchange a portion of his bloodline. Then I will assist him in merging the bloodlines, and I believe he can recover. Will the demon flame tiger suffice? Its level is 2 LOW. In Taichu City. Only the royal family housed a 5th level demon beast, the golden flame fire lion. Then we must head to the royal family at once. Xiao Zheng, the royal family may not be willing to. Su Zheng understood his cousin's implication and replied with a cold smile. Grandfather is the protector of the Taichu royal family. If anything were to happen to him, there would be no one left to confront the Thunder Dynasty. When Zhou Zong leads his army to attack, the Taichu royal family may face annihilation. I will accompany you. What of uncle? Father has gone out to find a physician. Su Zheng did not waste any more time. His grandfather's condition was dire, and he needed to seize the moment. The longer they delayed, the worse it would become. The royal family palace within the Grand Hall. Emperor and Chong, King Yin, and Ni Huang were all present. After Lin Fanyin finished speaking, King Yin immediately remarked, Your Majesty, the guardian beast has protected our Taichu dynasty for centuries. Should we provoke the guardian beast in this manner? Even if it does not retaliate, its departure would be a catastrophic loss for our Taichu dynasty. However, Ni Huang interjected, Your Highness, this reasoning is flawed. General Lin has devoted himself tirelessly to the dynasty and is its protector. The Thunder Dynasty has clearly sought to provoke us. I can assert that should anything happen to General Lin, Zhou Zong will undoubtedly lead the Thunder Dynasty in a full-scale assault. It is easy to speak of war between the two dynasties, yet it would bring devastation to both sides, unless the Thunder Dynasty possesses an absolute advantage. Do you truly believe our Taichu dynasty is so weak? Lin Fanyin glared fiercely at King Yin. In both Su Zheng and she could discern that General Lin's life or death was of little importance. What mattered was not offending the guardian beast. Su Zheng smiled. King Yin, it seems you are reluctant to acknowledge that my grandfather is the protector of the Taichu dynasty. Guardians, the dynasty shelters everyone, including the Lin family. I do not deny that General Lin has made remarkable contributions to the dynasty. However, to refer to him as a guardian seems rather exaggerated. Lin Fanyin could no longer contain herself and spoke up. If it weren't for my grandfather commanding the 30,000 demon flame troops to defend the dynasty, would the Taichu dynasty rank among the top 10 dynasties of the wilderness? Had it not been for my grandfather's fierce battle against Zhou Zong, would you even dare to stand here and question him? Preposterous, roared the Flame King in fury. Lin Fanyin. This is the Grand Hall, not your Lin family's domain, and certainly not a place where a mere woman can act recklessly. Even if your grandfather were present, he must adhere to the protocols of respect between sovereign and subject. The emperor, and I Chong, remained silent, fully aware of General Lin's significance to the dynasty. Yet he also harbored trepidation regarding the 30,000 demon flame troops. If the opportunity arose to eliminate Lin Bian, subduing those troops would undoubtedly benefit the royal family. Torn with conflicting thoughts, and I Chong was also concerned for Lin Bian's safety in the event that Su Zheng attacked with the Thunder Dynasty. Would the dynasty be able to withstand it? Grasping Lin Fanin's arm, Su Zheng turned to the emperor seated on the dragon throne and said, "Your Majesty, I speak on behalf of the Lin family and the demon flame troops. Are you willing to save General Lin?" Su Zheng, you hold no official position. What right do you have to question the emperor? Moreover, your public defiance of the imperial edict outside the city was a capital offense. It was only due to General Lin's years of service that the emperor chose not to pursue the matter. So do not overstep your bounds. Noticing Ni Chong's lack of response, Su Zheng deduced the royal family's stance. They feared the demon flame troops and sought to weaken the Lin family's power. Yet they also worried about the dynasty losing Lin Bian and facing invasion, that if he continued to bicker, it would truly be a waste of time and a disservice to his grandfather. "Can I represent the Lin family?" he asked. "You may." The reply was resolute. Lin Fanin seemed to anticipate her cousin's intentions and felt a surge of support. What purpose did it serve to continue protecting such a dynasty? Su Zheng, there is room for negotiation. He chose to disregard Ni Huang entirely. Turning to the emperor on the dragon throne, Su Zheng declared, "From this moment forth, the Lin family shall no longer be subjects of the Taichu dynasty. In future matters concerning the Taichu dynasty, the Lin family will not intervene. It's still necessary to safeguard such a dynasty. My grandfather has dedicated himself to the Taichu dynasty without a word of complaint. This time, he fought valiantly alone against Su Zheng and was gravely injured. The dynasty had the chance to save him, yet they hesitated out of fear of the Lin family's demon flame troops. Such a ruler is disheartening." "Preposterous," the Flame King barked. "Su Zheng, you rely on the Lin family's backing and not only openly defy the imperial decree, but also utter such treasonous words. Brother, he shows utter disrespect for the royal family and attempts to incite rebellion. According to the laws of the dynasty, he should be executed. Who dare strike down my nephew?" At that moment, clad in armor and wielding a long sword, Lin Yin burst into the hall, glaring fiercely at the Flame King. "Lin Yin, to enter the court armed is to intend rebellion. And I Xian, you speak of rebellion daily. If my Lin family truly wished to rebel, we would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? Your Lin family possesses 30,000 demon flame troops, and that is why you feel emboldened to enter the court with a sword. Tell me, if this is not rebellion, then what is it?" Ignoring the Flame King entirely, Lin Yin turned to the emperor seated on the dragon throne, sheathing his sword and bowing respectfully. "Your Majesty, my father's life hangs in the balance. We require the royal family's royal beast blood. Regardless of the royal family's apprehensions towards my father, the Lin family has always served dutifully without any treachery, I can assure you, should my father meet with misfortune. Su Zheng will undoubtedly lead the Thunder Dynasty in a massive assault against the formidable being of the divine and demonic level, who in the dynasty can compete. Lin Yin, how dare you speak to the emperor in such a manner?" And I Huang waved his hand to silence the Flame King. Finally, the silent emperor spoke. "I have never doubted General Lin's loyalty. However, while the Lin family may command the 30,000 demon flame troops at will, the royal family cannot mobilize a single one of them. What does your Majesty intend?" "The General's residence must surrender command of the demon flame troops, which will henceforth be under the royal family's control." Lin Yin chuckled, revealing the Demon Flame Order. "Your Majesty, this is the Demon Flame Order. I voluntarily relinquish my position as general." Nodding in satisfaction, the emperor smiled and said, "And I Huang, take General Lin and Su Zheng to find the royal beast." "Yes, father." And I Huang sighed deeply, wishing to dissuade her father, but realizing that controlling the demon flame troops had long been a source of concern for him. This opportunity could allow him to seize that power. The Flame King approached Lin Yin, smiling. Without the demon flame troops, will the Lin family still retain its former glory? Father, Lin Yin waved his hand calmly. First, we must save your grandfather. The rest can wait. In a cave, the golden flame lion was revered by the royal family as a royal beast, held in high esteem. However, when Su Zheng and the others arrived at the cave, they found a massive royal beast bound by chains of ancient cold iron. Princess Anai Huang, what is the meaning of this? Anai Huang sighed. General Lin, this is a royal secret. I hope you do not disclose it. That is only natural. Over a decade ago, the royal beast suddenly went berserk, wreaking havoc upon the royal family, and was ultimately subdued by us. However, the royal beast sustained severe injuries and can only remain confined to this day. General Lin nodded, refraining from further inquiry. His true concern was for his father's injuries. Su Zheng, what should we do now? Since the royal beast can no longer be controlled, we might as well suppress it directly. You wish to kill the royal beast? Anai Huang glared at Su Zheng, clearly understanding the implications of his words, and retorted angrily. The royal family has been searching for a solution. The royal beast is our dynasty's guardian spirit. You would do well to refrain from plotting against it. Ignoring her, Su Zheng replied, Uncle, please bring my grandfather here. Wait for me. After Lin Yin departed, Lin Fanning quietly asked Su Zheng, how confident are you? 10 parts? Really? Cousin, please trust me. I will not fail. Half an hour later, gazing at his unconscious grandfather lying on the ground, Su Zheng instructed, please guard the cave entrance. Remember, no matter what happens, do not enter and disturb me. Lin Yin nodded. Su Zheng, I entrust this to you. Grandfather will be fine. The three exited the cave, leaving only Su Zheng to face his grandfather and the bound golden flame lion. Sitting cross-legged, Su Zheng attempted to activate the blood fusion technique within himself. With a hum, accompanied by the roar of the sword, the reincarnation sword hovered above Su Zheng's head, swiftly advancing towards the royal beast and piercing it directly in the chest. With a sound of splattering blood, the crimson liquid gushed forth, ensnared by the devouring vortex Su Zheng had previously conjured. The anguished roar echoed throughout the cave. The royal beast was tightly bound by dozens of iron chains, unable to move an inch. Otherwise, as a level 5 beast comparable to a master in the divine and demonic realm, few in the entire dynasty could suppress the royal beast. Utilizing the 9-turn-devouring technique, he enveloped both his grandfather and the royal beast in devouring energy, simultaneously beginning to perform the blood fusion technique on them. Instantly, waves of weakness surged through his mind and spirit. According to the gravekeeper, he had only recently begun to comprehend the blood fusion technique, which was incredibly difficult to execute, and given the technique's peculiar nature, forcibly assisting higher-level beings in blood fusion would result in significant harm to oneself. For the sake of healing his grandfather, Su Zheng paid no heed to the consequences. As time wore on, Su Zheng's complexion grew increasingly pale, especially his spirit, which weakened to the point of being unable to continue the blood fusion technique. Persevere. If he gave up now, his grandfather would undoubtedly perish, a result he could never accept. 3 days had passed with no sign of activity. Should we go in and check? I'm worried about Su Zheng and grandfather. Lin Yin shook his head, saying, I trust Su Zheng. Ni Huang furrowed her brows tightly, her mind troubled by Su Zheng's blatant defiance of the imperial decree and refusal to marry. Yet, due to Su Zheng's status, as well as her own, she felt constrained from taking any extreme actions. However, for reasons unknown, she always sensed an air of mystery surrounding Su Zheng, as if he were shrouded in an enigmatic aura. That moment, the cave entrance collapsed with a thunderous crash, startling the 3 individuals, who immediately rushed inside. Observing the precarious state of Su Zheng, Lin Fanning hurriedly approached to support him, her face etched with concern as she inquired, Su Zheng, are you all right? I am fine. Quickly check on my grandfather, Su Zheng replied. Lin Yin had already examined Lin Bian's condition, a smile gradually spreading across his face as he joyfully announced, Father is all right now. Why hasn't grandfather awakened yet? He is in the process of self-integration. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should awaken by tomorrow. Fanning, stay with Su Zheng. I will take your grandfather back to the family. All right. Without a hint of hesitation, Lin Yin swiftly lifted Lin Bian and turned to leave. The imperial beast, Ni Huang exclaimed in shock upon seeing the lifeless golden flame fire lion. With narrowed eyes, she glared at Su Zheng, rebuking, "I warned you before not to harm the imperial beast, yet you chose to ignore me. Do you not realize that your actions jeopardize the entire Lin family?" The weakened Su Zheng, supported by Lin Fanyin, managed to stand and responded, "For my grandfather, I had no other choice. Ni Huang, the Lin family will take full responsibility for this matter." Watching the two depart, Ni Huang let out a deep sigh, for she alone understood the gravity of the situation. In the side hall, royal brother, Su Zheng took this opportunity to slay the imperial beast to vent his dissatisfaction. Although we retrieved the Demon Flame Order, gaining complete control over the Demon Flame Army is still no simple feat, Yin Yin remarked. Royal brother, only by punishing the Lin family can our royal house establish its authority and potentially gain full control over the Demon Flame Army. Issue the decree. The next day, at dawn, Lin Bian's injuries had healed, and his cultivation had advanced to the half-step return to unity, divine demon realm. Just one step away from the true return to unity, divine demon realm. "Father, the Flame King has arrived." In the main hall, the Flame King entered, holding the imperial edict, his voice booming. "The imperial decree is here." Except for Su Zheng, everyone else knelt on both knees. The Flame King cast a cold glance at Su Zheng, saying nothing more as he slowly opened the edict and read aloud. "By the grace of heaven, the Emperor decrees, Su Zheng, the grandson of Lin Bian, has openly defied the decree and harmed the imperial beast, committing a grave offense in light of General Lin's tireless dedication to the empire. We shall exercise leniency. The Lin family, including Su Zheng, must vacate Taichu City immediately. Entry is forbidden without an edict. So ordered, General Lin. This is the imperial decree. You must take it seriously. His Majesty has stated that the Lin family must leave Taichu City within 3 days." Lin Bian and Lin Yin stood up, seemingly devoid of the expected sadness or anger. "General Lin, after many years of serving alongside you, it is hard for me to see you leave Taichu City. Your Highness, I have long harbored a wish. I wonder if you could grant it." "Speak, General L. As long as it is within my power, I shall not refuse." Lin Bian rubbed his fists together, grinning as he said, "I wanted to give you a good beating for quite some time." "You dare!" The Flame King recoiled, genuinely afraid of Lin Bian to him. Lin Bian was a madman. As he turned to leave, he barely had time to react before a sharp pain shot through his back. Radiating throughout his body, a flurry of punches landed on the Flame King, each one measured yet forceful. "Grandfather, he has fainted," Lin Bian said, halting his assault with a chuckle. "What a relief! After enduring him for so many years, I finally get to give him a proper thrashing." "Father, do you think the Emperor will seize this opportunity to trouble us?" "No, this is precisely the outcome the Emperor wishes to see." As Su Zheng stepped forward, delivering a kick that sent the Flame King flying. "You little rascal, you actually added a kick." Throughout Taichu City, news of the Lin family's disgrace flooded the streets. Alas, General Lin has rendered magnificent service to the empire. Yet this time, he faced the former emperor of the Thunder Empire alone, sustaining grievous injuries, only to end up in such a dire situation. It truly is a lament for the empire. The threat posed by the Demon Flame Army to the royal family was immense. Should the Lin family ever rebel, the royal house would have no choice but to relinquish the throne, an outcome they could not endure. The Lin family was relegated to Lin City, forbidden from entering Taichu City without an edict. Without General Lin's protection, one could only wonder if our empire could maintain its standing among the 10 great empires of the wilderness. As long as the Demon Flame Army remains, there should be no major issues. Originally, the edict granted 3 days. However, Lin Bian urged the family to expedite their preparations, and in just 1 day, the Lin family chose to depart under the cover of night. Even so, as the Lin family exited the city gates, they found the streets flanked by countless citizens, all kneeling in unison, their faces filled with reluctance and respect. "Take care, General Lin." The chorus of "Take care, General Lin" resounded like a tidal wave, echoing through the night sky. "Grandfather, the royal family will surely regret this." Mounted on the Demon Flame Tiger, Lin Bian suppressed his feelings of reluctance, stating, "From now on, The rise and fall of the empire is no longer my concern. Let us go. All eyes followed the Lin family as they departed, their hearts filled with gratitude for the family that had protected the empire for decades. The next day, in the royal palace's great hall, Royal brother, all 30,000 of the Demon Flame army have disbanded and returned home. I have dispatched people to follow them, and they're headed straight for Lin City. This must be Lin Bian's intention. The emperor's expression darkened. He had thought that by exiling Lin Bian and seizing the Demon Flame army, he could rest easy in the future. Little did he expect Lin Bian to strike at the root of their power. Royal brother, if this matter is not handled properly, Lin City could become a second court, with the potential to overthrow our royal authority. At that moment, Ni Huang interjected, "Father, if we push General Lin too hard, I fear the opposite effect may occur. Perhaps we should send a royal uncle to Lin City to see if General Lin is willing to persuade the Demon Flame army." The Flame King internally cursed. Having just been beaten by Lin Bian, he dared not venture to Lin City. Should Lin Bian decide to kill him, he would have no recourse for justice. Ni Huang, you shall assist your father in this matter. Understood. Royal brother, this cannot be handled so weakly. Enough. Watching his royal brother rise to leave, the furious Flame King felt a deep sense of bitterness, yet found himself powerless to act. This throne was once his. Yet it had been seized by Ni Huang. One day, he would reclaim what belonged to him in Lin City, the territory granted to Lin Bian upon becoming a general. It was a modest-sized city with a sparse population, a far cry from Taichu City. When Lin Bian arrived at the gates of Lin City with his family, he discovered that 30,000 Demon Flame army soldiers were already kneeling in waiting. Ji Kuan led the Demon Flame Tiger and declared, "General, we have all disbanded. From now on, we are no longer the Royal Demon Flame Army, but the Demon Flame Army of the Lin family." "Grandfather, the royal family is ungrateful. We need not continue our loyalty. The Demon Flame Army was established through your hard work and should remain in Lin City to safeguard its security," Su Zheng added. "Grandfather, if you send the 30,000 Demon Flame Army back, it would not only be unhelpful, but could even bring them harm. Father, please allow the Demon Flame Army to stay in Lin City." Lin Bian understood the significant implications of the Demon Flame Army leaving Taichu City for the royal house. Naturally, he was reluctant to part with them. Ultimately, he decided to keep the 30,000 Demon Flame Army in Lin City. Originally, Su Zheng and Lin Fanyin intended to stay and help build Lin City, but Lin Bian insisted they return to the academy to focus on their cultivation. When Ni Huang arrived, the two were about to depart on the Demon Flame Tiger and encountered her at the city gate. "Fanyin, are you preparing to return to the academy?" Lin Fanyin nodded gently, confronting her closest sister, unsure of what words to utter. Born into royalty, her fate was not her own. She bore no resentment towards Ni Huang. But after a moment's contemplation, she inquired, "Have you come for the Demon Flame Army?" "Indeed, the Demon Flame Army belongs to the dynasty, not to your Lin family. My purpose here is to request General Lin to return the Demon Flame Army." Lin Fanyin shook her head, responding, "The Demon Flame Army was established by my grandfather. They willingly laid down their arms, and the royal family cannot dictate their choices. That I neglected to inform you that from this moment forth, they will no longer be the Royal Demon Flame Army, but rather the Demon Flame Army of the Lin family. Hence they shall remain in Lin City forever." With a sigh, Lin Fanyin said helplessly, "And I, Huang, I regard you as a friend, and thus I sincerely tell you, the actions of the royal family have wounded my grandfather's heart. You ought to return, even if you enter Lin City. I believe grandfather would not permit you to take away 30,000 soldiers of the Demon Flame Army. Xiao Zheng, let us depart." With that, Lin Fanyin mounted her Demon Flame Tiger and swiftly left, no longer engaging in further conversation. Yet Ni Huang was unwilling to concede. Although she recognized her father's misdeeds, for the sake of the dynasty, she was prepared to enter Lin City and persuade General Lin. The Demon Flame Army was simply too vital to the dynasty. Taichu Academy. "Cousin, is grandmother still in seclusion?" "Yes, grandmother's seclusion this time is of utmost importance. If all goes well by the time she emerges, she may well attain the true unity of gods and demons' realm. I see. Xiao Zheng, you have squandered too much time in the Northwest over the years. Now that you have returned to the academy, You must diligently cultivate and make up for the lost time 100-fold. I will. Upon entering the academy, Su Zheng did not return to his quarters, but instead proceeded directly to the sword burial mound. Initially, Su Zheng lacked the qualifications to step foot into the sword burial mound. Yet with the dean's personal directive and the vice dean's consent, no one dared to object. Outside the sword burial mound. Old Ling, I wish to enter the sword burial mound for cultivation. Old Ling nodded, offering a wry smile. Since your last entry, it took several days for the sword burial mound to stabilize. Remember, always consider the consequences of your actions. I understand. Go on. Su Zheng bowed to Old Ling and then stepped into the sword burial mound. Previously, it was within the sword burial mound that he successfully acquired the slaughtering Dao cauldron and the great reincarnation technique of the reincarnation ancestor. And he had truly slain a fragment of the heavenly Dao in the realm of gods and demons. He had only just broken through to the first level of gods and demons. The 7th layer of foundation establishment. Someone is here. Upon entering the sword burial mound, he noticed a dozen students practicing their sword play, each absorbed in their own practice. Holding the reincarnation sword, Su Zheng's intention was simple: to refine himself using the remnants of swords within the sword burial mound and to further comprehend the reincarnation sword technique. At present, he had yet to grasp even the first move of the reincarnation sword technique. After all, it was only upon entering the academy that he had managed to assemble the complete version of the technique. Gently closing his eyes, Su Zheng immersed himself wholeheartedly in the sword technique. The reincarnation sword in his hand began to move in accordance with his steps, swinging slowly, reminiscent of a feeble old man traversing a winding path. What sort of sword technique is this? Isn't the speed rather sluggish? Shoo! He is Su Zheng, the grandson of General Lin, who not only awakened the innate sword body, but also summoned a phenomenon of heaven and earth. The sword technique he manifested was even praised by the vice dean. Let us observe closely. It might benefit our own swordsmanship. All 12 students halted their training, their eyes fixated on the young man before them as time passed. They became so entranced that not a single sound escaped their lips, fearful of disturbing Su Zheng's sword practice. Why has he stopped? As curiosity filled the air, Su Zheng suddenly ceased his movements, standing still with his sword, eyes tightly shut and utterly motionless. Could it be that Su Zheng has entered a state of enlightenment? Very likely. Let us continue practicing our swords and not disturb him. In that moment, Su Zheng had not entered enlightenment. Rather, he was deeply absorbed in the reincarnation sword technique, gradually evolving from his earlier practice. After all, the complete reincarnation sword technique was profound and vast, and he had merely brushed the surface. Within his primordial spirit, the reincarnation sword technique began to evolve of its own accord, with Su Zheng himself lost in this process of comprehension. 10 days later, Su Zheng slowly opened his eyes, feeling a profound transformation within his body that, in a mere 10 days, he had ascended 2 levels, breaking through to the 9th layer of foundation establishment in the gods and demons realm. The next step was to consolidate the golden core within his body, striving for the 2nd realm of gods and demons, the so-called golden core gods and demons realm. Old Ling expressed surprise, nodding in satisfaction, and said with a smile, to achieve 2 levels of advancement in just 10 days speaks volumes of your talent, which can rival the top-tier prodigies of the wilderness. Su Zheng merely smiled. He understood that while talent was crucial for martial cultivation, it was not the sole determining factor. Luck and effort were equally essential. The ancestral sword nest is about to open, if you wish. You may go there to train, as it will undoubtedly aid you in forming your golden core. Su Zheng nodded, offered a bow, and turned to leave. The news of the Lin family's disgrace had spread throughout Tai Chu Academy, and everyone felt indignant on behalf of General Lin. After all, the Lin family had safeguarded the dynasty for many years, dedicating themselves tirelessly, only to find themselves in a state of disgrace. That I just received word that during the battle in the void against the Thunderclap dynasty, our dean soundly defeated the supreme Emperor Su Zheng. With the dean now, in seclusion, striving for the unity of gods and demons realm, he will undoubtedly seek to restore General Lin's honor. Typically, General Lin and the dean were at odds, often exchanging barbs. If General Lin were in trouble, the dean would genuinely intervene, but of course, A day as a husband means 100 days of affection, especially considering how long General Lin and the Dean have known each other. The Thunderclap dynasty presumed that Su Zheng's breakthrough to the unity of gods and demons realm would enable them to suppress the Taichu dynasty, not realizing that our academy had also achieved a breakthrough to that very realm. Listening to the discussions around him, Su Zheng was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that his grandmother had finally emerged from seclusion, not only successfully breaking through to the unity of gods and demons realm, but also directly confronting Su Zheng for retribution. His grandmother was truly formidable. Although he had never met her, Su Zheng held a positive impression of his grandmother. Xiao Zheng, why are you only just coming out? Cousin, what is the matter? Grandmother has emerged from seclusion and wishes to see you. Upon hearing that his grandmother had emerged, Su Zheng was filled with joy. Follow me. Su Zheng accompanied Lin Fanyin as they left the sword burial mound, heading deeper into the academy. This time, upon hearing the news of his grandfather's grievous injury, grandmother had rushed to the Thunderclap dynasty, engaging Su Zheng in battle for an entire day and night, ultimately defeating him. That wasn't grandmother just recently breaking through to the unity of gods and demons realm? You may not be aware, but both grandfather and grandmother are of that rare breed who are invincible at the same level. At that time, grandfather and Su Zheng were separated by a single realm. Had grandfather been able to break through to the unity of gods and demons realm, Su Zheng would likely have remained forever in Taichu City. Why hasn't grandmother returned home? Alas, grandfather and grandmother are always bickering. It has already been 10 years since they last returned to the family. Deep within the academy, atop a mountainside before a thatched cottage, grandmother is there. An elderly woman sat, clad in a light blue fitted garment that accentuated her perfect figure. When Su Zheng arrived before the thatched cottage, he exclaimed, "Grandmother, you are truly beautiful." This was an honest sentiment, not mere flattery. With a chuckle, Lin Fanyin covered her mouth, saying, "Grandmother is known as the poisonous beauty. In her youth, she was among the most renowned throughout the wilderness." "Humph, you rascal, just like your grandfather with such sweet words. Come sit beside me." Su Zheng approached and sat beside the elderly woman, smiling as he replied, "Grandmother, I speak the truth. Enough. I have confidence in my appearance. Grandmother, did you defeat Su Zheng?" Su Zheng, relying on the fortune he gained to break through to the unity of gods and demons realm, thought himself invincible, believing he could bully others at will in Taichu dynasty. Why man is not someone who can be trifled with so easily. Truly formidable. Ninth layer foundation establishment. Grandmother, Xiao Zheng has wasted a great deal of time in the Northwest. The resources there are scarce, and the heavenly sword sect is too weak. Jianrui nodded and said, "Are you willing to venture to the ancestral sword nest?" Grandmother, Xiao Zheng is merely at the foundation establishment stage of the divine demon realm. What if he encounters danger on his way to the ancestral sword nest? Elder Ling had previously spoken of the ancestral sword nest, and upon hearing his grandmother mention it again, Su Zheng felt a surge of anticipation. However, Jianrui shook her head and remarked, "Staying at the academy will hinder his cultivation speed. If Xiao Zheng wishes to condense a golden core in a short time, he must journey to the ancestral sword nest." "Grandmother, I'm not very familiar with the ancestral sword nest." Lin Fanny interjected, "Xiao Zheng, the wilderness is home to the 10 great dynasties, although they do not represent the pinnacle of power in the wilderness. They dominate this region. Over a century ago, the 10 great dynasties discovered a secret realm called the ancestral sword nest, which opens every 10 years. Only those below the nascent soul stage of the divine demon can enter. Though fraught with peril, it harbors numerous opportunities that is it true that no one else can enter besides the 10 great dynasties. They can," Lin Fanyin replied with admiration. "Initially, the 10 great dynasties restricted others from entering the ancestral sword nest. But 20 years ago, our grandparents collaborated to inform them that anyone outside the 10 great dynasties could also enter to train. Su Zheng was somewhat astonished. After all, the more people that entered the ancestral sword nest, the lesser the chances for the warriors of the 10 great dynasties to seize opportunities. Opportunities are not determined by strength, but rather by luck. Grandmother, I wish to go. In 3 days, you will set off alone for the ancestral sword nest. Is my cousin not going?" Lin Fanyin answered, The rules established by grandmother state that any student of the academy can venture to the ancestral sword nest for training. The Life and Death Academy does not interfere. Nor should you fear trouble, as the academy will provide support as for the journey to the ancestral sword nest. Each must go alone. No companionship is permitted. Hearing such regulations, Su Zheng couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. Ji Yanrui produced a jade slip and said, "This contains the location of the ancestral sword nest, along with introductions to some of the opportunities within. Prepare yourself when you return. Grandmother, since this is our first meeting, do you not intend to give me a token of greeting? When you return from the ancestral sword nest and successfully condense the golden core, I will reward you with something valuable. If you fail to condense it, do not return. I will surely condense it." After bidding farewell to his grandmother, Su Zheng departed with Lin Fanyin. "Su Zheng, do not heed grandmother's words. I will accompany you to the ancestral sword nest. If we encounter danger on the way, we can look out for each other. Cousin, I understand grandmother's intentions. Since she has set the rules, we shall abide by them." Lin Fanyin shot Su Zheng a fierce glare and exclaimed, "You and grandmother are both antiquated. Every time the ancestral sword nest opens, many students from our academy fall, causing considerable dissatisfaction. Yet the students of our academy are also the ones who advance in cultivation the fastest. Right? That is true, but when it comes to life, I believe caution is the better approach. There are pros and cons to Su Zheng, however, agreed with his grandmother's approach. For a warrior, cultivation is of utmost importance. Those who are timid may remain at the academy for training. It is not compulsory for anyone to venture to the ancestral sword nest. I shan't discuss this any further. Before you leave, visit Teacher Qin. It seems she has something to discuss with you." Understood. After parting ways, Su Zheng made his way directly to Qin Qian's cave, as he intended to set off for the ancestral sword nest immediately. "Teacher Qin, are you there? Come in." Upon entering the cave, Su Zheng noticed that Qin Qian seemed somewhat different, exuding an alluring aura. "Are you preparing to go to the ancestral sword nest?" Indeed, surprised, Su Zheng had not anticipated that Qin Qian would guess his destination. However, she smiled, seemingly aware of his thoughts, and said, "You have only been at the academy for a short, while yet have already broken through to the 9th layer of the foundation establishment, divine demon realm. Your talent is unparalleled in the academy. Going to the ancestral sword nest is undoubtedly the best choice. Yes, the dean mentioned that by entering the ancestral sword nest, I could condense the golden core in the shortest time possible." Qin Qian nodded and stated, "Although the ancestral sword nest is fraught with danger, it is indeed well suited for a warrior's training that if you manage to leave successfully and are fortunate, I believe you will not only condense your golden core, but may even reach the 4th or even 5th layer of the golden core divine demon realm." "Teacher Qin, did you summon me for another reason?" "Yes. Please, do not hesitate to speak. I will spare no effort in whatever I can assist you with." Observing Qin Qian's hesitation, Su Zheng felt puzzled, wondering what she wished to discuss. As she seemed reluctant, akin to a bashful bride. Su Zheng, when you aided me in merging the blood of the ancient blood abyss python, did you leave something behind in my body? What did I leave behind? Stunned, Su Zheng had not expected Qin Qian to ask such a question. When he had assisted her in merging the blood, he had acted within proper bounds, without any transgressions. Under normal circumstances, even if I had merged the ancient blood abyss python's blood, it would be impossible to give birth to young abyss pythons. Teacher Qin, it would be better to speak plainly. Slightly blushing, Qin Qian lowered her head and said, "When you helped me merge the blood, did you leave her blood in my body?" "Yes." Su Zheng's response was firm. He did not conceal the truth. "This is a perfectly normal occurrence. Teacher Qin, I had no other choice. Your bloodline was like a stagnant pool, incapable of merging the blood on its own. Out of desperation, I could only use my blood to catalyze the fusion of your blood. Are you here to hold me accountable? That does not seem likely." Su Zheng thought, as he sensed no hint of reproach from Qin Qian. "Teacher Qin, is there a problem? A significant one. What kind of problem?" Seeing Qin Qian's hesitation, Su Zheng felt a growing sense of confusion. Extending her hand, a small abyss python pup flickered into visibility. "Your blood and my blood merged within me, giving birth to this little one. Su Zheng, not being foolish, instantly grasped the implication of Qin Shuyan's words. Blood crystallization? Teacher Qin, are you suggesting that this little python is our child? Qin Shuyan did not respond, her face growing even redder, resembling a ripe apple, making one want to take a hearty bite. Observing her expression, Su Zheng realized his assumption was correct, that is it possible. The reality before him made it impossible not to believe. And no wonder Qin Shuyan had been so hesitant and reticent. This was a matter that no one could easily accept. Teacher Qin, I believe there is some misunderstanding. The merging of our blood to produce this python pup does not necessarily imply it is our child. That makes no sense. The small python suddenly opened its eyes, swiftly darting from Qin Shuyan's arm to settle in Su Zheng's palm, playfully flicking its adorable little tongue. Whether you acknowledge it or not, I merely believe you have a right to know, and that this matter should remain between us. I do not wish for a third party to discover it. Should this information leak out, it would likely shock everyone. With a sigh, Su Zheng asked, "What would you like me to do? This little python is our child. A beast born from the merging of blood cannot possibly be considered our child. Yet from another perspective, it does make some sense. You may proceed as you wish. I merely wanted to inform you." Xin return. The little python shook its head, clearly indicating it would not return. It continued to rub against Su Zheng's palm, and inexplicably he suddenly felt a connection with it. Teacher Qin, I will not deny it, but I am about to head to the ancestral sword nest. We could discuss this further upon my return. As you wished. Su Zheng's earlier attitude left Qin Shuyan feeling quite displeased. Su Zheng, remember this. Although Xin is your child, our relationship must remain as teacher and student. You are you, and I am I. Beyond that, we have no other connection. Su Zheng nodded and replied, I understand. I will not pursue this further. He and Qin Shuyan indeed never engaged in any intimate relationship. The child was merely an accident, and it seems that such a situation has never transpired. The thought of the essence of blood uniting to give birth to a little python is, quite frankly, disheartening. Qin Shuyan approached Su Zheng, forcibly snatched away Xin, and declared, You may leave now. Qin Laosher, is the child named Xin? Is there a problem? Su Xin, why must she bear the surname Su? Because she is my child, and thus, she shall naturally carry the surname Su. Rolling her eyes, Qin Shuyan dismissed Su Zheng with a wave, coldly stating, Take care, no need to see you off. With her expulsion order issued, Su Zheng had no choice but to turn and leave in resignation. Gently stroking the little python, Qin Shuyan spoke tenderly. Su Xin, it's quite a lovely name. Do you like it? The little python nodded continuously. Upon exiting the cave, Su Zheng felt somewhat dazed and nearly stumbled. Su Zheng. Lin Langtian? Su Zheng recognized the young man blocking his path. He was well aware of his identity. Previously, upon entering the academy, he had witnessed Lin Langtian challenging Lu Wanshan, one of Lu Wanshan's ardent admirers. Su Zheng, you are unworthy of Lu Xumai. Indifferent to the remark, Su Zheng turned to leave, but was once again obstructed by Lin Langtian. Don't claim I'm bullying you. If you wish to be worthy of Lu Xumai, you must first defeat me. Lin Langtian, the matters between Lu Wanshan and me are of no concern to you. Besides, your desire to pursue her is your own affair. Do not trouble me. Humph. With a face full of derision, Lin Langtian scoffed, You merely rely on your connections. Without your general grandfather and dean grandmother, you wouldn't even have been able to enter the inner academy. What do you propose? Defeat me now. If I challenge you now, others will say I'm bullying you that I can give you a year, or even 3. As long as you can defeat me, I, Lin Langtian, shall cease pursuing Lu Xumai and will immediately avoid you upon seeing you. Su Zheng understood that if he did not take action, Lin Langtian would undoubtedly continue to pester him like a persistent fly, which was utterly exasperating. With this in mind, Su Zheng suddenly declared, Since you desire a duel, I shall oblige, but there is no need to wait a year or 3. I accept your challenge right now. Upon hearing that his opponent accepted the challenge immediately, Lin Langtian was utterly stunned, seemingly unable to comprehend Su Zheng's audacity. Are you certain you wish to fight me now? Are you afraid? Lin Langtian was amused. Afraid? If he truly declined, it would only serve to inform everyone that he lacked the courage to accept Su Zheng's challenge. Such a notion was an undeniable humiliation that Lin Langtian could not bear. He was determined to defeat Su Zheng publicly, to prove that Lu Wanshan's choice was erroneous. Even if Su Zheng wielded the Qinghuan sword, he would still be unworthy of Lu Wanshan. If you wish to embarrass yourself, then so be it. I shall await you at Taiyuan platform in 1 hour. I hope you are not merely all talk. Having said that, Lin Langtian did not linger and turned to leave. He doubted Su Zheng would truly dare to go to Taiyuan platform. After all, the gap between a Foundation establishment demon and a Golden Core demon was substantial, and a boy from the Northwest, no matter how gifted, could not possibly bridge the chasm of their realms. The news of Su Zheng accepting Lin Langtian's challenge spread throughout the Inner Academy. Upon receiving the news, Lu Wanshan rushed to find Su Zheng. You are no match for Lin Langtian. Why agree to his challenge? Lu Xuejia, may I inquire where Taiyuan platform is located? Are you truly going? Fixating her gaze on the young man before her, Lu Wanshan found it incomprehensible. If Su Zheng was fully aware that he was no match for Lin Langtian, why would he still agree to the challenge? Su Zheng nodded and said, I am a man, and furthermore, I am a student of the academy. He challenged me to my face. I cannot act like a coward. What if you lose? I will not lose. Observing the young man radiating confidence, Lu Wanshan finally sighed. Taiyuan platform is typically where students resolve unresolved grievances or challenge one another. Remember, the academy has rules against death. Understood. Having learned the location of Taiyuan platform, Su Zheng nodded at Lu Wanshan and directly headed in that direction, the Taiyuan platform. Many students gathered upon hearing the news. One was Lin Langtian, a student of the 5th level of the Golden Core Demon Realm, and the other was Su Zheng, who had just entered the Inner Academy through backdoor means but had awakened the innate sword body. Su Zheng is indeed quite audacious, daring to accept Lin Xuezhang's challenge. Has he lost his mind? Lin Xuezhang had pursued Lu Xuejia for many years, only to have Su Zheng intercept him midway. It was only natural that he would be furious. However, I was rather surprised that Su Zheng dared to step on a Taiyuan platform. Look, Su Zheng is here, the crowd murmured in astonishment. Such a challenge had never occurred in the Academy's history. For the first time, a Foundation establishment demon student dared to accept a challenge from a Golden Core demon student. From a distance, a languid figure approached. It was none other than Su Zheng. Upon arriving at Taiyuan platform, Xiao Zheng, give him a good thrashing. Lin Fanyin unconditionally chose to believe in her cousin. She knew that he did not accept Lin Langtian's challenge for Lu Wanshan, but rather to set an example and spare himself unnecessary troubles in the future. Upon reaching Taiyuan platform, Su Zheng wielded the reincarnation sword, pointing it at Lin Langtian. Su Zheng, if you publicly reject Lu Xiumai now, today's battle can be avoided. You talk too much. You brought this upon yourself. Do not blame others. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of the Dean, so you understand that certain things do not belong to you and must not be touched. Provoked by Su Zheng's reckless words, Lin Langtian was still wary of Su Zheng's connections to the Dean and attempted to intimidate him into retreating. However, the outcome was that Su Zheng, unyielding, could not kill him but could humiliate him. This was the price he had to pay for accepting the challenge. With a sword appearing in his hand and the sound of the sword's roar echoing, Lin Langtian lunged at Su Zheng like a leopard. That a swift resolution was necessary. Given the disparity in their realms, there could be no delay. Yet, Su Zheng remained steadfast, wielding the reincarnation sword and executing the reincarnation sword technique. The two sword energies collided instantaneously, defying the anticipated swift defeat, producing a piercing sound as they clashed, voraciously consuming one another. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Indeed, Su Zheng was formidable. Although merely a Foundation establishment demon, his prowess was already on par with Lin Xuezhang. Once Su Zheng condensed his golden core, it seemed likely that Lin Xuezhang would not be his opponent. It was premature to draw conclusions, given their significant gap in realms. That I have faith in Lin Xuezhang. That I too believe in Lin Xuezhang. Few chose to believe in Su Zheng after several rounds without subduing his opponent. Lin Langtian was taken aback. His initial confidence wavered as he began to suspect Su Zheng was concealing his true strength, swift wind sword technique. In an instant, Lin Langtian's speed surged, his strikes becoming increasingly rapid. like thunder reverberating across Taiyuan platform, aiming to corner Su Zheng with no room to retreat. With no defense in sight, Su Zheng perceived that the best defense was a proactive offense, that I may not be as fast as you, but I am faster. Though Su Zheng's strikes were not as rapid as Lin Longtian's, they possessed a unique quality, as each swing seemed to manifest 10 swords in an instant, flooding Taiyuan platform with a torrent of overwhelming sword energy. The clash of sword energies intertwined fiercely, escalating the battle as all onlookers held their breath, captivated by the spectacle. I cannot lose. Lin Langtian found it impossible to accept this reality. Should he lose, the loss of face would be secondary. Most importantly, he could not afford to lose to Su Zheng before Lu Wanshan, as it would forever extinguish his chances of pursuing her. This battle could not be prolonged. The longer it dragged on, the more detrimental it became for him. What is happening with Lin Xuezhong? To burn one's essence in a desperate attempt to enhance one's strength is truly astonishing. Senior Lin has already broken through to the 5th layer of the Golden Core Demon Realm, yet he is forced to resort to such extreme measures that it seems that Su Zheng is indeed extraordinarily formidable. Despite merely being in the Foundation Establishment Demon Realm, how has he achieved this? Su Zheng smiled. Deep within, he held Lin Langtian in contempt. With his cultivation having reached the 9th layer of the Foundation Establishment Demon Realm, and having gained some insights into the reincarnation sword technique at the Sword Burial Mound, he wielded the reincarnation sword, its resonant melody roaring freely. Waves of sword energy coalesced before Su Zheng, forming a distinctive pattern of black and white, gradually merging into one. Lin Langtian, having completely lost his sanity, could not afford to be defeated, but found himself relentlessly suppressed by Su Zheng. Whether he wished to believe it or not, the odds of his victory were exceedingly slim, in the midst of the astonishment etched upon everyone's faces. The reincarnation sword chi shattered layer upon layer of sword energy barricades. Even Lin Langtian, who had burned his essence to elevate his power to the 7th layer of the Golden Core Demon Realm, could not withstand the might of the reincarnation sword chi. With a sickening thud, blood gushed forth as Lin Langtian was sent flying by a single strike. Had Su Zheng not shown mercy, that blow would have surely claimed Lin Langtian's life. The Academy has rules against death, even on the Taiyuan platform. His grandmother is the Academy's headmaster. Su Zheng would not want to cause her distress. Furthermore, in Su Zheng's view, he and Lin Langtian bore no enmity. Lin Langtian was merely acting out of desire for a woman, a crime not deserving of death. As they watched Lin Langtian tumble from the Taiyuan platform, everyone was left dumbfounded. Am I seeing things? Senior Lin has been defeated? You are not mistaken. Lin Langtian has indeed been bested. It is truly unbelievable that Su Zheng, in the Foundation Establishment Demon Realm, has triumphed over Lin Langtian, who forcibly elevated himself to the 7th layer of the Golden Core Demon Realm. How could this be possible? No wonder he awakened the innate sword body. He is indeed formidable. Pointing his sword at Lin Langtian, Su Zheng's voice thundered through the skies. You are not worthy to teach me on behalf of the headmaster. On the Taiyuan platform, one man, one sword, scorned all opposition. The crowd was left in awe, never having anticipated that the illustrious Lin Langtian, at the 5th layer of the Golden Core Demon Realm, would be publicly defeated by Su Zheng, who had merely taken a shortcut to reach the Foundation Establishment Demon Realm. Is this the power bestowed by awakening the innate sword body? Truly remarkable. Everyone speculated that if Su Zheng could condense a golden core, he would undoubtedly become invincible among his peers. You may have defeated my cousin, but to humiliate him by knocking him off the Taiyuan platform is rather arrogant. Lin Feng seethed with anger, unwilling to witness his cousin's disgrace. After Lin Longtian's defeat, Lin Feng stepped forward to issue a challenge. Noticing Su Zheng's silence, Lin Feng continued, You only rely on your connections to gain entry to the Inner Academy and acquire the Academy's cultivation resources. If my cousin had access to your resources, he might have already condensed his nascent soul. Furthermore, I can inform you that my cousin was injured a few days ago. Otherwise, how could he have lost to you? You were merely lucky upon hearing this. The crowd erupted in a clamor. No wonder. I thought Senior Lin could never lose. It turns out he was injured. Even if Lin Langtian was injured, could you truly defeat him? No, there you have it. Being injured is just an excuse, a refusal to accept the outcome. Lin Feng scoffed, attempting to salvage whatever dignity he could. Su Zheng, if you have the ability, let us have a rematch on the Taiyuan platform in 3 months. If you can best my cousin again, I will concede. Before Lin Feng could finish, Lin Langtian, rising to his feet and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, suddenly exclaimed, Lin Feng, be careful. Regrettably, Su Zheng had already vanished from the Taiyuan platform. It was too late. Lin Feng, merely in the Foundation Establishment Demon Realm, had no time to react before his body was ensnared by a chilling, killing intent. His neck firmly gripped, his feet lifted off the ground. Su Zheng, this is the Academy. If you dare to harm him, what can you do to me? Lin Langtian was left speechless. Indeed, even if the other party killed his cousin, what could he do? The headmaster was Su Zheng's grandmother, and with General Lin as his backing, who would dare punish him? Lin Fanning approached, transmitting a message with her spirit. Do not kill. Baesi gradually lifted Lin Feng by the neck. Su Zheng's expression remained indifferent, yet his voice was icy as he said, if you lack strength, you must cower. Mere words will not suffice. You cannot kill me. Lin Feng's face turned pale with fear. Devoid of color, how could he not fear death? He simply had not anticipated Su Zheng's sudden aggression. The enforcement team is here to that moment. A dozen students clad in white approached. Senior Chun, Su Zheng has disregarded the Academy's rules and seeks to kill Lin Feng. I asked the enforcement team to uphold justice. Chun Hao, the enforcement team leader, donned a flowing white garb and gazed at Su Zheng. You are Su Zheng, indeed. Years ago, the headmaster established a rule forbidding any killings within the Academy, including you, the headmaster's grandson. I trust you would not defy her will. Not necessarily. Senior Chun, I believe you have witnessed how brazenly he has acted before you, completely disregarding the enforcement team. According to the Academy's rules, he should be apprehended immediately. Lin Fanning remained silent, standing beside Su Zheng, eager to see who would dare intervene. Senior Chun, I merely stand up for my cousin. Su Zheng, relying on his connections, is truly oppressive. Chen Hao felt helpless. He understood that although he was the enforcement team leader, he could not provoke Su Zheng, especially with Lin Fanning by his side. Slap. In the midst of the crowd's astonishment, a resounding slap landed on Lin Feng's face, blood spilling from his mouth and 2 teeth flying out, nearly causing him to stumble. You dare slap me? Slap. Another resounding slap echoed, leaving the onlookers in awe, secretly admiring the audacity of the person who dared to act so boldly in front of the enforcement team. What a fortunate grandson. Indeed, some people are just infuriatingly fortunate. Would anyone else dare to act so brazenly? I fear they would be immediately subdued by the enforcement team. Kneel and apologize. Why should I kneel? Why should I apologize? Slap, slap. Su Zheng wasted no time on words, delivering a slap with each hand. Striking relentlessly, he was well aware that wherever he went, the only way to reason with others was through strength and a formidable backing. I will kneel. I will kneel. I admit my mistakes. I truly admit my mistakes. Please stop slapping me. If you continue, I will die. After receiving over 100 slaps, Lin Feng could no longer bear it and cried out for mercy. Throughout the ordeal, not a single member of the enforcement team stepped forward to intervene. Lin Langtian turned to the enforcement team, saying, Senior Chun, will the enforcement team not take any action? Even if he has the headmaster as his backing, shouldn't you uphold justice rather than merely stand by and do nothing? Chun Hao replied, those who err must admit their mistakes. I believe in Su Zheng's character. He would not falsely accuse anyone. What? Upon hearing Chun Hao's words, everyone, including Lin Langtian, was utterly astonished. This was blatant favoritism. Thud! Lin Feng, unable to endure any longer, fell silent. With the enforcement team choosing to shield Su Zheng, he realized that if he continued to speak, he might receive another slap, with no one to rescue him. Su Zheng, I acknowledge my mistakes. I should not have spoken that way earlier. You are magnanimous. Do not take it to heart. I will never dare again. Chen Hao stepped forward, stating, Su Zheng, he has admitted his mistake. Considering he is also a student of the Academy, let this matter rest. If you lack strength, return and cultivate diligently. Attempting to restore your dignity with mere words will only lead to humiliation. As for my connections, they are merely a part of my strength that, if you are unconvinced, I welcome any of you to challenge me at any time. That as soon as he finished speaking, Su Zheng kicked Lin Feng away. Cousin, shall we depart together? Of course. Observing the two figures retreating, everyone was filled with deep sighs. Having powerful backing is indeed advantageous. Even the enforcement team shows favoritism. Lin Feng has truly encountered a formidable opponent this time, nearly facing dire consequences. Although Su Zheng undeniably possesses strong connections, it must be acknowledged that his prowess is remarkable. Not everyone can defeat Lin Langtian, yet he has achieved it. That I am merely astonished. The enforcement team, typically impartial, is now clearly biased in favor of Su Zheng. Ultimately, it stems from their fear of the dean who stands behind him. In the cave, Lin Fanin's expression darkened as she gazed at the letter in her hand. Xiao Zheng, our family has already uncovered the truth behind the assassination attempt against you. Oh, the royal family. Why would the emperor want me dead? Su Zheng furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend. After all, the Lin family had already been exiled from Taichu City. Why would the royal family take the risk to assassinate him? It is for the Mo Yin army. That I am not the commander of the Mo Yin army. Even if I were to perish, the 30,000 soldiers would still belong to the Lin family. Lin Fanning shook her head and said, the Lin family has no male heirs in the third generation, yet you have suddenly emerged. Should anything happen to grandfather or father, or if one day the Mo Yin army were to be handed over to you, it would pose the greatest threat to the royal family. In the emperor's eyes, my father would not rebel, nor would grandfather. Only you harbor no loyalty to the royal family. Su Zheng chuckled. The emperor believes that if I were to die, the Mo Yin army would inevitably return to the royal family. Precisely. Su Zheng nodded, appearing indifferent. Yet his tone grew increasingly cold as he stated, if others do not offend me, I shall not offend them. Why grandfather and uncle may endure humiliation for their protection. But I will not. Xiao Zheng, do not be reckless. The royal family is not as weak as you imagine, if it were not for our Lin family having grandfather and grandmother to safeguard us. The royal family would have acted long ago. I understand. Once I am strong enough, I will settle this score with the royal family myself. Endurance, he shall not endure. He will return the favor to the emperor with interest. Not wishing to dwell further on the matter, Lin Fanning said, in 3 days, the ancestral sword nest will officially open, allowing entry for 3 continuous months that I will set out tonight. I am confident I will reach the ancestral sword nest in 3 days. Remember, once inside the ancestral sword nest, you must exercise caution. You as well. Not only Su Zheng, but also the entire Taichu Academy and the greater Taichu dynasty, many martial artists flocked to the ancestral sword nest. Initially, Lin Bian and Ji Yanrui had jointly announced the opening of the ancestral sword nest, transforming it from a private secret realm of the 10 great dynasties into a place accessible to all. 3 days later, in the Sword Valley, surrounded by mountains and dense forests, the sound of swords howling reverberated throughout, echoing like thunder across the skies, lingering for miles in the heart of the Sword Valley. Sword-shaped stone gates materialized, a total of 8 gates positioned in 8 different directions, allowing anyone to enter freely. When Su Zheng arrived, it appeared the ancestral sword nest had already been opened. He could still see martial artists surging in from various parts of the valley, entering the stone gates without hesitation, vanishing from sight. Utilizing the ancestral sword nest for training, he must condense his golden core and break through to the golden core divine demon realm. This was his primary goal for entering the ancestral sword nest. Whether he encountered other opportunities was of lesser significance to Su Zheng. The moment Su Zheng stepped through the stone gate, an ancient, desolate aura rushed over him, as if he had entered an endless expanse of time, rendering his entire being ethereal. In the next second, his feet firmly touched the ground, successfully entering the ancestral sword nest. The spiritual energy here is so rich, Su Zheng was taken aback. The spiritual energy within the ancestral sword nest was double that of the outside world. This meant that a martial artist cultivating within the ancestral sword nest for a day was equivalent to cultivating for 2 days outside. Suddenly sensing a chilling sword intense surging, Su Zheng's figure vanished from his original position in an instant. A streak of sword energy sliced through the air, Had Su Zheng been any slower, he would have been pierced directly, a commendable sense of perception. Unfortunately, encountering you, Qianlin, means your demise is certain. I in the first layer of the golden core, divine demon realm. Indeed, I have just condensed my golden core, but so what? The gap between the foundation establishment and golden core realms is akin to a colossal peak. You will not have a chance that I in the ancestral sword nest. Killing and plundering are utterly commonplace. Brandishing the reincarnation sword, Su Zheng spoke no further. Like a leopard, he lunged forward, his presence felt before his body arrived, the sharp sword energy preceding him. Qianlin did not anticipate that not only did the opponent remain unafraid, but he even dared to strike first. With a roar, he swung out a blade. Unfortunately, complacency can cost lives. The youth he looked down upon shattered the sword energy he had unleashed with his reincarnation sword energy. Unable to withstand the onslaught, before Qianlin could utter a second word, numerous streams of sword energy pierced through his body consecutively. The most crucial strike penetrating his brow. It was only as his body fell that he realized not why he had lost, but that he had even paid with his life. Taking the spatial ring, Su Zheng had experienced too many such occurrences. Whether in the Northwest or the wilderness, the martial world operates on a principle of survival of the fittest. Not provoking others does not guarantee they will refrain from seeking trouble. According to the jade slip given to me by my grandmother, at the core of the ancestral sword nest lies a place called Ancestral Sword Peak, surrounded by 4 ancestral sword pools. This is undoubtedly the greatest opportunity within the ancestral sword nest, which Su Zheng would not miss. Currently, he needed to ascertain his position to navigate to Ancestral Sword Peak based on the locations recorded in the jade slip. I have just received news that the Prince of the Thunder Royal Family, Zhou Yuan, has acquired a Qinglong sword within the ancestral sword nest, and it is rumored that this sword seals a genuine Qinglong. Is that true? It is unlikely to be false. Zhou Yuan is already at the 8th level of the Yuan Inked Divine Demon Realm. Now with the Qinglong sword, he could probably slay even those at the 9th level of the Yuan Inked Divine Demon Realm. I am utterly envious. Not only does he possess a noble status, but his fortune also surpasses ours. The ancestral sword nest has been open for less than a day, and we have not even obtained a single hair. Who could argue otherwise? Truly, comparison breeds envy. Passing by, Su Zheng overheard the discussions but felt no envy. For martial artists, seizing opportunities relies entirely on luck. Unless through plunder, it has little to do with strength. However, upon hearing the name Thunder Royal Family, Su Zheng's gaze turned frosty. His grandfather had been harmed by the supreme Emperor Zhou of the Thunder Royal Dynasty, had it not been for receiving the blood fusion technique from the Keeper of the Tombs. His grandfather would have become a cripple. This debt must be settled, and he was certainly not Zhou Cang's match at present, so he would seek to recover some interest from Zhou Cang's grandson, Zhou Yuan, that he must condense his golden core as soon as possible. Once he breaks through to the golden core divine demon realm, he should be able to contend with those in the Yuan Ing divine demon realm. But for now, he is still not quite ready. Su Zheng was self-aware. Although he could kill martial artists in the golden core divine demon realm, he could not contend with those in the Yuan Ing divine demon realm, as the gap in realms is too vast. Unless he could advance further and successfully condense his golden core. I just saw a fleeting shadow pass by. Get lost? Are you seeing things? It's possible. Ever since entering the ancestral sword nest, my mental state has been in a heightened state of tension. Hunt. Su Zheng understood one principle. To survive in the brutal martial world, one must be ruthless, decisive, and unyielding. There can be no room for mercy. This time stepping into the ancestral sword nest, in order to condense his golden core in the shortest time possible, he would need to continuously hunt martial artists to devour their power. Accumulating strength little by little, in the dense forest, towering trees surrounded them. Lin Feng looked around and said, "Cousin, I can confirm that Su Zheng indeed entered the ancestral sword nest before us, daring to humiliate me in the academy. I will ensure he is torn to shreds within the ancestral sword nest." Lin Ke shook his head and said, "I previously advised you against entering the academy, yet you disregarded my words. Our Lin family's cultivation resources are sufficient to nurture you. Brother, you must help me. Indeed, I too wish to see whether this individual who can defeat you with the Foundation establishment, divine demon realm, truly possesses extraordinary capabilities. Do you wish to kill me? Upon hearing the sounds emanating from behind, the three individuals were indeed taken aback, hastily turning to confront the source, Su Zheng. Their astonishment was palpable. Lin Langtian and Lin Feng had not anticipated that the person they sought would reveal himself so readily. Eldest brother, this is Su Zheng, the grandson of the Academy's headmaster. Lin Ke nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. In the Academy, we lack the opportunity, but within the ancestral sword nest. I shall utterly shatter you, you, who dare to insult a member of the Lin family, shall pay the price. Su Zheng's grandmother was the head of the Academy. Even if they had 1,000 times more courage, they would not dare to act recklessly. Not to mention them, even the patriarch of the Lin family would not possess such audacity. However, within the ancestral sword nest, the circumstances were different if the matter were conducted with sufficient secrecy. No one, including the headmaster and Lin Bian, would be any the wiser that I stand here. You may take my life whenever you wish. Lin Feng believed Su Zheng was merely frightened, spouting nonsense in panic, and chuckled. Su Zheng, if you're willing to kneel and admit your mistake, we might consider sparing your life. Lin Ke raised a hand to interject, stating, to kill is one thing. There is no need for humiliation. The Lin family values its dignity. Indeed, cousin, Lin Ke affirmed, turning to Su Zheng, to defeat my brothers with your foundational divine devil realm abilities is worthy of respect. However, I have already stated that you must pay a price. You may choose to end your own life. Su Zheng suddenly smiled. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight, moving with ghostly swiftness towards the three. Seeking death, having already afforded the other party enough face. Lin Ke did not expect Su Zheng to dare to strike first. This was nothing less than a brazen provocation. Su Zheng's speed was astonishing, leaving the three no time to prepare. Lin Ke could only throw a punch, colliding with Su Zheng's palm. Boom! The moment their attacks clashed, a terrifying shockwave surged outward, as if intent on utterly annihilating the other. Su Zheng remained immovable, while Lin Ke was forced back several steps. His vitality churning within him, his face a tableau of shock and disbelief as he struggled to comprehend the strength of this individual. You concealed your cultivation before Su Zheng could respond. Lin Langtian, equally stunned, quickly whispered, brother, he did not conceal his cultivation. He has just arrived from the northwest and entered the inner academy through the back door. Lin Ke was aware of this, yet he could not accept the reality. He had originally believed that his personal intervention would allow him to easily eliminate Su Zheng without any suspense. Instead, he found the other's strength far beyond his comprehension, plunging him into a predicament. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Langtian said, Su Zheng, we were merely jesting with you. We are both from the Academy, belonging to the Taichu Empire. This is the ancestral sword nest. We should unite against common foes. I can promise that any opportunities we gain as a result of our combined efforts will be equally shared, with you taking half. How does that sound? Lin Ke did not intervene. After all, a fist is the foundation of arrogance. With his earlier confidence utterly shattered, Lin Ke's mind began to waver. He was indeed an eightfold golden core divine devil realm practitioner, yet had been repelled by a foundational divine devil martial artist. Could this be possible? Were it not for his first-hand experience of the recent events, he would never have believed it could be true. 4 to 6. You take 6, we take 4. Observing Su Zheng's silence. Lin Langtian grew anxious. 3 to 7. You take 7, we take 3. Surely this is acceptable. Su Zheng remained unresponsive. What is it that you desire? I wish for your lives. Su Zheng, do not push your luck. I'm pushing my luck. It seems it was you who conspired to kill me within the ancestral sword nest. I would ask, who is truly the aggressor here? With a sigh, Lin Ke halted Lin Langtian's attempts to speak further, nodding as he said, Su Zheng, I must concede that your strength has indeed taken me by surprise. I acknowledge that I cannot kill you. However, you cannot kill us either. Continuing this stalemate serves no benefit to either of us. You entered the ancestral sword nest primarily for training and opportunities, not to create enemies. Once this matter is resolved, we can erase past grievances, and you shall remain a lifelong friend of the Lin family. Lin Ke could not fathom the true extent of Su Zheng's power. Should conflict arise, he had no confidence of victory and thus chose to compromise. Bowing to Su Zheng, Lin Ke said, "We have matters to attend to. We must take our leave." Just then, as the three turned to depart, a chilling sword aura sliced through the air, blocking their exit. Whirling around, Lin Ke coldly inquired, "What is it that you want?" "You may leave, but your earlier intent to kill me has left me quite displeased. I require recompense." "What sort of recompense?" "His life." Lin Langtian, seeing Su Zheng pointing a sword at him, trembled in fear and angrily retorted, "Su Zheng, do not be excessive. Your Lin family has already been relegated to Lin City, while my Lin family remains in Taichu City, that if you continue to press, it will bring no benefit to your clan. Su Zheng, aside from this price, you may propose another. Then let your life serve in his stead. It appears you do not wish to negotiate amicably. Indeed, for those who seek to kill me, I shall not allow the tiger to return to the mountain. Therefore, regardless of whether you three attempt to kill me or not, I will slay you today. You three would do well to strike first. Perhaps you may still have a chance." The three understood that Su Zheng was resolute in his intent to kill them. No matter how they attempted to compromise, even if they were to kneel and admit fault, it would all be in vain. The only course of action left was to fight. Smirking, Lin Ke said, "Your strength is indeed formidable, but in a life-and-death struggle, you may not escape unscathed. Not underestimate others, lest you find yourself in a perilous situation." Slowly raising the reincarnation sword in his hand, Su Zheng aimed it at the three. Foregoing further words, his expression conveyed all that was necessary. This battle was inescapable. Even though the three had chosen a compromise, they believed the other party would not relent, and further compromise would serve no purpose other than to disgrace themselves. Contemplating this, Lin Ke remarked with a smile, "Since you wish for death, I shall grant it to you. This is entirely of your own making." As his words fell, the three simultaneously attacked, launching themselves rapidly toward Su Zheng. Just in time to eradicate the roots of future troubles. Since the three sought his life, Su Zheng would show no mercy, seizing the opportunity to eliminate them within the ancestral sword nest, producing 9 soul-piercing nails. Su Zheng unleashed the reincarnation sword, unleashing a storm of sword energy that swept across the sky. The three, pouring forth all their strength to achieve a swift resolution, immediately joined forces to counter the onslaught of sword energy, which began to clash in a void. Lin Feng and Lin Langtian had first-hand experienced Su Zheng's earlier defeat. Under full exertion, they felt a twinge of trepidation. Yet, amidst their concentrated efforts against Su Zheng, 9 soul-piercing nails suddenly shot forth from the dense torrent of sword energy, akin to thunderbolts striking down upon Lin Feng and Lin Langtian. Quick, dodge! With Lin Ke's assistance, Lin Langtian narrowly evaded 4 of the soul-piercing nails. Unfortunately, Lin Feng was not as fortunate. "Cousin, save me. I do not wish to die. I do not want to die." The sound of his screams echoed through the void as the soul-piercing nails found their mark, embedding themselves in Lin Feng's body, 1 in his forehead, 1 in each limb. As for the remaining 5 soul-biting nails, they have returned to Su Zheng's grasp. Lin Langtian, his face pale with fear, felt his mindset utterly collapse. Had it been anyone else, he would have undoubtedly been able to slay any foundational-level divine demon warrior with ease, given the vast discrepancy in their realms. Yet, facing Su Zheng was a different story. Unable to defeat Su Zheng atop the Taiyuan platform of the academy, he now found himself in the ancestral sword nest, feeling like a lamb awaiting slaughter, helpless to resist. This sensation was unbearably tormenting. He had initially believed that with his elder brother's intervention, they could easily eliminate Su Zheng, only to discover that Su Zheng's strength was so formidable that even his brother chose to compromise. Showing them no courtesy, daring not to continue the fight, Lin Langtian turned to flee. Sword energy obstructed his path. How could Su Zheng allow Lin Langtian to escape unchallenged? Summoning the god-slaying coffin, he hurled it fiercely towards Lin Quebec. Su Zheng, wishing to avoid delay and seeking a swift resolution, had no choice but to rely on the god-slaying coffin and the soul-biting nails. facing the coffin that Su Zheng had flung. Lin Ke did not evade. With no other option, he braced himself. Bang! The moment their palms made contact with the god-slaying coffin, a terrifying force surged forth. Caught off guard, Lin Ke spat out blood and dared not linger any longer. The treasures in their opponent's possession were overwhelmingly powerful. Whether he wished to believe it or not, continuing the fight would be detrimental to them both, and it was possible that they would perish here. With a cold smirk, Su Zheng sought precisely this outcome. After all, Lin Ke was a formidable 8th-level golden core divine demon. Entangling himself with Su Zheng at full strength would not be an easy feat. Once again, the god-slaying coffin was sent flying. If once was insufficient, then twice, thrice, he offered Lin Ke no chance to recover. The repeated impacts forced Lin Ke to retreat step by step, and deep within, he felt an overwhelming fear. Unwilling to continue the battle, in the realm of martial combat, he had already lost. Suddenly, Su Zheng seemed to gain insight. The soul-biting nails and the god-slaying coffin returned to his grasp. Holding the reincarnation sword, Su Zheng's voice thundered like rolling thunder. "Receive my sword. If you do not die, I shall allow you to leave." The two, rendered speechless by fear, gasped for breath as they looked at the young man before them. Immediately inquiring, "Is this true? This strike blood drifting?" After his prior contemplation of the reincarnation sword technique at the burial sword mound, Su Zheng had finally grasped the first form of the technique, blood drifting. Buzz! The piercing wail of the soul-slaying sword echoed as if emanating from endless hell, gazing down upon countless wandering souls. What sort of sword technique was this? Regardless of what it was, the notion of being slain by a single strike seemed impossible. As they felt the terrifying sword intent enveloping them, the expressions of both men changed drastically. Yet they still feigned bravado, repeatedly telling themselves that together they could withstand this sword strike. Was this the power that foundational-level divine demon warriors possessed? If they did not know Su Zheng's true capabilities, they might have doubted whether he was concealing his own cultivation. Daring not to wait any longer, the two felt as though their bloodlines were boiling, threatening to burst forth from their bodies and immediately unleash their strongest attacks. Swift wind sword technique, swift wind dance, sword shattering the long river. In that moment, they had truly committed themselves to this juncture. The reincarnation sword in Su Zheng's hand roared with sword intent as he unleashed his most potent strike towards the two. The sword energy coalesced, forming 100-foot-long illusory blood-red sword energy, imbued with the chilling and domineering sword intent that locked onto the two, rendering their own sword energy utterly restrained. A single strike of blood drifting brought forth a celestial display of blood-red sword lotuses blooming across the heavens. As they realized their sword energy had been shackled, the two began to frantically channel their internal power, only to be filled with terror as they discovered their strength had also been imprisoned. What was happening? They had never encountered such a sword path before. Su Zheng, do not kill me. I, Lin Langtian, am willing to be your dog from now on, and I will help you bite others. Lin Ke did not scorn his brother. When faced with life and death, all notions of face and dignity were mere illusions. Survival was all that mattered. Yet he could see that Su Zheng had no intention of sparing them. Begging for mercy would be futile. Run! Just as the two abandoned their attempts to fight back and prepare to flee, the blood-red sword lotus came crashing down, striking them directly. Bang! Bang! As the sword energy pierced through their bodies. They erupted into two clouds of blood mist, filling the sky with a beautiful display of crimson. That Su Zheng was somewhat astonished. He had only just comprehended the first form of the reincarnation sword technique and did not expect it to be so overwhelming. Far exceeding his understanding, that it was hard to imagine how powerful the subsequent techniques of the reincarnation sword would be. Now, Su Zheng began to feel anticipation, though comprehending the advanced techniques would not be an easy task. As he retrieved the spatial rings from the two's fallen bodies and prepared to depart, two monks clad in gray robes emerged, their hands clasped together. Ba, benefactor, the sword technique you just employed is a grave transgression against humanity. We hope you will relinquish this sword and vow never to employ such techniques again. The two monks appeared quite handsome, though their skin was somewhat coarse, each bearing 9 black dots upon their heads. Their hands clasped as illusory lotus blossoms of Buddha swirled around their feet. With eyes sharp as blades, The two monks fixed their gaze upon the young man before them, their voices tinged with a hint of anger. "Who are you?" "I am Xian Kong, and this is Xian Ixin. We hail from the Buddhist dynasty." The Buddhist dynasty, one of the 10 great dynasties of the wilds, that Su Zheng was not unfamiliar with this dynasty. He had heard his cousin speak of it in detail. The Buddhist dynasty, originally a sect of Buddhism in the wilds, had overthrown the previous dynasty due to its indiscriminate slaughter of innocents, establishing a new dynasty to promote the teachings of compassion and benevolence. "May I inquire your name, benefactor?" "Su Zheng from Lin City, Lin family." "Might I ask how Su Bian is related to you?" "He is my grandfather." "Ah, so Su Benefactor is the grandson of General Lin Bian. Is there anything else?" "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Please, Su Benefactor, wait." "What else is there?" Su Zheng, unfamiliar with the Buddhist dynasty, adhered to the principle of not offending others unless provoked. As long as the monks did not initiate trouble, he would not interfere in their affairs as Su Benefactor. General Lin's life has been steeped in bloodshed. We of the Buddhist dynasty have long wished to invite General Lin to our holy land to purify his heart, yet he has consistently declined. The sword technique you employed earlier was ruthless and bloody. If you do not rein in your murderous intent, you may follow in General Lin's footsteps. And what do those masters propose? Xian Kong clasped his hands together and said, "We ask that you accompany us to the Buddhist dynasty. We will notify General Lin, and you too may reside in the Buddhist dynasty to partake in the teachings of Buddhism. I believe that in 3 years' time, your hearts will be cleansed of all murderous thoughts." Rubbing his ears, Su Zheng understood their intentions. They merely wished to capture him and use him as bait to draw his grandfather. Their intentions were not pure. "Su Benefactor, we act for your and General Lin's benefit. We hope you will cooperate." "Cooperate for what?" "Please accompany us to the Buddhist dynasty." "Why should I follow you to the Buddhist dynasty?" With a cold snort, Su Zheng mocked. "Buddhist dynasty, since you are Buddhists. Why not remain in the Buddhist dynasty to practice your teachings? Do not think I am unaware of your true nature. Indulging in pleasures and slaughtering others with ferocity beyond compare. I heard from my cousin that hundreds of years ago, your Buddhist sect massacred millions of generals from the previous dynasty to establish your Buddhist dynasty. This is your so-called compassion?" "I spit." Taken aback, Xian Ixin retorted angrily, "Su Benefactor, do not speak nonsense. We seek your well-being. You must not judge our intentions with a narrow mind." The two, now visibly enraged, emanated a powerful Buddhist aura that surged towards Su Zheng like a tsunami. Buzz! The sword's wail roared as Su Zheng slowly raised the reincarnation sword, pointing it at the two, his voice resonating like a funeral bell echoing through the clouds. "I know nothing of your Buddhist dynasty, and my affairs are of no concern to you. I will kill whomever I please. If you do not leave, I shall slay you both." "Impudent!" Xian Kong intervened to stop Xian Ixin, letting out a sigh of resignation, and said bitterly, "Heaven possesses a benevolent nature, and this humble monk is unwilling to easily part with Master Su. Since Master Su is reluctant to journey to the Buddha's realm, we must first request that he remains quiet. It seems you are intentionally seeking trouble." "We do not seek conflict, but rather wish to assist Master Su and General Lin." "Is it merely assistance?" Su Zheng did not believe their words. In his view, once his grandfather truly ventured to the Buddha's realm, he would likely be directly suppressed by them. After all, his grandfather was once the stabilizing pillar of the Taichu dynasty. It was clear that Xian Ixin, with his fiery temperament, grew impatient at Su Zheng's reluctance and said, "Why waste words with him? Just restrain him and take him to the Buddha's realm." I refuse to believe Lin Bian would not follow. For 20 years, Lin Bian had slaughtered over 100,000 disciples of our Buddha's realm. If we do not seize this opportunity, it would be tantamount to inviting trouble upon ourselves. Your intentions are transparent. You wish to deal with my grandfather, and I truly wish to tarnish your lineage. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Zheng ceased his idle chatter, and the reincarnation sword in his hand shot forth like a venomous snake. At that moment, Su Zheng was genuinely enraged. It was quite normal for dynasties to engage in mutual slaughter. He could even understand if they wished to confront his grandfather, given their differing stances and positions. However, the notion that 2 bald monks would simply take him away, using him as bait to lure his grandfather to the Buddha's realm, was utterly unacceptable. Presumptuous! You are overstepping your bounds, since you are blind to the times. I shall make you suffer a little. Xian Exing gathered his palms and struck out, unleashing a domineering Buddhist seal infused with rolling Buddhist essence. The fierce sword energy collided violently with the overwhelming Buddhist seal, and a terrifying shockwave spread outward, shattering the sword energy, though the seal also dissipated. Yuaning Shun Su Zheng was astonished, although the two bald monks were merely at the first level of Yuan Ing Shun Mo. It was indeed challenging for him to face them both simultaneously. They were taken aback to see Su Zheng withstand the Buddhist seal. It seemed they had not anticipated that he, being merely a foundational level Shun Mo, possessed such formidable strength. Master Su indeed possesses some skill, having inherited General Lin's talent. Someone like you deserves to be suppressed in the Buddhist prison, doomed to reincarnation for eternity, lest you bring harm to the world, with nowhere to escape. Su Zheng knew that facing two bald monks simultaneously would be exceedingly difficult. Yet, with matters having escalated to this point, he could only brace himself for battle. 9 soul-biting nails appeared in his hand as Su Zheng's figure vanished from his original position. Wielding the reincarnation sword to execute the reincarnation sword technique, that a sword drenched in blood. Accompanied by the roar of the sword, the air seemed to fill with a rain of blood, cold and piercing as if entering an endless abyss. Master Su. For now, this humble monk can only cripple your cultivation and destroy your divine sword, taking you to the Buddha's realm. However, rest assured, I will keep my word and ensure you remain unharmed. The two monks began reciting Buddhist scriptures, their brows adorned with swirling symbols that began to spin frantically as a vast wave of Buddhist essence surged forth, coalescing behind them into illusory Buddhist figures, their sacred light enveloping the heavens. Great power, heavenly dragon. Earthly venerable K. Itagarba, Praj Buddhas, twin dragons in heaven. With a resonant Buddhist chant and a dragon's roar, the overwhelming Buddhist essence began to condense into two illusory, divine dragons, their bodies a pearlescent white. Resonating with Buddhist rhythms, the cold dragon-like eyes surveyed all, as the two illusory Buddhist dragons roared at Su Zheng, seemingly intent on devouring him entirely. The two monks pressed their palms together, and the two dragons above them roared with reckless abandon. Strike first. Su Zheng dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence. He unleashed the 9 soul-biting nails one by one while executing a sword drenched in blood amidst the torrential rain of blood. 2 divine dragons soared towards Su Zheng, while the 9 soul-biting nails were firmly ensnared. Unable to breach the Buddhist essence barrier, in the next moment, the 2 dragons completely enveloped Su Zheng, intertwining and trapping him within their colossal illusory forms. Master Su, I harbor no intent to kill you. If you are willing to surrender and accompany me to the Buddha's realm, I promise not to cripple your cultivation. The terrifying Buddhist dragons pressed down, and Su Zheng felt as if 2 towering peaks were descending upon him. What to do? Since I cannot break free, then I shall consume. Desperation took hold, and Su Zheng promptly sat cross-legged, channeling the 9-turn celestial devouring technique, using himself as a vortex to devour the 2 Buddhist dragons surrounding him. With no response, the furious Xian Exine declared, Since you are so obstinate, I will have no choice but to cripple your cultivation. This is of your own making. Great power, heavenly dragon, twin dragons suppress. Xian Kong did not stop Xian Exine. Rather, he joined in to assist in suppressing Su Zheng. Not wishing to waste any more time, their original intent in entering the ancestral sword's nest was to seek opportunities to enhance their own cultivation. But they had not anticipated encountering Lin Bian's grandson. It was indeed a surprising turn of events. They must suppress Su Zheng and successfully bring him back to the Buddha's realm to hope to deal with Lin Bian and eliminate future troubles. There was no response, just a minor foundational level Shanamo. How much storm could he raise? Just as the two prepared to retreat, they were horrified to discover that the 2 dragons they had conjured were firmly bound and could not retreat. What is happening? Bald monks, since you are willing to assist, I shall graciously accept. He aimed to devour the 2 dragons and condense a golden core. Stop him. Staring in shock at the scene before them, neither had expected that this individual could actually reverse the consumption of the Buddhist dragons. In our presence, How dare you act recklessly? The swirling symbols detached from their foreheads, overlapping and imprinting onto the two dragons, producing a chorus of mournful Buddhist chants and dragon roars that echoed through the void. Consume. Now, Su Zheng was unconcerned with anything else. It was either his death or theirs, and he was acutely aware of the significant trouble posed by the two Yuan Ingshan Mo joining forces against him. Thus, amid the furious expressions of the two monks, the two dragons they had conjured were forcibly consumed by Su Zheng, while the two swirling symbols were expelled, sword energy forged in the foundation. Buddhist dragons condensing cores. Su Zheng was perhaps the first to utilize the consumption of two Buddhist dragons to form a golden core. You two bald monks! The god-slaying coffin appeared in his hands, and Su Zheng hurled it fiercely at the two, accompanied by the 9 soul-biting nails. It was evident that he was thoroughly enraged. This child, under the combined efforts of you and I, can still consume the Buddhist dragons to condense a golden core. It is likely we cannot even suppress him together. We must leave. Observing the two bald monks turning to flee, Su Zheng could not allow them to escape. He unleashed the demonic flame manifestation, and a massive illusory tiger form coalesced above him. The ancient fierce beast, the demonic flame tiger, he could actually wield such martial arts. This child must be eliminated, or it would lead to endless troubles. The two gritted their teeth, fully aware of the immense threat Su Zheng posed. Seizing the opportunity while he had just condensed his golden core, they had a chance to slay him. Once Su Zheng stabilized his golden core Shun Mo realm, it would be far more challenging to kill him. Double Buddhas suppress 10,000 demons. Suddenly turning around, both monks simultaneously unleashed their Buddhist martial skills, the most formidable offensive they could muster. Bang! The overwhelmingly powerful god-slaying coffin struck fiercely against the Buddha seal they had conjured. And as Su Zheng's cultivation smoothly broke through to the golden core Shun Mo realm, his strength underwent a qualitative transformation. Moreover, the 9 soul-biting nails disrupted their attack, causing them to retreat step by step. Whether they were willing to believe it or not, they had already lost this battle. That it was immensely frustrating. They had initially thought that as two dignified first-level Yuan in Shun Mo working together, slaying a mere foundational-level Shun Mo would be an utterly effortless task. Yet what was the result? Su Zheng proved to be even more monstrous than Lin Bian. Merely at the foundational level Shun Mo, he could shake their combined might. The god-slaying coffin struck down again and again. Leave. Not daring to linger any longer, Xian Kong urged. Master Su, this is all a misunderstanding. We merely wish to invite you to the Buddha's realm as a guest, not to be your enemy. Please, Master Su, cease hostilities and let us sit down to discuss this properly. If you wish to deal with my grandfather, today I shall eradicate you two bald monks, and if you desire to suppress me for eternity, I shall cast you into AVCI hell, never to be reborn. If two individuals were to engage in a desperate battle to the death, it would not be an easy feat for Su Zheng to secure victory. Ultimately, having witnessed Su Zheng devour the Buddha dragon's condensed golden core and brandish a coffin and nails with such ferocity, the two adversaries were already disinclined to continue the fight. In battles between the strong, the state of one's mind is of utmost importance. Am I mistaken? Or is that individual carrying a coffin while pursuing two Buddhas? I recognize them. They appear to be Xian Kong and Xian Xen from the Buddhist dynasty, both formidable experts of the nascent soul realm. Look, that's Su Zheng. He is indeed chasing after two nascent soul Buddhas. Truly impressive. The students from Taichu Academy were astonished to see Su Zheng pursuing the two Buddhas. However, they had grown accustomed to such displays. During their time at the academy, Su Zheng had already managed to defeat Lin Lang Tian, a 5-fold golden core expert, while still at the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, Su Zheng had successfully condensed his golden core, elevating his strength to new heights, making it entirely reasonable for him to pursue two 1-fold nascent soul Buddhas. Others, however, were unaware of this and were witnessing a golden core expert pursuing nascent soul Buddhas for the first time. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, it is unlikely anyone would have chosen to believe it. The Buddhist dynasty is one of the 10 great dynasties of the wilderness, typically embodying compassion, with few daring to provoke them. Who is this person that audaciously pursues a Buddha? Compassionate. How bold of you to say so. The sins committed by the Buddhist dynasty and the lives they have taken are no less than those of other dynasties. At times, the Buddhist dynasty has brazenly slaughtered under the guise of compassion. Otherwise, the Buddhist dynasty could not have risen to prominence as one of the 10 great dynasties of the wilderness. To chase down 2 nascent soul experts, it seems this individual must be concealing his true level of cultivation. How could a golden core expert achieve such a feat? Those who witnessed the event were filled with astonishment, as such a pursuit was unprecedented and rather peculiar, leading to rampant speculation about the identity of the one chasing the 2 Buddhas, truly formidable. The dense forest was filled with towering trees. How shameless! This beast was clearly our target first, yet Su Zheng managed to seize it. This is precisely what the Buddhist dynasty relishes doing, daily proclaiming compassion while engaging in heinous acts, committing murder, and plundering without remorse. Hush! Su Zheng has always been vehemently opposed to evil. Be cautious of your words, lest he hears and takes your life. Deep within the forest, beneath a colossal mountain, an I Huang had just broken through to the threefold nascent soul realm and happened to be passing by. An I Huang, this beast shall be dealt with by this humble monk to prevent further wanton slaughter. Internally scornful, an I Huang smiled and replied, Master Su Zheng, I have taken quite a liking to this beast within. I hope you can bear to part with it and allow me to take care of it, that I shall nurture it well. Su Zheng shook his head, hands pressed together, and said, This beast has a connection to the Buddha. During my attempt to capture it, I sensed the Buddha's resonance emanating from its head. It is best suited to return with me to the Buddhist dynasty. Shameless. Just then, a cry rang out. Look, it's Master Xian Kong and Xian Xun. Someone is pursuing them. Su Zheng. And I Huang gazed in shock at the figure chasing the 2 masters, seemingly unable to believe she had encountered Su Zheng here. Brother Su Zheng, save us. The 2 being pursued felt quite aggrieved. As established nascent soul experts, they had only recently condensed their nascent souls, yet they were not a match for someone who had just formed a golden core. Yet they found themselves facing a formidable opponent. Su Zheng's might far exceeded their comprehension, and they had been relentlessly pursued until they finally encountered individuals from the Buddhist dynasty, gathering demonic flames behind him. Su Zheng was acutely aware that he had only one opportunity to strike. Demonic flame palm. With a sweeping motion, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of demonic flames, a thunderous roar resounded through the void. Amidst the astonishment of all present, a colossal palm, 100 feet in size, suddenly descended from the heavens, directly obstructing Xian Xun, while Xian Kong managed to evade the attack. Brother Su Zheng, save me. Stop, choosing to ignore the plea. Su Zheng fervently channeled the demonic flame transformation, and the terrifying 100-foot palm crashed down upon Xian Xun. Bang! Having already been thoroughly frightened, Xian Xun dared not resist with full force, merely executing a symbolic Buddhist seal. Only to be struck by the titanic palm, blood spurted forth. He was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. With a single step, Su Zheng firmly grasped Xian Xun by the neck. Fully aware that he could end Xian Xun's life at any moment should he wish. Kid, if you dare to kill me, Brother Su Zheng will not let you go. Unable to meet Su Zheng's icy gaze, Xian Xun averted his eyes, trembling. Bald donkey, look me in the eye. A sharp rebuke made Xian Xun shudder, forcing him to lock eyes with Su Zheng, no longer daring to look away. What transpired? Xian Kong, unwilling to conceal anything, approached Xian Zheng and quietly recounted the events that had transpired, including Su Zheng's identity. Without reproach, Xian Zheng understood that had he been in the same position, he would have acted likewise. Lin Bian posed a significant threat to the Buddhist dynasty. How could one pass up such a rare opportunity? Amit Ba, Su Benefactor, there seems to be a misunderstanding. This humble monk apologizes on behalf of my 2 junior brothers. I implore you to release junior brother Xian Xun, and let us sit down and resolve this misunderstanding amicably. Su Zheng tightened his grip, disinterested in the notion of a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? Had I not cultivated the 9 turns devouring heaven technique, able to consume the golden cores released by the 2 of you, I would likely have perished at the hands of these 2 bald donkeys. Not being able to defeat me is a misunderstanding. The aura of a golden core? Am I mistaken? The energy emanating from him seems to be that of merely a one-fold golden core expert, even rather unstable. Could it be that he has only just condensed his golden core? Impossible! Xian Xin and Xian Kong are both one-fold nascent soul experts. Could someone who's just formed a golden core truly pursue two of them? I refuse to believe it. Perhaps he is deliberately concealing his true realm. Upon entering the ancestral sword nest, one would be eager for others to recognize their prowess, who would have the leisure to hide their true cultivation. What he just displayed was a particularly domineering palm technique. I sense this individual is far from ordinary. Many had come to hunt the beast, yet none anticipated witnessing such a scene. A youth who had just broken through to the golden core realm was not only pursuing two nascent soul Buddhas, but was now controlling one's life and death. Look, the beast is showing its head. A gasp echoed through the air. At the foot of the giant mountain, a dark cave, barely half a meter wide, revealed a creature. Strictly speaking, it was not just a head, but the entirety of its body. A stout creature covered in fluffy, milky white fur, lacking a head and limbs, with its eyes, nose, and mouth all situated on its body, resembling a white ball from afar. Kid, what is your name? Don't look around. I am asking you. Yes, you've got Su Zheng confirmed several times before realizing the beast was indeed addressing him. Surprised, he did not overthink it and replied, Su Zheng, a fine name indeed. If you are willing to save me, I can lead you to a treasure. Why choose me among so many? You caught my eye. A reasonable answer. Su Zheng nodded, smiling. I happen to find you quite appealing as well. With Xian Xin in his grasp, Su Zheng strode towards the giant mountain. Xian Xin was his bargaining chip. He understood that this so-called Xian Zheng was not his match. As long as he held Xian Xin, he believed that Xian Zheng and Xian Kong would not dare to act against him. Su Benefactor, please hold on. Su Zheng did not halt his steps or utter a word. In the instant that Xian Zheng attempted to intervene, he yanked Xian X's left arm, causing blood to spray forth and a scream akin to a slaughtered pig to reverberate through the void. Witnessing this scene, everyone was thoroughly shocked, each secretly giving Su Zheng a thumbs up, marveling at his formidable prowess. Xian Zheng and his companion dared not obstruct him any longer. They needed to ensure Xian Xin's safety. Encountering a madman, even compromise would be futile. They could only seek an opportunity to rescue him. Arriving at the cave's entrance, Su Zheng smiled and said, Aren't you afraid I might take this chance to kill you? Not afraid. They emerged from the cave entrance, approximately the size of a football, its entire body a soft, milky white point. Two adorable eyes rolled about, yet it possessed a large mouth and a pointed nose. It could not walk but could only bounce. With each leap, it sprang directly into Su Zheng's embrace, cheerfully exclaiming, Thank you for rescuing me. Young one. Wait. I shall take you to seek treasures, and I assure you, you will be satisfied. Moreover, I have a secret to share. I can refine elixirs. Elixirs refined by. Su Zheng had never encountered such a notion. Do you not believe me? They glared fiercely at Su Zheng, its voice tinged with anger. Once you procure the herbs and the formula, I shall demonstrate my prowess. Su Zheng remained skeptical, but chose not to dwell on the matter, instead inquiring, What is your name? I am called Xiao Tiantian. What a rather uninspired name. Su Zheng patted the little creature's head and turned to Xuanzhong and Xian Kong, coldly stating, I do not seek conflict unless provoked. If your Buddhist sect wishes to confront my grandfather, they may do so openly in Lin City rather than resorting to underhanded tactics and using me as leverage. Your sect prides itself on compassion, yet secretly engages in acts of murder and robbery, bullying the weak. Others may cower, but I will not be coddled. Those who err must face the consequences. With a resounding thud, Su Zheng used his finger as a sword, the oppressive sword energy instantly penetrating Xuanxin's dantian. Heavens, he had actually rendered Xuanxin crippled before Xuanzhong's very eyes. Xuanxin had become a mere shell of his former self, yet Xuanzhong would undoubtedly seek revenge. This man was in grave trouble. Lin City? Could it be that his grandfather was General Lin Bian of the Taichu dynasty? Everyone's gaze shifted to Ni Huang, for she was indeed the princess of the Taichu dynasty. If Su Zheng were truly Lin Bian's grandson, they should be familiar with one another. As Ni Huang approached Su Zheng, All present could nearly affirm that he was indeed Lin Bian's grandson. General Lin had devoted his life to guarding the Taichu dynasty, single-handedly leading the Demon Flame army to elevate the dynasty to one of the 10 great dynasties of the wilderness. Yet he was now being treated as a mere pawn and relegated to Lin City. It would be peculiar if such a dynasty did not falter. Without Lin Bian at the helm, I believe the Taichu dynasty cannot hold out for long. Rumor has it that the Thunder dynasty has begun amassing troops at the borders, seemingly preparing for a large-scale invasion of the Taichu dynasty. Master Xuanzhong, if this is merely a misunderstanding, I implore you to take Xuanxin and leave. Let this matter rest. No one should pursue it further. Shall we? Xiankong chuckled, retorting, and I Huang, you are indeed magnanimous. However, given Su Zheng's ruthless conduct, my companion and I cannot simply disregard this. We must provide an account to the Buddhist sect. And what do you propose? Please accompany us back to the Buddhist sect, Su Zheng. And if Su Zheng refuses, then we shall resolve this with force. And I Huang, however, smiled, brandishing the N.I. Huang sword, pointing it at the two men, her voice icy. If you wish to resort to force, I shall gladly accompany you to the very end. But do consider carefully, lest you end up losing both your quarry and your N.I. Huang, if you wish to protect him. I fear it may be beyond your capabilities. Please step aside. This matter will not concern you. That Su Zheng is a man of the Taichu dynasty. I will not turn a blind eye. She waved her hand. Halting Xiankong. Xuanzhong pondered for a moment before stating, you have already crippled Xuanxin. Hand him over, and you may depart, but should we meet again, I shall not hesitate to act. That was precisely the statement Su Zheng sought. He had no desire for conflict. While he could defeat Xiankong and Xuanxin, he could not contend with Xuanzhong. Moreover, N.I. Huang was likely not a match for him either. It was best to evade this confrontation. As for whether to engage in battle the next time they crossed paths, that was a matter for another day. Soon as Xuanzhong finished speaking, Su Zheng kicked Xuanxin away and turned to leave. Xiankong caught Xuanxin and immediately protested. Xuanzhong, shall we simply let him go? With so many witnesses, we cannot go back on our word, but Xuanxin has been rendered crippled. This is the ancestral sword nest. He cannot escape. I understand. As they watched Su Zheng's retreating figure, the crowd was filled with astonishment. And one had anticipated that he could cripple Xuanxin and still depart unscathed, even taking with him that Xuanzhong had sought to capture. One by one, they raised their thumbs in admiration. Su Zheng, halt. Is there something the princess requires? As she looked at the halted young man, N.I. Huang sighed inwardly. Initially, she had underestimated Su Zheng, dismissing him as someone from the northwest who could hardly possess much strength. Yet now, she found herself increasingly unable to see through him. Not only had he successfully condensed the golden core, but he had also severely injured Xuanxin with a single strike. Such talent and potential were surely unparalleled in the wilderness. Given time, she believed Su Zheng would become the second General Lin Bian, or perhaps even surpass him. Su Zheng. Regarding the Lin family, I apologize on behalf of my father. Trust me, I will persuade him to change his mind, and the Lin family shall certainly return to Taichu City. Only N.I. Huang understood how perilous it was for the dynasty to lose Lin Bian and the Demon Flame army, especially with the Thunder dynasty already amassing troops at the borders. With a cold smirk, Su Zheng displayed indifference. The Lin family is of no consequence to me. Having uttered that, Su Zheng turned his back and departed, unwilling to utter another word. The royal family was heartless. Merely recalling their actions against his grandfather and the assassination attempts on himself filled him with revulsion. With a sigh, N.I. Huang recognized that her father's decision would lead the dynasty down an irreversible path. One misstep would lead to another, and retreat would be impossible. Youngster, that woman is quite beautiful. Why do you not pursue her? Su Zheng furrowed his brow, unwilling to delve into that topic, intentionally changing the subject. He asked, did you not mention taking me to find a treasure? I now have the time. Where is it? Hee. I shall take you there right now, and I guarantee your satisfaction. Su Zheng felt a flicker of anticipation. He was unfamiliar with this, yet he could discern that the little creature's identity must be significant. Otherwise, Xuanzhong and the others would not have sought to capture it. Before them stood a towering peak, its dragon-like form vivid and lifelike, as if it were about to soar through the heavens. How did you know? I stumbled upon it during a time of great hunger, discovering the treasure by chance. But you must prepare yourself. Do not falter when the moment comes. Following the little creature, they arrived at the mountainside of the colossal peak, where the little one had marked the spot. For anyone else, it would have been nearly impossible to uncover this place, so well concealed was it. Follow me inside. As a luminous orb appeared before them. Su Zheng thought little of it and stepped into the light, his figure vanishing as if nothing had transpired. Inside a vast cavern, the walls gleamed as smoothly as jade. In the center lay a colossal natural stone, resembling white jade, upon which a woman lay draped in purple garments. Her skin as white as snow, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens, her bare feet barely visible. Youngster, do not drool. Disregarding the little creature, Su Zheng approached the white jade stone, gazing in awe at the stunning visage before him. Even he was taken aback. It was an extraordinarily beautiful face. Describing it as breathtaking would not do it justice. Words failed to capture her beauty, and she exuded an aura of chilling coldness, as though she had been frozen for millennia, making anyone hesitant to touch her. Su Zheng refrained from laying a finger on the woman and turned to observe the pale yellow circle beside the white jade stone. Youngster, the treasure I spoke of is this circle. Su Zheng nodded, stepping forward to grasp it, only to be alarmed to find he could not budge the yellow circle even a fraction. How foolish. Should you not first refine it with your blood to be able to move it? With a fierce glare at the little creature, Su Zheng forced out a drop of his essence blood, and, using the 9 turns swallowing heaven technique circulating within him, slowly dripped it onto the yellow circle. Buzz! A piercing dragon's roar suddenly resonated throughout the cavern. Su Zheng was genuinely startled. Amidst his astonishment, a massive black divine dragon materialized, yet it exuded no discernible aura. The yellow circle clamped around the dragon's neck, and with a mere thought, it vanished into Su Zheng's hand. Dragon prison circle. He refined the yellow circle with his essence blood. A surge of information flooded into his mind. The bane of the dragon tribe. The dragon prison circle.it was indeed a treasure, and Su Zheng expressed his satisfaction, saying, I shall remember this feat, noticing that the little creature was fixated on the dragon's corpse coiled on the ground. He inquired, Do you wish to eat it? Dragon elixir would be delightful. I happen to be quite hungry. Regardless of Su Zheng's willingness, the little creature leapt directly before the corpse of the divine dragon. With its mouth agape, revealing sharp teeth, it sank its fangs fiercely into the dragon's scales. The ripping sound echoed as the dragon's blood had long since dried, and a dragon pearl, the size of a fist, was swallowed whole by the little one. That the flavor was delightful, yet regrettably insufficient. Furrowing its brow, it lamented the wastefulness. If only it could refine this dragon pearl using the 9 transformations of heaven-devouring technique. It surely would enhance its cultivation significantly. Kid, roasted dragon meat isn't do you want some? No. Thank you. Then I'll have it. Suit yourself. Thus the little creature opened its mouth wide and began to devour, gorging itself. With a dragon body spanning over 10 meters, within less than half an hour, it had consumed the entire carcass. Truly impressive. Observing the diminutive figure, one could hardly believe it could consume such a vast quantity. Patting its round belly, the little creature let out a satisfied burp and declared, I've eaten too much. Kid, do as you wish. I am off to sleep. Before Su Zheng could utter a word, the little one had already leapt onto him, transforming into a ball of white light that vanished into his palm. Extending his right hand, he gazed at the initially revealed white pattern, shaking his head in resignation. His intuition told him that this beast was extraordinary. However, Su Zheng did not inquire further. In his view, as long as the little creature could assist him in acquiring treasures and opportunities, that was sufficient to ask for what lay ahead. He would take it one step at a time. Returning to the front of the massive white jade stone, he beheld a beautiful woman lying upon it. Beside her a small azure cauldron of exquisite design. He picked it up and attempted to drip a drop of his blood into it. Yet at the moment his blood merged with the cauldron, it did not refine it. Instead, the woman atop the stone vanished in an instant, seemingly drawn into the cauldron. What is happening? Su Zheng found himself momentarily dazed, and by the time he wished to intervene, it was too late. He quickly examined the cauldron, only to find two characters inscribed on its front. Ice Desolation. Ice Desolation Cauldron? It was puzzling. Although the Ice Desolation Cauldron had absorbed his blood, it had refused to refine and had even consumed the woman. He was at a loss. Yet, unwilling to abandon the Ice Desolation Cauldron, he could clearly see that it was no ordinary artifact, even rivaling the Prison Dragon Ring in terms of rarity. After thoroughly ensuring that no other opportunities remained in the cave, he turned to leave. Upon exiting, he found Ai Huang waiting there, having arrived unbeknownst to him. Furrowing his brow, Su Zheng felt utterly exasperated. He held no fondness for anyone from the Taichu royal family, and Ai Huang included. Yes, there's something you need? I worry about Xian Zheng's intentions towards you. I have a way to deal with it. Seeing Su Zheng maintain his distance, and Ai Huang felt somewhat aggrieved. As a princess of the Taichu dynasty, she had never been treated in such a manner. Most importantly, Su Zheng had publicly defied a royal decree, turning her into a subject of ridicule. Su Zheng, what do you truly want? Princess Ai Huang, it is I who should be asking you what you desire. And why you persistently cling to me. I cling to you? Isn't it so? Preposterous. Su Zheng replied indifferently. Princess Ai Huang, I am aware that my defiance of the marriage decree has brought you certain humiliation. However, I truly do not wish my marriage to become a political sacrificial offering. I believe you feel the same way. If that is the case, why must you dwell on this matter? You scoundrel. As a princess of the Taichu dynasty, do not speak so carelessly, lest you find it difficult to marry in the future. If I cannot marry, I shall marry you and beat you daily. Su Zheng, of course, understood that Ai Huang was jesting, replying, I would not wed you. My Lin family has no surplus food to spare for you, Bang. As soon as he spoke, Ai Huang struck him forcefully with her palm. Clearly enraged, the power behind her blow was formidable. Su Zheng noticed Ai Huang's attack, and, realizing he could not dodge in time, could only sidestep. Still, he was caught by the palm strike, sending him hurtling backward. Thud! His body crashed to the ground, rendering him unconscious. Not feign death? I did not intend for that strike to kill you. Su Zheng had indeed damaged his Xuanxin Dantian. How could he be so easily defeated? Su Zheng, are you all right? Seeing Su Zheng lying motionless on the ground, Ai Huang began to panic. Despite her anger, she had never intended to harm him fatally, even when he had publicly defied her. She merely wished to teach him a lesson, never expecting any extreme consequences. She understood Su Zheng's position. If he were to die by her hand, the Lin family would undoubtedly seek vengeance, possibly inciting a rebellion with the Demon Flame army. Hastily, she knelt beside Su Zheng and felt for his breath, but found none. There is no breath. What is happening? Logically, Su Zheng should not be this weak. Could it be that he was severely injured from his previous battles with Xuanxin and Xiankong? This must be the case, for he had only just condensed his golden core and managed to severely injure two nascent soul divine demons. Such feats could only come at a cost. In that moment, Ai Huang was genuinely flustered, cursing, Damn Su Zheng, foul Su Zheng, why did you not speak of your injuries sooner? If you die, how will I explain this to General Lin? And Fan Yin will blame me as well. Wake up quickly, or I swear I will kick you to death. Abruptly, Su Zheng opened his eyes and smiled. Princess, you truly are ruthless. I am already dead, and you still wish to kick me. Her gaze sharpened. Ai Huang was momentarily taken aback. She immediately kicked Su Zheng fiercely, sparing no mercy. With a nimble roll, Su Zheng swiftly evaded the kick. Princess Ai Huang, do you perhaps have feelings for me? With hands on her hips. Ai Huang glared at the young man before her, feeling flustered yet feigning composure. Indeed, I have some affection for you. Then you should make an effort to pursue me. I will grant you the opportunity. You shameless! Su Zheng could see that Ai Huang was not a bad person. Despite his public defiance of the marriage decree, she had not sought to retaliate against him. Unlike others, Ai Huang had even come to his aid. Royal lineage aside, Ai Huang was still Ai Huang. As for his feelings towards her, there was not a trace of romantic inclination, at least for now. After all, matters of the heart are unpredictable. One can only take it step by step. At present, his priority was to utilize the ancestral sword nest for training to enhance his cultivation, striving to reach the peak of the Golden Core realm and eventually attempt to condense his nascent soul. Su Zheng clasped his hands together, stating, "I have important matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." Watching his swiftly departing figure, and Huang sighed deeply. Even she could not comprehend her own feelings toward Su Zheng. Shouldn't she be angry for his refusal of the imperial decree? This time, she did not pursue him further. She understood that opportunities for training in the ancestral sword nest were rare and must be seized promptly. Boom! Boom! 6 figures surrounded Lu Wanshan, relentlessly pressuring her with an unending onslaught. Currently, Lu Wanshan was bloodied and battered, evidently gravely injured, yet her cold eyes showed no sign of yielding in her grasp. The Qing Wan sword emitted a series of piercing cries that echoed through the void. Sixth Prince, this woman is remarkably formidable. Despite such severe injuries, she is still able to take down 2 of us. Of course, although Lu Wanshan is merely at the 4th level of the Golden Core realm, her strength should not be underestimated. Were it not for her injuries, we would have found it difficult to seize an opportunity. The 6 members from the Thunder Royal family gazed greedily at Lu Wanshan. Zhou Long grinned. Lu Wanshan, if you willingly surrender and return with me to the Thunder Dynasty, I can promise you that you shall become a future princess. If you can become the crown prince of the Thunder Dynasty, I will agree. You are courting death. Keep quiet if you cannot deliver on that promise. When did the Thunder Royal family become so shameless? The Thunder Royal family boasts numerous princes, yet only one can ascend to the position of crown prince, a title fiercely protected from any who might dare to claim it. Zhou Long let out a cold snort. His voice filled with fury. You shameless harlot who dares to take liberties. Just wait. This prince shall savor your essence, and see if you remain unblemished. And no sooner had he spoken than the other 5 moved in unison, swiftly advancing towards Lu Wanfan. Blood stained their bodies as they entered the ancestral sword nest, where Lu Wanfan encountered unforeseen peril and sustained grievous injuries, besieged by Zhou Long and his 8 companions. Though she managed to slay 2 of them, breaking free from the remaining 6 proved exceedingly difficult. As the encirclement intensified, Lu Wanfan found herself increasingly overwhelmed. Even in death, she vowed not to fall into the hands of Zhou Long and his minions. Grasping the Qingwan sword, she prepared to take her own life when suddenly, buzz! The sword sang with a ferocious roar, its imposing and ruthless energy slicing through the air, causing the 5 to hastily evade, narrowly avoiding the deadly arcs of energy. Yet despite their caution, one was caught off guard and pierced through the back by the sword energy, collapsing lifelessly to the ground as Su Zheng's figure materialized before Lu Wanfan. Steadying her as he inquired, "How grave are your injuries?" "I won't perish just yet. Allow me to handle them first," she replied, nodding, fully aware of Su Zheng's prowess. He had previously defeated the formidable Lin Langtian on the Taiyuan stage at the academy. Be cautious, he is Zhou Long, a 4th-tier Golden Core cultivator and the 6th prince of the Thunder Dynasty. Upon hearing the title of the 6th prince, Su Zheng nodded with satisfaction, guiding Lu Wanfan to lean against a grand tree for support. The 5 on the ground seethed with rage, their eyes fixed on the young man before them, incredulous that a mere 1st-tier Golden Core cultivator would dare intervene in their affairs. "Brat, if you wish to play the hero, you ought to consider who we are. I am well aware of your identities. Scoundrels of the Thunder Dynasty," Su Zheng retorted defiantly. "Impudent! How dare you speak such blasphemy? It seems you are unfamiliar with the meaning of death. I may not know how to write it, but perhaps you could enlighten me. You seek death." The blatant provocation ignited the 5 into a frenzy. They could no longer contain their fury. Without further ado, they charged forth, imbued with a murderous intent. Su Zheng had long been fixated on the Thunder Dynasty, intent on avenging the near-fatal assault on his grandfather by Zhou Zong. Zhou Long would be the first to pay his debt. Facing 5 Golden Core warriors, Su Zheng exhibited no sign of trepidation. Rather, he appeared exhilarated, further inciting their fury. This audacious challenge was intolerable to them. The clash of swords echoed in the air. The cold and tyrannical sword energy clashed incessantly. And as the battle escalated, Zhou Long and his companions grew increasingly astonished. The initial disdain they harbored transformed into utmost vigilance. Jointly, the 5 Golden Core warriors aimed to eliminate a single 1st-tier adversary. an endeavor that should have been a trivial task. Yet, what transpired was a chaotic exchange where their sword energies were devoured by Su Zheng's superior reincarnation sword energy, which firmly suppressed them. Sixth Prince, this cannot continue. One of them urged that we will hold him off. You must escape. Zhou Long snorted heavily, unwilling to flee, for if word of his retreat spread, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Even returning to the dynasty would render him a subject of ridicule. A torrent of sword energy surged forth like a tsunami, enveloping them and leaving no room for respite. Su Zheng's intention was clear, to conclude the battle swiftly, as Lu Wanfan's injuries were grave and time was of the essence. Two of the second-tier Golden Core warriors could no longer endure. The slightest lapse in concentration resulted in them being pierced by the relentless sword energy, resembling a hornet's nest. Sixth Prince, flee! One cried. Brat, this is our sixth prince of the Thunder Dynasty. If you dare lay a finger on him, the Thunder Dynasty shall not let you off easily. Not just you, but your entire clan will endure the consequences. In the face of such threats, while others might tremble, Su Zheng merely chuckled dismissively. Scum of the Thunder royal family. I hail from the Lin clan, and my grandfather is the notorious General Lin Bian. If your Thunder Dynasty dares to retaliate, I welcome it. As for your sixth prince, he must remain here today. Unable to intimidate him, the two furious warriors gritted their teeth, ultimately resorting to secret arts, burning their essence to forcibly elevate their strength. Since you seek death, we shall oblige. Let us see how long you can endure. The piercing song of the sword accompanied their swift approach, their swords emanating a chilling aura. First form of the reincarnation sword technique. A sword dripping blood. With the reincarnation sword in hand, Su Zheng unleashed a devastating surge of sword intent, the gathered energy stirring the very heavens, leaving all who witnessed it shuddering in fear. Realizing the two had sacrificed their own vitality to facilitate Zhou Long's escape, Zhou Long clenched his fists in frustration. He was unwilling to abandon the fight. Yet his pride paled in comparison to his very life. Wasting no time, Su Zheng charged in with the reincarnation sword technique. Even with their enhanced strength, the two, mere fourth-tier Golden Core cultivators, stood no chance against Su Zheng's overwhelming sword energy. With a single strike, the heavens wept blood, and countless bones lay desolate. As they were pierced by the sword energy, the two could scarcely believe that despite burning their essence and combining their might, they remained powerless before Su Zheng, unable to withstand even a single attack. Just as Zhou Long turned to flee, he was confronted by the young man wielding the long sword. Who exactly are you? Lin family, Su Zheng. You are the grandson Su Zheng, returned from the northwest by Lin Bian. How could a mere rebirth realm cultivator have condensed a golden core? Su Zheng smiled as he responded. I possess exceptional talent, and my grandparents provided abundant resources for cultivation. Thus my progress has been somewhat accelerated. You have slain me. The Lin family cannot explain this to the Taichu dynasty. You must understand. In a war between two dynasties, the Taichu dynasty will incur tremendous costs. Su Zheng chuckled. The Lin family no longer belongs to the Taichu dynasty. Should you attempt to threaten me, you have chosen poorly. Your grandfather harmed my own. Today I shall end your life. The crown prince has also entered the ancestral sword nest. Do not presume yourself invincible. Without further ado, Su Zheng unleashed his demonic flame avatar, a colossal illusory tiger roaring toward the heavens, sending forth a powerful strike. Zhou Long could discern that his opponents sought to eliminate him. With threats proving ineffective, he had no choice but to fight to the death. Clinging to the slightest hope of survival, the sword's roar melded with the tiger's howl, and the dominating sword energy swiftly enveloped Zhou Long Bang. Zhou Long's desperate struggle was ultimately in vain. The disparity in strength left him with no chance, and he was obliterated by the crushing force of the palm strike. After collecting the space rings from the six, Su Zheng approached Lu Wanfan, aiding her to her feet. Let us find a place to treat your wounds. Thank you, she murmured before losing consciousness. As he lifted her, Su Zheng furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the severity of her condition. Without further delay, he scanned the surroundings and swiftly headed leftward, in a secluded cave. He spread bedding on the ground, gazing at Lu Wanfan, drenched in blood, uncertain of the extent of her injuries. The direst concern was her unconscious state, leaving him unable to inquire about her condition. Time was of the essence. He had no choice but to act. He removed all of Lu Wanfan's garments, revealing 2 deep sword wounds on her chest, a gaping hole in her abdomen, and numerous lacerations across her thighs. From his space ring, he retrieved several external healing pills, crushing them into a fine powder and applying it evenly to her wounds, then administering several pills directly into her mouth. This alone would not suffice. He needed to support her further. He helped Lu Wanfan into a sitting position, positioning himself behind her, placing his palms on her smooth back, channeling the 9 turns heaven-swallowing technique. Su Zheng's intention was simple: to draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and funnel it into Lu Wanfan's body. Hoping to aid her recovery at the same time, the voice echoed, "Your Highness, we can confirm that these severed limbs belong to the 6th prince, Zhou Yuan, the crown prince of the Thunder Emperor dynasty. Currently at the 8th layer of the Yuan Ing divine demon realm, has begun his ascent toward the 9th layer, wielding the freshly acquired Qinglong sword, proclaiming himself invincible among his peers. The 6th prince has previously conveyed that he has targeted Lu Wanfan from the Taichu Academy. Could this matter possibly have been instigated by her?" "Humph." Zhou Yuan's voice was cold as he remarked, "I had warned him long ago against his excessive indulgence in lust, yet he chose to ignore my counsel. And now he is paid with his life. Your Highness, what shall we do now?" "Focus all efforts on locating Lu Wanfan." "Understood." Zhou Yuan would not dedicate his entire focus to Lu Wanfan. His primary objective in entering the Ancestral Sword Nest was the Ancestral Sword Peak and the 4 Ancestral Sword Nests. Only by harnessing the power of the Ancestral Sword Nest could he hope to ascend to the 9th layer of the Yuan Ing divine demon realm in the shortest time possible. "Your Highness, it seems the Taichu royal family's envoy is quite fearful of our Thunder Emperor dynasty. They flee at the mere sight of us." Zhou Yuan smiled, nodding in satisfaction, and said, "My father has instructed that we must eradicate every individual from the Taichu royal family within the Ancestral Sword Nest, including Lin Bian's grandson, Su Zheng, and granddaughter Lin Fanyin. Your Highness, if we were to slay Lin Fanyin and Su Zheng, wouldn't that provoke Lin Bian and Jiyan Rue?" Zhou Yuan felt a headache coming on. He was acutely aware that with Jiyan Rue having broken through to the Unity divine demon realm, she could easily subdue the royal grandfather. After some contemplation, he stated, "We shall act covertly. There will be too many unforeseen events within the Ancestral Sword Nest, and who would suspect us?" "Understood." Inside the cave, the gathered spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged continuously, forming a vortex before Su Zheng, which flowed through him like a bridge into Lu Wanfan, permeating every part of her being. Coughed. As Lu Wanfan slowly opened her eyes, she suddenly felt a pair of hands on her back, and she knew without a doubt who it was. Especially as she felt the chill of being unclothed, she immediately comprehended the situation. Her face flushed crimson. Her entire body seemed to ignite with heat. Facing Su Zheng in such a state was unprecedented. Even though, should Su Zheng successfully draw out the Qing Yuan sword, she would inevitably belong to him, it was still something she found hard to accept. Calming her mind, she focused on gathering her essence, striving to maintain her composure. Suddenly, hearing a voice from behind, her body trembled slightly. She understood that Su Zheng was only trying to heal her injuries, not taking advantage of her vulnerability. If it were anyone else, they would surely commit unspeakable acts. Has Su Zheng ever considered taking advantage? Wait, once he finishes healing me. If he desires something, how should I respond? Reject. Agree? Lu Wanfan endeavored to quiet her mind, yet her thoughts raced uncontrollably. Her heart was in turmoil. She worried that if Su Zheng acted inappropriately, she wouldn't know whether to refuse him. "Senior Sister Lu, does the bloodline within you bear a seal that needs to be broken?" "That would be troublesome. Then please bear with Su Zheng," employing the 9 turns Devouring Heaven technique, assisted Lu Wanfan in gathering spiritual energy to heal her injuries, only to unexpectedly discover a hidden seal within her bloodline. The devouring power formed countless sharp spikes, cautiously piercing the seal. Sweat beaded on her brow, and Lu Wanfan's body began to tremble, biting her lip as blood began to seep from her skin. "I must endure. Do not concern yourself with me." Su Zheng's expression grew grave. He could not fathom why there was a seal within Lu Wanfan. But having discovered it, he felt compelled to assist her in breaking it. As the spikes of devouring power relentlessly pierced the seal, the first crack appeared, followed swiftly by the second, third, and fourth, with an increasing number of fractures emerging that its broken. The surging bloodline erupted from the shattered seal like a tsunami, instantly enveloping her, overwhelming Lu Wanfan with pain, prompting her to unleash a piercing sea or wide eye in that moment. Lu Wanfan was drenched in blood, and before Su Zheng could react, a terrifying force surged back at her, sending her flying like a kite severed from its string. The echoes of her cries resonated throughout the cavern as her bloodline roiled violently, akin to boiling water, impossible to control. Senior Sister Lu, do you need my assistance? No. Su Zheng nodded and promptly turned to exit the cave. He could tell that Lu Wanfan harbored her own secrets. The sheer force emanating from the bloodline, unleashed by breaking the seal, sent chills through him. What is happening? Look, the entire mountain peak seems poised to collapse. Nearby individuals, sensing the terrifying fluctuations, rushed toward the source. The mountain, unable to withstand the tumultuous energies from within the cave, began to fracture, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the entire mountain peak crumbled in an instant, as all around stared in horror. A colossal figure soared into the sky, its massive wings casting shadows over the land, a terrifying power radiating outward, causing hundreds to retreat in alarm. What kind of beast is this? Such a frightening aura. Tianwan. Do you recognize it? I have only seen it mentioned in ancient texts, detailing many primordial divine beasts, with the Tianwan clan being among the top-tier races in the beast realm. However, that is merely legend. No one has ever witnessed a Tianwan. Are you suggesting that this is the legendary Tianwan divine beast? It appears so. Listening to the discourse around him, Su Zheng furrowed his brow. He had never encountered a Tianwan divine beast, yet he had not anticipated that Lu Wanfan would transform into a beast form upon the seal's breaking. Did this imply that Lu Wanfan was in fact a beast? No wonder her bloodline had been sealed. She was not human. If we can subdue this Tianwan, once it matures, wouldn't we have a divine beast steed? If you seek death, go ahead. We dare not. The aura of a third-tier divine demon is that of the Yuan Ing's divine demon realm. We should leave swiftly to avoid being caught in the crossfire and losing our chance to escape. Yes, we must depart quickly. Many were too fearful to approach the Tianwan, unwilling even to entertain the thought, preferring to prioritize their own survival. Watching the immense figure vanish into the horizon, Su Zheng initially considered pursuing it, but ultimately restrained himself. Lu Wanfan was simply too swift. Even if he attempted to chase, he would likely only waste time. First, he would leave. As Su Zheng turned to depart, he was confronted by three Buddhas who had appeared before him: Xianzhong, Xianxin, and Xiankong. Xianxin, having been rendered incapable of cultivation, bore an expression of unrestrained hatred on his pale face, declaring, "You brat, today I shall ensure your body is torn asunder, you benefactor," with Lin Fanning absent. "And you holding no trump cards, I hope you will surrender peacefully. I can assure you that I will only disable your Dantian, and your life will not be imperiled. I will escort you back to the Buddhist dynasty, where your grandfather will personally come to retrieve you." Su Zheng chuckled. He was well aware of the true intentions of these three monks. At the heart of it, they sought to use him as bait to lure his grandfather into the Buddhist dynasty, employing any means necessary to subdue him. Drawing the wheel of reincarnation sword, he aimed it at the monks. "You benefactor, I advise against rash actions to avoid unnecessary suffering later. Xianzhong, do not waste words with him. First, disable his Dantian. Then I will sever his limbs, remove his tongue, and gouge out his eyes. I want to see if his defiance persists." Xianzhong raised a hand, halting the irate Xianxin, and with palms pressed together, he said, "Heaven has a benevolent nature. We, as monks, should not be overly cruel. If Su Benefactor is willing to lay down his weapons, I will not make things difficult for you." Xianxin bristled with indignation, but dared not voice his objections. Glaring fiercely at the young man before him, Xiankong began to grow impatient, stating, "Su Benefactor, my senior brother is compassionate and unwilling to harm you. I hope you will recognize the situation to avoid future troubles. Before Xian Kong could finish speaking, Su Zheng's reincarnation sword suddenly emitted a resounding roar, and numerous sword energies pierced through layers of mist towards the three individuals. Ignorantly courting death, your senior brother has already granted you an opportunity. Since you have failed to seize it properly, do not blame us for being impolite. Senior brother, your benevolence has led him to believe he possesses the audacity to act recklessly. Xian Zheng nodded in agreement. Thoroughly incensed by Su Zheng's proactive assault, unwilling to engage in further idle chatter, coldly stating, "It seems we have no choice but to suppress him." Buzz, just as Xian Zheng and Xian Kong prepared to strike. A resounding cry of a divine phoenix echoed through the void. Following this, a colossal Tian Luan appeared, obscuring the sky and rushing forth with flapping wings, effortlessly blocking the sword energies shot by Su Zheng. This is the Tian Luan divine beast. It was evident that Xian Kong recognized the suddenly appearing mythical creature, his face draining of color, his voice trembling with fear, seemingly unable to comprehend the reason for the unexpected arrival of such a legendary beast. Su Zheng refrained from attacking, sensing that Lu Wan Fan was aiding him against the three Buddhas, and knowing he was no match for Xian Zheng, he deemed it unnecessary to waste time. The trio of Xian Zheng were left utterly dumbfounded. They had never anticipated that the legendary Tian Luan would abruptly materialize here, and at the Yuaning god-demon level, they were no match for the Tian Luan, even when united. Xian Zheng pressed his palms together, chanting a Buddhist incantation, as a terrifying Buddhist aura swiftly coalesced into a formidable palm, which he forcefully struck out. Boom! The palm shattered with a furious roar. The pitiful three Buddhas were directly suppressed by the immense Tian Luan, their bodies exploding into a mist of blood, the acrid scent of blood causing Su Zheng to feel a mix of emotions. As the Tian Luan vanished, the figure of Lu Wan Fan slowly emerged before Su Zheng. "Do you not recognize me? Lu Xuejia, indeed at the pinnacle of the Yuan-ing god-demon realm." Sensing the aura emanating from Lu Wan Fan, which had now reached the peak of the Yuan-ing god-demon realm, Su Zheng was filled with admiration. Such a rapid pace of cultivation was truly enviable, as it was merely a step away from the Dao Palace god-demon realm. "This is all thanks to you. Had it not been for your assistance in locking and even breaking the seal within me, I would never have awakened the bloodline of the Tian Luan. Are you truly a mythical beast?" Lu Wan Fan nodded, as waves of information continuously flooded her mind with the awakening of her bloodline. Her true form was indeed the Tian Luan, though there remained many gaps in her knowledge. "Su Zheng, I have previously stated that my words still hold weight. Although you have drawn the Qing Wan sword, to become my man, you must surpass me in strength." Before Su Zheng could respond, Lu Wan Fan continued, "I have awakened the Tian Luan bloodline, and once we leave the ancestral sword nest, I believe my cultivation speed will drastically increase, so you must strive harder." Enough. Su Zheng did not wish to elaborate further, deciding to discuss the matter with Lu Wan Fan at a later time. "Where are you going? You focus on your own training. My affairs are not your concern." Watching her turn to leave, Su Zheng could only shrug in resignation, finding it quite troublesome. As Su Zheng searched for a spatial ring, he discovered that Lu Wan Fan had killed the three bald monks, and even the spatial ring had vanished. It was indeed a pitiful situation. Many observers hidden in the shadows looked on with mixed feelings at the scene before them. The trio from the Buddhist sect had been slain by the Tian Luan, and this individual even recognized the divine beast. Regardless of the Tian Luan's prowess, she was merely at the Yuan-ing god-demon level. If this news reached the Buddhist sect, they would still face trouble. It turns out this person is Lin Bian's grandson. We must quickly spread the word. Without the spatial ring, Su Zheng settled into a cross-legged position, initiating the operation of the 9 turns devouring the heavens technique. Beginning to absorb the pervasive Buddhist aura surrounding him, the strength of Xian Zheng and Xian Kong had yet to dissipate completely. While others could not accomplish this feat, Su Zheng was able to forcibly gather and consume it, refining it into his own power through the use of his cultivation method. Half an hour later, as Su Zheng slowly opened his eyes, he was pleasantly surprised by the elevation of his realm. Although he had only progressed one tier, breaking through to the 3rd level of the Golden Pill God-Demon realm, he was nonetheless content. First, I shall seek out my cousin, prior to entering the ancestral sword nest. Su Zheng had arranged to meet Lin Fan-yin at the Ancestral Eye. The Ancestral Eye, located in the southeastern part of the ancestral sword nest, was a destination many martial artists rushed towards. Rumored to hold numerous opportunities and even the lairs left behind by powerful beings, and as a noble of the Taichu dynasty, you have the audacity to conspire with outsiders to seize my possessions. You truly lack shame, and the son of the Flame King, was esteemed as a noble by the emperor, standing at the 4th level of the Golden Pill God-Demon realm. Fan-yin, although you have already condensed your Golden Pill, you are not our match even when combined. Out of respect for General Lin, I do not wish to make things difficult for you, and I hope you can hand over the Divine Fire Seed. The Divine Fire Seed was obtained by me. Why should I give it to you? It is not for me, but for Huyen. Outrageous. And Yu shook his head, chuckling as he spoke. Do not think for a moment that the dynasty cannot do without your Lin family. Huyen, being the 12th prince of the Yanyan dynasty, has already promised me that as long as you surrender the Divine Fire Seed, the Yanyan dynasty is willing to ally with my Taichu dynasty to confront the Thunder dynasty together. Huyen smiled and said, Lin girl, I have admired you for a long time. Should you agree, I could immediately travel to Lin City to propose to your family. If I were to marry, we would surely be a match made in heaven. Disgusting. Clutching a pale blue jade box containing the Divine Fire Seed she had unexpectedly acquired, she was acutely aware of the formidable nature of divine fire. One of the most terrifying powers in existence. Subdue divine fire was akin to climbing the heavens. Even unparalleled experts found it an insurmountable task. However, the Divine Fire Seed could be nurtured, and once it matured into divine fire, it could be subdued with relative ease. Only the Divine Fire Seed was a legendary item. Few in the wilderness had ever obtained one, and she had never anticipated that she would find a Divine Fire Seed within the ancestral sword nest. Not angered, the Yin smiled and replied, Brother and you are a noble, yet she dares to disregard your words, and you should be aware that the Thunder dynasty has begun to amass troops at the borders. Without the alliance of the Yanyan dynasty, it would be exceedingly difficult for the Taichu dynasty to withstand. Humph. And you retorted angrily. Lin Fan-yin, do not overestimate your worth. Surrender the divine fire and marry the 12th prince, and you shall ascend to the pinnacle of life. Should you dare to refuse again, believe it or not, the 12th prince will execute you on the spot. That time, once the deed is done. I do not believe you will not compromise. You dare. Whether I dare or not is not for you to decide. I have already given you a chance. I hope you grasp it well, lest you provoke my ire, leaving you no opportunity for regret. Huyan's eyes were filled with greed. This was the first time he had seen Lin Fan-yin, and he was deeply captivated by her, wishing to possess her immediately, yet lacking the courage to do so. After all, Lin Fan-yin's grandfather was Lin Bian, and her grandmother was Ji Yanrui, both formidable figures not to be trifled with. First, secure the Divine Fire Seed. As for Lin Fan-yin, I can pursue her gradually, if it comes to it. As Yu suggested, once the deed is done, a woman will inevitably be devoted to you after giving herself away. Many merely observed the spectacle, none intervening, especially since this was a matter of the Taichu dynasty, intertwined with the affairs of two major dynasties, and no one wished to invite trouble. It was clear that Yu was beginning to grow impatient. Yet due to Lin Fan-yin's status, he was reluctant to resort to force unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, with so many witnesses present, concealing the information would be unrealistic. If this matter were to reach Lin City and provoke Lin Bian, even as a noble, Yu would face significant trouble. Su Zheng, suddenly, upon seeing the young man appear beside her, Lin Fan-yin was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wave of joy. She had not anticipated Su Zheng's timely arrival. Though she felt a twinge of worry, considering Huyen was at the 8th level of the Golden Pill God-Demon realm. What happened? Lin Fan-yin did not conceal anything, briefly recounting the events that had just transpired. Producing the jade box, she opened it and said, This is the legendary Divine Fire Seed. You must drip your blood upon it and refine it first. Somewhat astonished, Su Zheng had certainly heard of the Divine Fire Seed. Not to mention in the wilderness, even across the entire continent, It was a treasure that was both sought after and rarely obtained. Su Zheng shook his head, smiling as he replied, "It is far too precious. I do not dare to take it. You should refine it yourself. That I never intended to refine the divine fire seed. It was meant for you. Cousin, if you dare to refuse again from this day forth, we shall have no further ties." Upon hearing such stern words, Su Zheng felt deeply moved. This was what it meant to have family. The divine fire seed, the greatest opportunity in the wilderness. Anyone fortunate enough to possess it would likely refine it without hesitation, rather than bestow it upon another. Su Zheng ceased to decline further, accepting the jade box, forcibly extracting a drop of his essence blood, which he let fall gently upon the divine fire seed. Immediately, the divine fire seed within the jade box vanished without a trace. Little Zheng, remember this. According to legend, not every divine fire seed can nurture a divine fire. The chance is but 1 in 100. I understand. Watching Su Zheng refine the divine fire seed with wide eyes, the furious Niu pointed at the two and exclaimed, "How audacious, to dare refine the divine fire seed in my presence." When enemies meet, their eyes burn with animosity. Niu's father, King Yin Yin, had long been at odds with Lin Bian, engaged in decades of open and covert conflict. During the Lin family's downfall in Lin City, Lin Bian had publicly beaten his father, and it was said that Su Zheng had delivered a kick as well. It was precisely because of that kick that Niu had harbored a grudge, seeking an opportunity to avenge his father. Fire brother, he is Su Zheng, the grandson of Lin Bian, hailing from the northwest. Relying on the backing of the Lin family, he looks down upon you and me. Now, we should suppress him. It should be possible to extract the divine fire seed from his body, and Niu's intention was clear. He wished to use another's hand to accomplish his goal. If Yin were to kill Su Zheng, it would not implicate him. Moreover, Lin Bian would be restrained by his father's status and would not say much. With a single step forward, an overwhelming force of flame transformed into a blade of energy. Surging towards Su Zheng, bang! Su Zheng let out a soft grunt, conjuring a blade of energy in the void, and as the two energies collided, a rolling wave of force spread outward. Triple gold core, divine, demon realm. Realizing the level of cultivation emanating from Su Zheng, Niu's expression changed drastically. He was well aware that Su Zheng not only hailed from the northwest, but before entering the academy, he had merely reached the so-called transcendence realm. How little time had passed since then. Su Zheng had ascended from the initial transcendence realm to the current triple gold core, divine demon realm. Such a pace of cultivation was truly astonishing. Satisfied, Yin nodded and said with a smile, "No wonder you are Lin Bian's grandson. Such talent is indeed worthy of pride. However, you have chosen the wrong person to provoke. The divine fire seed belongs to my Yin dynasty. If you extract it, I can overlook what just transpired." Choosing to disregard him, Su Zheng opted for silence, as his essence blood melded with the divine fire seed. Su Zheng sensed that the seed suspended within him seemed to integrate with his bloodline. Just as his cousin had said, refining the divine fire seed did not guarantee the birth of a divine fire. With a mere 1% chance, it would depend on his luck. Little Zheng, do not kill Niu, that if we do not eliminate the root of the problem, future troubles will abound. This time I spared him. But if he seizes the chance next time, will he let us go? Lin Fanine understood her cousin's meaning perfectly inside. He is still a prince of the dynasty. If you kill him, King Yin Yin will undoubtedly seek revenge. And what of it? Su Zheng laughed. How could he not grasp his cousin's concerns? Cousin, our grandfather is revered as the Butcher General, commanding an army of 30,000 demonic flames, instilling fear in the wilderness. Our grandmother, as the head of the Taichu Academy, known as the Poison Beauty, has even broken through to the Unity Divine Demon Realm. Even if I were to kill Niu, what could King Yin Yin do? What can the Emperor dare to do? They can only send assassins after me. My grandfather was merely too soft-hearted. Otherwise, how could the royal family dare to sever ties? This matter does not concern you. Regardless, if the Emperor wishes to kill me, I shall demand some interest. Initially intending to intervene, Lin Fanine ultimately chose to endure. Little Zheng speaks the truth. Grandfather has indeed been overly compassionate. The family has safeguarded the dynasty for so many years, dedicating themselves entirely only to end up relegated to Lin City. Reflecting on this, Lin Fanning took 3 steps back, signaling clearly that she would no longer hinder her cousin's actions. She gradually came to understand a truth. If one is resolute, the royal family may show weakness. But if one retreats repeatedly, the royal family will only grow more emboldened. Niu, it is I, the Prince Su Zheng. In light of General Lin's years of service to the dynasty, I can offer you a chance. Before you could finish his words, Su Zheng coldly interrupted. You and your father are equally revolting. How dare you insult my father? Niu's face flushed with unrestrained fury at the public humiliation. Yet before Niu could erupt, Su Zheng moved first, shooting forth like a leopard, his speed astonishing. You seek death. Huyen and Niu had not anticipated that Su Zheng would take the initiative. Both had already harbored murderous intent. Buzz, accompanied by the roar of the sword's hymn, Su Zheng wielded the reincarnation sword. Unwilling to waste time, directly unleashing the first form of the reincarnation sword technique, a single sword dripped with blood. It was as if a ghostly rain of blood began to fall from the heavens. Chilling and eerie, sending shivers down one's spine. The overwhelming sword energy swept forth, enveloping the two, launching a frenzied attack, impenetrable, leaving them no respite. One sword strike, and the heavens rained blood. The chilling sword energy sealed off the surroundings. Su Zheng's intent was simple. He must slay the two. They could not be allowed to leave alive. Everyone, unite to kill this man. A dozen individuals from the Yan dynasty swiftly charged at Su Zheng. Even so, they were filled with astonishment, truly not expecting such formidable strength from this individual. The demonic flame Dharma image, accompanied by a thunderous roar, manifested a colossal phantom tiger suspended in the air, its icy gaze surveying the heavens as the sword energy carved a path, followed closely by the demonic flame palm. The overwhelmingly powerful demonic flame palm surged forth. Facing the encirclement of dozens, Su Zheng not only did not retreat, but advanced fearlessly, exuding immense valor. Su Zheng did not yield, nor did Huyen and the others. Boom! 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 With each collision, whether they were Foundation Establishment Divine Demons or low-level Gold Core Divine Demons, upon touching the demonic flame palm, their bones shattered, followed by a barrage of sword energy piercing through their bodies. In the briefest moment, 6 warriors fell. Watching in disbelief as 6 fell victim, Huyen and Niu's faces paled completely. They realized they had underestimated Su Zheng. The demonic flame Dharma image combined with the demonic flame palm, and Su Zheng's assault grew ever fiercer, providing the others with no opportunity to breathe. Su Zheng, you shall perish. The two, thoroughly enraged, chose not to flee. To do so would mean certain death. They fought back. The murderous intent radiating from them surged like a tsunami, each employing their ultimate techniques. Disregarding the threat posed by Su Zheng's backing, in that moment, the sword intent emanating from Su Zheng surged forth, enveloping all, while waves of sword energy pierced through the bodies of the warriors. In the blink of an eye, all members of the Yan dynasty were slain by his sword. We cannot win, that if we flee, he will undoubtedly pursue us relentlessly. It would be better for you to cover our retreat. Me? Huyen exclaimed anxiously, your father is the king of the Taichu dynasty. Does he truly dare to kill you? Unless the Lin family intends to rebel. Though he said this, Niu dared not take the risk. He could not guarantee whether Su Zheng would genuinely refrain from striking. What if he lost his mind and truly killed him? Even if his father could take revenge later, what good would it do? He would be dead and irretrievable. All words would be in vain. Ian seethed with rage, unable to accept such a reality. He could not fathom how, as an 8-fold gold core divine demon, he was being so thoroughly suppressed by a mere triple gold core divine demon. Being so humiliated, having lost over a dozen men, was a tremendous disgrace to him. Huyen turned to leave, leaving behind a bewildered Niu, who inwardly cursed vehemently. However, having come this far, he could only assist Huyen in covering their retreat. With the soul-biting nails in hand, Su Zheng would never allow Huyen to escape. Anyone daring to covet his cousin would pay the price, regardless of their identity. The rolling sword energy relentlessly suppressed Niu, and Su Zheng showed no mercy. unleashing all 9 soul-biting nails. The speed of the 9 nails was astonishing, akin to bolts of lightning cleaving through the void, shocking all who beheld. Su Zheng, I am a prince of the Taichu dynasty. If you dare kill me, neither my father nor the emperor will let you off. You cannot kill me. Each soul-devouring nail was driven mercilessly into the entirety of Niu's being, instantly imprisoning her power and rendering her utterly immobile. Meanwhile, Su Zheng pursued Huyen with lethal intent. The demonic flames coalescing behind him manifested as a chilling infernal palm, which he struck down upon Huyen with ferocity. To continue running would only invite passive punishment. Huyen was compelled to turn and unleash a counterattack. Boom! Boom! The handprints conjured by the two clashed repeatedly, a terrifying aura of death spreading around them, shattering the ground and sending dust swirling into the air. The sound of swords howling and the roar of tigers filled the air, as demonic flames suppressed the depths of the abyss. In that moment, Su Zheng, enveloped by a dense aura of sword energy, resembled a deity of death descending upon the world, especially the immense form of the flaming tiger behind him, howling defiantly towards the heavens, causing the very clouds to tremble in fear. Humph! Even in death, I shall take you down with me. This fate is of your own making. With no retreat possible, Huyan's sword began to emanate blinding flames. This individual was indeed formidable, suppressing an 8th-tier golden pill realm cultivator with mere 3rd-tier power, and now forcing the flames to unleash the royal family's secret techniques, at the cost of burning his own soul. He sought to enhance his strength, and undoubtedly, Huyan had now reached the pinnacle of the golden pill realm. Mutual destruction might yield us the chance to reap the benefits. Huyan, utterly enraged, could scarcely believe that a mere 3rd-tier golden pill cultivator had cornered him so thoroughly. Like a volcano erupting, his entire being ignited in a blaze. The air around them grew unbearably hot. With a bloodied sword, I shall sever the heavens with reincarnation. The sword howled and the tiger roared as Su Zheng gripped the reincarnation sword, pointing it skyward. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A vast storm of sword energy formed, as he and his blade were ensnared within a vortex of sword chi. Executing the reincarnation slash against the heavens, the 100-foot arc of sword energy, dense and formidable, sliced towards Huyan, seemingly freezing the very fabric of space itself. At this moment, Huyan had no choice. The sword in his hand relentlessly consumed his own soul to frantically bolster his strength, disbelieving that even with the royal secret technique, he could withstand Su Zheng's onslaught. One sword strike, and the cycle of reincarnation extinguished. There was no cataclysmic wave as imagined. The serene sword energy annihilated Huyan, who had resorted to secret techniques to elevate his power, leaving not even a trace behind. Witnessing this spectacle, all present gasped in disbelief. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed such a battle could occur. Was it not rather terrifyingly formidable for a 3rd-tier golden pill cultivator to possess such power? Truly, he was the grandson of Lin Bian, overcoming adversaries far above his level. Yet, as Huyan hailed from the imperial family of the Flame Dynasty, it was certain they would not let this transgression go unpunished. Lin Bian was not to be trifled with. The terror of 30,000 demonic flame troops would surely give the Flame Dynasty pause to consider whether they dared to initiate conflict. And Niu, firmly pinned by 9 soul-devouring nails, could only watch in horror as Huyan was slain by a single sword strike, her face paling and her body trembling uncontrollably, bloodied and battered. The once arrogant Niu was now consumed by fear and helplessness. You cannot kill me. My father is the Flame King of the Taichu dynasty. If you slay me, His Majesty will undoubtedly order the extermination of your Lin family. If you release me, I can promise that today's events will be forgotten, and I shall inform my father to petition His Majesty for your family to return to Taichu City. Approaching Su Zheng, Lin Fanyin inquired, "How do you intend to deal with him? Will you truly kill him?" In that moment, Lin Fanyin was deeply concerned, for they had already slain Huyan, that if they were to kill Niu as well, it would be a challenging situation to explain to the imperial family, bringing great trouble to their clan. He and the Flame King had never regarded the Lin family as part of the Taichu dynasty. Indeed, they had even considered allying with outsiders to seize your divine fire seed. Such a person could only be a liability. How would they explain this to the imperial family? No explanation is needed. If the imperial family truly wishes to act, I will persuade my grandfather to rise in rebellion. From this day forth, the Taichu dynasty will no longer bear the surname Anai, but Lin instead. Upon hearing this, Anai's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Su Zheng in utter shock. You are insane. You dare to incite rebellion. Lin Bian would not dare, and yet you would commit such treasonous acts, endangering the entire Lin family. Lin Fanine, will you stand idly by and watch the Lin family be destroyed by him? Anai was genuinely afraid. A person bold enough to rebel was capable of anything. Despite Anai's threats, Su Zheng ultimately struck her down to eradicate the root of the problem. Ensuring no future troubles would arise, Su Zheng would not leave any issues for his cousin. Anai had disregarded the interests of the dynasty and even partnered with outsiders against his cousin. A single offense sufficient to warrant 1,000 deaths. With a sigh, Lin Fanine acknowledged the inevitability of the situation, realizing she could not prevent her cousin from executing Anai. Cousin, what is the opportunity at the ancestor's eye? I do not know. Whenever the ancestor's sword nest opens, many come to seek opportunities at the ancestor's eye, yet none have ever managed to uncover its secrets. I asked the pattern on the ground and I. Lin Fanny nodded, stating, Indeed, it resembles an eye. Many martial artists speculate that this eye pattern may, indeed, hold the opportunity of the ancestor's eye. Cousin, where did you acquire your divine fire seed? Right here. Where? Lin Fanine led Su Zheng to a spot 100 meters away, saying, It is at the core of this eye pattern. I obtained it by chance, never expecting it to be the divine fire seed. Do you suspect a connection between the divine fire seed and the eye pattern? Su Zheng remained silent, merely guessing. Sitting cross-legged, Su Zheng extended his divine sense, enveloping the colossal eye pattern, its lifelike depiction resembling an endless void. Vast and unfathomable, he began to channel the divine fire seed within him, attempting to see if he could connect with the giant eye pattern through it. Buzz, accompanied by a harsh resonance. All present looked around in shock, then turned their gazes towards Su Zheng. It was he who had instigated this. Could it be the divine fire seed? Indeed, it must be the divine fire seed. It was the key to unlocking this place. Everyone began to stir with excitement, eager to discover what opportunities lay hidden within the ancestor's eye. The divine fire seed within Su Zheng detached from his body and slowly descended to the very spot Lin Fanine had just found, vanishing in an instant. Buzzing, as the sounds grew increasingly intense, the entire giant eye began to fracture, a myriad of cracks spreading like an intricate web. Once the cracks reached their limit, a massive black hole appeared at the center of the giant eye. An abyss that seemed to stretch infinitely. A stone staircase emerged. Whoosh! The moment the staircase appeared, martial artists dashed toward the black hole like cheetahs, not hesitating for a moment as they disappeared down the stairway. Why unveil the giant eye pattern publicly? It mattered not. Waiting for everyone to depart was impossible. In light of this, all could enter, and as for who would obtain the opportunity, that was left to fate. You truly are generous. Giving Su Zheng a fierce glare, Lin Fanine pondered before saying, Then let us enter as well. Not so fast. After all the others had vanished down the staircase, Su Zheng spoke solemnly. Cousin, you must remember, no matter what occurs, you must listen to me and not act on your own accord. That I understand. Taking Lin Fanine's hand, they stepped onto the staircase one by one, descending into a pitch-black void where even one's hand could not be seen. A desolate aura enveloping them entirely. The steep stone staircase seemed endless. Su Zheng and Lin Fanine descended for hundreds of steps before finally arriving at an underground space. Where's the divine fire seed? Right here. Slowly extending his right hand, Su Zheng stated, Cousin, this divine fire seed is extraordinary. We must remain vigilant against others to avoid being stabbed in the back. Whoever dares to act, I shall take their life. The reincarnation sword appeared in his hand, and Su Zheng felt no fear. And no matter who it was, he would not hold back or show any mercy should they make even the slightest move. Let us go. Three sides were steep stone walls, with only a solitary path ahead. The murky underground space held an unknown presence, and with no alternative, they pressed on. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Look, they are all here. Before them stood a towering ancient tree. Both were struck with awe. The tree was entirely shrouded in a dark gray hue, its gnarled roots twisting around it, and as far as the eye could see, there lay countless bones. The tree was adorned with a dense array of skeletons, a chilling and eerie aura enveloping the scene, causing many to shiver involuntarily. Could this be the legendary ancient battlefield? Cousin, do you know? I cannot be certain. During the ancient times of our continent, many places were plagued by spatial black holes, unleashing a multitude of foreign races to drive them away. The continent's warriors engaged in relentless battles, giving rise to many ancient battlefields. Lin Fanning sighed. This ancient tree alone has witnessed untold ages. Just look at the bones here. If my conjecture holds true, then this ancient battlefield was indeed horrifically brutal. Su Zheng was less concerned about the ancient battlefield. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the air. Someone had touched the ancient tree and instantly went mad, attacking other warriors like a vengeful spirit, causing everyone to scatter in fear. Do not touch the ancient tree. Kill him. The frenzied warrior was swiftly slain, leaving the onlookers aghast, none daring to approach the ancient tree any closer. Su Zheng, what is the matter with you? In that moment, Su Zheng stood transfixed, his gaze locked onto the colossal ancient tree, surrounded by the multitude of skeletons, as if they were remnants from an endless hell. The heavens roared with tumultuous clouds, and fierce lightning wreaked havoc upon the universe, as countless beings slaughtered one another. Both warriors and various foreign races littering the ground with bones, rivers of blood flowing freely. That instant, an enormous hand appeared, wielding catastrophic power that ensnared all living beings. With a mere grasp, countless souls crumbled to dust. Heavenly Tao. Indeed, it is the Heavenly Tao. Though Su Zheng had never witnessed its true form, he had previously aided the reincarnation ancestor in slaying a fragment of the Heavenly Tao's consciousness. Thus, he never anticipated the Heavenly Tao would manifest here. Such terrifying power, truly befitting the continent's sovereign, the pinnacle of martial arts. Just as the colossal hand suppressed the multitude of beings, it suddenly reached out towards Su Zheng. Snapped back to reality, Su Zheng broke out in a cold sweat. Su Zheng, are you all right? I'm fine. Let's steer clear of the ancient tree. Su Zheng was not foolish enough to touch the ancient tree, uncertain if it harbored retaliatory forces that could corrupt him. Just as he resolved to leave, he felt the divine fire seed in his hand react intensely, much to his astonishment. Opening his palm, the divine fire seed slipped free, drifting slowly towards the massive ancient tree. Look, that is the divine fire seed. It seemed this seed was not merely a key, but was intricately connected to the opportunities here. Prepare yourselves. We must seize the divine fire seed. Seize the divine fire seed. You must remember, one of us is Lin Bian's grandson, and the other is granddaughter. If we provoke them, we may invoke Lin Bian's wrath. Not only Lin Bian, but also Ji Yanrui, an even more formidable presence that I have heard that Ji Yanrui has already broken through to the unity of gods and demons realm and personally visited the Thunder Emperor dynasty, giving Su Zheng a thorough beating on Lin Bian's behalf. Forget it. I wish to live. I dare not provoke such beings. It would be unwise to acquire the divine fire only to lose my life. The allure of the divine fire seed was immense, irresistible to any warrior who longed to claim it for themselves. Yet, facing its rightful owner, Su Zheng, Lin Bian's grandson, many dared not make a move. Perhaps a clandestine attempt might be feasible. As the divine fire seed approached the ancient tree, it vanished in an instant. The next moment, to everyone's horror, countless skeletons began to writhe, engulfed by a terrifying flame that reduced them to wisps of eerie white mist, all converging towards the center. The entire ancient tree, resembling a wilted elder, was swiftly consumed by the divine fire seed. A colossal divine fire seed emerged, its layers peeling away. According to legend, the divine fire seed was merely a natural creation, and to cultivate true divine fire was a rare occurrence. Unexpectedly, the consumption of the ancient tree and the multitude of bones that catalyzed the transformation of this divine fire seed. Should all go well, it would surely evolve into genuine divine fire. What incredible fortune! Acquiring the divine fire would be splendid. If we act now, we still have a chance. Once the divine fire seed transforms into true divine fire, we might not even be able to approach it. Finally, someone could no longer contain their desire. Whoosh! In a flash, two figures dashed toward the divine fire, but upon merely brushing against it, they emitted blood-curdling screams that echoed through the void. In an instant, those two figures were reduced to ashes, utterly vanishing from existence. Not a trace remained. This was the power of the divine fire, with the grim fate of the two as a cautionary tale. No one dared to approach the divine fire any longer. Bon Yuyn, did you sense that? Su Zheng nodded. The moment the divine fire seed began to transform, a surge of information regarding the divine fire flooded his mind, revealing its name. Bon Yuyn, and half an hour later, the entire divine fire seed had completely metamorphosed into divine fire, its white flames causing every observer to feel their spirits tremble. What a terrifying aura of divine fire. My spirit can hardly contain it. That lad's cultivation has risen with the divine fire seed's transformation. As the master of the divine fire, he was undoubtedly the one to benefit the most. Su Zheng, has your cultivation improved? Lin Fanning asked in surprise, sensing a rapid escalation in Su Zheng's aura. In that moment, Su Zheng, enveloped by the divine fire, felt his internal power surge and rapidly evolve. Reaching his limits, and in an instant he broke through, ascending from the third golden pill god-demon realm to the fourth, leaping over the fifth and directly settling into the sixth golden pill god-demon realm. Truly, the divine fire was extraordinary. Nurturing the divine fire seed had allowed him to break through 3 tiers within mere minutes. Even Su Zheng felt a sense of awe at such a pace of cultivation. The divine fire vanished, absorbed back into his palm. Clenching his fist, Su Zheng felt a deep sense of satisfaction, grateful he had not kept secrets and had utilized the divine fire seed to unlock the colossal eye pattern. Had he not ventured here, how could the divine fire seed have transformed into true divine fire? Let us depart. The ancient tree and all the bones have been completely consumed by the divine fire. And the group began to move forward once more, eager to uncover what other opportunities this underground space might harbor. Su Zheng, shall we continue? Of course. Lin Fanning nodded, her vigilance heightened as she followed Su Zheng onward. In the desolate space, they all halted once more. What manner of beast is this? They gazed upon a colossal skeleton, gasping in shock. Its massive form resembled a towering peak, covered in thick scales devoid of eyes or nose. With only a gaping maw that appeared quite terrifying, did I have read about this beast in ancient texts. It is the ancient divine beast, Tao Tai, capable of devouring the heavens and earth. Among the beast races, the Tao Tai clan is one of the mightiest. If this is indeed an ancient battlefield, it is not surprising to encounter such a fearsome creature. If I could tame such a beast as a mount, I would be unstoppable in the wilderness. Lin Fanning lamented. In ancient times, the Tao Tai was revered as the most ferocious of beasts, yet we must not disturb its remains if we could take it outside. It would surely fetch a handsome price, Su Zheng chuckled. I did not expect you, cousin, to be so financially minded. All right, let us circumvent the remains of the Tao Tai. Nodding in agreement, Su Zheng understood his cousin's intent perfectly. As an ancient and fearsome beast, the Tao Tai, even in its fallen state, instills a sense of dread in all, for none can guarantee that its remains will not exact vengeance. No one dares to approach the carcass of the Tao Tai. Everyone regards it with trepidation, striving to circumvent it as much as possible. That very moment, a voice interjects, "Young man, such exquisite material for a puppet. How could you possibly consider forsaking it?" Upon noticing the sudden appearance of a petite figure, Su Zheng halts his steps and inquires, "Do you possess the means to refine this Tao Tai carcass into a puppet?" Su Zheng, what manner of beast is this? Uncertain. May I hold it? Absolutely not. Lin Fanning shoots a fierce glare at the little one and asks, "What is your name?" "I am called Xiao Tianten." Covering her mouth, Lin Fanning chuckles and remarks, "That name is indeed quite unique." T.O. swiftly halt the banter between them. Su Zheng presses on, "Do tell quickly. Do you have a way to transform the Tao Tai carcass into a puppet?" The little one nods, smiling as she replies, "A trivial matter. What must be done?" The Tao Tai's peak strength was undeniably formidable. Yet after years of decay, its power has long since dissipated. Even if transformed into a puppet, it would only possess the strength of a nascent soul deity. However, the puppets I create can continually evolve. Then, let us commence. You shall take the lead while I assist. Otherwise, even if we successfully refine the puppet, you will be incapable of controlling it. After hearing the little one's method, Su Zheng feels a sense of resignation. It is indeed a bold approach that most would shy away from. Xiao Zheng, do you truly believe in what he says? I refuse to relinquish hope. Lin Fanny nods and says, I will guard you. But since everyone has already departed, it is likely that no one will disturb you. Su Zheng agrees, promptly sitting cross-legged, channeling the nine turns swallowing heaven technique within him, and forcibly extracting a drop of essence blood, which gradually flows into the colossal remains under the enveloping power of devouring. Xiao Tian hops away from Su Zheng, bouncing onto the Taotai carcass, and opens her mouth wide, a peculiar force cascading over the massive remains. Whether the refinement succeeds depends solely on your own abilities. With a fierce glare directed at the little one, Su Zheng finds himself without alternatives. After all, he desires a Taotai puppet. Even if the puppet merely possesses the power of a nascent soul deity, it would still be immensely beneficial for his current self. Forming hand seals, Su Zheng begins the refinement of the Taotai carcass according to the secret arts imparted by Xiao Tianta. Lin Fanning observes the creature assisting Su Zheng atop the Taotai remains. Her gaze laden with seriousness, and instinct warns her that this so-called Xiao Tian is far from ordinary. Approximately 2 hours later, Su Zheng suddenly opens his eyes, aided by the essence blood merging with the massive carcass. It begins to stir slowly, a terrifying aura of ferocity emanating forth. Return. The Taotai puppet vanishes in an instant, being drawn into Su Zheng's palm. Overwhelmed with joy, Su Zheng senses that the puppet he has just refined possesses the pinnacle power of a nascent soul deity. Even when faced with lower-tier Dao Palace deity warriors, it could likely engage them in combat. What ails you? The little one bounces into Su Zheng's embrace, her gaze somewhat vacant, and weakly states, Young man, without my substantial assistance, do you truly think you could refine a Taotai puppet? Dream on. And you expect me to say thank you? That won't be necessary. Quickly help me find something to eat. I need a rest. As the little one vanishes from sight, Su Zheng furrows his brow deeply, realizing that the little one is indeed quite weak, likely due to the exertion of aiding him in the refinement. Xiao Zheng, this creature of yours is formidable. You must remain vigilant in the future. Su Zheng nods, fully comprehending his cousin's intent. Now is not the time to ponder such matters. He must first consider how to procure sustenance for the little one. In this desolate expanse, an oppressive atmosphere envelopes the surroundings. The remains have reappeared. Su Zheng nods, taking in the sight of bones littering the ground, a shocking scene that is both haunting and grim. It is so cold. Su Zheng takes Lin Fanning's hand, feeling the chill of ice devoid of warmth, and promptly channels the divine fire to envelop them both. The temperature around them plummets abruptly. Be cautious. Lin Fanning nods. It is evident to anyone that the situation here is decidedly amiss. Yet having ventured this far, they can only proceed step by step. Is this an altar? As they continue onward, they encounter numerous altars on either side, each adorned with a flickering emerald flame that refuses to extinguish, adding to the eerie ambience of the subterranean space. This place resembles a realm of corpses. The ancient battlefield was too brutal to fathom. Should the alien races repeat their onslaught upon the wilderness, the entire region would likely descend once more into calamity and despair. Xiao Zheng, the temperature has dropped again. Even shrouded in divine fire, they can still feel the encroaching chill, one that even the Golden Core deity warriors cannot ignore. Is this a city of corpses? Suddenly halting, Lin Fanning gazes in astonishment at the city before them. A colossal structure formed from countless piled bones, the magnitude of which is immeasurable. Many stand before the city, hesitant to step inside. The entire city emanates a chilling and eerie pressure, steeped in the weight of countless ages. The passage of time evident in its decay. Xiao Zheng, must we enter? You stay here. I shall venture inside. No, we either both enter or we leave altogether. Su Zheng shakes his head and replies, Cousin, I have the bone ghost Yin Yin for protection. I shall be fine. But if you accompany me and danger arises, I cannot divide my attention to safeguard you, which could jeopardize us both. To be candid. In facing such circumstances, Su Zheng prioritizes his cousin's safety above all. Once they set foot in the city of corpses, he cannot guarantee their safety entirely. With a steadfast gaze on the young man beside her, Lin Fanning comprehends the seriousness of her cousin's words. Her concern for Su Zheng evident. She pats his shoulder and urges, "You must return alive. This is the divine fire I leave with you to be careful." Su Zheng nods solemnly, refraining from lingering further, and swiftly makes his way toward the city of corpses. Look, that grandson of Lin has entered. They possess divine fire. What do we have? Nothing of worth. I dare not enter. If you're too afraid to enter, what are we doing here? We might as well leave to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Some choose to remain, others to depart, while a few accompany Su Zheng into the city of corpses. Upon entering, Su Zheng remains vigilant, with corpses strewn everywhere. Even the paths are formed of piled bones. A haunting testament to the countless lives lost to create such a scene. Channeling the divine fire within him, he envelopes himself in its protective glow, casting his gaze around not follow me. Brother Su, I am a wandering cultivator wishing to explore the city of corpses, but I fear perishing alone here. You have divine fire, and I wish to accompany you I, too, wish to follow you. Over 100 individuals choose to accompany Su Zheng, motivated by the simple fact that his possession of divine fire marks him as a formidable ally against the horrors of the city of corpses. Disregarding their presence, just as Su Zheng prepares to delve deeper into the city, all the corpses within the city suddenly animate, the horrific sound of bones clashing sending a wave of terror through the gathered crowd, causing them to flee in a panic. Young man, do not say, "I did not warn you." Hasten your departure. If you become trapped in this ancient battlefield, you will never escape, doomed to perish in this place. The voice of Xiao Tiantian echoes in his mind, and though Su Zheng feels a deep unwillingness to abandon the opportunity, he ultimately chooses to retreat. The allure of fortune pales in comparison to the value of his life. Xiao Zheng, what is happening? Quickly, let us leave this place. Without excessive explanation, Su Zheng swiftly pulled Lin Fanning away, departing at the utmost speed. Ascending the stone steps back to the surface, a staggering number of hundreds had fallen. With a tenth of their number lost, the remaining individuals gazed in astonishment, watching as the black hole rapidly merged, reforming into a colossal eye pattern, leaving them filled with trepidation. All eyes turned to Su Zheng, for they understood one undeniable truth. The only way to reopen the subterranean space lay within the divine fire contained in his being. Brother Su, the divine fire belongs to the ancestral sword nest. As the saying goes, those who witness shall partake. We hope you can relinquish the divine fire. They believe that since the seed of divine fire had just transformed into true divine fire, Su Zheng might not have fully refined it. If they attempted to extract it now, they might succeed, consequently seizing the divine fire for themselves. Even with Lin Bian and the entire Lin family backing Su Zheng, many could not suppress their greed and were tempted to seize the opportunity. Young man, the divine fire cannot be monopolized by you alone. Why not hand it over, in consideration of General Lin? We shall not make things difficult for you both. With your standing, as long as you leave the ancestral sword nest alive, your future will be boundless. Perish here over divine fire would be unworthy. My patience has limits, brat. Will you surrender the divine fire or not? Do you believe I won't tear you apart? Others may fear the Lin family, but I do not. And no sooner had this individual spoken than he was suddenly pierced through the brow by his sword chi. His face contorted with disbelief as his body fell stiffly, lifeless. Witnessing this scene, all present recoiled in fear, astonished by the man's audacity and lethal decisiveness. He wasted no time with words before striking down his foe. You seem rather audacious, Su Zheng remarked, summoning the reincarnation sword as his cultivation smoothly broke through to the 6th level of the golden core, divine demon realm. Even encountering a 2nd-level nascent soul, divine demon warrior, would pose no challenge, rendering him nearly invincible among golden core, divine demons. Give me a moment. As the words left his lips, Su Zheng's figure vanished in an instant. One man and one sword darting forth like a cheetah. showing no mercy as he commenced a massacre. "You are indeed ruthless. We should leave. The news of you acquiring the divine fire will undoubtedly spread throughout the ancestral sword nest from this point on. Even with the Lin family behind you, you cannot intimidate everyone that I shall see how you manage to leave the ancestral sword nest alive." Observing the scattering crowd, Su Zheng did not pursue them. Few among them were nascent soul divine demon warriors. Most were the golden core divine demon level. Otherwise, faced with hundreds of nascent soul divine demon warriors, he would have had to summon the Taotai puppets. "Little Zheng, perhaps we should leave the ancestral sword nest early." Lin Fanning expressed her concern for Su Zheng's safety to T.O.R. Even with the Lin family as their backing, she believed many would still choose to act out of a desire for the divine fire. Even knowing they cannot fuse with the divine fire after extraction, many will still attempt it. What if they succeed? The safest course is to depart the ancestral sword nest and return to the academy or family. At that point, who would dare disturb us? Su Zheng shook his head, smiling as he replied, "I have crafted the Taotai puppets, possessing the power of peak nascent soul divine demons, within the ancestral sword nest. Anyone who dares approach will meet their demise." I almost forgot about the Taotai puppets. Upon hearing this, Lin Fanning finally breathed a sigh of relief. "So, where do you intend to go next?" "To the ancestral sword peak." Indeed, for warriors, the 4 ancestral sword nests are most suitable for body tempering, that if you wish to condense your nascent soul in a short time, the ancestral sword nest is the optimal choice. "Cousin, I will do my utmost to assist you in condensing your nascent soul. Me. Don't be ridiculous." Lin Fanning harbored little faith in her own talent, knowing she was only at the first level of the golden core divine demon realm. Condensing a nascent soul within the ancestral sword nest? 3 words. Impossible. "Cousin, leave this matter to me. Can you really do it? Do you not trust me?" Had it been anyone else, Lin Fanning would have dismissed the notion entirely, deeming it far-fetched. Yet, the one making this assertion was her cousin, and she understood that Su Zheng would not jest about such matters. Before a great tree, the aroma of roasted meat wafted alluringly. Xiao Tiantan inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "I never expected your culinary skills to be so exceptional." Gorging on the roasted meat, Xiao Tiantian's appetite was insatiable. She had already devoured the meat of 3 demon beasts and was still not satisfied. Lin Fanning remained wary of her, convinced that Xiao Tiantian's identity was far from ordinary. Someone approaches. Su Zheng set down the roasted meat, eyes fixed on a man and a woman who had suddenly appeared before him. "Du Feng, Du Di, oh, you know them?" "Yes, they're the 3rd prince and 4th princess of the Divine Dragon Dynasty, both at the 7th level of the nascent soul divine demon realm, each accompanied by their own born divine dragon. The Divine Dragon Dynasty, one of the 10 great dynasties of the wilds. It is said that the founding emperor of the Divine Dragon Dynasty formed an alliance with the Dragon Valley, and those of the royal family who could navigate through the valley would be granted a born divine dragon. Within the valley, most of the divine dragons were of the lowest rank, including the likes of azure dragons, crimson dragons, and blue dragons. Lin Fanning, it has been years since we last met, and you have merely just condensed your golden core. It seems we overestimated you in the past. Du Dai, were it not for your born divine dragons, would you be where you are today? Du Dai, tall and possessing an exquisite visage marred by numerous blemishes, shook her head derisively as the guardians of the Taichu dynasty. The Lin family should lack for cultivation resources. This only serves to illustrate your limited talent, which is truly disappointing. Lin Fanning shot a fierce glare, yearning to retort, but the truth of the matter left her without a defense. Du Feng looked at the young man and inquired, "This is the grandson of General Lin?" "Indeed, he is my cousin, Su Zheng." Du Feng nodded. "The Divine Dragon royal family bears no significant grievances with your Lin family. I shall not dwell on past matters from the battlefield within the ancestral sword nest. However, I have heard that Brother Su has birthed divine fire. I have never encountered divine fire before, and hope Brother Su will showcase it to allow my sister and me to broaden our horizons." Sure enough, they had come for the divine fire. Lin Fanning fumed. "Du Feng, you should understand that once divine fire is fused by a warrior, it cannot be extracted." Waving a hand to silence his enraged cousin, Su Zheng smiled. "Since they wish to witness the divine fire, I shall grant their request." Extending his hand, A chilling, eerie white flame danced at his fingertips, exuding an oppressive aura reminiscent of a hellish prison. This is the divine fire I birthed, known as Bone Ghost Yin, and it is formidable. Brother Su, I understand you had just birthed the divine fire and may not have fully fused with it. Why not extract it from your body? I can assure you that wherever I am, I will guarantee your safety. Su Zheng chuckled. What is Brother Su laughing at? I find it amusing that you have both cultivated to the 7th level of the nascent soul divine demon realm and obtained your own born divine dragons, yet do not cherish what you have, choosing instead to provoke those you should not. Otherwise, should you be beaten to death, you may find yourself with no opportunity for regret. This. The two were momentarily taken aback, their earlier mockery unmasked. Du Dai scoffed. Lin Bian, the infamous slaughterer, led the demon flame army to conquer the battlefield and establish great achievements that I never expected his descendant to be so lacking. IT matters not if your strength is insufficient. One ought to possess self-awareness, yet you seem to lack even that. Suddenly, two roars echoed from within their bodies. Two divine dragons, each roughly 4 to 5 meters long, soared into the sky, one blue and one red. The born azure dragon of Du Feng and the born crimson dragon of Du Dai. Icy dragon eyes gazing down upon the two, their terrifying breath suppressing the very heavens. Together, we could easily defeat even an 8th-level nascent soul, divine demon warrior. What hope do you have against us? Their disdain was palpable. Both Du Feng and Du Dai regarded Su Zheng and Lin Fanyin as mere insects, insignificant golden core, divine demons in their eyes. Even without invoking the accompanying divine dragon, their mere presence was sufficient to subdue two individuals. The deliberate summoning of the accompanying divine dragon was merely an exhibition of the privileges exclusive to the dragon royal family. Du Dai coldly mocked Lin Fanyin. The chasm between us grows ever wider. When we later proceed to the ancestral sword peak and enter the ancestral sword nest for refinement, it is likely we will ascend to the pinnacle of the nascent soul, divine demon realm. Once we depart from the ancestral sword nest, we shall challenge the Tao Palace divine demon realm. And you, my dear, have truly sullied the talent of Lin Bian. There is no need for you to be angry. Cousin as he spoke, Su Zheng produced a pale, yellow ring in his hand and inquired, Cousin, have you ever tasted roasted dragon meat? No, Lin Fanyin had likely surmised Su Zheng's intentions. After all, her cousin's ability to summon the gluttonous puppet rendered him nearly invincible within the ancestral sword nest. The two of them were indeed quite unfortunate to have encountered their cousin. Would you care to sample the flavor of roasted dragon meat? Just a tad tender. Observing the unrestrained mockery from the two, Du Dai seethed. You people from the Lin family truly do not value your lives. Originally, out of consideration for Lin Bian, we might have spared you, but since you seek death, we shall oblige. The Du siblings were genuinely incensed. Mere golden core divine demon warriors dared to be so audacious. How could they not feel enraged in the face of such blatant provocation? Kneel! Du Dai was truly incensed, coldly regarding the two before him. With no one around, what would it matter if he eliminated them? The Dragon Empire feared not the Lin family, especially not within the ancestral sword nest. Growing weary of further discourse, Su Zheng extended his hand. Accompanied by a terrifying surge of energy, a massive form suddenly emerged from the palm of Su Zheng's hand. The Tao Tai. How could this be? How is it possible for you to subdue the ferocious beast Tao Tai? The two clearly recognized the Tao Tai, one of the ancient ferocious beasts that existed solely in legend. Let us depart. With that, they left without daring to linger, regardless of their willingness to believe it. Even with the combined might of the accompanying divine dragon, they could not contend against the Tao Tai. With a cold snort, Su Zheng urged the Tao Tai, which let out a roar that echoed through the heavens. Its massive body moving swiftly to deliver a crushing blow to the two. Bang! Bang! Both were at the 7th level of the nascent soul, divine demon realm, retaliating with a strike of their own. The terrifying collision unleashed a shockwave that rippled outward, and they felt the overwhelming force rebound upon themselves, sending them crashing backward. Think you can escape? This was the first time Su Zheng employed the dragon capturing ring, and its reliability remained uncertain. Just as the blue dragon and red dragon prepared to flee, they were seized by the Tao Tai puppet. Seizing the opportunity, Su Zheng directly cast the dragon, capturing ring. Like a magnet, the ring swiftly encircled the blue dragon's neck, and the creature, which had just sought to flee, suddenly lost its strength and plummeted heavily to the ground. The Taotai puppet then struck toward the red dragon, and in an instant, a brutal melee ensued, each exchanging blows. Before long, the massive form of the red dragon was reduced to a mist of blood beneath the relentless assault of the Taotai puppet. As for Du Dai and her companion, in the face of life and death, they could no longer concern themselves with their accompanying partner. Preserving their own lives took precedence. Although they sensed that the Taotai puppet summoned by Su Zheng was merely at the pinnacle of the nascent soul, divine demon realm, even their combined strength was no match for it. The Taotai puppet's power was indeed formidable. The red dragon likely possessed the strength of the 7th level of the nascent soul divine demon realm, yet was crushed into a mist of blood by the Taotai puppet. Su Zheng was already aware of the puppet's capabilities, feeling no surprise. His true astonishment lay with the dragon capturing ring, which could so easily confine the blue dragon of the nascent soul divine demon realm. He also understood that the ring must have limitations and could not indefinitely imprison any divine dragon. Removing the dragon capturing ring from the blue dragon's neck, Su Zheng smiled and said, "I shall first absorb the power of these two." With his cousin's cultivation too low, Su Zheng intended to assist her in enhancing her strength during the ensuing time, ideally allowing her to successfully condense her nascent soul before leaving the ancestral sword nest. Lin Fanning did not inquire further. She simply followed Su Zheng's lead. 3 hours later, as Lin Fanning slowly opened her eyes, her face was a mix of daze and joy. She had not anticipated that. With Su Zheng's assistance, she would not only have absorbed the power of 2 nascent soul divine demon dragons, but had also broken through to the 3rd level of the golden core divine demon realm, achieving 2 tiers of advancement. Xiao Zheng, how did you accomplish this? I have cultivated a devouring technique that allows me to absorb the power of any living being. Oh wonder you are so confident in assisting me to condense my nascent soul. Let us head to the ancestral sword peak at once. Very well, at the same time, Du Dai and her companion, having run with all their might, finally halted, gasping for breath as they collapsed against a large tree. Their faces pale. Fortunately, they had fled quickly, even at the cost of sacrificing their accompanying divine dragon, to barely escape. Spitting in frustration, Du Dai, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Lin Bian is truly a monstrous being, crafting such a terrifying puppet for his own grandson. Forged from the ancient beast Taotai, as Yu Zheng relies on the Taotai puppet to sweep through the ancestral sword nest. If he harbors ill intentions, he could easily slaughter anyone that he wouldn't dare. Brother, one must always consider the worst-case scenario." Du Feng, however, spoke with unwavering confidence. He is Lin Bian's grandson, that if he dares to unleash a massacre within the ancestral sword nest, not only the top 10 empires, but also other factions will undoubtedly unite against him. At that point, the Taichu Empire would be courting its own demise. Su Zheng, even for the sake of the Lin family, would not dare to act in such a manner. Brother, what should we do now? Shall we still proceed to the ancestral sword peak? Du Dai was genuinely fearful of the Taotai puppets summoned by Su Zheng. What if they encountered him again at the ancestral sword peak? The ancestral sword nest is the best place for us to break through to the pinnacle of the nascent soul divine demon realm. We absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. That I have already stated that Su Zheng would not dare to unleash a massacre. So we must head to the ancestral sword peak. Despite their loss of the accompanying divine dragon significantly diminishing their strength, there was little they could do about it. Although Du Dai was reluctant to proceed to the ancestral sword peak. Wishing to leave the ancestral sword nest, she ultimately restrained her desire to speak out upon seeing her brother's unwavering determination. The ancestral sword peak, the core of the ancestral sword nest. A sword-shaped mountain loomed majestically between heaven and earth, with 4 ancestral sword nests located in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. Xiao Zheng, the 4 ancestral sword nests have yet to open. When will they open? Su Zheng could see that the 4 surrounding ancestral sword nests were enveloped in a faint energy shield, and the sword intent emanating from them was chilling. A reckless intrusion would yield dire consequences. To successfully enter the ancestral sword nest for body refinement, they could only wait for the energy shields of the 4 ancestral sword nests to dissipate before stepping inside for refinement. Calculating the time, it would likely take another 6 days for the 4 ancestral sword nests to open. Su Zheng nodded, smiling as he said, "Then let us remain here for the time being. I believe Du Dai and her brother will surely come. At that point, we shall eradicate them completely. Xiao Zheng, it would be wise to temper your approach. Should you unleash a massacre, it may provoke the ire of other empires. Cousin, I understand your concerns, but I wish to express that from the moment the emperor banished our grandfather from Taichu City, the Lin family is no longer subject to the Taichu royal family. We are no longer bound to protect the Taichu Empire. Thus, the life and death of the Taichu Empire have no bearing on the Lin family." Lin Fanning shook her head in resignation, choosing not to elaborate further. "You must be Su Zheng." Just then, dozens of warriors approached, glaring angrily, among them one whose visage bore a striking resemblance to flames. Xiao Zheng, he is Hua Tao, the second prince of the Yan Empire, and the elder brother of Hua, Yan, the 6th level of the nascent soul, divine demon realm. Many had already flocked to the ancestral sword peak, fearing they might miss the opportunity presented by the ancestral sword pools. Despite the 4 pools not yet being open, the ancestral sword pools represented the greatest opportunity within the ancestral sword nest, and for warriors, entering the pools for refinement and surviving would greatly benefit their cultivation. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Hua Tao inquired with a smile. "I have heard that you killed my royal brother. Is that true?" Su Zheng nodded, responding candidly. "Indeed, Huayin brought this upon himself by provoking me, and I had no choice but to eliminate him." Upon hearing these words, everyone present was taken aback in utter astonishment. How audacious to dare slay the 12th prince of the Yan royal family. One must truly be tired of living. That individual is none other than Lin Fanning, grandson of Lin Bian, and a general from the Taichu dynasty. Oh, you really believe he lacks support? The Lin family? The Thunder Dynasty has been mercilessly slaughtering those from the Taichu dynasty at the Grand Sword Nest. Once they identify a member of the Taichu dynasty, they execute them without hesitation, and they may very well turn their sights on the Lin family as well. The Yan royal family may not fear the Lin family. Now that this person has killed a Yin, it is certain that Hua Tao will not let this slide. The crowd fixated on the unfolding scene, eager to witness whether a conflict would erupt between the Yan royal family and the Lin family, even hoping for a scenario where both parties would weaken each other, allowing a third party to benefit. Hua Tao was momentarily stunned, seemingly not anticipating that this individual would so boldly acknowledge the act. "You arrogant fool, daring to kill the 12th prince. Today, you cannot escape death, even if you are Lin Bian's grandson. No one can save you. Second prince, allow me to take him down." With a wave of his hand, Hua Tao, suppressing his inner fury, coldly stated, "You, relying on Lin Bian's backing, dare to kill a prince of the Yan royal family? Do you not fear for your life?" "I do fear, but you're simply not qualified to take my life." Hua Tao laughed. Everyone from the Yan royal family joined in the laughter, their faces openly displaying scorn. They could not fathom why these two, merely at the Golden Core Spirit Demon stage, would be so brazen, relying on Lin Bian, if they were within the territory of the Taichu dynasty. The Lin family's influence would indeed hold weight, yet here at the Grand Sword Nest, many would not grant Lin Bian any face. The Lin family would find it difficult to intimidate the Yan royal family. Constrain the two of them. Yes. Whoosh! 4 9th-level Golden Core Spirit Demon warriors swiftly advanced, resembling leopards as they charged towards Su Zheng and Lin Fanning. In Hua Tao's view, the combined strength of the 4 was sufficient to restrain the two. But what transpired? A flash of cold light appeared, and the reincarnation sword manifested in Su Zheng's hand, unleashing the first move of the reincarnation sword technique. One sword, one spurt of blood, before the 4 even had a chance to react. They felt a chilling sensation at their throats. In the next moment, their eyes widened in disbelief and shock. Dead, one sword fell for 9th-level Golden Core Spirit Demon warriors. My heavens, how did he achieve this? Observing the scene, the crowd murmured in astonishment. It was no wonder he could effortlessly slay Huayin. He indeed possessed formidable abilities. You dare to make a move? Su Zheng smiled and remarked, I find you all quite amusing. You are allowed to kill me. Yet I cannot retaliate against you." Hu Tao nodded in satisfaction, smiling as he said, "Indeed, you are worthy of being Lin Bian's grandson." Like a tea that moment, Du Dai and Du Feng arrived, and upon seeing Su Zheng, their expressions changed drastically. It seemed that their greatest fear had come to fruition. They were most apprehensive about encountering Su Zheng now. "Brother, what should we do? Let us observe the situation. What if Su Zheng decides to strike against us? As long as we do not provoke him, I believe he will not make a move. Unless, of course, the Taichu dynasty wishes to become the enemy of the entire wilderness." Was it truly so? Du Dai dared not gamble, yet felt utterly powerless, plagued by a persistent sense of foreboding. "Brother Hua, can you hand this person over to me?" Zhou Yuan. It turned out to be Zhou Yuan, the prince of the Thunder Dynasty, an 8th-level Yuan Ing spirit demon expert, rumored to have acquired the Azure Dragon Sword. The Thunder Dynasty had been relentlessly hunting down individuals from the Taichu Dynasty at the Grand Sword Nest. It appeared that the Thunder royal family was now also preparing to take action against the Lin family. Hu Tao was somewhat taken aback, yet he understood Zhou Yuan's intent and replied, "Brother Zhou, while I can accommodate you in other matters, this individual is an exception. He has slain my royal brother. He also killed Zhou Long." Everyone present was once again shocked. None had anticipated that this individual had simultaneously slain Huiyin and Zhou Long. Hence Zhou Yuan's desire to intervene. Hu Tao, half amused and half enraged, could not help but give Su Zheng a thumbs up, expressing his admiration. "I seldom admire others, but you are certainly one of them. I'm genuinely curious, within the Grand Sword Nest, who has granted you such audacity to act so recklessly?" Following Su Zheng's gesture, everyone turned to see a group of over a dozen individuals in the distance. Zhou Dai and Zhou Feng from the Shenlong dynasty. Had the Lin family allied with the Shenlong dynasty, it was no wonder the Taichu royal family sought to target the Lin family. It seemed the dynamics of the wilderness were shifting. Many royal disciples from the Shenlong dynasty possessed accompanying divine dragons, which explained how Su Zheng could slay Huiyin and Zhou Long. He had the backing of the Shenlong royal family. This was bound to be a spectacle. The crowd murmured in intrigue that Du Feng and Du Dai were somewhat dazed, and upon realizing that Su Zheng was pointing at them, they quickly comprehended his intentions. He aimed to drag them into the fray. Shameless and despicable, they cursed inwardly, yet dared not voice their outrage. They had personally witnessed the Tao Tai puppets. Should Su Zheng be pushed to his limits, they would undoubtedly be no match for the Tao Tai puppets. Observing the approaching Du Dai and others, Hu Tao expressed his dissatisfaction. When did the Shenlong dynasty conspire with the Lin family? If I recall correctly, several years ago, Lin Bian led the Demon Flame Army to massacre 80,000 troops of the Shenlong dynasty. Du Feng's expression darkened. He could discern the implications of Hu Tao's words and coldly retorted, "Hu Tao, you need not be so insidious. How my Shenlong dynasty chooses to act is not for you to dictate. So, you mean to say you will favor these two?" Du Dai looked at Su Zheng, uncertain of his intentions, especially since Su Zheng could summon Tao Tai puppets. If he wished to eliminate Hu Tao and Zhou Yuan, it would be a trivial matter, requiring no assistance from them. "Gentlemen, I require your assistance in eliminating Hu Tao. I wonder if you would be willing to lend me this favor." Before they could respond, Su Zheng continued, "To assist me is to be my friend. To refuse is to become my enemy. I deal with my enemies solely through force. I wonder whether you wish to be friends or foes." Faced with Su Zheng's blatant threat, Du Feng and Du Dai's expression soured. They could not possibly kill Hu Tao, and should they choose to act, it might ignite hostility between the two great royal families. Du Feng clasped his fists towards Su Zheng, stating, "Brother Su, this matter does not concern my Shenlong royal family. I am willing to regard you as a friend, but I do not wish to be involved in such conflicts that I hope you can understand that I cannot comprehend. Your words lead me to view you as having declined. I have already stated that a refusal marks you as my enemy, and my approach to enemies is simple. Kill." Wishing to end the conversation, Su Zheng extended his hand, and amidst the astonished faces of the crowd, a roar echoed through the void as a colossal beast emerged. What kind of beast is this? Everyone gasped, their faces pale with terror, utterly astonished that this individual could summon such a terrifying creature. "This is not a beast. It is a puppet, indeed," was a puppet, a pinnacle Yuan-ing spirit demon realm beast puppet. Lin Bian is truly extraordinary, having crafted such a formidable puppet for this young man. I recognize it. This is the legendary ancient Taotai ferocious beast, though it has long been extinct. How did he acquire a Taotai beast? In that moment, everyone instantly understood why Du Feng and Du Dai from the Shenlong dynasty held such trepidation towards Su Zheng. It was not fear of him, but rather fear of the Taotai puppet backing him. Zhou Yuan and Hua Tao's faces also shifted dramatically, their bodies trembling in fright, overwhelmed by the terrifying aura emanating from the Taotai puppet, which left them feeling oppressed and uncomfortable. This is a grave situation. Confronted with a pinnacle Yuan-ing spirit demon Taotai puppet, not only was it uncertain whether they could avenge their brothers by slaying Su Zheng, but their very survival was in jeopardy. Zhou Yuan immediately stepped forward, his voice booming, "Everyone, unite to eliminate the Taotai puppet. Otherwise, this individual will surely unleash a massacre, killing us all, that we must take the risk." In a one-on-one confrontation, it was likely that none present could withstand the might of the Taotai puppet. Their only chance lay in banding together to confront the puppet. Du Feng and Du Dai shook their heads, swiftly leading a group of over a dozen individuals to stand opposite Su Zheng, coldly declaring, "Su Zheng, you have slain my accompanying divine dragon. Initially, I had no intention of pursuing this matter. However, you have gone too far, attempting to force me into enmity with them that I will not be intimidated by your threats." With eyes ablaze, Du Dai recognized this as an opportunity that must not be squandered. This matter does not concern us. We wish to avoid the impending tide. Brother Zhou, do not involve us in your affairs. Many retreated, their intentions clear. They signaled to Zhou Yuan and Su Zheng that they would not assist either side, essentially opting to be mere spectators. Those who lingered in indecision dared not intervene. With a cold laugh, Su Zheng showed no concern for whether these individuals chose to interfere. Any warrior supporting Zhou Yuan would face his ruthless wrath without hesitation. As for those wishing to watch, he would not provoke them. Kill. With Su Zheng's command, the Taotai puppet launched into a savage assault. The three nations united in their desire to confront the Taotai puppet, even attempting to subdue the ancient beast, confident in their numerous nascent soul warriors. However, the moment the battle truly commenced, they realized they had underestimated the puppet's might. The ferocity of the ancient beast was laid bare in all its glory. "Brother Du, I will hold the Taotai puppet with Brother Hua. You and the Divine Dragon Dynasty focus on subduing Su Zheng and Lin Fanyin. Restrain them, and if necessary, eliminate them." That Du Feng and Du Dai understood Zhou Yuan's intent, their fear of the Taotai puppet palpable. With the puppet occupied, it was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. Su Zheng, "I will take your life." Du Dai charged forward, fueled by an unquenchable fury. The slaughter of his accompanying divine dragon ignited a volcanic rage within him. Lin Fanyin retreated repeatedly. Though unclear as to her cousin's motives, she chose to believe unconditionally in him. Not going to dodge. How could he? He was merely at the 6th layer of the Golden Core realm, audaciously brazen, relying solely on the Taotai puppet. With the puppet momentarily restrained by Zhou Yuan and Hua Tao, he certainly posed no threat to Du Dai. Su Zheng likely never anticipated that the three nations would not be intimidated by the Taotai puppet. Instead, they united against him. An unexpected miscalculation. The crowd murmured in disbelief. Initially expecting a fierce battle, they were astonished to see Su Zheng simply stand by and await his demise. Yet Du Dai showed no mercy. Regardless of Lin Bian's backing, "Bang, sister, do not touch him." Du Feng, following closely, felt an unsettling premonition. Su Zheng could not possibly remain passive and await death. There had to be a hidden strategy. Unfortunately, Du Feng's warning came too late. Moreover, Du Dai dismissed the caution entirely. Blinded by rage, his sole focus on avenging his divine dragon. As his palm struck, Su Zheng braced himself against the blow. Simultaneously, he swiftly summoned the divine fire within. The bone-obscuring flame coursing through Du Dai's body, accompanied by screams akin to a slaughtered pig as the divine fire enveloped him entirely. Divine fire? Is this truly divine fire? I seeing things? Indeed, it was divine fire. He had previously heard that Lin Bian's grandson had obtained a divine fire seed, but he never anticipated it would successfully cultivate divine fire. And oh wonder he stood his ground. Enduring Du Dai's strike, he sought to harness the power of the divine fire. Du Dai is finished. In that moment, Du Dai emitted a wretched cry, the divine fire spreading uncontrollably over him. Du Feng, arriving just in time, could only fret, unable to touch Du Dai even slightly. Recognizing the horror of divine fire, Du Feng understood that should he come into contact with it, he too would be consumed. He could not guarantee his ability to extinguish the flames. "Brother, save me! Brother, avenge me!" Amidst his cries of unwillingness and fury, Du Dai's body was gradually consumed by the divine fire, leaving no trace behind. A tragic sight that sent shivers through all present, their fear unmasked. "Sister!" Helplessly witnessing his sister consumed by divine fire, Du Feng turned abruptly, his gaze fixated on the youth before him like a starving wolf. Yearning to devour him whole, "Oh, not blame me. She sought to kill me. I never anticipated her to be so weak, unable to withstand divine fire." Seeing Su Zheng reveling in his misfortune, Du Feng wasted no breath. He lunged at Su Zheng with the ferocity of a cheetah. Despite the disparity in their realms, Su Zheng felt no fear. Wielding the reincarnation sword, he infused it with divine fire. In an instant, the fiery sword aura surged forth, and Su Zheng refrained from directly confronting Du Feng, as long as he could delay him until the Taotai puppet dispatched Zhou Yuan and Huatao. He could then easily turn the tide against Du Feng. Truly, Lin Bian's grandson was no ordinary individual. Not only could he summon the Taotai puppet, but he also wielded divine fire. This child was destined for greatness, sure to rise as a dragon among men. Yet such brilliance could invite perilous attention, and many would not allow him to flourish, with a formidable grandfather like Lin Bian, who would dare to strike in Lin City. The crowd could hardly contain their astonishment. Who would have imagined that Su Zheng, merely at the Golden Core realm, could incinerate Du Dai of the nascent soul realm with a single strike? Now, he even stood ready to battle Du Feng, whether or not he was merely stalling for time. If it were any other Golden Core warrior, they would struggle to delay, and Du Feng would surely not afford them the luxury of time. "Du Feng, stop dawdling! Quickly eliminate him!" Zhou Yuan and Huatao, firmly restrained by the Taotai puppet, seethed with anger. Without the puppet's assistance, Su Zheng was not so easily dispatched. They cursed deeply, as Du Feng yearned for a swift resolution. Especially after witnessing his sister's annihilation, a stimulus that ignited his primal instincts, Du Feng abruptly turned his gaze toward Lin Fanyin. Since Su Zheng avoided direct confrontation, he would first restrain Lin Fanyin. With a hostage in hand, he was certain Su Zheng would not dare evade. Yet Su Zheng had anticipated this, as he conjured 9 soul-biting nails and the god-slaying coffin, hurling them towards Du Feng and following closely behind with the reincarnation sword. Maneuvering to stand before Lin Fanyin, watching helplessly as his sister was consumed by flames, Du Feng was driven to the brink of fury, akin to a wild beast lunging at Lin Fanyin. Upon Su Zheng's arrival, he bellowed, "I will tear you apart." His icy roar reverberated through the void as the god-slaying coffin descended from behind, and sensing the imminent danger, Du Feng swiftly retaliated with a palm strike. Dismissing the coffin with disdain, the coffin, originally palm-sized, suddenly expanded to several meters, exuding a chilling aura. Boom! The forceful impact of Du Feng's palm collided with the god-slaying coffin, which did not unleash the anticipated storm. Yet, Du Feng staggered as though struck by a heavy blow. A mouthful of blood erupted from him, his complexion instantly ashen, devoid of color. What a formidable coffin! No wonder this individual is so audacious. It is not merely the Taotai puppet he possesses, but such a treasure as well. It seems that Du Feng's quest for vengeance will not be so straightforward. Vengeance. In this scenario, whether Du Feng could even escape alive remained uncertain, let alone seek revenge. Look, what is that? Following the god-slaying coffin, the 9 soul-biting nails streaked through the air like thunderbolts, swiftly approaching Du Feng. Having learned from past experiences, Du Feng dared not underestimate them. He braced himself to face the 9 nails with all his strength. That moment, Su Zheng appeared like a specter, wielding the reincarnation sword to execute the reincarnation sword technique. fused with divine fire. The icy yet scorching sword aura surged towards Du Feng like a tidal wave. Despicable! Du Feng cursed vehemently, caught between assaults from both sides. Yet in the realm of martial combat, the outcome is paramount. Notions of fairness were irrelevant given the disparity in their realms. Unable to divide his attention, Du Feng had to respond swiftly, mindful of both fronts, lest Su Zheng exploit any openings that he could not allow his body to come into contact with the divine fire sword aura. His sister had been incinerated by it without a chance to evade. Du Feng's reflexes and speed were extraordinary as he narrowly dodged 7 soul-biting nails and numerous waves of divine fire sword aura. Yet the remaining 2 soul-piercing nails were precisely driven into Du Feng's left leg and right shoulder. Enduring the agony coursing through his body, before Du Feng could react, the god-slaying coffin and the 7 soul-piercing nails surged forth once more with relentless ferocity. Boom! Seizing the opportunity, Su Zheng would not let any chance slip away, manipulating the god-slaying coffin to bombard Du Feng incessantly. Once, twice, thrice, with no means to evade, Du Feng was ultimately impaled by the 7 nails, firmly affixed to his very being. Witnessing this scene, all present gasped in horror. In that moment, Du Feng was ensnared in the void by 9 soul-piercing nails. Blood stained his entire form, and Du Feng felt as though his life essence was being drained away. His very spirit ensnared. Both Du Feng and Du Dai had suffered defeat, and such a thorough one at that. Truly, he was worthy of being Lin Bian's grandson. Yet Lin Bian had provided Su Zheng with far too many trump cards. This time, Du Feng and Du Dai would perish here, and I believe the Divine Dragon Dynasty would not let this matter rest lightly. With Lin Bian as support behind him, what could the Divine Fire Dynasty possibly do? Boom! At that moment, accompanied by a wretched roar reverberating through the void, Hua Tao was struck down by the Tao Tai puppet, transforming into a mist of blood that spread throughout the area. Frightened, the onlookers recoiled, their faces etched with shock as they beheld the scene. The Tao Tai puppet was indeed terrifying, and with Hua Tao's demise, many were slaughtered one by one, not even granted the chance to escape. Corpses littered the ground, and the once confident Zhou Yuan dared not linger, turning to flee. Whether he wished to believe it or not, Zhou Yuan understood all too well that attempting to slay Su Zheng under the protection of the Tao Tai puppet was akin to a fool's dream. If he continued to fight, not only would he fail to kill Su Zheng, but he might also meet his own demise at the hands of the Tao Tai puppet. A gentleman avenges himself 10 years is not too late. It would be wiser to seek revenge against Su Zheng after leaving the ancestral sword nest. Thinking of escaping, Su Zheng scoffed coldly. It was already too late to contemplate leaving. The Tao Tai puppet moved swiftly, almost instantaneously obstructing Zhou Yuan's path, while Su Zheng, wielding the reincarnation sword, also approached, creating a pincer attack with the puppet. The god-slaying coffin was hurled violently, unleashing the demonic flame manifestation, and accompanied by a domineering demonic flame palm. It struck fiercely towards Zhou Yuan. With no avenue for evasion, he could only brace himself for a head-on clash. Su Zheng, if you dare to kill me, you must consider the consequences. The 3 great dynasties will undoubtedly seek your downfall. Even with Lin Bian as your backing, you shall not withstand their wrath. Now, Zhou Yuan could only rely on threats, hoping to intimidate Su Zheng. Unfortunately, Su Zheng was utterly unfazed. The Tao Tai puppet and the god-slaying coffin crashed into Zhou Yuan, the tyrannical palm imprint striking his head, and in the midst of everyone's astonishment, Zhou Yuan's entire body exploded in an instant. Su Zheng, seizing the opportunity, immediately activated the 9 turns devouring heaven technique, beginning to consume all those who had been slaughtered and transferring them into Lin Fanin's body. He aimed not only to solidify his own nascent soul, but also to assist his cousin in doing the same. Regardless of where one goes, strength is paramount, and his cousin's cultivation was far too low to the 4th layer of the Golden Core God-Demon realm. Lin Fanin felt her cultivation surge within her, and although she had long known her cousin could aid her, the speed of this elevation was still somewhat astonishing. Xiao Zheng, could you refrain from being so infuriating? If this news were spread, you would undoubtedly be beaten to a pulp. Once the ancestral sword pool opens, I will do my utmost to assist you in tempering your body. I hope we can both successfully solidify our nascent souls." Lin Fanny nodded, glancing around as she spoke. The four ancestral sword pools harbor four distinct powers: lightning, fire, wind, and soul-devouring. Among them, the soul-devouring is the most fearsome, with its sword energy capable of strangling and consuming a warrior's nascent soul. Thus, warriors seldom tread lightly into the soul-devouring ancestral sword pool. Out of the four ancestral sword pools, the wind ancestral sword pool is the weakest and the most favored by warriors. Which one shall we choose to enter? We must explore them all, including the heavenly thunder and soul-devouring. Su Zheng nodded, fully understanding his cousin's intent. However, having arrived at this juncture, they could not afford to miss any of the ancestral sword pools. And seeking to harness their power to temper and solidify their nascent souls would require venturing into all four, but relying solely on one would likely prove insufficient for the successful formation of a nascent soul. Lin Fanny did not decline. She understood her cousin's meaning. For warriors, taking risks was an inevitability. To seize opportunities, one must be willing to pay the price. Cousin, let us be the first to enter the heavenly thunder ancestral sword pool. You need only follow closely behind me. All right. The sight of the countless corpses thoroughly stunned all. The crowd murmured in disbelief. A golden core god-demon realm warrior had slain a multitude of nascent soul god-demon warriors. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, it would have been unimaginable as the four ancestral sword pools were about to open. All warriors entering the ancestral sword nest rushed from all directions, eager to enter the pools and enhance their cultivation. When Ai Huang arrived, she exclaimed, "What madness!" She too was struck by the scene, gazing at the figure seated cross-legged in cultivation from afar, eventually making her way over. Ai Huang. Lin Fanning immediately rose, grasping Ai Huang's hand and inquiring, "Are you unharmed?" "I'm fine. What about you?" "I'm also well, thanks to Su Zheng. Otherwise, it would have been a grave situation," Ai Huang nodded. Kicking Su Zheng lightly, scolding, "Have you been too reckless? I cannot comprehend your meaning." You have slain Zhou Yuan, Hui Tao, and Du Feng. You will surely incur the wrath of the three great dynasties, and they may very well plot against you in secret." "And what of it?" "You." Lin Fanning shook her head, helplessly replying, "Ai Huang, my cousin is not to blame for this. Even if we had not intervened, they would not relent. They seek to restrain us, and may even attempt to threaten grandfather. You must exercise caution. The Thunder Dynasty is amassing troops at the borders, preoccupied with their own affairs. I fear they may conspire with other dynasties to target your Lin family." Ai Huang sincerely wished to avoid any misfortune befalling Su Zheng and Lin Fanning. Her brow furrowed tightly. The events had transpired, and the only course was to leave the ancestral sword nest and return to the dynasty to discuss the matter with her father. Buzz, buzz, buzz at that moment. From the four cardinal directions, the four ancestral sword pools erupted simultaneously with terrifying sword cries, each enveloped by a potent force. The ancestral sword pools had finally opened. They must enter quickly. 90% of the warriors chose to enter the wind ancestral sword pool, while only a handful opted for the fire ancestral sword pool. For the heavenly thunder and soul-devouring pools, virtually no one dared step foot inside. Ai Huang, which ancestral sword pool do you intend to enter? What about you two? Heavenly thunder. Then I shall accompany you to the heavenly thunder ancestral sword pool. Su Zheng remarked, "I cannot guarantee your safety." "You." Lin Fanning shot him a reproachful glare and softly said, "You are truly insufferable. She is with me. Please take care of her." With an authoritative tone, Su Zheng found himself unable to refuse. Subsequently, the three turned their attention to the left, towards the heavenly thunder ancestral sword pool. And without further hesitation, they rose and entered. Within the thunder ancestral sword pool, clouds swirled and thunder rumbled, the terrifying roars of lightning echoing throughout the pool. Bolts of lightning, as thick as arms, rampaged wildly in Lin Fanning. Feeling the overwhelming aura of the lightning, remarked, "No wonder so few dare enter this ancestral sword pool. The sword energy formed by the lightning is indeed fearsome. Should we not head to the wind ancestral sword pool instead? You two must follow me." As he began to channel the 9 turns devouring heaven technique, Su Zheng felt no fear. Rather, he was exhilarated and eager. Only a defiant ancestral sword pool could offer the utmost tempering for the body. The enveloping barrier formed by the devouring power encased the three, and gripping the reincarnation's sword, Su Zheng declared, "Let us proceed." The trio ventured forth with heightened vigilance. The thunder roared, and the sword cries echoed. As the swirling lightning sword energy relentlessly crashed towards them, all repelled by the devouring barrier. Fanning, this approach is not sustainable. The lightning sword energy is inexhaustible. How long can Su Zheng hold out? Lin Fanning shook her head, uncertain of her cousin's intentions. Yet she chose to trust Xiao Zheng unconditionally, for he would never jest with their lives. Taking a bold step forward, Su Zheng proclaimed, "You shall sit cross-legged and merge your strength with the power I bestow upon you." Lin Fanning and Enai Huang simultaneously assumed their positions, slowly closing their eyes as they summoned their respective energies to envelop their beings in the absence of the impending onslaught of heavenly lightning. Utilizing the thunder to temper their bodies was undoubtedly the best course of action for them. A barrage of lightning swords, with gaping maws, relentlessly surged towards the trio, roaring in the sky as they vented their boundless fury. Exuding an aura of sheer terror, Su Zheng would not remain idle. He needed to harness the formidable power of the Nine Turns Devouring Heaven technique to transform his passive stance into an active assault, absorbing the lightning sword energy to refine himself and his companions. The overwhelming pressure from the endless lightning swords was indeed taxing for Su Zheng. Yet, this was precisely the effect he desired. Only under absolute duress could he continuously unlock his latent potential. "Kid, you possess a devouring technique. Why not attempt to channel the lightning into your demonic flame manifestation, allowing it to wield the power of thunder?" Little Sweet suddenly appeared on Su Zheng's shoulder, unfazed by the lightning swords. With a leap, she exclaimed, "Lightning makes for excellent sustenance." Under Su Zheng's astonished gaze, Little Sweet began to voraciously consume the lightning. Impervious to any harm from the sword energy, what an extraordinary phenomenon. Though Su Zheng recognized the remarkable nature of this little creature, he refrained from questioning her further, since the lightning swords posed no threat to her. He chose to ponder her suggestion instead. He had not considered the idea of integrating lightning into his demonic flame manifestation. After all, such an endeavor was fraught with peril. Any misstep could result in a backlash from the demonic flame manifestation, potentially costing him his life. However, Su Zheng opted to place his faith in the little creature and promptly executed the demonic flame manifestation. The colossal phantom of a demonic flame tiger erupted behind him, roaring defiantly as he employed the Nine Turns Devouring Heaven technique to forcibly absorb the surrounding lightning sword energy, dividing it into three portions, one for his cousin, one for Enai Huang, and the last for himself. Rather than hastily refining his body, Su Zheng allowed the lightning sword energy to flood into the demonic flame manifestation. Feeling a surge of anxiety, he was uncertain whether the demonic flame manifestation could fully assimilate the lightning. As the manifestation began to merge with the lightning sword energy, a tumultuous surge coursed through him, nearly overwhelming his senses. However, having anticipated this, Su Zheng began to firmly suppress the lightning sword energy, driving it all into the demonic flame manifestation to aid in its forced integration. Enai Huang suddenly opened her eyes wide, observing as the energy shield around them held back the lightning swords, while torrents of pure lightning power incessantly flowed into her body. Utilizing this power for refinement and potential fusion would significantly enhance her cultivation. Gazing at Su Zheng, she found him increasingly inscrutable. Her fists clenched tightly. She knew she must hasten her own cultivation, for she could not allow herself to be surpassed by him. The thought of falling behind was unacceptable. Closing her eyes once more, Enai Huang began to merge her power and cultivate that Little Sweet continued her frenzied consumption. The lightning sword energy throughout the ancestral sword pool grew increasingly tumultuous. Su Zheng spent several hours employing the Nine Turns Devouring Heaven technique, finally enabling the demonic flame manifestation to integrate the lightning power, confident that its might would be greatly amplified. and I Huang broke through from the 3rd level of the Yuan in God-Demon Realm to the 5th, while Lin Fanyin ascended directly to the 6th level of the Golden Core God-Demon Realm, leaving both women astonished with delight. With a satisfied belch, Little Sweet returned to Su Zheng's shoulder, patting her round belly as she cheerfully remarked, "I am utterly stuffed. Kid, you must be cautious. There is something amiss with this ancestral sword pool." Slowly opening his eyes, Su Zheng had already fused with the demonic flame manifestation, preparing to absorb the lightning sword energy and elevate his cultivation through it. What issue? Within the ancestral sword pool lies an altar, but you must exercise caution. This altar is quite extraordinary that I shall take a nap. So you must deliberate carefully whether the risk is worth it. With that, Little Sweet transformed into a wisp of energy and vanished into Su Zheng's body. Frowning deeply, Su Zheng turned to the 2 women behind him. To go or not to go? Cousin, I wish to delve deeper into the ancestral sword pool. Very well. We shall accompany you. You must remember, should danger arise, I will instruct you to leave without any hesitation. I have ways to ensure my own safety, and I Huang and Lin Fanyin exchanged glances before nodding in unison. They then rose and proceeded cautiously toward the heart of the ancestral sword pool. The rolling lightning sword energy bombarded them from all directions. Yet Su Zheng, fortified by the devouring shield, not only withstood the assault, but also refined the lightning swords, continuously supplying energy to the 3 of them. Xiao Zheng, the altar, Su Zheng too noticed it, a purple-black altar emerging before them. Upon reaching the altar, he found it to be quite eerie, observing the intricate patterns upon its surface, sword path patterns, imbued with formidable sword energy. Xiao Zheng, can you discern it? Lin Fanyin inquired, surprised as she and I Huang had failed to perceive any sword energy. Su Zheng nodded, extending his hand to gently trace the densely etched sword path patterns on the altar. Alien sword path. Not of our continent. Su Zheng nodded, stating, previously in the Northwest, I battled many members of alien races, and among them were those who wielded a sword path remarkably similar to the one inscribed on this altar. If I am not mistaken, they share a common lineage. While he could not assert it with absolute certainty, Su Zheng felt confident, believing there was an 80% chance that the sword path patterns on the altar originated from alien races. And I Huang suddenly asked, should we enter the altar? Xiao Zheng, since the patterns inscribed on the altar belong to an alien race, should we not destroy it? The continent is under siege by alien races, and all must be eradicated. Even martial artists, when faced with an opportunity from alien races, often choose to abandon or even destroy it. Yet Su Zheng shook his head, asserting, there is good and evil within humanity. But martial arts are impartial, dependent upon who wields them, even if it originates from an alien race. As long as we cultivate it for righteous purposes, it matters not. Very well, we shall accompany you inside. Su Zheng began to channel the devouring power within him, once more enveloping the 3 of them. Taking a deep breath, he stepped onto the altar, and together they vanished into its depths, after descending several hundred meters. The trio landed steadily, facing a pitch-black passageway, flanked by smooth stone walls that resembled black jade. Stay close to me. Understood. Vigilantly scanning their surroundings, Su Zheng, to ensure absolute safety, summoned flickering divine flames around the devouring shield, forming an additional layer of protection. Half an hour later, Lin Fanyin furrowed her brow, her tone grave as she remarked, Xiao Zheng, we have been walking for half an hour. Ordinarily, we should have exited by now. Yet it feels as if we are trapped in a loop. Should we not retrace our steps? We have already left the ancestral sword pool. Leave? How could that be? Could the ancestral sword pool lead to another location? Indeed, if I'm not mistaken, we should be exiting the ancestral sword nest through the altar passage and have successfully entered the subterranean space of ancestral sword peak. Though, it was merely a hypothesis. Su Zheng chose to trust his instincts. The southeastern, southwestern, northeastern, and northwestern ancestral sword pools must all possess altars, and each altar likely leads to ancestral sword peak. Many martial artists have traversed the wind ancestral sword pool. How could none have discovered the altar? It must be concealed. Had Little Sweet not consumed the power within the ancestral sword pool, we might have struggled to uncover the altar's whereabouts. Lin Fanyin contemplated this and nodded. In that case, let us proceed. May we encounter the opportunities we seek. We should be nearing. Just as she finished speaking, the trio continued onward, and after traversing several hundred meters, they beheld a colossal stone door, similarly adorned with intricate patterns that resonated with the sword path found on the altar. Despite their numerous attempts, they could not successfully open the stone door. Lin Fanning turned to Su Zheng, shrugging her shoulders in resignation as she remarked, "We cannot open the stone door. We have no choice but to return. We cannot linger here indefinitely, wasting time. Allow me to give it a try." "You have a solution with the sword path to break the sword path." As Su Zheng arrived before the stone gate, inhaling deeply as the sound of sword chants resounded within him, his inner essence manifesting as waves of sword energy that surged forth like a tsunami, continuously flowing towards the stone gate ahead. His intention was straightforward: to utilize the reincarnation sword technique he had cultivated to comprehend the sword path inscribed upon the stone gate, seeking to evoke a resonance with it. "Fanning, will this work?" "I am uncertain, yet I place my trust in my cousin." Anai Huang nodded, realizing that she was increasingly unable to fathom Su Zheng. "Anai Huang, do you harbor feelings for Xiao Zheng?" Anai Huang remained silent, her head bowed. In the past, Su Zheng had publicly defied an imperial decree to reject a marriage, an act she found hard to accept, even contemplating teaching him a lesson. However, as she spent more time with him, she recognized his exceptional qualities, which were indeed unparalleled in the wilderness. Gently patting Anai Huang's shoulder, Lin Fanning whispered with a smile, "We have been sisters for many years. I shall ensure my cousin is won over. If he is unwilling, I will create opportunities for you both. When the time comes, he will have no choice but to accept." "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you not wish for it? Such methods are unacceptable." "Anai Huang, your cousin is far too remarkable. Should he be taken away by another woman in the future, you would be left with no chance to weep." Anai Huang could not accept such a strategy, for she was the princess of the Taichu dynasty and had her own principles. Buzz, the patterns on the stone gate seemed to come alive, emitting an excruciatingly sharp sword chant. Amidst the astonishment of the two women, the stone gate slowly opened under the rippling sword energy, and Su Zheng urged, "Let us enter swiftly." As the three of them slipped through the crevice of the stone gate, it began to close once more, as if nothing had ever transpired. Inside lay an immense stone chamber, each side adorned with 10 stone swords, towering 10 meters high, each radiating a chilling sword intent. At the center of the chamber stood a stone coffin shaped like a sword, its surface intricately etched with countless sword patterns. "An alien sword wielder." Su Zheng nodded and replied, "The coffin likely contains a powerful being from another race." "Shall we open the coffin?" "I will do it." Su Zheng prepared to take action himself, for no one knew what lay within the coffin. Approaching the coffin, Su Zheng did not draw near, but instead gathered the reincarnation sword energy to form a colossal hand. Striking down forcefully upon the coffin, with a resounding thud, the heavy lid began to slowly lift. It's empty. When the three looked into the coffin, they found it entirely vacant, their expressions reflecting confusion. Based on their assumptions, a formidable being from another race should have been lying within. However, Anai Huang furrowed her brow tightly, fixating on a pale yellow lotus flower within the coffin, speckled with numerous red dots. Appearing quite eerie, the enchanting blood lotus. "Anai Huang, clarify your words. What is the enchanting blood lotus?" "It is said that the enchanting blood lotus originates from an alien race and is a type of alluring and sinister spirit herb. Once a warrior inhales the essence it emits, they will engage in a fervent union." Hearing this explanation, Su Zheng and Lin Fanning hastily retreated, channeling their sword energy to form a giant hand, intending to close the coffin lid once more. However, before Su Zheng could act, the enchanting blood lotus within the coffin reacted to the air, beginning to dissipate and forming a yellow-red mist that slowly poured out of the coffin, spreading with alarming speed until it enveloped the entire chamber. Buzz! Buzz! As the mist permeated the chamber, the 20 stone swords on either side emitted a terrifying sword chant simultaneously, creating an absolute aura of sword energy that enveloped the entire space. "We must leave at once." The first to succumb was Lin Fanning, her head spinning as a faint blush surfaced on her skin, as if steeped in blood, her face flushed with heat. And even her eyes grew feverish. Su Zheng, Fan Yin has inhaled the enchanting blood lotus. We must assist her at once to expel it. Otherwise, if she does not engage in dual cultivation, she will perish. Upon hearing this, Su Zheng's expression changed drastically. His initial intent to flee was now replaced by the necessity to harness his inner strength to protect himself. I want, cousin, I will help you expel the enchanting blood lotus. Forcibly restraining Lin Fan Yin, Su Zheng's face grew solemn as he immediately activated the 9 turns devouring technique, channeling the surging devouring power into Lin Fan Yin's body. Even if it could not expel the essence, it must at least be suppressed temporarily until they could escape the chamber. Yet, Su Zheng underestimated the overwhelming nature of the enchanting blood lotus, as even the devouring force could not forcibly contain it. Even in Ai Huang, having reached the Yuaning divine demon realm, found herself unable to restrain her desires after inhaling the enchanting blood lotus, rapidly shedding her garments and advancing towards Su Zheng. The situation mirrored that of Lin Fan Yin, as a flush spread across her body, her face burning, overwhelming heat radiating from her form as she approached Su Zheng, initiating caresses and kisses. Su Zheng was taken aback, swiftly binding in Ai Huang as well, exerting his strength to manipulate the devouring force, desperately attempting to suppress the allure of the enchanting blood lotus within both women while also safeguarding himself. Su Zheng was acutely aware that should he succumb to the lotus enchantment, the consequences would be dire, and all 3 of them would likely fall into ruin. In Ai Huang and Lin Fan Yin cried out simultaneously, the enchanting blood lotus within them boiling like scalding water, relentlessly eroding their bodies. It was held at bay by the devouring power. Sitting cross-legged, Su Zheng dared not relax for a moment. He was confident he could resist the lotus allure alone, but the circumstances had shifted dramatically as the 2 women were besieged by the enchanting blood lotus. Su Zheng was compelled to devote a significant portion of his concentration to suppressing its turbulence within them. Thus, as he divided his focus to assist the 2 women, the essence of the enchanting blood lotus began to seep into his own body. In the Taichu dynasty, within the imperial hall, the ministers and officials wore grave expressions as they gazed upon the emperor seated upon the dragon throne, none daring to utter a word. Humph. And Ai Chong scoffed heavily, fuming, I have truly raised a group of good for nothings. In ordinary times, you all speak so eloquently, yet now you have turned mute. Your Majesty, the Thunderfire dynasty has amassed troops at the borders, commencing their invasion of our Taichu dynasty 10 days ago. This time, the Thunderfire dynasty has come forth in full force. We should recall General Lin to lead the eastern expedition. That I am confident that General Lin, commanding the Demon Flame Army, will surely drive back the Thunderfire forces. Nonsense. Lin Bian has been demoted to Lin City and is forbidden from stepping foot in Taichu City for the rest of his life. To summon him now would only make your Majesty appear indecisive, a laughingstock to the world. And Ai Xian stepped forward, bowing respectfully. I refuse to believe that our Taichu dynasty lacks talent. Without General Lin at the helm, is there no one willing to take up arms for your Majesty? Silence enveloped the hall. Faced with the full-scale assault of the Thunderfire dynasty, no one wished to march to their doom. The former guardians of the dynasty had been relegated to Lin City, emboldening the Thunderfire dynasty to invade. If Lin Bian were stationed in Taichu City, would the Thunderfire dynasty dare to advance? With so many martial generals in our Taichu dynasty, is there truly no one willing to alleviate your Majesty's burdens? My lord, you have once led troops to glorious victories. Why not take the field yourself this time to assist your Majesty? And Ai Xian was extremely reluctant, for he understood the determination of the Thunderfire dynasty. Regardless of who went, it would be perilous to return alive. Fully aware of the outcome, he had no intention of throwing his life away. The crowd internally cursed. You are unwilling to go, yet insist that others bear the burden for your Majesty. Truly shameless to the extreme. Flame King, your Majesty, that I hereby appoint you as the great general of Xinyan, leading the army to strike at the Thunderfire dynasty. Remember, your mission is to annihilate every invading force, leaving none to escape. Understood. Though Ai Xian's heart was filled with reluctance, the emperor had issued a decree. and he dared not defy it. The others sighed in relief, each one reveling in the misfortune of others. That I want. In that moment, Lin Fanning and Enai Huang both felt an overwhelming heat. Their skin flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of fresh blood. Their faces were equally flushed, and their eyes were fixed intently on Su Zheng. The fragrant aroma emanating from the two women was intoxicating, causing Su Zheng's heart to race uncontrollably. Restraint. Su Zheng was acutely aware that he must not succumb, that if he did, the seductive blood lotus would invade them, leading to dire consequences that were too horrific to imagine. He fervently circulated the 9 turns devouring heaven technique within him, unleashing a vast and domineering force of absorption that rapidly formed a protective barrier, enveloping all 3 of them. Currently, both sides were thoroughly invaded by the alluring blood lotus, like boiling water, mercilessly eroding every inch of their bodies, causing immense suffering. Cousin, Enai Huang, awaken quickly. The blood lotus is so overpowering. Su Zheng's brow furrowed tightly. Although he could temporarily suppress the blood lotus with his devouring power, remnants of its influence continued to erode him. The situation was drastically different now. He needed to allocate a significant portion of his devouring power to assist the 2 women in their struggle. This was the most troublesome aspect. Shaking his head vigorously, as if trying to dispel the thick fog clouding his thoughts, Su Zheng felt an increasing heat within him, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. He had to endure. He absolutely could not be consumed by the blood lotus. Gritting his teeth, he pressed his palms firmly against the shoulders of the 2 women, continuously channeling his devouring power into them. Unfortunately, while Su Zheng could still manage to hold on, both women had completely lost consciousness, ensnared by the invasive effects of the blood lotus. In the next moment, the 2 women let out anguished roars. The blood lotus within them rampaging fiercely, causing them greater pain with every struggle. The defenses shattered. Su Zheng could no longer endure, and instantly, the overwhelming blood lotus began its frenzied invasion, seizing control of every part of their bodies. The battle commenced, brutally bloody. In this clash, 1 dragon battled 2 phoenixes. The flames of war raged fiercely. War drums echoed, and smoke billowed, shaking the heavens and earth, causing even deities to retreat. This battle was exhilarating, unrestrained, spreading across 90,000 miles, transforming the weather and summoning thunder to join the fray. This conflict lasted for 3 days and nights, tireless and unyielding, leaving 1 dragon and 2 phoenixes utterly exhausted. Their powers completely harmonized. At this moment, just as the battle ceased, the bloodline within Enai Huang surged violently, akin to boiling water. The phoenix's cry resonated throughout the stone chamber. Ice Phoenix, to Su Zheng's astonishment. During the battle, Enai Huang had awakened the Ice Phoenix bloodline, an overwhelming phoenix power flooding her entire being. A colossal ice-blue phoenix phantom hovered above Enai Huang's head, like a sovereign gazing down upon the vast heavens. Successfully breaking through to the pinnacle of the nascent soul demon realm amidst the chaos, now beginning to condense her Tao palace. In just a few minutes, Enai Huang had directly ascended to the 5th level of the Tao palace demon realm. Unimpeded by the constraints of the ancestral sword nest, suddenly, a resounding chime echoed, as if attempting to tear apart his very soul. Su Zheng hurriedly concentrated his power to protect his soul, staring in astonishment at his cousin. Now, Lin Fanning, like Enai Huang, felt her bloodline roiling within her, accompanied by the chime reverberating through the stone chamber as a massive blood-red phantom bell emerged. 8th level of the nascent soul demon realm. Such rapid cultivation speed. Su Zheng instantly grasped the situation. The 3 of them had been lost in battle, absorbing the power of the alluring blood lotus, which had significantly enhanced Lin Fanning and Enai Huang's cultivation. One had broken through to the 8th level of the nascent soul demon realm, while the other had firmly established herself at the 5th level of the Tao Palace demon realm. As for himself, Su Zheng felt that his golden core had long since vanished, replaced by a condensed nascent soul, and he had reached the 6th level of the nascent soul demon realm. Filled with surprise, the chime from the phantom bell seemed capable of tearing apart a martial artist's soul. God slaying. Lin Fanning opened her cherry-red lips to utter those two words, and a terrifying power surged forth from the phantom bell. Fortunately not directed at Su Zheng and the others. Then, the ice phoenix and the giant bell vanished simultaneously, and Lin Fanning and Enai Huang slowly opened their eyes, their expressions flushed as they gazed at Su Zheng. They were well aware of what had transpired, yet found it difficult to confront. Enai Huang was somewhat unfazed. She already harbored feelings for Su Zheng, and this merely accelerated their relationship, allowing for gradual emotional development. The one in the most awkward position was still Lin Fanning. Su Zheng was her cousin, and she had never imagined that such a situation would arise with him. How could she face it? Silent and downcast, hugging her knees, Lin Fanning felt as if her entire head had been filled with a thick fog. With a sigh, Su Zheng too found it hard to accept the reality of the situation. Yet, what had happened was irrevocable. He approached Lin Fanning, crouched down, and gently took her small, cold hand, feeling her body trembling slightly. "Cousin, this is my fault. I failed to suppress the seductive blood lotus within you both. Otherwise, this incident would not have occurred. It's not your fault. We were all too careless. Cousin, I will take responsibility, of course. Would you dare not?" Lin Fanning gritted her teeth. Now that the situation had unfolded and was unchangeable, they must strive to accept it rather than escape or blame others, and one wish for such an occurrence. Strictly speaking, Su Zheng was also a victim. Though it was their first experience, he too was a novice. No one gained an advantage, and they could only proceed from here. Looking at Enai Huang, Lin Fanning softly said, "Little Zheng, regardless of your previous thoughts, in this matter, Enai Huang is also a victim. I only hope you treat her well and do not let her down." To speak candidly, Su Zheng did not harbor any dislike for Enai Huang, yet he could not claim to have feelings for her either. But yes, his cousin had stated, he was an exceedingly conservative individual. Now that the event had transpired, it was impossible to pretend as if nothing had happened. Regardless of his inner feelings, he could only reluctantly accept it. With this thought, Su Zheng nodded and replied, "Cousin, I know what I must do." He then approached Enai Huang, taking her small hand in his, which was even colder than his cousin's. Su Zheng suddenly smiled and said, "It seems that we are destined to be together for life. I hope you do not dislike me." Puffed. Hearing Su Zheng's words, Enai Huang could not help but laugh, fully aware that he was deliberately lightening the mood after the heaviness of the earlier events, and she did not wish to ruin it. "Who would want to be with you for a lifetime?" In astonishment, Su Zheng quickly replied, "Cousin, Enai Huang does not wish to spend her life with me." A fist struck Su Zheng's chest with mild anger as Enai Huang retorted, "Do not speak nonsense." Pulling Enai Huang into his embrace, Su Zheng sighed deeply within. After the events in the Northwest, he had resolved, even before arriving in the wilderness, to avoid entanglements of a romantic nature and focus solely on martial cultivation. Alas, plans could not keep pace with changes. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? "Cousin, what is the nature of your bloodline?" Lin Fanning was elated by her cultivation's elevation to the 8th level of the nascent soul demon realm, something she had never dared to imagine before. "The bloodline awakened within me should belong to the god Slayer. My grandfather taught me the god-slaying technique and informed me that my bloodline is quite unique, making the practice of the god-slaying technique immensely beneficial. It seems that I possess the god-slayer bloodline, which has also given rise to the god-slaying bell." Enai Huang, "What about your bloodline?" Enai Huang shook her head, equally perplexed. "I can sense an extraordinarily powerful force hidden within my bloodline. It must be the Ice Phoenix power. One possessed the God-Slayer bloodline, while the other bore the Ice Phoenix bloodline. Neither was ordinary. However, through this unforeseen incident, they had fused their devouring powers with that of the alluring blood lotus. Awakening their respective bloodlines, Su Zheng smiled and said, "Let us not dwell on this matter. After all, awakening bloodlines is a fortuitous event for both of you. For now, let us ascertain the situation here." Enai Huang and Lin Fanning rose, ceasing their deliberations. Subsequently, the three returned to the stone coffin. The alluring blood lotus had vanished. Indeed, it has been absorbed by the three of you. Enai Huang expressed her lingering fear, saying, "If I had entered here alone and been forced to inhale the seductive blood lotus, I would have been left with no choice but to explode from within, unable to escape. Lin Fanny nodded in agreement. Sighing, the arrogance of these otherworldly fiends is astounding. To hide such filth within a stone coffin. Su Zheng, however, was fixated on the inner walls of the coffin, which were engraved with 20 peculiar small swords. Xiao Zheng, what is going on? There is something strange. What kind of strangeness? Suddenly, Su Zheng turned and pointed at the 20 stone swords on either side, declaring the 20 small swords carved into the interior of the coffin must be linked to the 20 stone swords. Upon hearing this, both women glanced between the stone swords and the small swords on the coffin's walls, their expressions reflecting their astonishment, as it was indeed difficult to notice without careful observation. In the next moment, Su Zheng directed his sword energy towards the stone swords, and a resounding hum of sword chants filled the air as waves of reincarnation, sword energy, swiftly emanated. Striking each stone sword, the stone sword's defenses were formidable. The sword energy collided with them, vanishing as if it had sunk into the ocean, leaving not a scratch on the stone. Su Zheng was not disheartened, for he had anticipated this outcome before making his move. He merely sought to confirm his hypothesis that it cannot be broken. That's all right. I have a plan. The two women watched with curiosity. Su Zheng melded his sword energy into the coffin's walls, allowing it to seep into the small swords. The 20 stone swords on either side of the stone chamber emitted terrifying sword chants, and the stone began to flake away, revealing the divine swords hidden within. All 20 divine swords were uniquely styled, each with a different blade, yet they shared a singular trait, an overwhelming aura of sword intent. Is this the legacy of the sword path? Su Zheng nodded, stating, this is not merely a transmission of martial power. It is a true legacy of the sword path that will not interfere with our martial cultivation. Will you accept the legacy of the otherworldly beings? Why would I not accept it? However, if the otherworldly legacy is discovered by the savage powers, I fear you may encounter trouble. Su Zheng smiled. He understood his cousin's concerns, yet he did not care. What is right and what is evil? What can the otherworldly beings do? In Su Zheng's eyes, the martial path knows no distinction between righteousness and wickedness. Only those who master the martial path can make such divisions. Thus, he would not choose to abandon this opportunity and lay down within the stone coffin. Fanine, I believe he is quite right. What can the otherworldly martial path do? As long as Su Zheng is a good person, that is all that matters. Lin Fanine understood Ai Huang's intent and pondered how to dissuade her. She could see her cousin's resolve was firm, and thus she could only acquiesce. Su Zheng lay in the stone coffin. He gradually closed his eyes and began to circulate the reincarnation sword technique, filling his entire being with the essence of reincarnation sword intent, while also employing the 9 turns devouring heaven technique to see if he could accept the legacy of the sword path. He would not let slip the sword path legacy left by the 20 elite otherworldly warriors. Utilizing the 20 small swords engraved on the coffin's walls, Su Zheng successfully communicated with the legacies of the sword path, causing the entire stone chamber to resonate with various sword intents. Fiery, icy, and refreshing like a spring breeze, the 20 divine swords all ascended from the stone coffin. Faced with such a scenario, it would be a lie to say they were not anxious or worried. Yet neither woman moved a muscle. They ultimately chose to trust that Su Zheng would withstand the ordeal. As the 20 divine swords penetrated Su Zheng's body, his expression brightened. It seemed his hypothesis was correct. To accept the legacy of the sword path, one must lie within the stone coffin and utilize the 20 small swords on the coffin's walls to successfully receive the transmission. Who is the master of the sword path legacy? Unknown, with no trace left behind. It is simply a transmission of the sword path. Su Zheng clearly understood that the otherworldly warriors who left their sword path legacies were solely seeking a successor. They meant no other harm, not even revealing their identities to the inheritor. Within the 20 legacies of the sword path lay sword intent, sword techniques, sword hearts, and insights into the sword path, an invaluable opportunity for any swordsman. Both rare and sought after 20 days later. After comprehending each of the sword path legacies, Su Zheng spent a full 20 days reflecting upon the final legacy, as he fully absorbed the last of the sword path's essence. The stone coffin began to shatter. Su Zheng suddenly opened his eyes, declaring, the ancestral sword peak and the 4 ancestral sword pools are about to collapse. Could the ancestral sword peak and the ancestral sword pools have been left behind by the 20 otherworldly warriors? Indeed, they were searching for successors to their sword paths. That is why they left the ancestral sword peak and the 4 ancestral sword pools. Now that I have comprehended all the sword path legacies, both the ancestral sword peak and the pools will crumble. Considering the time, the ancestral sword nest will also begin to close. We need not linger here any longer. Su Zheng nodded and promptly led the 2 women to exit the stone chamber. At that very moment, the entire ancestral sword peak and the surrounding 4 ancestral sword pools began to collapse. With a resounding roar, the ancestral sword peak crumbled, dust swirling everywhere as the cacophony of debris filled the air. Watching the chaos unfold around them, both pools crumbled simultaneously, leaving everyone bewildered as to what was happening. Why would the ancestral sword peak and the 4 ancestral sword pools collapse without warning? Who knows? Regardless, we should leave quickly to avoid being caught in the crossfire, lest we find ourselves in a situation with no place to argue our case. What a pity! The ancestral sword peak is the greatest opportunity of the ancestral sword nest. If it opens again in the future, we will have lost our chance to return to the ancestral sword peak forever. That may not be the case, now that the ancestral sword peak has collapsed. Perhaps when the ancestral sword nest reopens, the peak will reassemble. Forget it, the ancestral sword nest is closing soon, so we should depart swiftly to avoid being shredded by the spatial storm. Once the ancestral sword nest closes, a spatial storm will emerge, one that no warrior can withstand. It is impossible to endure until the next opening of the ancestral sword nest. Thus, everyone chose to leave the ancestral sword nest. In Lin City, following Lin Bian's demotion, the Lin family returned to Lin City and began large-scale construction. The current Lin City has expanded threefold and is thriving with activity. Many warriors have come seeking refuge. Even settling down in Lin City in the courtyard, Lin Fanin's mother, Qingwei, furrowed her brow and coldly said, "Why is the birthmark on your arm missing?" "Oh no, it has been discovered." Lin Fanin lowered her head, afraid to respond, for she did not know how to answer. "Speak up." "Mother, could you not ask?" I do not wish to say." "You must speak." With her head bowed, Lin Fanin remained silent. Qingwei let out a heavy snort, stood up, and said, "Since you refuse to speak, I shall inquire with Su Zheng." "Mother, please do not seek him out." "Does this matter involve Su Zheng?" Fixing her gaze on her daughter, Qingwei seemed to recall something and immediately asked, "Su Zheng is your cousin. You two have—" "Mother, it is all my fault. Please do not blame my cousin." With a sigh, Qingwei chose to trust her daughter and endeavored to calm herself, asking in a composed manner, "Fanin, what truly transpired within the ancestral sword nest?" Having come this far, Lin Fanin could no longer conceal the truth and recounted the events that took place within the ancestral sword nest. After listening, Qingwei sighed deeply and said, "Though it was an accident, it is still a reality." "Mother, enough, I will not blame you. Your grandfather and father will not blame you either. However, what you and Su Zheng have done must remain undisclosed for now." What is happening? The Taichu imperial family is in turmoil. Originally, the Flame King led his army to engage in battle against the Thunder Empire, yet he was unprepared for the fact that the Thunder Empire had mobilized its entire forces, with even external aid joining the fray. During their initial clash, the Flame King suffered devastating losses as the Thunder Army pursued him relentlessly, leaving him utterly defeated. The Taichu royal family was shaken to its core. And with the Thunder Army's overwhelming victory over the Taichu forces, they commenced a large-scale invasion, having already seized half of the Taichu Empire's territory. Upon hearing her mother's words, Lin Fanin furrowed her brow and inquired, "What does the royal family mean?" "The emperor wishes to retract the imperial decree, allowing the Lin family to return to Taichu City, and urgently requires your grandfather to lead the Demon Flame Army against the Thunder Army's incursion." Lin Fanin expressed her dissatisfaction, stating at the time the royal family burned the bridge after crossing, believing that by demoting my grandfather, they could rest easy. Now, faced with the Thunder Army's invasion, they think of my grandfather and the Lin family again. How audacious of them! Anyone can see that the Thunder Army dares to invade the Taichu Empire solely because the Lin family was demoted. Without the Demon Flame Army stationed there, the Taichu Empire is akin to a toothless tiger. Your grandfather is hesitant, Why? Lin Fanning questioned. Grandfather has already been demoted to Lin City. The Empire chose to abandon him. So why should he still consider aiding the Empire? What you may not know is that half of the Taichu Empire's territory was conquered by your grandfather. And our Lin family has protected the Empire for decades. It is only natural for your grandfather to wish to prevent the Empire's downfall. I will seek out grandfather. Qingyue did not intervene, as she too did not wish for the Lin family to take action. Watching Lin Fanning's departing figure, she sighed helplessly. The matters concerning Fanning and Su Zheng were truly giving her a headache. In the Great Hall, Lin Bian, Lin Yin, Su Zheng, and the arriving Lin Fanning were all gathered. Qingyue, who entered last, shot a fierce glare at Su Zheng. Feeling a chill, Su Zheng inferred from his aunt's expression that she had learned of his affair with his cousin and felt quite helpless. Offering no further explanation, the events had transpired, and he could only later clarify matters with his grandfather, uncle, and aunt. Grandfather, I oppose this. Our Lin family has been demoted. The entire wilderness is aware of it. Now that the Taichu royal family is under siege by the Thunder Army, they suddenly remember us. If we take action and defeat the Thunder Army, I can guarantee that the royal family will again burn the bridge after crossing it. A dog will always eat shit. Lin Yin added, Father, I concur with Fanning's stance. Since our Lin family has already been demoted, there is no need to return to Taichu City. Lin Bian turned to Su Zheng and asked, What is your opinion? Grandfather, I killed Niu in the ancestral sword nest. Upon hearing this, Lin Bian, Lin Yin, and the others' expressions changed drastically. They all knew who Niu was, the son of the Flame King and the Emperor's nephew. Grandfather, forgive my candor. Our Lin family has already shown considerable goodwill. It was the royal family that acted unkindly first. We cannot be blamed for our lack of loyalty, and if we truly assist the royal family in expelling the Thunder Army. Once the news of my killing Niu leaks, will the royal family spare me? Will the Flame King spare the Lin family? Grandfather, it is not that we disregard the Empire's survival. It is the royal family's actions that have gone too far. Father, I agree with Su Zheng. Lin Bian's expression grew grave. Deep down, he certainly did not wish to see any harm come to the Empire. However, he also recognized that the Emperor's previous actions had indeed wounded everyone involved. If he were to choose to send troops to assist the Empire in resisting the Thunder Army, what would happen if the royal family turned against them? Grandfather, the 30,000 Demon Flame Army are human lives, not mere expendable resources. Sacrificing them for such a royal family is not worth it. I hope you will consider the Lin family and the 30,000 Demon Flame Army. If he were alone, he would undoubtedly choose to overlook the past and assist the Empire against the Thunder Army without hesitation. But now, he was not alone. He had his family and the 30,000 Demon Flame Army behind him. Outside Lin City, the defeated Flame King, regardless of whether he wished to allow the Lin family to return to Taichu City, had no choice but to come to Lin City with the imperial decree in hand. He had initially thought that by personally leading his army, even if he could not annihilate the Thunder Army, at the very least, he could hold his ground. Instead, he returned in utter defeat, nearly losing his life on the battlefield. Who goes there? Impudent. This is the Flame King. Do you not quickly step aside? The master may allow dogs to enter, but the Flame King is not among them. I es it not to say that the Flame King is even inferior to a dog. How outrageous! You Lin family dare to insult the prince. Do you wish to openly revolt? Step aside at once. The Demon Flame Army guarding the city gate looked down their noses at the situation. Their faces filled with disdain. While others might fear the Flame King, they felt no such trepidation, especially since they were in Lin City and not Taichu City. Ignoring the fury, the two stood resolutely. Ai Xian waved his hand. He had already received word that Su Zheng had killed his son within the ancestral sword nest, and his rage was such that he wished to tear Su Zheng limb from limb. However, he was acutely aware that the current circumstances were not in his favor, so he had to endure. Once Lin Bian was willing to act and expel the Thunder Army from the Taichu Empire, he could then turn all his efforts against Su Zheng and the Lin family without delay. This king holds an imperial decree, summoning General Lin to promptly receive it. The master is not within the city, thus cannot receive the decree. Then let Lin Yin come forth. The young master is also not within the city. Su Zheng, not present. Lin Fanning, also not present. Do not inquire. The answer is simply that they are not here. It was evident that the Lin family was deliberately absent. The Flame King could not be unaware of Lin Bian's intentions, under the circumstances where the Lin family could not defy the decree. They could only remain closed off, rendering their absence as not technically resisting the decree. My lord, should you wish to wait for our master and young master to return, you may only pitch a tent outside the city and cannot enter. The imperial guards were filled with fury when had the prince's authority been so openly challenged. Yet the current royal family relied on Lin Bian and dared not offend him. After all, the Thunder Army could breach the imperial city at any moment. And whether the Taichu royal family could continue to exist was uncertain. My lord, what shall we do? Return. Watching the Flame King turn to leave, two members of the Demon Flame army spat in disdain. What a cunning old fox! He once sought to undermine our master at every turn, leading to the deaths of countless soldiers. And now he dares to come to Lin City. It is truly tragic to have such a prince in the empire. Our master's decision this time is indeed wise. We cannot assist the royal family, lest they betray us once more. Indeed, within the royal family side hall, the emperor's brother remarked, the Lin Bian is far too arrogant. He clearly resides in Lin City, yet avoids meeting us, refusing to accept the imperial decree and disallowing his fellow subjects from entering. Such a subject must be severely punished. And Huang, seated, immediately rose upon hearing these words, saying, Father, it is entirely normal for General Lin to harbor resentment after being demoted to Lin City by your decree. If the royal family were to take further action, I fear it would backfire. Shall we allow Lin Bian to continue his arrogance unchecked? Even if our royal family is willing to compromise, the Lin family is tightening the noose that I genuinely worry that one day, Lin Bian will raise an army in rebellion. And by then, it will be too late for regrets. Uncle, must we question General Lin's loyalty? For so many years, General Lin has devoted himself tirelessly to the empire. If it were not for General Lin's steadfast presence, could our Taichu Empire truly rank among the 10 greatest empires of the wilderness? And Huang sighed, had it not been for the royal family's suspicion leading to General Lin's demotion to Lin City. The empire would not have lost its pillar of stability, and the Thunder Empire would not have dared to invade us. General Lin is merely venting his frustrations. If our royal family takes any further extreme actions and pushes General Lin too hard, even if he is reluctant to raise an army, should he depart from the Taichu Empire, he would surely be welcomed and utilized without reservation by any other empire. Father, if matters truly escalate to that point, our Taichu Empire will be finished, and Huang wished to prevent any discord between the royal family and the Lin family. Moreover, following the events at the ancestral sword nest, her relationship with Su Zheng had essentially been solidified. If the Lin family and the royal family became enemies, what would she do then? My brother, Lin Bian's ambitions are glaringly evident. I believe we must forcefully issue an imperial decree demanding that he provide the 30,000 Demon Flame army. I am willing to personally lead the 30,000 Demon Flame army to confront the Thunder Army. Your Majesty, this matter is absolutely inadvisable. The heart of the Demon Flame army does not reside with our royal family. Even if General Lin is willing to relinquish military power, what difference does it make? The Demon Flame army would still choose to disband and covertly make their way to Lin City. If that is the case, let us eradicate the 9 clans. I wish to see who dares to do so. Your imperial uncle. The emperor raised a hand to halt the two, his gaze grave. Were it not for the impending arrival of the Thunder Army, he would certainly be reluctant to summon the Lin family back to Taichu City. You shall personally carry the imperial edict to Lin City, urging the Lin family to return to Taichu City, while Lin Bian leads 30,000 of the Demon Flame army to expel the Thunder Army. Glancing at the imperial edict handed to her by King Yin, and Huang felt an overwhelming reluctance to journey to Lin City. After all, she understood that it was the royal family that had wronged the Lin family. However, she could not bear to see the dynasty in peril. The Thunder Army's massive invasion had set the entire dynasty abuzz with apprehension. Only Lin Bian, leading the 30,000 Demon Flame army, could resist and even repel the encroaching enemy. Yes, Father and Huang, this matter concerns the life and death of the dynasty. You must succeed. Understood. Currently, the atmosphere in Taichu City was rife with anxiety, with discussions echoing everywhere about the Thunder Army's impending invasion. Without Lin Bian's presence in the Taichu dynasty, everyone felt insecure. Even King Yin returned defeated. And no other military generals dared to take command. I have just received news that King Yin, bearing the imperial edict, ventured to Lin City, but His Majesty's wishes for General Lin and the Lin family to return to Taichu City were met with a cold reception. King Yin was even unable to enter Lin City smoothly. It seems General Lin has been deeply wounded and is unwilling to accept the edict. It is hardly surprising. General Lin has spent his life laboring for the dynasty, engaging in countless battles that stabilized the dynasty, even placing it among the 10 greatest dynasties of the wilderness. Yet the royal family has turned its back, demoting General Lin to Lin City. If I were in his position, I would have risen in rebellion long ago, or taken the Lin family to leave the dynasty. And no matter where they go, they would be valued. Why remain in the Taichu dynasty? The Thunder dynasty has seized this opportunity to invade. Had General Lin not been demoted to Lin City, even if the Thunder dynasty had 1,000 times the audacity, they would not dare to act so recklessly. Alas, we must consider an escape route, lest the Thunder army breach our defenses and leave us no chance to flee the Taichu Academy. Lin Fanning remained with the Lin family, while Su Zheng avoided an Huang and returned to Taichu Academy. Su Zheng had already surmised that, with King Yin being rebuffed, the emperor would not let the matter rest, and the Thunder army was closing in, believing they would send an Huang to Lin City. He did not wish to fall out with an Huang over this matter. Having his cousin refused was far preferable. Upon returning to the academy, Su Zheng immediately made his way to Qin Shuyan's cave dwelling. "Teacher Qin, are you there?" "Imph." Hearing the disdainful snort, Su Zheng's face fell, for Qin Shuyan still harbored resentment over past events. Can I truly blame myself? I was forced to save Qin Shuyan, who could have anticipated that our blood would intertwine. Giving birth to the blood prison python? This matter cannot be easily explained. However, Qin Shuyan insists on claiming the blood prison python as her own child. How could I deny it? Entering the cave, Su Zheng saw Qin Shuyan meditating on a stone mat and approached with a smile, asking, "Teacher Qin, where is Exin? Sleeping, did I wish to see you? There's something you need." Su Zheng nodded, producing 3 jade vials in his hand, saying, "I wish to merge 3 drops of blood into Exin's body." "What kind of blood?" "Blood from the Ice Phoenix, the God-slaying, and the Sky-Wan, during their unexpected battle with the 2 women." Su Zheng had taken the opportunity to extract a drop of blood from each of them, as well as a drop from Lu Wan's fan. Possessing the blood fusion technique, Su Zheng aimed to provide the best conditions for his child. The blood of the 3 belonged to the Ice Phoenix, the God-slaying, and the Sky-Wan. He was confident that merging the 3 drops would lay a solid foundation for her martial arts. Glaring at Su Zheng, Qin Shuyan felt a twinge of resentment towards him for his earlier attitude. Yet she understood that, strictly speaking, Su Zheng was indeed the child's father. The crystallization of blood was an indisputable fact. Extending her hand, a small python pattern coiled around her arm, as Qin Shuyan affectionately stroked the design, a faint light flickering as the blood prison python appeared. Placing the blood prison python in Su Zheng's palm, Qin Shuyan cautioned, "Her aura is quite unstable, having been in a prolonged state of dormancy. You must be careful not to harm her." Initially, Su Zheng found it hard to accept the crystallization of blood. But now, looking at the small python nestled in his hand, he felt an overwhelming connection coursing through him. This was his first child. Although her arrival was rather unconventional, Su Zheng had genuinely accepted her in his heart. "What will you do?" "With the blood fusion technique, I will forcibly merge the 3 drops of blood into Exin. I believe it will help her establish a solid martial arts foundation." "Is there any danger?" "Yes." "Then, Teacher Qin, Exin is also my child. I would never harm her." Originally, Qin Shuyan had intended to say more, but upon hearing this, she ultimately nodded and softly said, "What do you need me to do?" "Help me guard the cave entrance. No matter who it is, do not let anyone disturb me." "Understood." Qin Shuyan moved to the entrance of the cave and sat cross-legged. "I will not let anything happen to you. Trust me." Su Zheng understood how troublesome it was to perform the blood fusion technique. Yet he was even more aware of how crucial it was for the child to merge the 3 drops of blood for her martial arts foundation. Kid, since you wish to merge blood for this small python, why not merge a drop of my blood as well? Just as Su Zheng prepared to begin, a voice echoed in his mind, startling him. Is your blood useful? The 3 drops I have are from the Sky One, the Phoenix, and the God-slaying. How dare you look down on me? I must inform you that my true form holds a pyramid-like status in the world of demon beasts. Do not underestimate me. Su Zheng certainly recognized that the little creature was boasting, but he did not refuse, saying, Then I shall trouble you. And no sooner had he finished speaking than a drop of blood slowly floated into Su Zheng's palm. And the little creature's voice sounded again, forcibly merging 4 different bloodlines. You must think carefully. Any misstep could not only harm the small python's martial arts foundation, but also leave hidden dangers. Understand. All right, you can go about your business. I am feeling a bit fatigued. You can truly sleep. Eating and sleeping, you resemble a pig. Taking a deep breath, Su Zheng gently placed XINXN on the jade bed, taking utmost care, and began to perform the blood fusion technique, circulating the 9 turns, swallowing Heaven Sutra within him. Centered upon himself, he drew upon the endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth, enveloping the entire jade bed. The 4 drops of blood floated simultaneously, descending upon XNXIN's form. Su Zheng's expression grew increasingly solemn. He was acutely aware of the dangers involved and knew he must proceed with utmost caution, ensuring that no errors occurred. Merge. The 4 drops of blood, ensconced in spiritual energy, began to vanish into XINXIN's surface, gradually merging together. As time passed, Su Zheng's complexion grew paler, and he struggled to maintain his balance. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. It was a critical moment, and he could not afford any carelessness. It has been a day. With concern etched on her face, Qin Shuyan stood up and glanced into the cave. At that moment, a terrifying aura suddenly surged forth, startling her, and she could no longer hold back. Taking a swift step, she entered the cave and reached the bedside just in time to steady the nearly toppling Su Zheng. Are you all right? I am fine. XINXN? The merging was successful. XINXN was unharmed, but given that she forcibly merged for different bloodlines, I believe she will fall into a deep slumber for a while. Supporting Su Zheng to sit down, as Qin Shuyan's hand grazed XNXIN's body, the python form transformed into a light orb and vanished, subsequently attaching itself to Qin Shuyan's arm. You killed many in the ancestral sword nest. Indeed, you know that some cannot be killed? Xian Zhong, Huatao, Zhou Yuan, and Du Feng. They cannot be openly slain. Teacher Qin, you should comprehend how perilous the ancestral sword nest truly is, that if I do not kill them, the ones who die will be me. Qin Shuyan furrowed her brow tightly, for she understood all too well the implications of Su Zheng's words, whether in the ancestral sword nest or elsewhere. Bloodshed is an inevitable occurrence. A sigh escapes. Teacher Qin, what has transpired? I heard yesterday that the Divine Dragon Dynasty, the Buddhist Dynasty, the Flame Emperor Dynasty, and the Thunder Emperor Dynasty are preparing to join forces and march towards Lin City, pressuring General Lin to surrender you. That if it were a single dynasty, I believe the strength of the Lin family would suffice to contend with it. However, with 4 dynasties uniting, even General Lin would have to retreat. I see that Su Zheng exhibited no trace of fear. When he had previously struck down a few individuals in the ancestral sword nest, he had contemplated various outcomes, yet had never harbored regret. Even if he were to relive it 100 times, he would still resolutely choose to act. From this moment forth, you must not leave the academy, nor return to the Lin family. Casting a fierce glare at Su Zheng, Qin Shuyan declared, the principal wields greater deterrence than General Lin, especially since the principal recently defeated Zhou Tsang. Unless they desire mutual destruction, I believe the 4 dynasties would not dare to act within the academy. Su Zheng nodded, his expression one of indifference. Have you condensed your nascent soul? Indeed, I was fortunate to condense it within the ancestral sword nest. Humph. You truly know how to boast. Chuckling, Su Zheng approached Qin Shuyan, reaching out his hand. What are you doing? Teacher Qin, you're XINXIN's mother, and I am XINXIN's father. Does that not make us a couple? Get lost. Teacher Qin, surely you would not treat me this way. I've already stated that we shall forever maintain the relationship of teacher and student. If you dare to be disrespectful again, I shall not hold back. Su Zheng immediately took several steps back, saying, Teacher Qin, please do not be angry that I was merely jesting. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Yesterday, Lu Wanfan came looking for you, mentioning something urgent. Understood. Watching his departing figure, Qin Shuyan felt her ears grow warm. Her body slightly flushed. What was happening to her? When Su Zheng found Lu Wanfan, he inquired, Did you seek me for something? Lu Wanfan nodded, saying, I awaken my Tianluan form within the ancestral sword nest, and I continually sense a force calling to me. Therefore, I plan to leave the academy for a while. Where do you intend to go? For the time being, I am unsure. I can only follow my instincts. Su Zheng was somewhat astonished. It seemed the Tianluan bloodline was indeed remarkably powerful, capable of sensing such distant forces. He understood how formidable Lu Xuejie's true form was. Discovering this calling force would undoubtedly be beneficial for Lu Xuejie. I want you to accompany me. Why? I still have some matters to handle. I asked regarding the 4 dynasties. Yes, then you must accompany me. I understand your intention. You do not wish to implicate the Lin family in the academy. But have you considered that whether you remain at the academy or the Lin family, it may be the most detrimental choice for them? Lu Wanfan sighed. You killed Zhou Yuan and others within the ancestral sword nest. Undoubtedly, the 4 dynasties will not let this go easily. If they unite, they will certainly bring trouble to General Lin and the principal. If you leave, the 4 dynasties would not dare to forcefully act. Upon hearing this, Su Zheng fell into contemplation. Lu Wanfan's words were not without merit. Given his current strength, even if he stayed, he would be unable to contend with the 4 dynasties and might attract trouble for his grandparents. It was indeed a fortuitous opportunity to venture out and hone his skills, enhancing his cultivation. Very well, I shall accompany you. Let us set off at once so soon. Yes, I wish to find this force that is calling to me as soon as possible. Su Zheng nodded, bidding farewell to his grandmother and then to Qin Shuyan before departing the Taichu Academy with Lu Wanfan. Under the night sky, let's take a brief rest. Su Zheng nodded, saying, I will go prepare some game. Half an hour later, the savory aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air as Su Zheng tore off a piece of roasted meat and handed it to Lu Wanfan, while he himself indulged in hearty bites. Can you ascertain that the force calling you originates from the southwestern direction? Yes, but I cannot pinpoint the exact location. Su Zheng gazed towards the southwest, stating, based on our current trajectory, we should reach the territory of the Taihuang dynasty in 2 days. The Taihuang dynasty, one of the 10 savage dynasties. Lu Wanfan nodded, saying, I am acquainted with the empress of the Taihuang dynasty. This is a perfect opportunity. I shall take you to meet her. Perhaps we can gain the support of the Taihuang dynasty. Should the 4 dynasties unite to create trouble in the future, we would have an additional ally. You actually know the empress of the Taihuang dynasty. During my previous journey, I inadvertently saved the Yao by Empress. Is this Yao by Empress formidable? Quite formidable. Lu Wanfan pondered for a moment before continuing. Years ago, when the emperor of the Taihuang dynasty passed away, the royal family fell into chaos, with the 9 sons vying for supremacy in a brutal struggle. Ultimately, Yao Bai emerged unexpectedly and forcefully subdued the 9 princes, ascending the throne as the empress, known as the Yao Bai Empress. Since her ascension, she has quelled the internal strife, nurtured the nation, and in just a few decades, stabilized what was once a crumbling dynasty, bringing it to its peak. Suddenly, Lu Wanfan added, when we meet the Yao Bai Empress, you must not exhibit any frivolous behavior. She harbors a deep disdain for men. Understood. The night passed in silence. The next day, the 2 continued their journey, following Lu Wanfan's instincts towards the southwest point. 2 days later, they finally arrived at the imperial city of the Taihuang dynasty. The Taihuang city was indeed far more prosperous than Taichu city. It seemed this Yao Bai Empress was truly remarkable. Yes, the Yao Bai Empress is also quite ambitious. I suspect that in a few years, she will undoubtedly seek to expand her territory, without my grandfather overseeing things. If the Taihuang dynasty chooses to expand, the first dynasty they would likely invade would be the Taichu dynasty. Su Zheng was acutely aware that with the emperor having banished his grandfather to Lin City, the Taichu dynasty had become a prime target for the surrounding dynasties, a tempting morsel that all wished to devour. The Thunder Emperor dynasty was the first to set its sights on this delicacy. Let us find a tavern to dine. Afterwards, I will take you to meet the Yao by Empress. Su Zheng nodded, and the two found a tavern, ordering an abundant feast. The royal family had just announced to the world that the Taichu dynasty was treacherous and coveting their territory. Consequently, the royal family was preparing for war and allying with the Thunder Emperor dynasty. Is that true? The Taichu dynasty is guarded by the Demon Flame Army, and Lin Bian is renowned as the Human Butcher. If they invade the Taichu dynasty, it could spell great trouble. Your information is outdated. Lin Bian has long been banished by the Taichu royal family to Lin City. The current Taichu dynasty has no capable generals. The Flame King led his army and was defeated by the Thunder Emperor dynasty. The Taichu royal family has truly severed its own limbs. Now, with our dynasty allying with the Thunder Emperor dynasty, we might very well devour the entire Taichu dynasty. However, it remains to be seen whether Lin Bian will take action in the end. That I believe the Lin family will not intervene. Who would wish to protect such a ruler? Su Zheng, who was eating, appeared somewhat surprised, remarking, "It seems your conjecture was not unfounded. The Empress of the Taiwan dynasty has acted preemptively, and the Taichu dynasty has brought this upon themselves." Although Ni Huang was the princess of the Taichu dynasty, Su Zheng held a deep disdain for the Taichu royal family, who had burned bridges and even covertly sent assassins after him. He would certainly settle that score with the emperor. However, at present, the Taichu royal family faced the invasion of two great dynasties. As long as his grandfather did not intervene, the Taichu dynasty would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the onslaught, and the outcome was all too predictable. The destruction of the Taichu dynasty would not necessarily be a boon for the Lin family, yet it was not entirely a misfortune either. What do you mean? Su Zheng smiled, saying, "If the royal family truly falls into crisis, then my Lin family can take their place and establish a new dynasty." Upon hearing this, Lu Wanfan appeared quite astonished, seemingly not anticipating Su Zheng's ambitions to be so grand. Yet, she unconditionally chose to support him. You may think so, but General Lin would not agree. The Lin family has protected the Taichu dynasty for so many years. If they wished to rebel, they would not have waited until now. I believe my grandfather would be willing. Su Zheng rose, smiling as he said, "Lu Xuejia, let us head to the palace now and meet this Yao Bai Empress. Let us go. The royal family has suddenly announced to the world their decision to join forces with the Thunder dynasty in an offensive against the Primordial dynasty. A piece of news that has spread like wildfire. Many never anticipated such a choice from the Taiwan royal family. After all, following the intense struggles for succession among the 9 princes, the Taiwan royal family has been gravely weakened, having only just quelled internal strife and is now in a period of recuperation. Such a large-scale mobilization may not bode well for the dynasty." Outside the palace, a guard approached, saying, "Miss Lu, His Majesty is waiting for you in the Tide courtyard. Please follow me." "Thank you." The two followed the guard into the palace, turning left and right, traversing a long corridor adorned with cascading rocks, until they finally arrived at the so-called Tide courtyard. "Your Majesty, Miss Lu has arrived. Come in." After you, Lu Wanfan and Su Zheng entered the courtyard simultaneously. The setting was enchanting, with pavilions, flowing streams, and a delicate mist enveloping the area, resembling a celestial paradise. "Sister Bai, what brings you here today?" Upon the gentle words, the Yao Bai Empress revealed her true visage. Clad in a resplendent red dragon robe, she appeared as if a true dragon had descended upon the realm, her light red hair cascading gracefully in the breeze, her eyes sparkling like stars, and her exquisite features harmoniously aligned, the dragon robe failing to conceal her curvaceous silhouette, her skin as white as snow, evoking a desire to gaze upon her endlessly. Approaching the Yao Bai Empress, Lu Wanfan grasped her hand and inquired, "Sister Bai, are you not welcoming me?" "Welcome. How could I not welcome you, my dear? This is Sister Bai. Allow me to introduce you. This is Su Zheng, the grandson of General Lin, who wields the Qingwan sword." Surprised, the Yao Bai Empress regarded Su Zheng with a meaningful gaze, nodding slightly as she spoke. "Please, have a seat." Once seated, Lu Wanfan broached the topic. Sister Bai, prior to entering the palace, we heard news that you intend to ally with the Thunder Dynasty to launch an attack on the Primordial Dynasty, although Lu Wanfan herself was not particularly interested in this matter. She understood Su Zheng's curiosity and thus posed a question on his behalf. Nodding, the Yaobai Empress emanated a chilling aura, sitting there like an imposing iceberg. The primordial royal family has demoted Lin Bian to Lin City. For us, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity I need to expand our territory. She spoke candidly, without any pretense. Then, the Yaobai Empress turned her gaze to Su Zheng and asked, "What does General Lin imply?" "My grandfather will not intervene." "Excellent," she replied, "but my grandfather has conditions at the hotel. Regardless of the Thunder Dynasty's stance, my grandfather requires the Taiwan royal family to promise that they will not encroach upon any territory of the Primordial Dynasty. After conquering the Primordial Dynasty, they must immediately withdraw their troops and exit the dynasty." The Yaobai Empress raised an eyebrow, a cold smile gracing her lips as she queried, "I must ask, if we have already conquered the Primordial Dynasty, why would we withdraw? As I mentioned, I need to expand our borders. Thus, the Tai Huang and Thunder dynasties will divide the Primordial Dynasty, and perhaps other dynasties will join in later. If my Lin family were to stake a claim to the royal throne while you divide the territory, how could my Lin family ascend to the throne? Lin Bian wishes to claim the throne. Indeed, Ni Chong is foolish and tyrannical, harming loyal subjects. Only my grandfather could become a wise ruler. However, as long as the royal family exists, my Lin family cannot rightfully claim authority. If you were to eliminate the royal family, my Lin family would then be able to change the dynasty with legitimacy." Su Zheng was well aware that his grandfather had likely never contemplated such matters. Nonetheless, he desired his grandfather to ascend to the throne. For such a change would benefit the entire Lin family. While Lin Bian's 30,000 demon flame troops were formidable, facing 2 or even potentially 3 or 4 united dynasties would be a daunting challenge for the Lin family. To change the dynasty, sacrifices must be made. Is your grandfather prepared for that? It was evident that the Yaobai Empress was unwilling to acquiesce. The Primordial Dynasty, without Lin Bian's presence, was a tempting morsel that everyone wished to indulge in. No one would willingly forego the opportunity for territorial expansion, and my grandmother will wholeheartedly assist the Lin family. The Yaobai Empress turned her gaze to Lu Wanfan, asking, "What are your plans?" "I merely passed by to see my sister and will depart shortly." "Then you shall remain in the palace for the time being." Lu Wanfan glanced at Su Zheng, noticing his lack of refusal, and nodded. "Then I shall trouble Sister by dot. We are sisters. There is no trouble. I shall arrange accommodations for you, but I have matters to attend to and will return to see you later." "Very well." As the Yaobai Empress rose, she brushed past Su Zheng, unexpectedly patting him on the shoulder. A faint fragrance wafting through the air, causing Su Zheng to frown slightly. Curiously observing the departing Yaobai Empress, Lu Wanfan inquired, "Why did Sister Bai pat your shoulder?" Su Zheng shook his head, replying, "I do not know. Perhaps it was a sign of her discontent. In a world where self-interest reigns supreme, everyone aspires to ascend the throne and achieve unparalleled accomplishments. If General Lin truly wishes to change the dynasty, it would undoubtedly be advantageous for you. However, I worry that Sister Bai will not relent. She certainly will not. With my grandmother's assistance, even Zhou Tsong of the Thunder Dynasty would not dare to act recklessly, let alone the Yaobai Empress. You have taken it upon yourself to act on behalf of General Lin. Have you consulted his wishes?" Su Zheng remained silent. Regardless of his grandfather's willingness, he intended to proceed as he saw fit. As night fell, the quiet palace was occasionally interrupted by the croaking of frogs. Su Zheng left his quarters and approached the guard stationed outside, inquiring, "Where is His Majesty?" "In the Huangxian Palace." "And how does one get there?" "Mr. Su, please follow me." Su Zheng trailed the guard until they arrived at a side hall, where a plaque inscribed with the words Huangxian Palace hung above. "His Majesty is inside. Please inform him that I have matters to discuss." "Please make yourself comfortable, Mr. Su." The guard did not enter to relay the message, but instead turned and departed. Furrowing his brow, Su Zheng, who had previously been uncertain of his suspicions, was now nearly convinced. This matter concerned whether the Lin family could change the dynasty, and he was determined not to miss the opportunity. Furthermore, He did not wish to see the Tai Huang and Thunder dynasties unite, given that the Thunder dynasty was his enemy. Inside the Huangxian palace, the opulent sleeping chamber was adorned with red silk drapes, the smooth walls bedecked with luminous night pearls the size of fists. Casting a daylight-like glow throughout the chamber, to the center lay a massive blood jade bed, dressed with thick golden silk bedding, but a stunning beauty reclined languidly, her delicate arms and legs partially visible beneath the translucent fabric. Her long hair cascading like a waterfall, and her slender, fair feet evoking an irresistible desire to bite, half asleep. Her eyes squinted slightly, her alluring lips parted just enough to exude an intoxicating temptation. 4 statuesque maidens stood around the jade bed, each a beauty in her own right, dressed in garments of various colors, adding to the enchanting atmosphere. Kneel! With a single command, the atmosphere grew tense. Su Zheng remained standing, refusing to kneel. How dare you? You four may leave. Yes, your majesty. The 4 maidens exited simultaneously, gently closing the chamber door behind them. You are trespassing in the royal quarters. Do you understand the consequences? Your majesty patted my shoulder 3 times during the day. Was that not an invitation for me to seek you out at this hour? Slowly sitting up, her creamy thigh became fully exposed, filling the air with an intoxicating scent of allure. This was an unabashed seduction. Su Zheng furrowed his brow. During the day, the Yaobai Empress had been as frigid as an iceberg, but now, in the darkness, she seemed to have transformed entirely. The Taiwan dynasty cherishes talent, as long as General Lin is willing to submit. I can promise that Lin Bian will become the guardian general, and the royal family will never betray the Lin family. Furthermore, you will have access to the best cultivation resources, with the palace's women at your discretion. It became clear that this was an attempt to win over his grandfather. Su Zheng shook his head, smiling as he replied, Your Majesty, it would be best not to entertain such thoughts. Though I have not consulted my grandfather, I can confidently assert that he will not agree. Changing the dynasty will not be an easy task. If General Lin is willing, I can allocate territory for the Lin family to establish a kingdom, provided they serve the Taihuang dynasty. Allow me to return and inform my grandfather. And you? I will not submit to the Taihuang royal family. Refusal comes at a price. If your majesty dares to lay a hand on me, the Lin family's demon flame army will undoubtedly raise the Taihuang dynasty to the ground. Are you threatening me? Indeed. You should comprehend that I am not intimidated by the Lin family's demon flame army. Currently, the Taihuang dynasty is at the height of its power, and Lin Bian would not engage in battle lightly. But what about my grandmother? Su Zheng remarked with a smile. My grandmother has already broken through to the unity of God and demon realm. If she were to storm the Taihuang royal family, who within Taiwan could withstand her, including your majesty? It is likely that none would be her match. The chamber fell into an instant silence. Neither party spoke further. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Your threat is indeed effective. I am not a match for the poison-beautied. Su Zheng felt a sense of relief in his heart, genuinely worried that the Yao Bai woman might take action against him. After all, a half-step unity of God and demon expert is not something he could contend with. It appears that his grandmother's deterrent power is stronger than that of his grandfather. If your grandfather is unwilling to submit, then we must join forces with Taiwan. You wish to contend with the Thunder Dynasty? Precisely, but Zhou has already reached the unity of God and demon realm. Only your grandmother can suppress him. I have but one condition. If the poison beauty eliminates Zhou, I will not only assist the Lin family in usurping the throne, but will also help annihilate the Thunder Dynasty. With both our families sharing the spoils, agreed. Can you make that decision? I can. Nodding in satisfaction, he continued. Very well, I will continue the offensive against the Taichu dynasty with the Thunder Dynasty. When the critical moment arrives, I will flank them with the Lin family and annihilate the main forces of the Thunder Dynasty in one fell swoop. As for Zhou, I must entrust that to your grandmother. Zhou is the true source of dread for the Yao Bai Empress. Your Majesty, my senior sister Lu, and I have some important matters to attend to. I will send word to you once I return to Lin City. That is acceptable, but please do not take too long. As long as my grandfather does not publicly abandon the Taichu royal family, I believe the Thunder Dynasty will not dare to be overly audacious. Nor will they risk attacking Taichu City. Su Zheng has complete confidence in his grandfather's deterrent power. The name of the Butcher General is sufficient to intimidate the entirety of the wilderness. With state affairs concluded, let us now discuss personal matters. Your Majesty, I have already found a confidant, and I hope you will choose another. The Yaobai Empress smiled. You truly are clever. A marriage alliance is the most stable course of action. And your Majesty need not doubt that I will uphold my promises. That Su Zheng was particularly averse to marriage alliances. Yet the Yaobai Empress smiled and said, You may meet my sister first. If you still refuse, consider that I have said nothing. Tomorrow, I shall host a banquet in your honor. Su Zheng nodded, initially intending to decline, but ultimately turned to leave, planning to express his lack of interest upon meeting the Yaobai Empress's sister the following day. After Su Zheng departed, Your Majesty, what if Lin Bian refuses to join forces? Su Zheng is ambitious. I believe he can persuade Lin Bian, and an alliance with the Lin family is more reliable than one with the Thunder Dynasty. Your Majesty, should we keep an eye on Su Zheng? No need. Under the night sky, Su Zheng walked along the path, not expecting the Yaobai woman to choose to ally with his grandfather and betray the Thunder Dynasty. However, Su Zheng would trust no one. Trusting oneself is the most reliable course. Where have you been? Just as he entered the courtyard, Su Zheng saw Lu Wanfan waiting for him on a stone bench. Without concealing anything, he recounted his recent encounter with the Yaobai Empress, even mentioning her desire for cooperation. Lu Wanfan displayed no surprise, as if she had already anticipated it. What are your thoughts on this matter? I think it is quite favorable. Sister Yaobai is certainly preferable to the Taichu royal family. Moreover, Sister Yaobai supports General Lin in ascending to the throne and dividing the Thunder Dynasty, which will not easily relent given past grievances. If we can ally with Sister Yaobai, it would also be beneficial for you. This was the true reason Lu Wanfan had brought Su Zheng to the Taiwan royal family. Her own power is limited. The one who could genuinely assist Su Zheng is undoubtedly Sister Yaobai. She desires a marriage alliance. Does Sister Yaobai wish to marry you? Impossible. Sister Yaobai has always been proud and looks down on any man. How could she ever agree to marry you? With a face full of black lines, Su Zheng nearly choked on his own saliva. Why, Senior Sister Lu, could you please think carefully? Do you really believe that the Empress of the mighty Taiwan dynasty would be willing to marry a mere Yuan-ing god and demon warrior? Then who is she intending to arrange a marriage with? Her sister. Sister Yao Qi, is she beautiful? Lu Wanfan nodded and said, Sister Yao Qi is hailed as the most beautiful woman of the Taiwan dynasty. Possessing exceptional talent, I truly did not expect that Sister Bai would be willing to arrange for Sister Yao Qi to enter a marriage alliance, that a union with Yao Qi would indeed be beneficial for the Lin family. Su Zheng nodded, saying, I can consider it. Glaring fiercely at Su Zheng, Lu Wanfan coldly remarked, Do you have a particular fondness for beautiful women? Senior Sister Lu, I believe most men would indeed have a fondness for beautiful women, especially one praised as the most beautiful in the Taiwan dynasty. Humph. If you dare agree to this marriage, I will castrate you. Then you would need to personally approach the Yaobai Empress. I fear she might use coercion against me. Lu Wanfan said no more and turned to enter her room. With a helpless shrug, Su Zheng was certain he would not agree to the marriage. The night passed without conversation. The following day, in the morning, the so-called banquet was attended by only the Yaobai Empress, Yao Qi, Lu Wanfan, and Su Zheng. The courtyard was exceptionally elegant. Younger Sister Lu, this is a unique reincarnation wine of the Taiwan royal family, which greatly benefits the primordial spirit of warriors. Holding the wine cup, Su Zheng gazed at the contents, appearing quite astonished. As one who cultivates the reincarnation sword technique, he could certainly sense the uniqueness of the wine, which indeed contained a hint of reincarnation essence. Downing it in one gulp, Su Zheng's eyes immediately brightened. That if he could obtain a substantial amount of reincarnation wine, he could refine it using the great reincarnation technique, significantly benefiting his cultivation. How does it taste? Quite excellent. Then you must have drunk my reincarnation wine as well. Looking at the wine cup being offered, Su Zheng did not refuse. He accepted it and similarly drank it down. Sitting opposite him, Yao Qi, dressed in a light purple fitted outfit, possessed a demeanor as cold and indifferent as Yaobai, resembling a blooming purple lotus. Her slender waist was as delicate as willow leaves. Her hands could easily encircle it, and her long purple hair was tied with satin. Especially her eyes, which were so cold that they sent shivers down one's spine. Observing Su Zheng take the wine cup from Lu Wanfan's hand. Her brows furrowed slightly, and her face clearly revealed a hint of disdain. "Your Majesty, I would like to inquire about the brewing process of this reincarnation wine. The brewing process is quite intricate. Are you interested?" Su Zheng shook his head, smiling as he replied, "I'm not interested in the brewing process, but rather in the ingredients used to make reincarnation wine." The Yao Bai Empress deliberately shifted the topic, saying, "Young Master Su, how have you considered the matter of the marriage alliance? This is truly troublesome." Su Zheng pointed at Lu Wanfan beside him and smiled. "Your Majesty, I apologize, but during my time at Taichu Academy, I successfully drew the Qing Yuan sword, so I cannot agree to your Majesty's marriage proposal. Our royal family does not mind, but I do. Does young Master Su wish to refuse?" Indeed, the Yao Bai Empress appeared quite astonished. She had initially thought that Su Zheng was merely playing hard to get to increase his bargaining power, but she did not expect him to genuinely refuse. She glanced at her sister, who was hailed as the most beautiful woman of the Taiwan dynasty. Even among the entirety of the wilderness, she would rank among the top, yet someone had the audacity to reject her face to face. "Your Majesty, I would like to inquire about the ingredients used to brew reincarnation wine." Lu Wanfan furrowed her brow, unsure why Su Zheng was so fixated on the reincarnation wine. Seemingly helpless, Lu Wanfan hurriedly intervened to smooth things over, saying, "Sister Bai, Su Zheng simply enjoys drinking and is curious about the ingredients used in brewing. Please do not take offense." The Yao Bai Empress nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "In the royal family of Taiwan, there exists a rebirth tree that bears rebirth fruits, and the rebirth wine you just consumed is brewed from these fruits. That is Su Xiao interested in the rebirth fruits." Su Zheng nodded and replied, "I have never encountered such a miraculous fruit. If your Majesty is willing, I would indeed like to see it with my own eyes. That is not permissible." Yao Qi interjected, "The rebirth tree is the sacred tree of our Taiwan royal family. Were it not for the favor of Sister Lu, you would not even have the qualification to partake. As for your desire to behold the rebirth tree, you may envision it in your own mind." Not responding further, Su Zheng sensed that Yao Qi was quite displeased with him. He deemed it prudent to remain silent. Yet his thoughts were consumed by the rebirth fruits. Until the banquet concluded, he did not utter another word. Upon returning to his lodgings, he was cautioned, "Do not entertain any thoughts of the rebirth fruits. The rebirth tree is the sacred tree of the Taiwan royal family. Should you take any action, it will undoubtedly provoke the wrath of Sister B." Su Zheng nodded and said, "Rest assured, I am merely curious, having sensed the benefits of the rebirth wine to my primordial spirit. Lu Shuejia, I am feeling somewhat fatigued. I shall take my leave to rest. Until tomorrow." Watching Su Zheng turn to return to his room, Lu Wan furrowed her brows, feeling an inexplicable unease about him. In his chamber, he pondered, "Do you truly have a way to procure the rebirth fruits for me?" During the banquet, as he contemplated how to obtain the fruits, a sweet voice suddenly resonated in his mind, assuring him that there was indeed a method to acquire them. Of course, the rebirth fruits are celestial treasures. However, judging by the rebirth wine you consumed, the rebirth tree possessed by the Taiwan dynasty is likely of a lower grade. When you obtain the rebirth fruits, you must ensure that the Taiwan royal family does not discover it. Su Zheng had no desire to provoke such a formidable adversary as the Lin family. If he could achieve this without drawing attention, it would be ideal. The little sprite, Sweetie, leaped from Su Zheng's shoulder and vanished in an instant, leaving him quite worried. Yet he found himself powerless, as the little creature moved with such swiftness. Not even divulging her intentions, he could only pray that she would not reveal her identity, lest she cause him trouble. Not dwelling on his concerns, Su Zheng settled cross-legged on his bed, slowly closing his eyes to begin his cultivation of the 9 turns devouring heaven technique. In the latter half of the night, he suddenly opened his eyes to see the little creature returning. Without waiting for Su Zheng to speak, she tossed a spatial ring into his hands that I brought back a total of 3,555 rebirth fruits for you. As his primordial spirit entered the spatial ring, Su Zheng was utterly astounded to see the multitude of rebirth fruits floating within. He had not anticipated that the little sprite had pilfered all of them. "Have you perhaps been a tad too ruthless?" he questioned. "Little one, the rebirth fruits are rare and precious. I am merely looking out for your best interests. If you do not wish to keep them, I could certainly use them as a snack." Su Zheng chuckled, conceding that the sprite was acting out of concern for him. However, having the rebirth fruits within the spatial ring would undoubtedly lead to detection by the by Empress. If she sensed the essence of the rebirth fruits on him, the consequences would be dire. He remained steadfast in his refusal to conflict with the Taiwan dynasty. The spatial ring was not a viable option. He would have to seek assistance from the guardian of the tomb. Thus, his primordial spirit entered the devouring heaven tomb's Dantian and spoke plainly. "Bing Huang, I require a spatial treasure." The guardian of the tomb pondered for a moment before producing a uniquely crafted spatial ring, entirely black with gray patterns. "This is the devouring heaven ring. It requires the owner's blood essence for nurturing. The sole drawback is that it may potentially backlash against the owner upon receiving the devouring heaven ring." Su Zheng was taken aback by Bing Huang's words. He had never heard of a spatial ring that could turn against its owner. Can a half-step return to unity deity sense the aura of the devouring heaven ring? He inquired. "The ring will vanish, only appearing when summoned by its owner." Nodding, Su Zheng did not dwell on it further. He departed the devouring heaven tomb and promptly pressed a drop of blood essence onto the ring. As he focused his intent, he watched the ring appear and disappear repeatedly on his finger. Choosing to trust the guardian of the tomb, he immediately placed all the rebirth fruits into the devouring heaven ring. Suddenly, a frantic knocking at the door jolted him. He opened it to find Lu Wan standing outside. "What is it, Lu Xuejia?" he asked. "The royal family is in turmoil. Has there been an invasion?" "Not at all," Lu Wan replied with an eye roll. "With sister by guarding the royal family, who would dare invade? It's the rebirth fruits and the rebirth tree that are in trouble." "The rebirth tree?" she whispered, drawing closer. "Su Zheng, please tell me the truth. Did you have any involvement in this? Do you believe I possess such capability?" "Not at all," she stated, relieved. "I simply worry. This matter must not implicate you. Otherwise, we will face great trouble." "Your Highness has summoned you," came the voice of Lin Fanning. She sighed, feeling a nagging suspicion that this incident was linked to Su Zheng, though she wondered if she was merely overthinking it. Following the palace guards deep into the royal palace, surrounded by mountains on three sides, Su Zheng asked, "Sister Bai, have you uncovered anything?" At that moment, the expressions of Yao by Empress and Yao Qi were grim as they turned to Su Zheng. Questioning, "Does this pertain to you?" "Not at all," he responded. "I must inspect your spatial ring." "That is acceptable." Anticipating this, Su Zheng promptly tossed his spatial ring, which was enveloped by the Yao by Empress's aura, and quickly returned to him. "Do you possess any other spatial rings?" she inquired. "None," he replied. "Sister, I do not trust him." Yao Qi held a strong opinion of Su Zheng, particularly after witnessing him selfishly consume Lu Wan's wine at the banquet, leading her to categorize him as a self-serving scoundrel. Moreover, Su Zheng had displayed a keen interest in the rebirth fruits used to brew the rebirth wine. Can Su Zheng truly achieve this? Yao Qi pressed. "Sister Bai, may we enter to examine?" Indeed. The four of them proceeded into the courtyard. The rebirth tree stood desiccated, devoid of any rebirth fruits. Yao Qi exclaimed in fury, "This is utterly preposterous. All 3,555 rebirth fruits have vanished without a trace, and the rebirth tree has been drained." The rebirth tree, the sacred tree of the Taiwan dynasty, had thrived for over 1,000 years. Its sudden withering could only indicate foul play, with Su Zheng as the prime suspect. "Was it you?" Su Zheng immediately communicated with the little sprite through his primordial spirit, realizing that not only had she stolen all the rebirth fruits, but she had also drained the rebirth tree. In oh wonder, she had not desired any of the fruits. Although the rebirth tree was of low grade, the power of rebirth it contained was sufficient to satisfy his hunger, leaving him feeling quite content. Hearing this, Su Zheng was left in shock. He resolutely refused to admit to any wrongdoing. Stealing the rebirth fruits would merely cause the Taiwan royal family some distress. But destroying the entire rebirth tree was a transgression far more severe than any familial vendetta. Stepping before Su Zheng, Yao Qi pointed at the withered rebirth tree behind him and declared, "If you did not commit this deed, are you willing to allow me to search your soul? I assure you, your primordial spirit will not be harmed." The Yaobai Empress wished to intervene, but the words caught in her throat, for she too harbored suspicions about Su Zheng. After all, the calamity surrounding the rebirth tree had not occurred until after Su Zheng had shown interest. Was it mere coincidence? Lin Fanning immediately interjected, "Sister Yao Qi, this must certainly be a misunderstanding. Given Su Zheng's cultivation, how could he possibly be capable of such a feat? Two of the royal family's elders are present. Even a deity of the Gathering Cauldron realm could not accomplish this without detection. Does Lu Xuejia doubt my soul-searching technique?" Yao Qi snapped. "Not at all," she replied. "I merely wish to protect Su Zheng from suspicion. If he were involved, the rebirth fruits would certainly be found on him, and I have faith in his innocence that I do not believe him." "Your belief is irrelevant," that Su Zheng chuckled, coldly mocking. "The Ta Huang royal family indeed possesses a certain kind of arrogance. They host a banquet, and upon my refusal of marriage, they seek any excuse to eliminate me. It seems the emperor is not interested in an alliance with the Lin family, but rather wishes to eradicate me, uprooting the Lin family alongside the Ta Chui dynasty. Presently, Su Zheng must display unwavering strength, revealing no vulnerabilities. Humph, Su Zheng, if you have nothing to hide, why do you hesitate to agree to a soul search? You may trust in yourself, but I do not trust you that if you are willing, let me conduct a soul search on you first, and then you may do the same to me. That would be fair. Should you falter, would I not be facing the king of hell?" Boom! With Yao Qi's attack, Lu Wanfan made no attempt to evade. Their forces collided fiercely, sending a terrifying aura rippling through the air. And both retreated a step. "Lu Wanfan, do you dare to strike at me? Sister Bai, as I passed through the royal family, I specifically came to seek you out, wishing to forge an alliance between the royal family and the Lin family. I do not wish to witness you both meet on the battlefield in the future. However, the matter of the reincarnation tree is indeed unrelated to Su Zheng. If Sister Bai insists on acting without discernment, then feel free to strike. There is no need to continue humiliating us." Yao Qi retorted angrily. "Lu Wanfan, awaken. This person is selfish and entirely utilizing you. I can assert with certainty that being with him will not bring you happiness. Why must you go to such lengths for him? He has drawn the Qing Wan sword. He is destined to be my true love, the man I, Lu Wanfan, have chosen. Even in death, I will protect him and will not allow anyone to harm him in the slightest. Should you seek to conduct a soul search on him, you shall have to step over my dead body first. Since you are so obstinate, I will defeat you first and then proceed with the soul search." Just as Yao Qi prepared to strike, she was halted by the intervention of the Yaobai Empress. "Sister, enough." The Yaobai Empress turned her gaze to Su Zheng. Nodding as she spoke, "I will tentatively place my trust in you. But remember, if the matter of the reincarnation tree is connected to you, even with Lu Wanfan's protection, I will still kill you." Su Zheng remained silent, having narrowly escaped calamity. This incident was indeed a result of the little one's successes. He had not anticipated that the little one would directly drain the power of the reincarnation tree. "Sister, I do not trust Su Zheng. The matter of the reincarnation tree must be related to him." Yao Qi held no goodwill towards Su Zheng, convinced that he was responsible for the reincarnation tree's predicament. Yao Bai shook her head and replied, "The royal family is heavily guarded. Do not think that he, a mere Yuan-ing deity, could enter the Reincarnation Institute undetected, even if Lin Bian were to come personally. Sister, do you truly believe in him?" "Yes." Yao Qi snorted coldly, but said no more. You harbor a strong aversion to Su Zheng. Indeed, he is selfish and a disgrace to men. The Ta Huang royal family requires a marriage alliance with the Lin family. I can only impose upon you. Sister, he has already refused. That I have a way to make him agree. Why must it be me? Our royal family has many women. We could easily find someone else for him. The Ta Huang dynasty seeks to annex the other 9 great dynasties. We must have Lin Bian's assistance, as well as the support of the poison beauty behind Su Zheng. Yao Qi sighed deeply. As a member of the royal family, she understood that she could not even control her own marriage and would have to become a political pawn. Patting Yao Qi's shoulder, Yao Bai spoke bitterly. to annex the other 9 great dynasties and establish the foremost dynasty of the wilds is our father's only wish before his passing. We must fulfill it, that I understand. Upon returning to their residence, Lu Wanfan's expression was grave. She was acutely aware of the complications surrounding the reincarnation tree. After a moment's reflection, she said, "Tomorrow, I will speak with Sister Bai and suggest we leave this place of strife as soon as possible. As for your alliance, I advise you to have General Lin Yin come personally. It is best if you do not involve yourself." Su Zheng nodded, replying, "All right," in the room. He seized Little Sweet and exclaimed in anger, "You have taken the reincarnation fruit from others, and that is one thing. But why did you also consume the reincarnation tree? You are still too naive, that I tell you. The martial arts world is this cruel. If you encounter an opportunity and do not find a way to seize it, it no longer belongs to you. For martial artists, enhancing one's own strength is of utmost importance." Little Sweet smiled and said, "You cannot fault me for the reincarnation tree. After all, you also obtained the reincarnation fruit. If you wish, I can help you refine the reincarnation fruit into reincarnation pills, maximizing its medicinal effects." The events had already transpired. Blaming Little Sweet was now futile. With the swallowing heaven ring manifesting on his finger, Su Zheng retrieved all the reincarnation fruits from within. "All right, tomorrow I will provide you with the reincarnation pills." With a sigh, the next day, Su Zheng slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the numerous reincarnation pills before him, asking, "Have they all been successfully refined? Do you not trust me?" Taking out several jade vials, she placed each reincarnation pill into individual vials. "From now on, no matter what you do, you must inform me in advance and cannot act on your own accord. Enough with the nagging." Suddenly, Su Zheng inquired, "I want to ask you, are you male or female?" "Get lost." When Su Zheng opened the door, he found Lu Wanfan standing outside. "Have you rested well?" "Yes, we are leaving the Ta Huang royal family now. I just want to find Sister Bai. She wishes to take us to a place, and then we can leave. Is there any deception in this?" "There is not. If Sister Bai intended to strike, she would not have waited until now. She could have eliminated us last night." Su Zheng nodded, realizing he had been overly cautious. This was the Ta Huang royal family, the territory of the Yao Bai Empress. There was no need for any tricks. The two exited the courtyard. Yao Qi commanded, "Follow me." Seeing the icy demeanor of Yao Qi, Lu Wanfan could only shrug helplessly, unable to comprehend why Yao Qi held such disdain for Su Zheng. At the royal family's ancestral hall, Lu Wanfan asked, "Is this the ancestral hall?" "Yes, it should be. What does Yao Qi bring us to the ancestral hall for?" Lu Wanfan looked at the Yao Bai Empress standing outside the ancestral hall and immediately inquired, "Sister Bai, why have you brought us here?" "Su Zheng, I will not trust you in the Lin family unless it involves a marriage alliance. Since you refuse such an alliance, I can only test your compatibility with Yao Qi." Yao Qi glared fiercely at Su Zheng, wishing to bite him in fury. Having done nothing to provoke her, Su Zheng understood her feelings. He was merely a victim in this scenario. "Your Majesty, how do you intend to test?" Su Zheng was disinclined to refuse. He could see that the Yao Bai Empress was determined not to let the matter of the marriage alliance rest. In that case, he would acquiesce to her method and see if he and Yao Qi were truly incompatible. If he were, the Yao Bai Empress would have no further ground for complaint. "This is our royal family's ancestral hall, which contains the 4 great Ta Huang mirrors. Whether you two are fated to be together can be determined beneath the Ta Huang mirror." "Sister Bai, may I give a try?" Lu Wanfan glanced at Su Zheng beside her. Although he had successfully drawn the Qing Luan sword, their compatibility remained uncertain, so she wished to seize this opportunity. Yao Bai nodded, not refusing. "Your Majesty, rather than having the 3 of us try, why not include yourself as well? Let all 4 of us attempt it." Su Zheng, you truly have a knack for overstepping. If you wish to try, then do so. If not, you may leave at once. Waving her hand to silence Yao Qi, Yao Bai regarded Su Zheng with great importance. In truth, she placed value on Lin Bian and the poisoned beauty behind him, as they would need Lin Bian's assistance to annex the other 9 great dynasties. A marriage alliance was the most reliable approach. I agree to your terms. Truly a meddlesome affair. Yao Qi's disdain was unmistakable as she shot him a fierce glare before turning to push open the door to the ancestral hall. A chill wind rushing forth that made one shiver involuntarily. "Come in, Lu Mei." Lu Luanfan grasped Su Zheng's hand, following the Yaoqi Empress as they entered the ancestral hall. The vast ancestral hall was lined with tablets representing the ancestors of the Taiwan royal family throughout the ages. In each cardinal direction, a mirror floated, one gray, one black, one blue, and one red, which were the 4 Taiwan mirrors of the royal lineage. Before each mirror lay a mat, and Yao Bai instructed, "You two take your seats on the mats." Remember, once the Taiwan mirrors are activated, you may find yourselves entering a realm of illusions. If you can both step into each other's illusions, it signifies a bond. However, if one cannot enter, or if it is a unilateral entry, then it indicates a lack of affinity. Handing the Qing Yuan sword to Su Zheng, Lu Luanfan said nothing as she settled cross-legged before the red mirror, while Su Zheng positioned himself in front of the black mirror, with the Yaoqi Empress seated opposite him. Once Yao Bai took her seat, she announced, "I shall now activate the Taiwan mirrors. Be cautious." With that, Yao Bai began to weave hand seals, and 4 spheres of light surged into the 4 Taiwan mirrors. Buzz, 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 buzz. The 4 piercing sounds erupted simultaneously from the mirrors, echoing throughout the ancestral hall. Slowly closing his eyes, Su Zheng did not concern himself with the Taiwan mirrors. He merely intended to test the waters. Having never contemplated a political marriage, he would not betray his own union. Humph. You wretched beast, you dare conspire with foreign clans to betray the 9 clans, disregarding the fate of the Northwest. I, Su Kuei, have no grandson like you. Today, I shall slay you to give the Northwest an explanation. A voice of rebuke suddenly resounded from behind. Su Kuei, accompanied by numerous disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, surged forth from all directions, enveloped by an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Stunned, Su Zheng naturally recognized his grandfather. An illusion. It must be a realistic illusion. He could not afford to be careless. Although he was aware this was an illusion, no one could guarantee that it would not inflict harm upon him. Unable to summon the reincarnation sword, Su Zheng could only wield his fingers as a sword and unleash the reincarnation sword technique. The echoes of sword cries reverberating as streams of reincarnation sword chi shot forth. Bang! The sword chi collided, piercing through the bodies of the disciples, yet failing to slay anyone. Beast, you dare to strike at your sect master. You are utterly ungrateful. I shall cleanse the sect on behalf of the master. A terrifying offensive swept toward him, but Su Zheng faced the onslaught of hundreds with unwavering calmness, his primordial spirit trapped within the illusion of the Taiwan mirrors. He could only force his way through the illusion. This was a perfect opportunity to temper his primordial spirit. Su Zheng, I was the one who incited Chu Feng to betray you. You suppressed me at every turn. What a farce for the so-called first genius of the Northwest. Had I not slain you on the battlefield, how unjust the heavens! The figures of Chu Feng and Chi Bu materialized, their faces contorted with unrestrained mockery. As Luo Quan simultaneously charged at Su Zheng, everything was an illusion. Everyone was a fabrication. Zheng, I died a gruesome death. Why do you not avenge me? My son, whom I, Su Sha, birthed, turns out to be a traitor to the sect. I feel nothing but shame on your behalf. Father, mother. Faced with the sudden emergence of blurred figures, Su Zheng, fully aware it was an illusion, could not help but tremble as his primordial spirit quivered. Great reincarnation technique. Reincarnation breaks the abyss. Su Zheng invoked the great reincarnation technique, unleashing a terrifying force of reincarnation from his primordial spirit that rippled outward, causing the phantoms to vanish that moment. The 4 Taiwan mirrors emitted piercing sounds. Each mirror gradually coalesced into a single eye, unfathomably deep, as if having traversed endless epochs and traversed the dim cycles of reincarnation, drawing one into an endless abyss. The 4 eyes detached from their respective mirrors and slowly hovered around Su Zheng, within reach. What is happening? Desperation surged. Su Zheng, harnessing his primordial spirit, forcefully extracted 4 drops of essence blood, whether it be fortune or misfortune. It was necessary to test. He sensed that the eyes coalescing within the 4 Taiwan mirrors were not mere illusions, as the 4 drops of essence blood merged with the 4 eyes. A terrifying aura of malevolence roared forth from them, and before Su Zheng could retreat, he was ensnared by this overwhelming power, unable to move a muscle. The four eyes began to converge before Su Zheng, merging into one, which instantly integrated into his brow, sending searing pain coursing through his body as if struck by lightning. His entire primordial spirit emitted a tearing sound, and Su Zheng's complexion turned pale, devoid of color, as he knelt in agony, yet gritted his teeth to endure. Although he did not know the nature of the eye, he could sense its extraordinary significance. Sitting cross-legged, Su Zheng immediately began to operate the nine-turn-sky devouring art and the great reincarnation technique. Attempting to suppress the eye that had fused into his brow, he could not afford to relinquish his resolve. The eye at his brow seemed to originate from the restless spirits of the abyss, ruthlessly eroding his body, gnawing and tearing. The excruciating pain was palpable. Utilizing the nine-turn-sky devouring art, Su Zheng voraciously consumed the power surrounding him, an unceasing influx flooding into his being. At this moment, the newly fused eye began to tear at his brow, a fissure opening without shedding blood, as the eye completely assimilated into the crack. Sister Lu, Empress Yao Bai, dazed and confused, Su Zheng felt the world spinning. As though he were a lotus without roots, he clearly recognized the figures that suddenly appear before him were yet another illusion. Undressing, upon witnessing the two begin to shed their garments, Su Zheng was utterly indifferent. Knowing it was all but an illusioned eye in his current state, the fused eye had drained him of all strength, rendering him powerless, unable even to lift a finger in resistance, merely a spectator as they approached him. Illusion. It must be an illusion. Certainly. It is an illusion taking advantage of my vulnerability. I need only invoke the great reincarnation technique, and I shall surely regain my composure. Su Zheng was directly overwhelmed by the two, having no strength to resist. As they mercilessly ravaged him, a battle that shook the heavens and wept for the spirits. Bang! The four Taiwan mirrors shattered simultaneously, and Yao Bai and the others opened their eyes, except for Yao Qi. The faces of the other two were flushed, akin to ripe apples. Sister, what is wrong with you? Noticing her sister's unusual demeanor, Yao Qi inquired with concern. Yao Bai shook her head, rising to survey the shattered Taiwan mirrors. Furrowing her brow as she said, the Taiwan mirrors have broken. How is this related to Su Zheng? Lu Wanfan hastily calmed her tumultuous heart. The scene that had just unfolded in the illusion filled her with shame. Never expecting such a vision of intimacy with Su Zheng that in Lu Wanfan's illusion. Only Su Zheng appeared, with no sight of Yao Bai. Likewise, in Yao Bai's illusion, only Su Zheng was present, without Lu Wanfan, leaving both unaware of each other's visions. Sister Yao Qi, I know you harbor disdain for Su Zheng. However, one must approach matters with reason. Not everything can be blamed on him. Our journey to the ancestral hall was initiated by Sister Bai. Not out of compulsion. Su Zheng had consistently rejected it. Waving her hand to stop her younger sister, Yao Bai remarked, Sister Lu is correct. This matter does not fall upon Su Zheng. Sister, the Taiwan mirrors are shattered. How shall we account to the royal family? We must keep this matter under strict control. Let it not leak. From this moment forth, the ancestral hall is to be sealed. No one is permitted to step foot inside. Given the circumstances, there was no other recourse. Yao Qi, did Su Zheng appear in your illusion? Yao Qi chuckled, of course not. I have long stated that I am not fated with him. It seems, sister, you shall need to find another for a political marriage. Yao Bai, somewhat dazed, had not anticipated her own illusion would feature Su Zheng, nor that she would partake in actions deemed intolerable by heaven. Could it be that she and Su Zheng were fated? As the empress of the Taiwan dynasty, must she personally engage in a union with Su Zheng? Sister Bai, why is Su Zheng not yet awakened? Is he in danger? Lu Wanfan expressed her deep concern for Su Zheng. Su Zheng had already exited the illusion formed by the Taiwan mirrors. His primordial spirit seemed to have entered a unique space, which he surmised was contained within the eye. Astonished, he realized the eye indeed harbored an independent space. In the dimness, he discerned a black silhouette seated not far away, the face obscured, yet exuding an aura of extreme malevolence. After eons, someone has finally entered the space of the evil, as Su Zheng inquired. Senior, I unexpectedly stumbled upon this place. Not an accident. The evil I manifested, acknowledging you as its master, indicating our fateful connection that I am the evil emperor. May I ask your name? Su Zheng you wish to take me as your master? Su Zheng furrowed his brow. The idea of becoming a disciple without cause was unappealing to anyone, and he was unfamiliar with this evil emperor, having merely unintentionally merged with the evil eye. Do you hesitate to accept my tutelage? Noting Su Zheng's silence, the evil emperor chuckled. Should you refuse, I will forcibly extract the evil eye from your being. The lighter consequence would be the ruin of your martial path, while the severe outcome could lead to your reincarnation. Are you threatening me, senior? Indeed, it appeared he had no alternative. The shadowy figure smiled that in my heyday, numerous individuals would have knelt in supplication to become my disciple. Now, in my decline, I find myself resorting to threats. Were it not for your ability to merge with the evil eye, you would not even be worthy of my mentorship. With a deep sigh, Su Zheng comprehended his lack of options. He could feel the formidable aura emanating from the evil emperor, realizing he was not a match. The forced extraction of the evil eye was a scenario he wished to avoid. Thus, regardless of his internal reluctance, he had no choice but to kneel and bow in submission. This is the undying evil technique. Contemplate it at your leisure. An esoteric skill flooded Su Zheng's mind, known as the undying evil technique. Before he could inquire further, his consciousness exited the realm of the evil eye, slowly opening his eyes to the proximity of Lu Wanfan, inhaling a delicate fragrance. He exclaimed, "It smells wonderful. What nonsense are you spouting?" Lu Wanfan shot him an indignant glare, her ears flushing crimson as she hurriedly stepped back. Yao Qi, with a mocking expression, remarked, "You truly have no shame." Rising to his feet, Su Zheng smiled unbothered. "She is my woman. It is only natural for me to tease her." Lu Xueja, you appeared in my illusion. Did I also manifest in yours? The intimacy that transpired within the illusion left Su Zheng uncertain if Lu Wanfan's realm mirrored his own. Lu Wanfan remained silent, unable to respond. "Your Majesty, Yao Qi and I are not fated." Yao Bai, the Empress, nodded and stated, "If fate is lacking, there is no need to force a union. However, a marriage alliance is the most solid of bonds. I can form such an alliance with you." "Sister, how can this be?" "Sister Bai, are you jesting?" Only Su Zheng remained calm, seemingly deducing something that it appeared that not only had Yao Bai manifested in his illusion, but it was likely that he had appeared in hers as well, and perhaps even the chaotic battle ensued. Unable to restrain himself, Su Zheng chuckled. "What are you laughing at?" Yao Qi was quite displeased. Having never anticipated her sister's desire for a marriage alliance with Su Zheng, did she truly believe that an alliance with the Lin family could only be achieved through marriage? Yao Bai then turned her gaze to Su Zheng, inquiring, "What are your thoughts?" Just as Yao Qi and Lu Wanfan assumed Su Zheng would certainly refuse, he nodded, smiling. "Since your Majesty does not feel wronged, I must respectfully comply, but I have one condition." "Su Zheng, do you not have any shame? Your sister has graciously agreed to the alliance, and yet you still seek to impose conditions. Are you even a man? Do you have no pride? The princess has never tested my mettle. How would she know if I am a man? You are despicable." Su Zheng found no reason to engage with Yao Qi. He recognized her disdain for him, and further discussion would be futile. "Speak your mind. An alliance is acceptable. But should you become my woman, you must heed my words that I shall not interfere in the affairs of the Tai Huang dynasty, but in all other matters. We must act in unison." Yao Bai appeared somewhat taken aback, seemingly not anticipating such a demand from Su Zheng. She nodded, smiling. "You are rather traditional in your views, but I accept your terms. You two must not leave the dynasty for now." With matters having progressed this far, Su Zheng had no choice but to remain temporarily. Once the pair departed, Yao Qi eagerly asked, "Sister, what on earth is going on? Our royal family has so many princesses. Any of them would suffice for an alliance. Why must you personally engage in this? The civil and military officials will surely object, as will the old-timers of our royal family." Growing increasingly perplexed, Yao Qi was disinclined to witness her sister's direct involvement in the alliance, a situation that was equally unacceptable for the royal family. With a sigh, Yao Bai expressed, "He appeared in my illusion." and even the surrounding Tai Huang mirror shattered due to him. He is an unpredictable variable for the Tai Huang dynasty. I must secure him. The dynasty cannot face any misfortunes under my watch. Then let us simply eliminate him. That would be meaningless and would only serve to incite the Lin family's wrath, bringing no benefit to our dynasty. So you intend to willingly enter into this alliance? It is merely a facade. There is no need to fulfill the duties of a couple, I see. Upon hearing her sister's words, Yao Qi finally felt a sense of relief, but still remarked, "How do we explain this to the royal family?" No explanation is necessary. After leaving, Lu Wanfan remained silent, walking quietly beside him. Lu Xuejia, I shared an intimate moment with you in the illusion. Aren't you vexed? Su Zheng deliberately probed, eager to ascertain whether he had similarly appeared in Lu Wanfan's illusion. Why agree to Sister Bai's alliance? It is merely a political marriage. I believe Yao Bai's intentions are purely for the sake of the alliance and will not extend to marital duties. Only in this manner can the Tai Huang dynasty and the Lin family remain tightly bound. Outsiders would not perceive it the same way. Having chosen an ally, they would certainly assume the two would engage in marital relations. And what of that? What do you think? The opinions of outsiders were of little concern. Su Zheng sought only to act with a clear conscience. His maternal grandfather was exceedingly loyal to the Tai Chu royal family and required his support. Otherwise, he could never idly stand by and watch the Tai Chu dynasty face annihilation. He did not wish to see his grandfather continue to do you not have feeling for Sister Bai? Why should I? If I were attracted to beauty, I would have already accepted the alliance with Yao Qi. There would be no need for refusal. You have seen the circumstances. Had I not accepted the alliance, Yao Bai would undoubtedly have pursued the matter further. Rather than allowing the royal family to choose someone arbitrarily, it is better to select the most formidable partner. It is merely a political alliance. Su Zheng paid little mind to the situation. Although Yao Bai had appeared in his illusion, it did not signify anything significant. He held no belief in the substance of the illusions, since Yao Bai did not trust him and insisted on binding the royal family and the Lin family through marriage. He chose to comply for the sake of the Lin family. 2 days later. Your Majesty seeks my presence? Su Zheng was somewhat astonished to see Yao Bai personally visit him. After all, he had already agreed to the alliance. Could she be so eager to consummate the marriage? Or had he misjudged her intentions? Yao Bai, it seemed, desired more than just a superficial union. She aimed for a substantive relationship. I have just received news. The Lin family is in turmoil. What has occurred? Upon hearing of the Lin family's plight, Su Zheng anxiously inquired. Lin Fanyin has been captured by the Thunder Dynasty, and Lin Bian has been compelled to lead 30,000 demon flame soldiers in submission to the Thunder Dynasty, even breaching Taichu City. Your Majesty, I must return to the Lin family at once. I take my leave. You require my assistance. If your Majesty is willing to help me, since we are allied, I shall certainly assist you. Including going to the Thunder Dynasty to rescue them? Yes, but I must go alone. The Tai Huang dynasty cannot be embroiled in this matter for now. Su Zheng nodded, surprised by Yao Bai's willingness to intervene. After a moment's contemplation, he said, If your Majesty is willing, please accompany me back to the Lin family. I, Su Zheng, promise to repay this favor tenfold in the future. I trust you. Not daring to delay in the slightest, Su Zheng promptly sought out Lu Wanfan. The three of them boarded a flying beast and departed the Tai Huang dynasty, hastening towards Lin City. In Lin City, at the Lin family estate, in the great hall, Lin Bian exclaimed, Grandfather, what is the situation with my cousin? His expression turned astonished upon seeing the three enter, and he said, I greet the Empress of the Tai Huang. General Lin, you are too courteous. Lin Bian had received the message sent by Su Zheng, realizing that his grandson was to be wed to the Yao Bai Empress, a union that could be succinctly described as a political marriage. Lin Yin rose and spoke. Fan Yin has received word that a celestial fox has appeared in the Tianfan mountain range, and the essence of a celestial fox is beneficial for the cultivation of Yuanying Shenma warriors. She intends to hunt the celestial fox to assist you in advancing in martial arts that I cannot dissuade her. I can only allow Ji Kun to accompany her, yet I did not anticipate unforeseen circumstances. Where is Uncle Ji? He has been severely injured. His primordial spirit has fallen into a slumber that I wish to see Uncle Ji first. Follow me. Accompanying Lin Yan, they left the hall and arrived at a pavilion. Inside the room, Ji Kun lay on the bed, his complexion ashen, his breath faint, and his primordial spirit devoid of any movement. Is there no way to awaken Uncle Ji? Lin Yan shook his head, helplessly replying, I have consulted numerous physicians, but none could achieve this. What transpired in the mountains? Only Uncle Ji knows. My cousin's expedition to hunt the celestial fox was conducted with such secrecy that the Thunder royal family could not possibly be aware. Do you suspect there is an insider? Su Zheng nodded. Though he had his suspicions, he lacked absolute certainty. He needed Ji Kun to awaken for everything to become clear that I can attempt to help. Your Majesty has a method? Yao Bai Empress nodded and said, I can only temporarily awaken his primordial spirit, and given the severity of his injuries, whether he can recover in the future will depend on his fortune. Approaching the bedside, the Yao Bai Empress took out a pill, administering it to Ji Kun before pressing her right finger against his forehead, a surge of power flowing into Ji Kun's mind. Moments later, Ji Kun, whose primordial spirit had been in slumber, slowly opened his eyes. The Yao Bai Empress stated he cannot hold on for long. If you have questions, ask them quickly. Su Zheng hurriedly inquired, Uncle Ji, what exactly happened? The Flame King has colluded with the Thunder royal family, abducting the young lady to coerce the master into secretly annihilating the royal family. The Flame King has secured promises from the Thunder royal family, and both parties plan to divide the Taichu dynasty, with the Flame King ascending the throne himself. The Ji Kun understood his situation, succinctly narrating the events at great speed. Uncle Ji, please rest well. I will take care of this matter. General, I am sorry for you. Lin Yan approached the window, shaking his head as he replied, This matter is not your fault. Turning to the nearby Yao Bai, Su Zheng said, Your Majesty, I have a matter that requires your company. Certainly, Xiao Zheng, what are you planning to do? Uncle, my cousin took the risk of being captured by the Thunder royal family because of me. I must seek justice for her. This matter will be resolved by your grandfather. Grandfather? Su Zheng chuckled, saying, Grandfather may indeed confront the Thunder royal family, but I can assure you, he will not sever ties with the Taichu royal family. Since the Flame King dares to betray, I shall repay him 100-fold. Our Lin family has always been loyal subjects. Lin Yan sighed deeply. He too wished to slay the Flame King. However, he understood that as a subject of the Taichu dynasty, there were many actions that must be taken but cannot be executed. To slay a prince would be tantamount to rebellion, and the Lin family, known for their loyalty through generations, would certainly not wish to bear the infamy of treason. Su Zheng, fully aware of his uncle's thoughts, understood yet could not agree. Uncle, you and grandfather are subjects of the Taichu dynasty, but I am not. I only know that Lin Fanyin is my cousin and the woman I cherish. I require the Flame King to pay the price. Resolutely turning away, Su Zheng was determined, impervious to any attempts to sway him. The Yao Bai Empress appeared somewhat surprised, but said nothing further. Following behind him instead, Shuejia, this matter does not concern you. Please return to the academy. You drew your Qingluan sword. I preemptively acknowledge you as my Luolan fan's man, that if you are in trouble, I will hide behind you. I cannot do otherwise. Su Zheng nodded, directing his gaze towards the Taichu dynasty, promptly choosing to proceed. In the hall, Lin Yan hurriedly arrived, saying, Father, Ji Kun has awakened. This matter is the doing of the Flame King colluding with the Thunder royal family. Xiao Zheng is already headed to Taichu City. Should I attempt to stop him? Clenching his fists tightly, Lin Bian seemed taken aback that this issue was tied to the Flame King, though the Flame King had always sought to end his life. Lin Bian viewed this as a family matter of the Taichu dynasty and did not foresee the Flame King's audacity to collude with the Thunder royal family and act against his granddaughter. How can I not be enraged? Father, we are subjects. We cannot allow the world to claim that the Lin family harbors treasonous intentions. What about Xiao Zheng? He is not a subject. His actions do not represent the Lin family. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan instantly comprehended his father's meaning. It appeared that the Flame King had crossed his father's bottom line. The implication was clear: to turn a blind eye and allow Xiao Zheng to eliminate the Flame King. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to Fan Y and we need to support Xiao Zheng. No need. With the Yao Bai Empress accompanying him, there is no one in the royal family who can rival him. In Taichu City, The atmosphere was fraught with anxiety. Following Lin Bian's demotion to Lin City, the Thunder Army invaded the territory, tightening their grip, poised to besiege the city at any moment. Su Zheng, cradling a coffin in his left hand, entered the city with a yowl by Empress and Lin Fanyin, a chilling aura emanating from them, causing the temperature to drop and instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld them. What is wrong with this person? Why is he carrying a coffin? Even if there is a death in the family, there is no need to be so ostentatious. This is Taichu City, and such behavior will attract the city guards. Quick, look! The city guards are coming. Surrounding citizens whispered among themselves, for few had seen Su Zheng, while the two women were veiled. Carrying a coffin aimlessly within Taichu City was an unprecedented occurrence, disrupting the decorum of the city. Stop! I'll be damned if I stop. Who allowed you to walk around carrying a coffin, disrupting the city's image? Put the coffin down immediately. Halting his steps, Su Zheng coldly regarded the dozen or so city guards before him. The reincarnation sword suddenly appeared in his right hand, gleaming coldly as razor-sharp sword energy sliced through the air, piercing the foreheads of all the city guards, their bodies collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Never having anticipated that someone would dare to attack the city guards in Taichu City. Without uttering a word, anyone who dared to obstruct him would meet their end. Is this person insane? He actually killed the city guards. What a lunatic! We must follow and see what transpires. With the coffin in tow, Su Zheng could not contain the boundless fury within him, transforming it into a torrent of murderous intent that roared forth, causing all to retreat in fear. A person who dared to slay city guards was one to be avoided at all costs. Other city guards, alerted by the commotion, rushed forward, brandishing their swords to block his path. Stop immediately. Put down the coffin, or face lethal consequences. Before these guards could utter another word, Su Zheng hurled the coffin with great force, startling all the city guards into evasive action, with no time to evade. They could only brace for impact. Bang! Bang! Blood erupted as more than half of the city guards were violently struck by the coffin, their bodies mangled and strewn about. The remaining guards gazed at the madman before them, their faces filled with terror. Unable to impede him, they fled in disarray, intimidated by this formidable individual. Wherever one turned, power was the ultimate truth. Continuing onward, none dared to obstruct him again. However, the number of onlookers trailing behind him only grew. Outside the royal mansion, my heavens. So he's bringing the coffin to the royal mansion. This is the residence of the Flame King. Does he seek death? I feel I have seen him before. Let me think. Yes, he is Su Zheng, the grandson of General Lin, who previously thrashed a prince outside the city. That explains his arrogance, but even if General Lin is his grandfather, does he not realize how disrespectful this is to the royal family? There must be a reason behind this. It is simply unknown to us. The guard stationed outside the royal mansion furrowed their brows and inquired, "What are you doing?" "This is the royal mansion. Leave with your coffin immediately. Bring out that old scoundrel, and I Xian." These words left everyone utterly astonished. Not merely did they arrive at the royal residence bearing a coffin, but they audaciously proclaimed that the prince was an old scoundrel, an outright provocation that transcended the bounds of civility. Such an occurrence was unprecedented, not only in Taichu City, but throughout the entire wilderness. With a fierce motion, they hurled the coffin away, akin to a colossal peak cleaving the sky. And the two guards rushed to withstand the impact, only to be utterly crushed. Ultimately, the coffin crashed against the grand entrance with a resounding thud. Boom! All present were left in a state of shock, gazing in horror at the unfolding scene. This provocation surpassed their comprehension, delivering a resounding slap to the face of the Flame Prince. It was inconceivable for anyone, be it a regal lord or an ordinary citizen, to endure such humiliation and affront. The emperor's younger brother. The Flame Prince held a prominent position within the Taichu dynasty, with only General Lin capable of matching his stature. Aside from him, the prince was the most powerful figure. "Old scoundrel, come out. Today, I shall rend you to pieces." The chilling voice echoed like thunder, tearing through the clouds and resonating across the vast heavens. Su Zheng could no longer suppress the boundless fury within him. The mere thought of his cousin being held hostage by the Thunder royal family, all due to the Flame Prince's machinations, ignited an insatiable desire for vengeance, before he could devise a means to rescue his cousin. He must first slay this beast, the Flame Prince. I have encountered many arrogant individuals, yet none as brazen as this, even less than a mere prince. After all, he had General Lin as his backing. Who would dare to challenge him? Not even the Flame Prince, and certainly not the Emperor himself, could do more than offer a few reprimands before retreating to Lin City. Who could argue otherwise? Now, as the Thunder Army pressed ever closer, any further disturbance from the Lin family could very well spell doom for the royal family. The crowd murmured in astonishment, speculating on the deep-seated enmity between Su Zheng and the Flame Prince that compelled such public provocation, leaving no room for mercy. After all, this was the royal residence, and how could the Flame Prince maintain his standing within the imperial city thereafter? To wish to dismantle the prince piece by piece was a feat beyond Su Zheng's capabilities. And even if General Lin himself were to arrive, he would not dare to undertake such an act. The onlookers raised their thumbs in approval. Yet no matter how audacious one might be, to attempt to slay a prince was akin to striking a stone with an egg, an impossibility. At that moment, a voice thundered, "Who dares to wreak havoc in my royal residence?" The arrival of the enraged Enai Xian, accompanied by numerous skilled fighters, was imminent. For someone to dare create chaos outside the royal residence was an utter absurdity. A blatant affront to the Flame Prince himself. Glancing at the shattered door, Enai Xian turned his gaze toward the youth standing outside the estate, instantly recognizing Su Zheng, delivering a coffin and harboring intentions to kill him. Enai Xian surmised the reasons behind Su Zheng's actions. The absence of General Lin indicated that the Lin family lacked substantial evidence, openly seeking to murder a prince bore no difference from treason. Unless General Lin himself appeared, a mere Su Zheng was not worthy of the Flame Prince's concerned Su Zheng as a subject of the Taichu dynasty. How dare you create a ruckus outside the royal residence? Who has emboldened you to do so? Do you wish to bring harm to your grandfather? Old scoundrel, cease your ramblings. You conspired with the Thunder royal family to imprison my cousin, using that to threaten my grandfather. You aspire to usurp the throne yourself. At this revelation, the crowd was left speechless. They understood all too well the implications of Su Zheng's words. Did it not imply that the esteemed Flame Prince was conspiring with external forces to usurp the throne? This was a capital offense. Many chose not to believe it, for Enai Xian was a prince of the dynasty, a figure beneath none but the emperor himself. Conspiring with external forces to usurp the throne would lead to annihilation upon failure. Enai Xian scoffed and retorted, "You slaughter my son in the sword nest. I had already suspected your Lin family of colluding with the Thunder dynasty. Otherwise, why would the Thunder dynasty launch an assault immediately after your departure from Taichu City? The dynasty has showered your Lin family with countless favors, and yet you show no gratitude, instead seeking to conspire with external forces to overthrow the imperial authority. I shall petition the throne. Prepare to face justice." The accusations left the onlookers bewildered. Was it the prince who conspired, or was it General Lin who betrayed the country? Su Zheng's disdain was unmasked as he taunted, "You are as despicable as NIU. How tragic it is for the dynasty to have a prince like you. Your shamelessness is unparalleled in my experience. I have no desire to argue with you. I come to Taichu City today solely to take your life." Hearing Su Zheng's words, the crowd murmured in astonishment. Who was the true traitor, the Lin family or the prince? One could argue that General Lin, having devoted himself to the dynasty for years, yet being relegated to Lin City, might understandably resort to extreme measures out of resentment. The prince's desire for the throne also provided him with motives for external collusion. Regardless of who betrayed, it ultimately rested upon the emperor's decision of whom to trust. Do you believe Su Zheng can slay the prince? What do you think? I think not. That is obvious. That Enai Xian's expression darkened. Su Zheng's entrance with the coffin was a blatant provocation. Even if he could not kill him, he must render him incapacitated if this matter reached General Lin's ears. And given that Su Zheng initiated the provocation, General Lin would have to swallow his grievances silently. Render him incapacitated? Understood. Whoosh! 6 figures sprang forth from behind Enai Xian, swiftly advancing towards Su Zheng. The Flame Prince had lost all patience for further dialogue. The 6 did not regard Su Zheng as a threat. After all, he was merely a Yuan-Ing-level warrior. Even if they united, one of them alone could easily handle him. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth as they attacked. Yet Su Zheng stood his ground, refusing to retreat, just as the six were about to close in on him. A figure suddenly appeared before Su Zheng, an icy aura emanating that ensnared the six like a multitude of venomous serpents. In the midst of the crowd's astonishment, the six bodies exploded one by one, dissolving into clouds of blood mist, the acrid scent of blood causing many to recoil in horror and disbelief. Audacious! This is the royal residence. You dare commit murder? Bang! Before the steward of the royal residence could finish his words, his body erupted beside the flame prince, for the Yaobai Empress was a half-step to becoming a divine warrior. In the entirety of the Taichu dynasty, only General Lin could contend with her. The royal residence? Merely a jest. Silence. All present gazed at the unfolding scene, unable to fathom the outcome. Someone had dared to kill within the royal residence, and they had slain the prince's men, Qian Wuyu. By Wuqiu, I thank you both. As soon as the words left his lips, two elders appeared, identical in appearance and aura. Qian Wuyu and Bai Wuqiu, both pinnacle divine warriors, were rare within the Taichu dynasty. Few could match their prowess. That it was unexpected to find them in the royal residence. Of course, the royal residence boasts abundant resources for cultivation. There is no need to venture out for training. One can simply focus on their own cultivation. A pinnacle divine warrior. Unless General Lin personally descended, the woman beside Su Zheng would hardly be their match. This matter does not concern you. Grant us leniency. And if you depart now, the prince will not hold you accountable for what has transpired. And if I refuse to leave, the two elders chuckled. If you choose not to depart, you shall remain here for eternity. Enough of the pleasantries. Kill them. Before Qian Wuyu and Bai Wuqiu could act, the Yaobai Empress seized the initiative, a terrifying aura pouring forth, instantly suppressing the two elders that half-step to becoming a divine warrior. Please, esteemed elder, we meant no offense. Upon hearing the term half-step to becoming a divine warrior, the crowd was left utterly dumbfounded, including Enai Xian. Boom! Boom! Qian Wuyu and Bai Wuqiu were rendered speechless, failing to muster the courage to continue the fight. Yet the Yaobai Empress provided them no chance to escape, her overwhelming assault sealing off their surroundings. In the midst of a series of clashes, the two elders coughed up blood. Let us risk it all. Wuqiu and Wuyo, thunderstrike, daring not to harbor any hesitation or indecision. They understood that prolonging the conflict would only lead to a dead end. The two immediately joined forces to unleash their most formidable strike. However, the disparity in their realms was insurmountable. With a disdainful snort, the Empress Yaobai swiftly descended with a terrifying palm imprint. In an explosive crash, accompanied by a deafening roar, their combined assault was effortlessly shattered. The Empress did not personally deliver the fatal blow, but rather tossed the severely injured Qianbai and Erlao directly to Su Zheng, observing coldly as she activated the 9 turns devouring heaven's art, forcibly absorbing their powers, though she did not refine it into divine demon essence liquid, as it consumed too much of her primordial spirit. Her cultivation of the 9 turns devouring heaven's art allowed for a more direct absorption and refinement. What was she doing? It appeared she was devouring the strength of Qianbai and Erlao. Such a sinister technique. Could it originate from an alien race? Enai Xian immediately retorted with fury. Su Zheng, you conspired with foreign entities in the northwest, betraying the heavenly sword sect and faced the united wrath of the 9 sects. Subsequently, you rampaged with the demon flame army, slaughtering the 9 sects, and now you wield dark magic to consume the powers of warriors. A vile creature like you deserves to be eradicated. It turned out he truly had colluded with foreign forces. Who would have imagined that General Lin's grandson would stoop to such despicable deeds? Perhaps even General Lin had secretly conspired with the enemies. Nonsense. Whether he has colluded with foreign entities, I cannot guarantee. But General Lin has devoted himself to our Taichu dynasty, vowing to protect it with his life. I stake my life on the fact that General Lin would never betray our people. I believe in General Lin as well. That if you dare to speak recklessly again, do you believe we will take your life? No one doubted General Lin, yet suspicions loomed over Su Zheng. After all, he was currently using dark techniques to absorb the powers of Qianbai and Erlao. Oblivious to the chaos, Su Zheng continued to forcibly absorb their strength, his gaze growing increasingly frigid, consumed by fury and concern. "Wake up quickly." A chilling aura swept through him, causing Su Zheng to shudder as the raging fire of anger within him instantly vanished. His worry for Lin Fanyin had nearly led him to the brink of madness. His astonishment, his continual absorption of Qianbai and Erlao's power, compounded by the transformation of his mindset, propelled his cultivation to a breakthrough into the seventh layer of the primordial infant divine demon realm. "Thank you." Su Zheng realized that he was fortunate to have been awakened in time by the Empress Yaobai. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Turning to the Flame King and I Xian, Su Zheng declared, "You dare to kill recklessly within the royal estate. Even your grandfather will be implicated. Withdraw from Taichu City immediately. Out of respect for your long-standing service alongside General Lin, I can let this matter go. Colluding with foreign powers, betraying the nation, and framing loyal subjects. Someone like you does not deserve to continue living. You dare." Upon seeing the grim expression on Su Zheng's face, and I Xian retreated repeatedly until his back hit the shattered door, leaving him with no place to escape. That moment, and I Xian was genuinely terrified. He had not anticipated that Su Zheng would dare to enter Taichu City, let alone bring such formidable allies. Clearly orchestrated by Lin Bian from behind the scenes. Su Zheng, if you remain obstinate, your Lin family will suffer the consequences. Without granting Ni Xian the chance to continue his empty threats, Su Zheng sprang into action. The 9 soul-piercing nails in his hand flying forth with the sound of slicing air, embedding themselves into various parts of Ni Xian's body. In an instant, a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig reverberated through the void. The 9 soul-piercing nails trampled upon him like a 1,000-strong army on a vast battlefield, rage and terror enveloping Ni Xian, nearly causing him to faint. Witnessing this scene, everyone was utterly astounded. Ruthless, resolute, unyielding, Ni Xian was a royal prince, the emperor's own brother. Being publicly executed in Taichu City was akin to a blatant slap in the face to the royal family, bordering on rebellion. Truly insane. More audacious than the princes, the prince must have enraged Su Zheng. Otherwise, he would not risk being labeled a traitor to the nation that a madman, unafraid of heaven or earth, dared to publicly execute a prince. Disregarding the royal family's wrath, that a deathly silence enveloped the scene. Su Zheng, what are you doing? Just then, the third prince Ni Xing arrived, seeking to discuss matters with the prince. Upon seeing his brother's corpse, he trembled in fright and hastily scolded, "You dare to slay a prince? Does your Lin family wish to incite rebellion?" Slowly turning, Su Zheng stepped toward Ni Xing. "You are the third prince. You cannot act recklessly. Step back at once." Previously, the third prince had wielded the imperial decree, only to be publicly defied by Su Zheng, who had even given him a thorough beating, leaving the third prince with a lingering desire for revenge. "Get away!" Trembling in fear, the 2 inner palace guards stood resolutely before the third prince, swords drawn and pointed forward. "That if you do not step back, we will kill." As soon as the words left their mouths, a terrifying pressure descended. The 2 guards, caught off guard, were crushed into a mist of blood by the overwhelming aura, the stench of blood spreading throughout the surroundings. The Empress Yaobai uttered not a word. Having chosen to accompany Su Zheng to Taichu City, she would undoubtedly lend her full support, indifferent to the righteousness of the matter. Su Zheng, I am a prince. If you dare to harm me in any way, your Lin family will be branded as traitors. You should understand that the Lin family cannot bear such a burden. We bear no enmity. We can sit down and discuss this calmly." With a grip around the third prince's neck, Su Zheng slowly lifted him. His gaze grew increasingly frigid, a terrifying, murderous intent surging like a tsunami, enveloping the third prince entirely. "Su Zheng, I am a prince. I am truly a prince. You cannot kill me." The third prince was genuinely terrified now. He could sense that the killing intent emanating from Su Zheng was no mere fade, especially given the gruesome fate of the prince being executed. "Previously, your father sent someone to assassinate me. Today, I will collect some interest. His death holds no relevance to me." Su Zheng coldly regarded him, refusing to engage in further dialogue, using his finger as a sword. A frigid sword aura instantly pierced through the third prince's brow. With a face full of terror, the third prince watched helplessly as the sword aura penetrated him. Unable to escape, the despair causing him to faint outright. He had actually killed a prince. Had he lost his mind? Having already slain the prince, killing another royal was inconsequential to Su Zheng. Now, he awaited the royal family's response. Should the royal family impose punishment? One must wonder if General Lin would rise in rebellion. In such tumultuous times, the royal family might not be able to safeguard their reign. The Empress Yaobai approached Su Zheng and inquired, "What do you intend to do next?" "Go to the Thunder Royal family. Zhou Zong has reached the Unity Divine Demon Realm, and Lin Fanyin is in his hands. Even if your grandparents accompany you to the Thunder Royal family, they may not be able to rescue her." The meaning behind the Empress's words was clear. The Thunder Royal family held Lin Fanyin as leverage. Who would dare to intervene, unless one were to disregard Lin Fanyin's life? Any attempt would be futile. "We must go to Su Zheng," turned to Empress Yaobai, and said, "Your Majesty, I implore you to accompany me to the Thunder Royal family. This favor I, Su Zheng, shall repay 100-fold in the future." "I agree." Half an hour later, the air was filled with clamorous voices. Throngs of people crowded together, a sea of heads surging in every direction. Meanwhile, the guard stationed outside the palace wore expressions of horror and disbelief. Utterly perplexed by the inexplicable circumstances that led to the corpses of the prince and the third prince hanging outside the palace. Outside the palace, 2 bamboo poles over 4 meters tall stood erect, upon which hung 2 corpses in a pitiful state. Drip, drip, drops of blood continuously fell from the 2 bodies, pooling on the ground and releasing a nauseating stench. As they gazed upon the gruesome sight of the 2 corpses hanging from the poles, fear gripped the hearts of all present. 1 prince, 1 royal, now displayed outside the palace. It was a blatant provocation to the royal family. You know who did this? It was Su Zheng, the grandson of General Lin, who claimed that the prince colluded with foreign powers, using Lin Fanyin's captivity by the Thunder Royal family to coerce General Lin into betraying the dynasty. Is that true? How would I know if it's true or false? However, where there's smoke, there's fire. Su Zheng would not arrive in Taichu City to kill without reason. There must be some underlying motive. Su Zheng has slain the prince and the royal heir, which effectively amounts to General Lin's treachery against the state. His Majesty is undoubtedly furious beyond measure. When the time comes, punishment will surely befall the Lin family, potentially leading to their complete extermination. Alas, Su Zheng has acted with reckless abandon this time, endangering not only his own life, but also jeopardizing General Lin and the entire Lin clan. In my view, the total annihilation of the Lin family is highly improbable. After all, the might of General Lin and the 30,000 demon flame soldiers serves as a formidable deterrent. However, punishment is certainly unavoidable. The act of killing a prince and a royal heir, and then displaying their corpses publicly outside the palace, is an unambiguous affront to the royal family. The entire Taichu city is rife with speculation regarding whether the royal family will exact punishment upon the Lin family, perhaps even resorting to their total annihilation. Yet the outcome is that the royal family discreetly retrieves the 2 bodies, neither punishing nor even mentioning the incident, as if nothing had transpired in Lin City. Within the grand hall of the Lin family, Lin Yin shakes his head in despair, offering a wry smile as he states, "Xiao Zheng has indeed acted too rashly, executing Ni Xuan and the third prince. While the royal family has refrained from punishment, we have effectively severed ties with them. You need not test my patience, for my tacit approval of Xiao Zheng's journey to Taichu City is apparent. Father, if the royal family truly seeks retribution, how should our Lin family respond?" Change of dynasty. The word from his father leave Lin Yin momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such a response. With a sigh, Lin Bian calmly states, "His Majesty is no longer the ruler he once was. Not only has he sent assassins after Xiao Zheng, but he also wishes to eradicate our Lin family. Such a royal family is no longer worthy of our protection. Let this matter rest here. As long as the royal family remains passive, we shall maintain our stronghold in Lin City, should they insist on tearing the facade. I shall no longer hold back, for I too aspire to ascend the throne." Lin Yin silently admires his father's shrewdness, recognizing the depth of his thoughts. "And where is Xiao Zheng?" He is already en route to Thunder City. It seems this old body must make the journey personally. Father, mother has already set off. Lin Bien, showing no surprise, nods and commands. Guard Lin City. If the royal family makes any move, lead the Demon Flame Army directly into Taichu City. Understood. Thunder City, the imperial seat of the Thunder Dynasty, is a place of immense prosperity in a tea house. Lu Luan expresses her concerns. What do you intend to do? I advise you to remain calm. Further recklessness may lead to dire consequences. This is, after all, Thunder City. Given the collusion between the Thunder royal family and Nishuan in abducting Fanine, they have undoubtedly prepared thoroughly. Should you act now, you may fall into their trap. Su Zheng nods in acknowledgement. I understand, yet I refuse to be idle that I shall take the initiative, returning their tactics in kind. Coldly, Su Zheng asserts, if they have captured my cousin, I shall seize their princes and princesses. For every one they take, I shall capture 100. The royal family is heavily fortified, making it exceedingly difficult to succeed. Su Zheng turns to the Yao by Empress beside him. This is where I must rely on your assistance. I shall do my utmost, but I cannot guarantee success. Zhozong has already transcended to the unity of divine and demonic realms. I am no match for him in direct confrontation. Capture as many as you can. Very well. Observing the Yao by Empress's swift agreement, Su Zheng inquires, what motivates your assistance? A political marriage. A mere arrangement devoid of affection. Ultimately a matter of mutual benefit that I do not believe the Yao by Empress would aid me solely for the sake of union. Zhozong harbors ulterior motives. Although he outwardly aligns with our Taiwan dynasty, he is secretly reaching out to other dynasties that I can assure you that once we unite to eliminate the Taichu dynasty. Zhozong will betray our Taiwan dynasty at the first opportunity. He has already achieved a breakthrough, posing a significant threat that I will not ally with the Lin family solely based on your grandfather's status. Besides valuing the Lin family's Demon Flame Army, your grandmother is crucial. Only she can effectively suppress Zhozong. To speak candidly, Su Zheng concurs. Zhozong initially sought to leverage the captivity of my cousin to blackmail my grandparents. It appears he has brought this upon himself, and I shall seize this opportunity to eradicate him. Has your grandmother arrived? If I am not mistaken, my grandparents should be on their way. However, to ensure absolute safety, I must capture some princes and princesses. My cousin must not be harmed. Let us act separately and regroup in 2 days. Troublesome indeed. As she prepares to depart, Lu Luan suddenly asks, do you trust her? Why do you ask? Su Zheng is taken aback, not having anticipated such a question from Lu Luan. Sister Bai, as the empress of the Taiwan dynasty, is willing to sacrifice herself for the sake of expanding the dynasty. Her ambitions are immense, and I fear she may pose a threat to you in the future. I accede, as Su Zheng smiles. Mutual utilization is a favorable arrangement in my view as for my union with her. It will be dissolved naturally in the future without any need for discussion. I understand your concerns. Fear not. I have everything under control. Our current objective is to locate the princes and princesses. At the ancestral sword lair, Su Zheng executed the crown prince and the sixth prince. According to the Yao by Empress, Zhou Zhang's most cherished grandson is actually the second prince, albeit he is rather mediocre and has not been crowned due to his inferiority to the crown prince. Most importantly, the second prince is exceedingly debauched and has a penchant for visiting brothels, presenting a prime opportunity on a moonlit night within Thunder Dynasty's largest brothel. In a private chamber, the second prince exclaims, "Today, I have just spotted an unparalleled beauty, one who remains untouched." The second prince's eyes brighten, a greedy glimmer overtaking his face as he licks his lips, for he delights in deflowering virgins. Where is she? She is currently bathing. She will be delivered shortly. Well done. You shall be rewarded. Thank you, second prince, that I take my leave now. The beauty will arrive shortly. With a wave of his hand, the second prince retrieves a jade box from his spatial ring, containing a precious pill. The everlasting pill, truly an excellent item. The everlasting pill must be consumed in advance. The second prince, having indulged for years, finds himself unable to perform without the aid of such pills. And when encountering virgins, he must consume two to maintain his virility. With a creak, Lu Luan enters, promptly shutting the door behind her. Absolutely stunning. The second prince's gaze fixates on Lu Wan as she walks in. He has never encountered such beauty, and describing her as a captivating enchantress would be an understatement. Too beautiful. The second prince rises and strides towards Lu Wan, reaching out to grasp her figure. Yet, before he can approach, a resounding slap echoes through the chamber. The second prince, lacking any innate talent and relying solely on royal elixirs, has barely reached the threshold of the half-step divine and demonic realm, making him no match for Lu Wan. How dare you strike me, you audacious wretch? I'm a second prince. Are you blind? Or did the madam fail to inform you of my status? Do you wish to die? Hurry, kneel. If you do not serve me well today, I shall take your life. With a fierce determination, Lu Wan retaliates, delivering a series of resounding slaps across the second prince's face that in the Thunder Dynasty's courtyard. The Emperor Zhou Tong wears a grim expression as he addresses his father across the table. Ultimately, he speaks. Father, since we have chosen to ally with the Taiwan dynasty, why provoke Lin Bian? We have already secured half of the Taichu dynasty's territory, and Lin Bian has refrained from intervening, indicating he will not involve himself in this matter, which is advantageous for us. However, we have imprisoned Lin Fanning to coerce Lin Bian. Should we provoke him, he may lead the 30,000 demon flame soldiers to fiercely defend the Taichu dynasty, which would yield no benefit for us. This is a dilemma that Zhou Tong struggles to comprehend. Zhou Zheng, however, counters, the Yaobai Empress harbors grand ambitions. While she has agreed to ally with us, no one can guarantee that the Taiwan dynasty will not betray us if Lin Bian is willing to submit. We could not only conquer the Taichu dynasty, but potentially eradicate other dynasties and establish ourselves as the preeminent dynasty of the wilderness. What if Lin Bian and the Poison Beauty come for us? They have but one granddaughter. Do you truly believe they would disregard Lin Fanning's life? That being said, I still harbor some concerns. Rising to his feet, Zhou Zheng approached his son Zhou Tong, patting him on the shoulder with a smile, and remarked, as a man, especially as the emperor of the Thunder Dynasty, one must always aspire for greatness and not dwell on any lingering worries. Otherwise, our aspirations for expansion would be rendered mere empty words. Your Majesty, there is a crisis. What has happened? Zhou Tong inquired, his brow furrowing in displeasure. He had already instructed that no one was to disturb his discussions with his father. An ominous feeling suddenly washed over him. Your Majesty, the palace is besieged by princes and princesses. The inner palace guards, visibly shaken, spoke with tremors in their voices, for such an event had never been encountered before. Moreover, the 13th prince and the 9th princess are hanging lifelessly. Their bodies present, but their heads absent. The atmosphere plummeted to a chilling low. Zhou Tong was momentarily stunned, then erupted in fury, standing tall. It was rare for the emperor to display such wrath. What do you mean their heads are absent? Speak clearly. The guard trembled violently, nearly collapsing in fear, yet managed to stutter. Only their bodies hang, but their heads are missing. Who is responsible for this? A young man. Where is he? Outside the palace. Zhou Tong was entirely incensed. Akin to a volcano erupting, unable to suppress the torrent of murderous intent surging within him, that he strode forth, kicking aside the palace guards in his haste to leave. In stark contrast, Zhou Zheng remained unervingly calm, as if he had anticipated such an occurrence. Lin Bian, if you wish to play, I shall indulge you to the end. Outside the palace, tall bamboo poles stood erect against the sky, each bearing a person, male and female alike, pale-faced and lifeless. Among them were man and a woman, their bodies intact but their heads conspicuously absent. The news spread rapidly, from 1 person to 10, from 10 to 100, sweeping throughout the entire imperial city. A throng of people surged from all directions. Draped over the headless corpses were white cloths, on which blood-red characters had been inscribed, gruesome and glaringly illuminated by the scorching sun. Headless corpses, blood-stained cloth. The Thunder Royal family is worse than beasts, despicable and shameless. They have captured my sister Lin Fanning to coerce my grandfather Lin Bian, a crime most heinous, intolerable by heaven. Su Zheng, issue this grim warning to the Thunder Royal family. Release the captives immediately. or all princes and princesses shall face execution, and I vow to sever ties with the Thunder Dynasty. Am I seeing things? Are these truly princes and princesses? When did Lin Bian have a grandson? Especially when the dynasty is waging war against the Taichu dynasty, Lin Bian has been relegated to Lin City, clearly reluctant to intervene. Why would the Thunder royal family provoke him? It seems they are courting disaster. The royal family's cunning plan was to compel Lin Bian to submit. Such a strategy would not only allow them to breach the Taichu imperial city, but potentially invade other dynasties as well. The bloodied inscriptions on the corpses stirred a tempest of outrage, sweeping through the entire imperial city. The headless bodies and the bloodied words hung in the air, permeating the atmosphere with a nauseating scent of blood. Leaving everyone in shock, under the blazing sun, a figure approached swiftly, appearing from afar, and in an instant reached the bamboo pole, wielding the reincarnation sword that a lone figure, a single sword, stood defiantly against heaven and earth. Su Zheng, return my cousin, old emperor. If you do not surrender the captives today, I, Su Zheng, shall surely cleanse the Thunder royal family in blood. Each word resonated with unyielding authority. Many gazed in admiration at the young man before them, secretly respecting his audacity, even with Lin Bian as his backing. Yet this was the Thunder imperial city, not Lin's city of the Taichu dynasty. Some even muttered curses against the Thunder royal family, questioning their audacity to abduct someone's granddaughter amidst a two-dynasty war, while Lin Bian had refrained from intervening. Such actions by the Thunder royal family were indeed dishonorable and repugnant. Had the Thunder royal family been overly reckless, provoking such a formidable adversary, perhaps Lin Bian was already present, merely lurking in the shadows. Who could argue otherwise? Lin Bian had distanced himself, presenting an unprecedented opportunity for the Thunder dynasty. Now, however, they had stirred a hornet's nest, with the unfortunate princes and princesses caught in the crossfire. What would become of this situation? Truly madmen. If the royal family refused to capitulate, they would sever ties with Lin Bian entirely. To that point, the Taichu dynasty could merely wait for both sides to exhaust each other, reaping the benefits of the chaos. Surrender the captives? With Su Zheng having executed princes and princesses, how could the royal family simply acquiesce? I suspect neither side will yield. Now, Su Zheng had revealed himself, brandishing his sword alone before the Thunder royal family, unyielding and dignified, garnering the admiration of all. This singular display of courage was enough to command respect among his peers, unrivaled even in the wilds. Look, the emperor has emerged! At that moment, figures surged forth from the palace, exuding an aura of terrifying murderous intent, as if the very heavens could no longer bear it, clearly indicative of Su Zheng's seething rage. Himph! A cold snort echoed like rolling thunder, ripping through the clouds and resonating through the heavens. Su Zheng bellowed, Su Zheng, you insolent whelp, cease your impudence. This is the Thunder royal family, not your Lin family. Others may indulge you, but we shall not, seeing his children as severed heads hanging from bamboo poles. Draped with bloodied cloths, how could he not feel rage at such a blatant provocation? Yet, Su Zheng refrained from immediate action, for Su Zheng still held numerous princes and princesses captive, and he had to ensure their safety. Su Zheng had not anticipated Su Zheng's audacity to come alone, nor that he could stealthily abduct so many princes and princesses as the emperor of the Thunder dynasty. Su Zheng was imposing and authoritative, showing no sign of submission despite Su Zheng's hostage-taking. You speak nonsense. As his voice faded, Su Zheng wielded the reincarnation sword, striking downwards. The icy blade cleaved through the air, and the leftmost princess, amidst the shocked gasps of all, was brutally cleaved in two, her lower half plummeting from the bamboo pole. The sound of her fall was jarring. The roar of the sword echoed through the heavens, leaving everyone utterly stunned. Execute a princess before the emperor? Without a word of preamble, merely stating you speak nonsense. Such was the embodiment of arrogance. Even Su Zheng was momentarily taken aback, his rage boiling over as he pointed at Su Zheng, shouting, You dare slay a princess? I will have your life. Who would dare intervene? Su Zheng still held dozens of princes and princesses hostage. Should he lose his mind, executing them all, there would be no way to explain it to the emperor. especially as the emperor was currently in a fit of rage. Calm yourself, father. Su Zheng waved his hand, suddenly appearing beside Zhou Tong, gazing at the young man before him, and inquired, "Are you Lin Bian's grandson?" Indeed, the young man was bold, impetuous, yet lacked foresight. Do you not realize that your reckless slaughter of my Thunder royal family's princes and princesses will bring ruin upon your Lin family? With the emergence of the Grand Emperor, murmurs of speculation rippled through the crowd. With Su Zheng having ascended to the unity of God and demon realm, he was regarded as the guardian of the Thunder dynasty. The audacity of the dynasty to invade was largely due to Su Zheng's presence. Su Zheng scoffed. "Su Zheng, you are truly shameless. Your Thunder royal family has seized my cousin. I am merely demanding her return. Yet you have slain my royal family's princes and princesses. This is merely interest." A reminder to the Thunder royal family not to underestimate the Lin family. The atmosphere was laden with tension. Both sides were poised for conflict, clearly unwilling to compromise. Su Zheng replied with a smile. "Your grandfather is no match for me, but my grandmother can certainly defeat you. Your grandmother cannot set foot in Thunder City." Upon hearing this, Su Zheng felt a stir within. "Are you afraid? Even if your grandfather were to come, he could not save you. However, I can offer you an opportunity. If your grandfather submits to my Thunder dynasty, I can promise that you will not only take Lin Fanyin with you, but I shall overlook what has transpired." This was Su Zheng's true intention, that he cared not for the lives of princes and princesses, as long as he could subdue Lin Bian. It is of paramount importance for the Thunder dynasty. Otherwise, he would not have clandestinely conspired with the Flame King to imprison Lin Fanyin. Zhou Tong was seething with rage, wishing nothing less than to rend Su Zheng into 1,000 pieces. This matter transcended merely the loss of princes and princesses. It utterly tarnished the dignity of the Thunder royal family. Yet he understood the emperor's intentions and dared not defy them. Whoosh! The reincarnation sword was unleashed. A wave of sword energy cleaving through another prince, instantly reducing him to a headless corpse, causing all present to gasp in horror. Seeking death, Zhou Tong, thoroughly incensed, was poised to retaliate. He could not bear to witness his offspring being slaughtered. One after another, such cruelty was intolerable. He attempted to intervene, and Su Zheng's gaze grew increasingly frigid. "Father, he is doing this intentionally, that if we continue to endure, he will seize every opportunity, and our royal family will be at a severe disadvantage." Zhou Tong could not fathom why they must endure such humiliation when the enemy had already crossed the line. As Su Zheng was prepared, his darkened eyes fixated on Zhou Tong, fully aware that the initiative lay with Su Zheng. And thus he needed to shift from a position of passivity to one of assertiveness. While Zhou Tong might care about the fates of the princes and princesses, could Su Zheng share the same sentiment? Perhaps not. Su Zheng merely sought to compel the allegiance of the external clans. All eyes were glued to the unfolding scene, breaths held in anticipation of every moment. The onlookers, Su Zheng appeared as a madman, audaciously executing princes and princesses before Su Zheng and Zhou Tong. Su Zheng, wearing an expression of indifference, remarked with a smile, "Su Zheng, you must recognize that I am indifferent to their fates. Therefore, your attempts to leverage them against me will prove futile. If you are willing to negotiate, release all princes and princesses, and we can discuss matters amicably, each taking a step back for the mutual benefit of both parties. Should you remain obstinate, your cousin will find herself in great peril. I neglected to inform you that just yesterday, I implanted the soul devouring curse within Lin Fanyin. Only I can lift it amidst the wilderness." Upon hearing this, Su Zheng's eyes turned blood red, truly fearing that what he dreaded had come to pass. Gripping the reincarnation sword once more, he unleashed a torrent of sword energy upon a prince, blood spraying forth, bones shattering, the terrifying sword energy swiftly obliterating the prince, leaving no trace behind, only a miasma of blood mist enveloping the air. The acrid stench of blood assaulted everyone's senses, causing them to recoil in terror. "You have gone too far." In that moment, Zhou Tong could no longer restrain himself. Despite the emperor's attempts to intervene, he was determined to slay Su Zheng, the consecutive slayings of princes igniting the fury within him. Su Zheng refrained from further obstruction but communicated telepathically to Zhou Tong, "Do not kill Su Zheng. He must be confined." Should Su Zheng perish, it would undoubtedly incite Lin Bian's wrath that I merely wish to gain Lin Bian's allegiance, not to sever ties with the Lin family. That is my bottom line. Boom! Su Zheng stood steadfast upon the bamboo pole, unyielding. The onlookers were left bewildered, questioning his motives. Was he truly seeking his own demise? Accompanied by the jarring sound of collision reverberating through the void, a figure suddenly appeared before Su Zheng, colliding fiercely with Zhou Tong, their assaults counteracting one another. Quick to strike and quicker to retreat, Zhou Tong was knocked back by a single palm strike. His face etched with fury as he gazed at the veiled woman before him, fists clenched tightly, demanding, "Yao Bai, what do you mean by this? We have formed an alliance, yet you choose to assist Su Zheng." Neither Zhou Tong nor Zhou Zong had anticipated the sudden appearance of the Empress Yao Bai of the Taiwan dynasty, let alone her siding with Su Zheng. There seemed to be no prior connection between them. What was happening? Had Empress Yao Bai chosen to ally with the Lin family? If that were the case, the situation would become exceedingly dire. He is my ally. You cannot harm him that I end that case. Our alliance is nullified. From this moment forth, the Tai Huang dynasty and your Thunder dynasty shall no longer be allies. Should you dare to lay a hand on him, I will annihilate your royal family. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong was taken aback, his gaze fixed intently on Empress Yao Bai. Was this woman out of her mind? Zhou Tong let out a cold snort, smiling mockingly. "Yao Bai, have you overestimated yourself?" Filled with trepidation towards Empress Yao Bai, Zhou Tong glared furiously, his fists clenched, wishing to see her utterly destroyed. The two dynasties had formed an alliance, yet Yao Bai had turned traitor. Should the Taiwan dynasty truly ally with the Lin family, it would not bode well for the Thunder dynasty. With a dismissive huff, Empress Yao Bai retorted with icy scorn, "Zhou Tong, I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you. Release them immediately, or else the Thunder royal family shall face devastating losses today." Confronted with the blatant threat from Empress Yao Bai, Zhou Tong nearly exploded with rage, trembling with indignation. With her arrival, the situation had indeed become precarious. "What do you propose? Release them. But you have slain members of my royal family. That is a consequence of your own actions. Do not blame me." Zhou Zong chuckled, nodding in satisfaction. "Lin Bian undoubtedly has a remarkable grandson. Alas, this is the Thunder dynasty, and you have chosen the wrong place for your arrogance." Su Zheng, gazing at Zhou Tong and Zhou Zong, suddenly roared, "Where's Lin Fanning in my royal family? Hand her over. Only if Lin Bian submits to my royal family will I release them." In that moment, Su Zheng's roar echoed like thunder, his visage somewhat grotesque, his eyes glimmering with a crimson hue, gripping the reincarnation sword, pointing it at the Thunder royal family, an icy, murderous intent surging forth like a tsunami. The arena fell into a deathly silence. The crowd was left in shock, some even gaping in disbelief. No one had expected the illustrious Empress Yao Bai of the Taiwan dynasty to appear so suddenly, and even more so, to align herself with Su Zheng. What was unfolding? "Yao Bai, you are no match for me. Then let us test our mettle." Zhou Zong brandished a long sword, smiling as he declared, "Half a step into the divine demon realm, I shall show you the vast chasm that separates us." "Zhou Zong, what if I were to join forces with the old man?" A thunderous roar resonated, akin to thunder cleaving through layers of mist. An elder materialized from the void, swiftly approaching Su Zheng. Smiling wryly, "Why come here without waiting for your grandfather?" "Grandfather, they have placed the soul-devouring curse on my cousin." Upon hearing the words soul-devouring curse, Lin Bian's expression shifted instantly. He knew all too well what it entailed. He was Lin Bian, the butcher general. The royal family had indeed stirred a hornet's nest this time. What a foolish endeavor. Not necessarily. Should Lin Bian truly choose to submit to the royal family, it would undoubtedly be the most advantageous outcome for the royal family. Who knows what events will unfold next? Neither Zhou Zong nor Zhou Tong were surprised. They had already anticipated that with Lin Fanning confined, Lin Bian would undoubtedly arrive post-haste. Lin Bian appeared remarkably composed, addressing Zhou Zong. "To imprison a junior with your stature is rather dishonorable. The victor belong the spoils, as long as we can aid the Thunder dynasty in achieving unparalleled success. Sacrificing one of us is a small price to pay. Lin, I hold you in high regard. If you are willing to follow the Thunder royal family, I can assure you that not only will Lin Fanning be safe, but your Lin family shall also attain unparalleled glory and why Thunder royal family will not treat the Lin family as the Taichu royal family has. What if I refuse? Refuse? Su Zheng chuckled. Lin, the initiative lies in my hands now. Should you decline, you should be well aware of the consequences. Let us join forces to create an unprecedented legacy. Why persist in stubbornness, causing harm to yourself and others? If Fanning dies, many will accompany her in death, including Zhou Tong. As for you, you shall forever remain within the confines of the royal city. Are you threatening me? Indeed. Yet regrettably for you, your threats hold no weight with me. Whether they bear weight or not is not for you to decide. Su Zheng felt a pang of apprehension. After all, Lin Bian had a deadly beauty backing him. Though they were both martial artists of the same realm, he was no match for the poisonous beauty. Should he leave the royal city, he would undoubtedly fall victim to her lethal grasp. Wryly smiling, Su Zheng remarked, Lin, you know best how the Taichu royal family treats you. Why persist in your obstinacy? I offer you sincerity and hope you recognize the tides. Recognize your grandmother. Su Zheng glared, his murderous intent soaring, his blood-red eyes pulsating with terrifying rage as he spat. Old scoundrel, you have implanted a soul-devouring curse within my cousin. Yet here you are, prattling on. Regardless of your intentions, surrender her immediately. A sense of urgency enveloped Su Zheng, for he was acutely aware of the curse's tyranny. Su Zheng, your words hold no weight here. Zhou Tong regarded Su Zheng with disdain, viewing him as a mere arrogant boy emboldened by the Lin family support. Were it not for the presence of the Yao by Empress and Lin Bian, he would have struck down Su Zheng without hesitation, as the emperor of the Thunder Empire. Zhou Tong felt the weight of his father's expectations. To establish a legacy, he must subdue Lin Bian. For the Thunder Empire, this was a singular opportunity. With his sword aimed at the Thunder Empire, Su Zheng declared coldly, from this moment forth, should you fail to relinquish my cousin, I shall commence a slaughter. Father, save me! Grandfather, I do not wish to perish. The princes and princesses were utterly dumbfounded, crying out in terror as they witnessed Su Zheng mercilessly harm their kin. The reality of the situation was no jest. Facing such a madman, fear was inevitable. They had never imagined that within the imperial city, one could brazenly slay princes and princesses, especially before the eyes of their father and grandfather, instilling profound dread. With a swift motion, Su Zheng slashed with his sword. Dismissing further conversation, in such circumstances, he felt compelled to maintain an unyielding stance, refusing to show even a hint of weakness. Stop! Zhou Tong, filled with fury, could no longer bear to watch as princes and princesses were systematically slaughtered, only to be restrained by Su Zheng. Father, we cannot allow them to harm the princes and princesses outside the palace. Su Zheng nodded and turned to Lin Bian, stating, Brother Lin, from this moment on, should Su Zheng dare to harm any prince or princess further, I shall sever Lin Fanning's arms and cut out her tongue. Do not question my resolve. If I say it, I shall certainly act upon it. Su Zheng. Grandfather, we are still unaware of my cousin's condition. I must see her first. Nodding, Lin Bian, more concerned for his granddaughter's safety than anyone else, recognized the need to remain composed. That I end this game of strategy. They could not afford to falter. That I wish to see my granddaughter. Bring her forth. Zhou Tong nodded and turned to leave personally, seizing the moment. Su Zheng suddenly inquired, Grandfather, why is grandmother forbidden from stepping into the Thunder Imperial City? Years ago, Su Zheng had provoked your grandmother, nearly being slain within the Thunder City. In the end, an elder from the Divine Mansion intervened, establishing a rule that your grandmother could not set foot in the Thunder Imperial City. Otherwise, the Divine Mansion would involve themselves in the matter. The Divine Mansion? Su Zheng's expression sharpened. He could discern the helplessness in his grandfather's words. The fact that the Divine Mansion could intimidate his grandmother from entering Thunder City indicated that they were no ordinary force. The Divine Mansion, a top-tier power in the wilderness, boasted formidable Thunder Tribulation divine demons. The eighth realm of the divine demons was the Thunder Tribulation divine demon. It was no wonder his grandmother refrained from entering Thunder City. Su Zheng understood that his grandmother was not afraid of the divine mansion, but wished to protect the Lin family from repercussions. After all, the divine mansion's strength could easily shake the Lin family to its core. Why would the divine mansion intervene? Zhou Yusin, a princess of the Thunder Empire, had become a disciple of an elder from the divine mansion. At that moment, Zhou Tong emerged with Lin Fanyin, appearing unscathed. Zhou Zheng, you must understand that once a warrior is afflicted with the soul-devouring curse, even they cannot break it. Your actions indicate no intention of reconciliation. Hearing this, Su Zheng's face changed dramatically as he retorted furiously. Zhou Zheng, you fool, are you courting death? Unfazed, Zhou Zheng chuckled. Brother Lin, while I cannot completely lift the curse, I can suppress it, ensuring that it will never backfire on me. If you seek to ensnare my Lin family, I trust no one. As long as Brother Lin genuinely aids the Thunder Imperial family, I can guarantee that your granddaughter will remain unharmed, and your family will receive tenfold rewards. Suppressing the raging fury within, Su Zheng realized that his cousin's life and death were now in the hands of the Thunder Empire. Unable to accept this, he suddenly laughed maniacally. Should you afflict my cousin with the soul-devouring curse, I will systematically slaughter each of you. I, Su Zheng, shall become a nightmare for your Thunder Empire. You think you can? Zhou Tong scoffed, dismissing Su Zheng's threats entirely, were it not for the support of the Yao by Empress and Lin Bian. Would Su Zheng even have the audacity to stand here and threaten him? Su Zheng immediately connected with his sinister mentor, asking, Master, do you possess any means to aid me in enhancing my power? Indeed, although it was merely speculation, Su Zheng had not anticipated that his master actually had a solution. Eagerly, he inquired, what is it? I can infuse my power into your body. Given your physical condition, you should be able to attain peak cave heaven divine demon strength for a short time. However, you must consider this carefully. Forcibly merging my power will result in a backlash, potentially rendering you a cripple. I implore you, Master, assist me. Meanwhile, Lin Bian's gaze grew increasingly cold as he comprehended Zhou Zhang's true intentions. He merely sought to manipulate Fanyin through the soul-devouring curse, compelling the Lin family to serve the Thunder Imperial family. Grandfather, Xiao Zheng, I cannot implicate the Lin family. Fanyin, do not act recklessly. Cousin, I will rescue you. Su Zheng and Lin Bian seemed to understand Fanyin's intentions, urgently attempting to dissuade her. Unfortunately, the bloodline within Lin Fanyin suddenly surged, and Zhou Zhang's expression shifted entirely. He had already suppressed her bloodline out of fear of unforeseen circumstances. Little did Zhou Zhang know, Lin Fanyin's awakened god-slaying bloodline surpassed even Lin Bian's lineage. With a resonant hum, a bell echoed from within Lin Fanyin, the ethereal god-slaying bell materializing above Su Zheng's head. The boiling bloodline forcefully clashing against the soul-devouring curse. Lin Fanyin understood that the Thunder Imperial family sought to leverage her against her grandfather and Xiao Zheng, a reality she could not accept. Only her demise could put an end to it all. The soul-devouring curse and the god-slaying bell collided violently in her mind, each striving to devour the other. In that moment of collision, Lin Fanyin could not withstand the overwhelming force, collapsing instantly, her eyes closing as her breath ceased. Everyone was left in shock, including Zhou Tong, who immediately asked, Father, what should we do now? Sensing no trace of Lin Fanyin's essence, Zhou Zhang gently pushed her away, a soft force guiding Lin Fanyin toward Lin Bian, while Su Zheng embraced her. Brother Lin, this was unforeseen. Regardless of your belief, I assure you I never intended to harm your granddaughter. Su Zheng has already slain several princes and princesses. Let this matter rest, and I shall pursue it no further. Caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, Zhou Zhang felt bewildered. He had only sought to exploit Lin Fanyin to coerce Lin Bian into submission, never anticipating that her bloodline would be so formidable as to challenge the soul-devouring curse's confinement. This was undoubtedly an accident. Clinging tightly to Lin Fanyin, Su Zheng sensed through his devouring power that her aura was entirely absent. Yet she was not completely extinguished. Her essence was merely repressed, a state akin to a living corpse. Handing Lin Fanyin to the Yao by Empress, Su Zheng implored, Your Majesty, please protect my cousin that if I safeguard her. I cannot assist you. Watch over her. The Yao by Empress understood Su Zheng's intent, nodding in agreement, but be cautious. With that, she cradled Lin Fanyin and departed. Su Zheng, leave at once. I shall handle this matter. Grandfather, I must personally slay Su Zheng. You insolent child, do not be reckless. Zhou Tong understood that with Lin Fanyin's fall, compelling Lin Bian to yield was nearly impossible. This battle was now inescapable. Their father was a unification divine demon. As long as the poisonous beauty did not step foot in Thunder Imperial City, neither Lin Bian nor the Yaobai Empress stood a chance against him. Grandfather, Zhou Tong is yours to deal with. Fixated on his grandson, Lin Bian noticed a peculiar change in Su Zheng. His eyes were bloodshot, and an exceedingly sinister aura radiated from him, creating an oppressive atmosphere even for Lin Bian. What is happening? Su Zheng, do not act rashly. Without uttering another word, Su Zheng slowly turned, a sinister smile curving his lips, his grip tightening around the reincarnation sword. I shall become the nightmare of the Thunder Empire. All of you shall pay for my cousin's suffering. As the words fell, Su Zheng swiftly wielded the reincarnation sword, mercilessly slaying more than 20 princes and princesses, their blood staining the palace grounds. All eyes were filled with horror as they beheld the unfolding scene, none having anticipated such a turn of events. Su Zheng, you wretched child, today I shall ensure your dismemberment. The sight of his sons being slaughtered ignited an uncontrollable rage within Zhou Tong, who charged towards Su Zheng in a fit of fury. Zhou Zheng, too, comprehended that with Lin Fanyin's demise, collaboration was no longer possible. They could only resolve matters through bloodshed. With a decisive step, Zhou Zheng directed his assault towards Lin Bian, intent on capturing the leader in order to subdue the poisonous beauty. After all, Su Zheng was merely a nascent soul divine demon. How could he possibly contend with his majesty? Furthermore, the presence of the true emperor, a formidable unification divine demon, ensured that even Lin Bian was not a match for him. Even if they could suppress Lin Bian and the others, the Thunder royal family would suffer grievous losses, making the strategy somewhat misguided. Were it me, I would also be inclined to take the gamble, for subduing Lin Bian would be immensely advantageous for the Thunder royal family. Lin Bian made the first move. Their forces clashed instantaneously. Although Lin Bian had advanced to the realm of half-step unification divine demon, Zhou Zheng was already a true unification divine demon. Enraged beyond measure, Zhou Tong cast a cold gaze towards Su Zheng. Dare to kill my sons? Today, you shall pay 100-fold. A fissure appeared between his brows, revealing his pitch-black eyes. In an instant, an overwhelming malevolent force surged forth from his wicked gaze, crashing into Su Zheng like a tsunami, infusing him with the power of the evil emperor and eliciting a beast-like howl of agony. The air was thick with an aura of malevolence, as if hell itself had descended, causing the temperature to plummet. At that moment, Su Zheng's visage twisted into a snarl, his long hair swirling as he resembled an otherworldly demon, stirring the winds and clouds. Gripping the reincarnation sword, he felt no fear, instead of retreating. He took the initiative, charging at Zhou Tong with the swiftness of a leopard. Su Zheng, what are you doing? Lin Bian, entangled in a fierce struggle with Zhou Zheng, sensed the sudden eruption of malevolence from his grandson, his realm rapidly ascending, as if he had grasped the impending danger. Utilizing secret techniques to forcibly enhance his power exacts a tremendous toll on a warrior, even posing a lethal threat. Bound by Zhou Zhang's relentless grip, he could not spare a moment to intervene. That a long howl reverberated through the vast skies as one man and one sword, imbued with overwhelming malevolent intent, tore through the layers of clouds like thunder. A show of bravado. Today, none can save you. Zhou Tong, dismissing Su Zheng entirely, recognized the latter's reliance on secret techniques for power augmentation, yet deemed it inconsequential. In their eyes, a mere nascent soul divine demon was akin to an ant. Boom! The two clashed violently in the void, their sword energy roaring and tearing through the fabric of reality, leaving all onlookers in a state of shock. The terrifying sword energy rippled outward, causing the very air to tremble and sending waves of spatial distortion through the atmosphere. Su Zheng, even if you forcibly elevate your strength through secret arts, you are still unworthy to act recklessly before the Thunder royal family. With the Thunder sword in hand, Zhou Tong summoned the fury of lightning. Heavenly thunder descends, with a resounding roar, accompanied by the thunderous chant of the sword. The thunder sword shot forth, transforming into a dense barrage of lightning sword energy that sealed off all directions. The intensity of this battle left every observer in awe. Who would dare believe such a spectacle? A mere nascent soul divine demon, even when bolstered by secret techniques, could engage in combat with Emperor Su Zheng, not merely holding his own, but even gaining the upper hand. Swoosh! At that moment, 10 figures suddenly erupted from within the palace, encircling Su Zheng with lethal intent. The 10 divine demons of the cave heaven represented the hidden trump card of the Thunder royal family, the very foundation of their audacious assault on the Taichu dynasty. With the combined might of 11 divine demons of the cave heaven, regardless of the outcome, Su Zheng's name would surely echo throughout the wilderness. Just when the 11 believed they could easily dispatch Su Zheng, an overwhelming aura of malevolence rolled forth as the infernal flame apparition coalesced behind him, unleashing the infernal flame palm, layered with reincarnation sword energy, towards one of the elders, seeking death without a hint of evasion. The clash of palm and fist reverberated through the void, akin to a colossal hammer striking the air, causing the entire world to tremble. The elder's face twisted with disbelief and terror, for he was a formidable, threefold divine demon of the cave heaven, while Su Zheng was merely a nascent soul divine demon relying on secret techniques. The disparity was unfathomable. Your Majesty, be cautious. This child poses a threat. The tide of battle shifted dramatically as the 11 divine demons of the cave heaven found themselves unable to swiftly eliminate Su Zheng as anticipated. All present held their breath, fixated on the unfolding scene, fearful of missing a moment, a sword-severing reincarnation, infernal flame subduing the 9 hells, simultaneously executing the infernal flame palm and the reincarnation sword technique. Su Zheng understood the necessity for a swift resolution. After all, with his current realm, he could not endure the power of his master for long. With a decisive step, he closed the distance in an instant. Layers of reincarnation sword energy pressed down, while the infernal flame palm swept through the surroundings, the surging malevolent aura spreading forth and enveloping all in an oppressive discomfort. Su Zheng's speed was astonishing. Opting for the most domineering form of assault, close combat. Just in time. I shall see how capable you truly are. The 2 palms collided instantaneously. The elder, a 5-fold divine demon of the cave heaven, had prepared for various contingencies, intending to stall Su Zheng and provide an opening for the others. Su Zheng's lips curled into a sinister smile as the bone ghost flame surged into the elder's body through the palm strike. In the next heartbeat, horror etched itself across the elder's face as he bellowed, "Divine fire!" The mention of divine fire sent shockwaves through the remaining onlookers, each fully aware of what it entailed. How could a nascent soul divine demon possess the legendary divine fire? The spread of the divine fire was rapid. The elder dared not hesitate and immediately summoned all his strength to expel the flames. Should he falter, allowing the divine fire to engulf him or even reach his primordial spirit, the consequences would be dire. It would be far too late to act, seizing your illness to claim your life. Su Zheng would grant no opportunity, unleashing the reincarnation sword energy layered with the infernal flame palm as it surged forth. The others attempted to assist, but they were simply too late. The speed of the sword energy and palm strike was overwhelming. The elder, now fully occupied with expelling the divine fire, had no surplus strength to defend. Boom! With a deafening crash, the elder's body was instantly cleaved in twain by the sword energy and palm strike, blood staining the void, leaving all witnesses aghast. T.O.B. besieged by 11 formidable beings and yet managed to counterattack and slay one of them. How was this even possible? Lin Bian's grandson was truly extraordinary. Should he continue to elevate his prowess, he might surpass even Lin Bian. But would there be a future to look forward to? It was evident that Su Zheng had relied on secret techniques to boost his strength. And after this battle, he would undoubtedly suffer repercussions. Whether he could escape alive remained uncertain. The royal family had evidently encountered a formidable opponent, and it was unclear if they would come to regret their decisions. Regret? With the situation spiraling out of control, both Zhou Tong and Zhou Zong felt a pang of regret. never anticipating that matters would escalate to such a point. Initially, they had only intended to use Lin Fanyin as leverage to compel Lin Bian to submit to the Thunder royal family, thereby aiding in the conquest of the Thunder dynasty and sweeping aside rival dynasties. However, with Lin Fanyin's untimely demise, it was too late for regrets. With the unexpected demise of Lin Fanyin, the Thunder royal family found themselves bereft of any chance for remorse. In an instant, having slain an elder, Su Zheng showed no signs of hesitation as he swiftly advanced towards another elder. Domineering, ruthless, and offering no chances, he wielded the reincarnation sword, infused with a fierce, malevolent power. Attacking relentlessly, beware of the divine fire. With the previous incident as a cautionary tale, the remaining individuals refrained from engaging Su Zheng in close combat, even avoiding physical contact. Clearly, they were deeply wary of the divine fire. Su Zheng, you dare to slay my royal elders? I shall take your life. In the present moment, Zhou Tong was utterly enraged, helplessly witnessing the massacre of the prince and the elders. This was an unparalleled disgrace for the royal family. An intolerable reality, as Su Zheng remained unresponsive, intent on making the Thunder royal family pay 100-fold for their actions. Zhou Zheng suppressed Lin Bian. A sudden change came over his countenance upon witnessing the elder being slain by Su Zheng. He dared not linger any longer and immediately exerted his full strength to contain Lin Bian. Only by subduing Lin Bian could he free himself to confront Su Zheng. 9 soul-devouring nails manifested in his grasp. Swiftly followed by the release of the reincarnation sword Q.At this juncture, Su Zheng, infused with the malevolent emperor's power, had reached the pinnacle of the celestial demon realm, albeit with strength not truly his own, rendering him unable to wield it with complete mastery. However, as the battle escalated, it was evident that Su Zheng's combat prowess was steadily surging. With a sickening sound, the 9 soul-devouring spells were forcefully driven into the elder's body, pinning him in the void, voraciously consuming his essence until he collapsed, lifeless. The god-slaying coffin appeared in Su Zheng's hands. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled it with ferocity, leaving the ensnared elder no opportunity to evade. The sword chi and palm imprint had already sealed all avenues of escape, forcing him to endure the impact. With a resounding crash, the elder's body was sent hurtling backward, blood spraying forth as his internal organs were obliterated. In the blink of an eye, 3 elders had been slaughtered, leaving all witnesses in a state of utter disbelief. Everyone converged, determined to deny Su Zheng any chance of reprieve. With a cold chuckle, he recognized that he now possessed the strength to contend with Zhou Zheng, let alone these celestial demons. Having fully adapted to and mastered the power bestowed by his master, Su Zheng no longer felt the constraints that once bound him. He was akin to a wild stallion, galloping freely across the battlefield. The chilling sword chi, the domineering palm strikes, alongside the god-slaying coffin and soul-devouring nails, allowed Su Zheng to ruthlessly eradicate the elders of the Thunder royal family. One after another, I shall slay you, you scoundrel. Zhou Tong, witnessing the annihilation of 10 elders, descended into madness. These elders were the Thunder royal family's trump card. Their loss would deal an immeasurable blow to the royal family's prestige. Just as Zhou Tong was poised to unleash his full might against Su Zheng, the latter retorted, "To kill me, you are not yet worthy." The 9 soul-devouring nails struck out once more with ferocity. Simultaneously, Su Zheng gripped the reincarnation sword, executing a blood-rain strike, as if the heavens themselves began to pour down a crimson deluge. Zhou Tong, flee! Zhou Zheng, now thoroughly agitated, forcefully repelled Lin Bian. Zhou Zheng directed his focus towards Su Zheng. A furious voice thundered from the void. Zhou Zheng, you truly are a glutton for punishment. Today, I shall take your life. At that moment, the figure of Ji Yanrui materialized, unleashing a tempest of wrath without hesitation. Ji Yanrui, you once vowed never to set foot in the Thunder royal city in your lifetime. How dare you breach your promise? Do you not fear the wrath of the divine palace? Your Lin family shall have no place to rest. Unfazed by Lin Bian and dismissive of Su Zheng, Zhou Zhang's only trepidation lay with Ji Yanrui. Who is that? Lin Bian's wife, Ji Yanrui, known as the Poisonous Beauty. was ruthless and decisive in her slaughter. Previously, when Su Zheng had gravely wounded Lin Bian, Ji Yanrui had nearly obliterated Su Zheng in retaliation. I recall Ji Yanrui once promising never to tread upon Thunder City. Today, she has destroyed her own vow. Does she not fear the Divine Palace? The fury of the Divine Palace was a concern for another day. Presently, her husband, granddaughter, and grandson were in peril, and Ji Yanrui would not turn a blind eye. The Thunder Royal family was indeed in dire straits. Boom! The initial assault was a relentless storm of thunder, affording Su Zheng no respite. Ji Yanrui was truly incensed, willing to sacrifice her vow and risk the ire of the Divine Palace to confront Su Zheng. This is all a misunderstanding. I never intended to harm your granddaughter. She brought this upon herself. If you do not cease your actions, I shall show you no mercy. Su Zheng, cornered and seething with rage, recognized he was no match for Ji Yanrui. Continuing this confrontation would spell disaster for the Thunder Royal family. Ji Yanrui remained resolute, her intent clear, to engage. Meanwhile, Lin Bian made haste toward his grandson. The combined assault of the grandfather and grandson bore down upon Su Zheng with immense pressure, rendering him unable to contend. Su Zheng, I realize my mistakes. If you spare me, I promise that the Thunder Royal family will support the Lin family in claiming the primordial throne. Through the transmission of his spirit, Su Zheng's earlier bravado had evaporated. He understood that with Ji Yanrui's arrival in Thunder City, the Thunder Royal family had lost all advantages, having already suffered the loss of 10 elders. He did not wish to perish here, whether he was willing or not. He had to plead for mercy, for pride held no value in the face of life and death. Su Zheng, you must think carefully. Your obstinacy will not only lead to your demise, but also endanger your grandparents. Your grandmother cannot tread upon the Thunder Dynasty. Should the wrath of the Divine Palace descend, she will surely perish. If you are willing to withdraw from the Thunder Dynasty, my royal family can guarantee that the Divine Palace will not pursue this matter. Boom! A terrifying demonic flame struck Su Zheng with ferocity. In a single stride, Su Zheng appeared before him, affording Su Zheng no opportunity for idle chatter. Bang! 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 Su Zheng's pent-up fury erupted in a relentless barrage, striking Su Zheng as though he were a mere sandbag. Delivering blows from all directions without mercy, the onlookers were left in stunned silence, paralyzed by fear, their gazes fixed on the scene. The arena fell into silence. Lin Bian refrained from intervening, recognizing that events had spiraled beyond control. Su Zheng must perish, even considering future consequences. Would his grandson relent? Lin Bian did not assist his wife, understanding Ji Yanrui's temperament. Should he intervene, he might suffer her wrath. He chose instead to check on his granddaughter's condition. A hush enveloped the arena. All present were awestruck, gazing in shock and horror at the unfolding spectacle. Boom! 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 Su Zheng could no longer contain the surging tide of his murderous intent, delivering blow after blow upon Su Zheng. Su Zheng, how dare you? Su Zheng, entangled with Ji Yanrui, felt a surge of anxiety. Su Zheng could not in that moment. Su Zheng was filled with regret. Had he foreseen this predicament, he would never have risked imprisoning Lin Fanning. Now he had lost both his wife and soldiers. Ignoring all else, he enveloped Su Zheng with his power, forcibly restraining him. But Su Zheng's gaze turned increasingly frigid, his fists clenched, the murderous intent on his face unmistakable. I shall take your life. Su Zheng, filled with dread, watched helplessly as the fist approached him. With a resounding impact, his skull was shattered, blood gushing forth, instantly staining the vast void crimson, the acrid scent of blood spreading in all directions. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, paralyzed by the shocking scene before them. Su Zheng is dead. The emperor of the Thunder Dynasty, slain by a single punch within his own realm. The emperor and 10 elders. A total of 11 celestial demon powerhouses had been utterly annihilated, a devastating loss for the Thunder Dynasty. Su Zheng, today my Thunder Dynasty shall ensure your body is torn asunder. Boasting are we, I am right here. Let us see how you intend to tear him apart. Ji Yanrui's assault was fierce, allowing Su Zheng no respite. In battles of strength, mental fortitude is paramount. Witnessing the slaughter of Su Zheng and the elders, Su Zheng's fury reached a boiling point, driving him further into a frenzy, making it increasingly difficult to withstand Yanrui's relentless onslaught. After shattering Zhou Tong's skull, Su Zheng slowly turned to face Su Zheng in the distance. He was nearing the limits of sustaining his master's power. His spirit was beginning to wane, and his body felt unsteady, yet he persevered through sheer will. Before his strength dissipated, he intended to join forces with his grandmother to eliminate Su Zheng, eradicating the threat once and for all. Otherwise, leaving Su Zheng would undoubtedly become a grave concern for both the Lin family and himself, but a swift resolution is imperative. There must be no hesitation. Grasping 9 soul-eating nails, Su Zheng charged forth with the ferocity of a leopard. The 9 nails, imbued with terrifying murderous intent, hurtled towards Su Zheng with blinding speed. Even before their arrival, the overwhelming wave of lethal energy surged forth, instilling fear in Su Zheng, who hastily attempted to evade. Caught in a relentless entanglement with Ji Yanrui, Su Zheng's reflexes were noticeably sluggish. Ji Yanrui, you have breached your promise by recklessly entering the Thunder Royal City. If this matter reaches the Divine Mansion, your Lin family will surely incur their wrath. Withdraw immediately, and I shall treat this incident as though it never occurred. You scoundrel, if you dare harm Fanny, I shall have you minced and fed to the dogs. Do not be so arrogant. Arrogant, you say? How dare you? Ji Yanrui, unyielding in her assault, pressed her advantage, though both were formidable beings of the unity of gods and demons. It was evident that Su Zheng was no match for Ji Yanrui. Having evaded the 9 soul-eating nails, Su Zheng suddenly sensed a surge of sword energy approaching from behind, and he quickly realized the predicament. An insignificant insect, bolstered by secret arts, dared to strike at him. Such audacity was beyond comprehension. The onlookers were left stupefied, their minds struggling to comprehend the scene before them. Su Zheng's dominance was indeed extraordinary. Not only had he slain Zhou Tong, but now he was also targeting Su Zheng. Devil flames conquer the heavens. A mighty roar reverberated through the air as a colossal tiger spirit, exuding unparalleled authority, surged forth from Su Zheng's being, howling defiantly as it soared through the skies, instilling awe in all directions. With the tiger's might wreaking havoc upon the heavens and earth, Su Zheng resolved to unleash his most powerful technique in a bid for a swift conclusion. It seemed as though Ji Yanrui could foresee her grandson's intentions. Concurrently, she initiated her most fearsome assault, opting not for brute force, but rather to ensnare Su Zheng completely. Ji Yanrui, you court death. Even in the face of demise, you persist in your obstinacy. Su Zheng, thoroughly suppressed, felt his expression shift dramatically as he struggled violently to escape Ji Yanrui's grasp. However, Su Zheng would not grant him such an opportunity. An overwhelming palm strike descended upon him with a thunderous crash. The deafening impact resonated as divine flames fused with the strike, ruthlessly corroding Su Zheng. Seize the opportunity while he is weakened. Su Zheng was on the brink of collapse, seizing his last chance to drive all 9 soul-eating nails deep into Su Zheng's form. A heart-wrenching agony enveloped Su Zheng as the nails pierced through his limbs, forehead and chest, rendering him frenziedly thrashing, yet incapable of escaping the grip of the soul-eating nails. His strength vanished in an instant, and Su Zheng plummeted from the sky, only to be caught securely by Lu Wanfan, who had hurried to his side. Are you all right? I am fine. With a heavy sigh, Lu Wanfan felt a sense of helplessness as she had witnessed the entire scene. Su Zheng had forcibly augmented his strength, even slaying Zhou Tong and Su Zheng, and she believed the backlash would be severe. Immediately, she channeled her strength into Su Zheng, only to be met with his refusal as he shook his head, saying, "It is futile." His primordial spirit had weakened to the brink of collapse, even developing cracks. Su Zheng understood that this time, forcibly accepting his master's power would yield grave repercussions, supported by Lu Wanfan. Su Zheng approached Su Zheng, who lay on the brink of death. His gaze was frigid, brimming with murderous intent. Young man, do not presume you have triumphed. Ji Yanrui's breach of promise in entering the Thunder Dynasty will surely incite the wrath of the Divine Mansion, and your Lin family is on the verge of calamity. Moreover, Lin Fanine has been afflicted by my soul-eating curse, Even divine intervention cannot save her. Surrender the means of her salvation, and I shall spare your life. I have already stated that even I possess no means of rescue. Lin Fanning is doomed. Ha! As he activated the 9 turns swallowing heaven technique, Su Zheng clutched Su Zheng's neck, forcibly siphoning away his strength. In his current weakened state, he first needed to suppress the backlash. Within a mere few minutes, Su Zheng's power was entirely devoured by Su Zheng, whose complexion marginally improved, yet the backlash to his primordial spirit would likely prove difficult to recover from. Jinrui grasped Su Zheng's hand, her brow furrowed with concern as she spoke gravely. Your body has suffered a severe backlash. Although your life may not be in jeopardy, this is an immense complication for you, especially concerning your primordial spirit. You must return to the academy with me immediately. Cousin, let us return first. Regardless of Su Zheng's willingness, she forcefully ushered him away. Meanwhile, the Yao by Empress and Lin Bian carried the unconscious Lin Fanning away, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind only the wreckage outside the palace and the bewildered onlookers. This battle had inflicted grievous losses upon the Thunder royal family, nearly shattering its foundation, the Taichu Academy. After 3 full days and nights of recuperation, under the dual protection of Ji Yanrui and Lin Bian, Su Zheng's backlash was finally subdued. As he slowly opened his eyes, his head felt as though it had been filled with thick paste. Rendering his body immobile, he could only lie in silence. Young man, how do you feel? Not well. Indeed, your condition cannot withstand the power of the cave heaven gods and demons. If you continue to receive such strength, you would become a living corpse. Master, is my primordial spirit all right? All right. You must be joking. Your primordial spirit's foundation has already developed cracks. If not repaired promptly, your cultivation will stagnate at the gathering cauldron of gods and demons. Su Zheng was taken aback by this revelation, urgently inquiring, Master, what should I do? Let me think. Furrowing his brow, Su Zheng realized that forcibly borrowing his master's power had indeed become a troublesome affair. You are awake. Upon seeing the familiar face, Su Zheng managed a wry smile. I just regained consciousness. How did my cousin? Lu Wanfan shook her head. Not well. I have yet to see her. Take me to her. What about your injuries? It is nothing. Lu Wanfan assisted Su Zheng as they made their way to the dean's quarters. Why are you here instead of resting properly? Well, my grandfather. I do not know. Su Zheng felt a touch of helplessness. His grandparents had never been harmonious, and, as a junior, he felt it inappropriate to comment on the affairs of the elder generation. Grandmother, how is my cousin? Mentioning Fanning, Jianrui's expression darkened. I have temporarily suppressed the soul-eating curse, but due to the awakening of the god-slaying bloodline within Fanning, the god-slaying bell and the soul-eating curse are clashing with one another. Fortunately, the bloodline preserved the last fragment of her primordial spirit, yet she has become akin to a living corpse. There no way. The soul-eating curse is unsolvable. No one can break it. I want to see my cousin. She is inside. Su Zheng nodded and, with Lu Wanfan's support, entered the room. On the jade-white bed, Lin Fanning lay still, her complexion pale and devoid of color, resembling a living corpse. Senior Lu, I wish to be alone for a while. Very well. After gently patting Su Zheng's shoulder, Lu Wanfan chose silence and exited. Enduring the waves of pain and weakness coursing through him, Su Zheng approached the bedside, gently grasping Lin Fanning's hand, which felt icy to the touch. The pain in his heart was beyond verbal expression, and tears welled in the corners of Su Zheng's eyes. It's merely the soul-eating curse. It is not an inevitable death sentence, yet it feels as though we are facing a final separation. Hearing a sudden voice in his mind, Su Zheng forcefully swallowed back the tears that had threatened to spill, urgently asking, Master, do you have a way to treat my cousin's soul-eating curse? The yin-yang soul fruit. Su Zheng rose to leave. Grandmother, I wish to ask if you have ever heard of the yin-yang soul fruit. Jianrui shook her head. I have never heard of the yin-yang soul fruit. What purpose does it serve? The soul-eating curse is not without a remedy. As long as we can find the yin-yang soul fruit, it should resolve the curse. Nodding, Jianrui replied, I will search for the yin-yang soul fruit. You should return and rest well. Understood. After departing, Su Zheng pondered, the Inyang soul fruit you just mentioned, have you truly never heard of it? Does it even exist? Su Zheng chose to place his trust in his master, feeling no need to deceive himself. Upon returning to his dwelling, he noticed Enai Huang anxiously pacing outside the cave, evidently waiting for him. I will head back first. All right. After Lu Wanfan departed, Enai Huang approached, her tear-streaked face betraying her distress as she looked at Su Zheng. Unable to hold back her tears, with a wry smile, Su Zheng reached out to wipe away her tears, reassuringly stating, I am fine. But how could he truly be fine? He was already aware of the situation. There was no need for bravado. I must do this, she declared with unwavering determination, and the resolute expression on Su Zheng's face spoke volumes. Enai Huang leaned closer to him, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat, softly uttering, the bloodline of the ice phoenix within me can assist you. Who said that? You must trust me, regardless of Su Zheng's willingness. Enai Huang took his hand and led him into the cave, sitting cross-legged before him. After awakening my phoenix bloodline, a secret technique manifested in my mind. It turns out that the phoenix possesses the ability of rebirth. Is that without risk? I would never deceive you, I understand. Enai Huang slowly closed her eyes, while Su Zheng wore a grave expression, sensing something amiss. Even though Enai Huang's bloodline could facilitate his recovery, he couldn't shake the feeling that the situation was more complex than it appeared. In the next moment, Enai Huang forced out over 30 drops of her essence blood, her complexion paling instantly. Yet she gritted her teeth and persisted. All her essence blood gradually flowed towards Su Zheng's lips, and as he opened his mouth, the droplets surged in. He began to form seals with his hands. And a torrent of extraordinary power surged from Enai Huang, enveloping Su Zheng's body. The phoenix essence blood within him began to coalesce into swirling currents, spreading throughout his entire being. Time passed. After an indeterminate duration, a mouthful of blood was expelled, and Enai Huang collapsed rigidly. Su Zheng's eyes widened in alarm as he rushed to support her, asking urgently, Enai Huang, are you all right? Faced with her unconscious form, he was at a loss, unsure of what she had truly done for him and what price she had paid. The fact that she could restore the cracks in his primordial spirit and withstand the backlash from his master's power indicated that her sacrifice was not insignificant. He hadn't anticipated that such a small place could harbor the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix. Master, how is Enai Huang? She has merged her essence blood with you using a secret technique. Her condition is quite dire. However, the Phoenix bloodline within her is far more formidable than you imagine. Is she in danger? Yes. What should I do? I sense the presence of reincarnation fruits within you. Su Zheng nodded and immediately replied, not long ago, I acquired over 3,000 reincarnation fruits and refined them all into reincarnation pills. Are they of use to Enai Huang? It depends on how many you possess. Understanding his master's intent, Su Zheng wasted no time, retrieving all his reincarnation pills and feeding them one by one to Enai Huang, allowing the revitalizing warmth to flow down her throat and into her body. His cousin was already in peril. Enai Huang could not afford any further mishaps. Without a hint of hesitation, he deemed it worthwhile to sacrifice all his reincarnation pills for her safety. Thus, he fed her every single one of the 3,000 pills, leaving none for himself. He would not allow the woman he cared for to face any additional misfortunes. You're quite fortunate. Without these reincarnation pills, the girl would likely have fallen into a deep slumber. His master sighed. All right, your backlash has been restored. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not recklessly bear my power. There won't always be someone to assist you. I understand. Save your little girlfriend, beyond seeking the Yin-Yang soul fruit. You must also seal her body. Otherwise, her life force will completely vanish, making it impossible for even gods to rescue her. Master, how do I seal her? With the soul sealing technique. Over the next few days, Su Zheng diligently studied the soul sealing technique. On the third day, when he had successfully sealed Lin Fannin's soul, he finally exhaled in relief. He was fortunate to have his master's assistance. Otherwise, his cousin would have been lost. Enai Huang, is there news? Enai Huang nodded, stating, the army of the Thunder Royal Dynasty has retreated. My father has sent me to express his gratitude. with a cold huff. Su Zheng replied indifferently, I acted solely to save my cousin, never intending to assist the Taichu royal dynasty. I understand, Su Zheng, that I know there are tensions between you and the royal family, and I dare not hope for you to forgive them. But I merely wish for you to harbor no resentment towards them. That I cannot do that. Seeing an I Huang's troubled expression, Su Zheng reluctantly confessed, to be candid, I have chosen to ally with Empress Yao to divide the Taichu royal dynasty, placing my Lin family in its stead and allowing my grandfather to seize power. And I Huang's heart sank. She realized that with Su Zheng and the Lin family's strength, they could indeed accomplish this. For your sake, I will return and inform my father to cease any designs on the Lin family. Thank you. Su Zheng took an I Huang's hand and said, do not let the royal family bind you. You have awakened the Ice Phoenix bloodline. Strive to break free, for only then can your martial path extend further. I understand. Gently patting her hand, he added, focus on your training, and perhaps see if you can conceive a child. Who wants to bear your child? And I Huang blushed furiously, spitting out indignantly, leaving Su Zheng momentarily stunned. Fool, what are you staring at? Of course, I'm admiring a beauty. Humph. Before an I Huang could turn to leave, Su Zheng pulled her into an embrace. This is the academy. Do not act recklessly. Your cave. It would be inappropriate for others to see. The dignified princess of the royal dynasty, who feared nothing, was suddenly apprehensive about being seen by others, and I Huang's heart raced as she allowed Su Zheng to lead her toward the cave. With the demise of Zhou Zong, Zhou Tong, and 10 elders, the Thunder Royal dynasty was left leaderless, and the remaining princes and lords began to vie for the throne, while the army retreated from the Taichu territory, in addition to the Taichu royal dynasty. The other 8 major dynasties simultaneously invaded the Thunder Royal dynasty. For the various dynasties, the absence of Zhou Zong and Zhou Tong left the Thunder Royal dynasty vulnerable, a tempting prize for anyone seeking to take a bite. Given the internal strife and external threats, the fate of the Thunder Royal family was all but sealed. Divine Mansion? Ji Nui nodded helplessly, stating, this is the information your grandmother has just brought. It is almost certain that only within the Divine Mansion can the yin-yang soul fruit be found. Su Zheng's expression darkened. He was well aware that the Divine Mansion would never part with the soul fruit for his sake. Grandmother, when you made the agreement with the Divine Mansion, did they truly intend to oppose you for the sake of a disciple? Sighing, Jinrui replied bitterly, ordinary disciples would not. But Zhou Yusin has awakened the Thunder Saint body, a talent so remarkable that she ranks among the top 3 in the Divine Mansion. This time, as I step into the Thunder Royal dynasty, the Divine Mansion will undoubtedly be aware, and I worry for the Lin family. Looking at Su Zheng, Jinrui continued, I plan to personally visit the Divine Mansion. I believe they will not trouble the Lin family. However, you must leave the Taichu Academy and hide as much as possible. Grandmother, when will you set off for the Divine Mansion? Tomorrow. I will hide. But you must ensure your own safety. With that, Su Zheng stood to leave. Furrowing her brow, Jinrui had not anticipated Su Zheng would make such a choice, but she certainly did not wish for her grandson to come to harm. Inside the cave, gazing at Lin Fanyin, who had fallen into a deep slumber, Su Zheng held her small hand, saying, Cousin, tomorrow grandmother will head to the Divine Mansion. I will not allow her to face it alone. I, too, will set out for the Divine Mansion. Even if it costs me my life, I will not let her confront the Divine Mansion by herself. Listen, I must caution you. Your body can only withstand the cultivation of the heavenly demon realm at most, and you will face an even greater backlash. If you recklessly venture to the Divine Mansion, you will surely perish. Ignoring the master's warning, Su Zheng was certainly aware of the perilous nature of his journey to the Divine Mansion. Even with his grandmother's protection, survival seemed an impossibility. Should he truly hide away? After bidding farewell to Lin Fanyin, Su Zheng rose and sought out Qin Shuyin, bluntly inquiring, Teacher Qin, do you know the whereabouts of the Divine Mansion? You wish to venture to the Divine Mansion? Your grandmother has already departed. The dean will not attend, and both you and the Lin family will face trouble, since the dean has instructed you to remain. It would be prudent to heed her counsel. Su Zheng shook his head, his expression resolute as he declared, if Teacher Qin could reveal the location of the Divine Mansion, I would be immensely grateful. If you prefer not to share, I shall seek answers elsewhere. Wait, Teacher Qin, is there something else? I must care for Xin and cannot accompany you to Su Zheng smiled, saying, take good care of our daughter. I shall return. If you do not return, I will find Xin another father. Nodding gravely, Su Zheng approached Qin Shuyan, attempting to take her hand, only to have her retreat. Feeling somewhat awkward, he maintained his smile. I wish to see Xin. No need. You must focus on how to return alive. Indeed, I shall be fine. Qin Shuyan retrieved a jade slip from her spatial ring, inscribing the location of the divine mansion within, stating, as a premier power in the wilderness. The divine mansion boasts not only masters of the unity god demon, but also formidable thunder tribulation god demons. Even the Dean cannot contend with them, that if you seek to rely on external forces. I advise against it. Accepting the jade slip, Su Zheng fell silent. Turning, he stepped outside the cave, gazing into the boundless void before him. Unfazed by fear, he felt an inner calm. While others might shy away from the divine mansion, he felt compelled to go. He could not allow his grandmother to shoulder the burden alone. Fully aware that this journey might lead to dire consequences, in the southwest of the wilderness, mountains rose steeply. A colossal peak pierced the clouds, shrouded in mist. The divine mansion, one of the foremost powers in the wilderness, was set to recruit disciples today. The square teemed with people, countless warriors arriving from all corners of the wilderness. Hoping to test their fortune and see if they could enter the divine mansion for training, in the square, a massive bell hung, suspended in the air. Known as the Divine Bell, it was the sacred treasure of the divine mansion. Striking the bell once granted entry to the divine mansion for training that a second strike would elevate one to the status of core disciple. Should 3 strikes resonate, one would earn the right to be accepted as a disciple by the elders or even the mansion lord. However, throughout the ages, no one had ever managed to strike the bell more than 3 times. Master, the Lin family has slain my father and grandfather, exterminating my Thunder Royal family. I implore you to report this to the mansion lord. Jianrui has breached her promise. She must pay. Zhou Yusin was devastated by the annihilation of her royal lineage, feeling as though she had been struck by lightning. Yet, she was powerless to eliminate Lin Bian and Ji Yanrui, relying instead on the strength of the divine mansion. Granny Baiwa, leaning on her staff, said indulgently, Ji Yanrui once swore to never set foot in Thunder Royal City. Since she has chosen to break that oath, the divine mansion has ample justification to eliminate her. Master, when shall we take action? There is no rush. Today is the final day for disciple recruitment. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to the Taichu Academy. Zhou Yusin's face lit up with joy upon hearing this, and she gently squeezed Granny Baihua's tea that moment. An elder announced, Elder, Jianrui from the Taichu Academy has arrived. What? Jianrui has come. Both master and disciple were taken aback. Master. Waving her hand, Granny Baihua's expression turned grave. Let us step outside and see in the expansive square. With Jianrui's appearance, whispers erupted among the crowd, each speculating her identity. Dean Ji, today marks the day of disciple recruitment for our divine mansion. We shall discuss your matters later. Jianrui shook her head, replying, Lei Chong, this matter does not concern you. In the past, I and Granny Baiwa made an agreement. I would never enter Thunder Royal City in this lifetime. My presence here signifies my breach of that promise. Lei Chong, an elder of the divine mansion and a judge for the recruitment, was aware that the news of the Thunder Royal City incident had spread throughout the wilderness. Please summon Elder Bai and Oni to summon. I am here. Granny Baiwa, supported by Zhou Yusin, approached and looked at Ji Yanrui, who stood proudly in the void. Zhou Yusin, filled with fury, exclaimed, Ji Yanrui, how dare you come here after breaking your promise to Master? Before Zhou Yusin could finish, an overwhelming aura surged forth. Boom! The two forces clashed violently in the air, scattering in all directions, causing many to retreat in fear, their faces pale with shock. Granny Baiwa, leaning on her staff, remained calm, stating, Dean Ji, this is the divine mansion, not the Taichu Academy. Your arrogance is unwarranted. Mind your disciple's words. It is not his place to question me. You... Yanrui started, but Granny Baiwa interrupted. Her voice cold, Ji Yanrui, since you have violated our agreement, as we discussed long ago, considering your status as a once great talent, you should take your own life here. This matter bears no relation to the Lin family. Master, this cannot be. Zhou Yusin was frantic upon hearing her master's decision. Her father and grandfather, along with 10 elders, had all perished at the hands of the Lin family. How could one Ji Yinrui possibly suffice? Ji Yinrui's life for theirs would never be enough. Internally cursing, Zhou Yusin thought, "It is not your family that perished, so of course it feels sufficient to you. But those who died were my father and grandfather. How could that ever be enough?" Though Zhou Yusin understood that all she possessed was granted by her master, she could not bear it any longer. "Master, my father and grandfather were slaughtered, even if Ji Yinrui wishes to shoulder the burden alone. The true instigators must be brought to justice." Granny Baiwa regarded her disciple, comprehending her fury and dissatisfaction. Yet Ji Yinrui's willingness to face the consequences was a clear stance. The reputation of the divine mansion was paramount. Thud! Zhou Yusin suddenly knelt, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, "Master, I see you as family, and I hope you can avenge me. I am willing to serve you for life in any capacity." As everyone watched the unfolding scene, they began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Ji Yinrui was formidable. Few could match her among the 10 royal dynasties. Yet before the divine mansion, she could not shield the Lin family. To protect them, she had no choice but to sacrifice herself, a truly noble act deserving of respect. Granny Baiwa longed to accede to her disciple's request, but for the sake of the divine mansion's reputation. She shook her head, saying, "As a disciple of the divine mansion, your priority must be the interests of the mansion. Pressuring Ji Yinrui may yield her demise, but it will cost the mansion dearly. Moreover, since Ji Yinrui has come willingly to sacrifice herself, this is the best resolution." With a sigh, she gently stroked Zhou Yusin's hair, speaking bitterly, "To rise in the divine mansion, one must relinquish certain things. When you become strong enough in the future to act independently, no one shall stop you. However, my decision is final. You cannot defy it." Disheartened, Zhou Yusin understood that her master's words were resolute. Should she persist in her defiance, she risked incurring her master's wrath and possibly expulsion from the divine mansion, an outcome she could not accept. Choosing silence, Zhou Yusin stood, her head bowed in sorrow, her fists clenched tightly. Shifting her gaze from Zhou Yusin, Granny Baiwa addressed Ji Yinrui, stating, "You shall take your life before the divine mansion, and the Lin family shall remain unharmed." Yinrui smiled. Her purpose in coming was to choose sacrifice to safeguard the entire Lin family. Otherwise, the wrath of the divine mansion would inevitably descend upon them. If the divine mansion intervened, it would not only be her end. The Lin family would face total annihilation. "That I trust you. I will ensure your remains are returned to the Lin family." "Thank you. To preserve the body and return to the Lin family is already sufficient for Ji Yinrui." Without a moment's hesitation, a sword materialized in her hand, and she swiftly drew it across her neck. At that instant, a resounding sword chant erupted in the void. Almost immediately, a long sword sliced through the air with the swiftness of lightning, arriving before Ji Yinrui in the blink of an eye. Its blade pointed at her, the cold intent of the sword seeming to convey a message. "Grandmother, you shall not take your own life. I, your grandson, shall bear any burden for you." The domineering voice thundered like a tempest. At that moment, at the foot of the mountain, a figure gradually emerged, a strikingly handsome young man. His resolute countenance, radiating determination, gazed intently at the peak of the mountain, confronting one of the most formidable powers of the wilderness. The divine palace, Su Zheng approached without a hint of hesitation. He could not allow his grandmother to face this alone. Were it not for him, she would not have breached their agreement to set foot in the Thunder Royal City. The Thunder Royal family was annihilated by him, and if there were to be any retribution, it should fall upon him. Not his grandmother, Su Zheng, merely a 7th-level Yuaning demon realm warrior, felt as insignificant as an ant before the overwhelming might of the divine palace. Suddenly, he halted, his gaze piercing through the endless firmament, seemingly able to see through the cycle of reincarnation. Though invisible, he could sense that his grandmother was in peril and wished to end her life. As long as he was present, he would not allow her to perish before the divine palace. Casting a glance at the reincarnation sword in his hand, Su Zheng summoned the power within him. And with the roar of the sword, he released the reincarnation sword, sending it soaring towards the mountain peak. With a leap, accompanied by the chilling sound, Su Zheng darted towards the summit like a flash of lightning, arriving before the grand hall of the mountain in an instant. Foolishness! Ji Yinrui's expression hardened upon seeing her grandson suddenly appear, though her heart brimmed with joy at his willingness to risk himself for her. She was acutely aware that his presence before the divine palace would spell certain doom. Approaching her, Su Zheng grasped the reincarnation sword and declared with a smile, "With your grandson here, you shall not take your own life. Whatever the situation, I will stand in front of you. I am a man, and I am your grandson." His tone was resolute, and the smile on his face gradually faded. He turned to face the divine palace, his voice rolling like thunder, piercing through the layers of clouds and resounding across the vast sky. "I am Su Zheng. The Thunder Royal family is my doing. Zhou Zong and Zhou Tong are also my victims. This matter has nothing to do with my grandmother. If the divine palace seeks battle, I shall oblige." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to the young man in the void. There was no mockery, no contempt, and certainly no disdain. What lingered was respect. Not everyone dares to confront the divine palace alone, fully aware that such an endeavor would likely lead to their demise. Who possesses such courage? It is truly commendable. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Upon realizing that the person standing before her was the one who had slain her father and grandfather, the furious Zhou Yusin pointed an accusing finger and shouted, "Su Zheng, do not be so arrogant here. You dare to kill my father and grandfather. Today I shall take your life." Gesturing to silence her, Granny Baihua interjected, "Do not act rashly." "Master!" Zhou Yusin silently cursed her master but dared not show it. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Master, I have compromised regarding Ji Yinrui, but the true culprit behind the slaughter of my royal family stands before me. If I remain silent now, I would be unworthy of being called a daughter. Master, I implore you, I consider you family, and I hope you can grant me this request, allowing me to personally slay this that moment." Zhou Yusin was genuinely desperate. She could not fathom her master's intentions. To her, no matter the cost, she must avenge her royal family and exact justice upon her enemies. "Baihua, we have known each other for many years, since I promised you. I shall not go back on my word. Allow my grandson to leave, and I will end my own life before the divine palace. Dinji, you should understand that it is not I who has captured your grandson, but rather he who has come forth to bear the burden for you. The divine palace will not be unreasonable. One of you may leave." "Master," I said, "be silent. You have no place to speak here." Witnessing her master's genuine anger, Zhou Yusin, no matter how unwilling or furious she felt, understood that her master could grant her everything but could also take it all away. Yinrui nodded in satisfaction. She and Baihua were half enemies, half friends. Otherwise, Baihua could have easily used the divine palace's might to forcibly detain them both, leaving neither free to escape. "Xiao Zheng, I am grateful to have such a grandson. However, some matters cannot be recklessly handled. This is an agreement made between Baihua and me long ago. Since I have breached it, I must accept the consequences. Return and tell your grandfather not to seek vengeance for me. This matter ends here, and the divine palace will no longer trouble the Lin family. You are still young. Focus on your cultivation. Your grandmother will watch over you from the underworld and will not let you down." Patting Su Zheng's shoulder, Ji Yinrui felt immense pride, her face radiating satisfaction, devoid of any fear, as if life and death were inconsequential before her. Thud! Su Zheng knelt on both knees. "What are you doing? Get up." Su Zheng remained kneeling, stating, "Grandmother, please promise me one thing." No, without needing to ask, Ji Yinrui knew what her grandson desired her to agree to. She could acquiesce to other requests, but this one was non-negotiable. "Grandmother, please leave. I will confront the divine palace. You will die. I am not afraid, but I am afraid." With a sigh, Ji Yinrui said helplessly, "You are the only hope of the Lin family. You cannot come to harm. Quickly leave the divine palace and focus on your cultivation. If you do not leave, I will immediately take my own life here. You dare," with the reincarnation sword pressed against his neck. Su Zheng's gaze was unwavering as he replied, "Grandmother, my decision will not waver. Do not think of stopping me. Even if you can stop me now, I will still end my life. You, grandmother, please leave the divine palace swiftly. I will handle this. How can I return without knowing how to explain this to your grandmother? Your return is the best explanation at this moment. Ji Rui was genuinely panicking. She feared not death, even daring to confront the entire divine palace alone. But she was terrified for her grandson's safety. Junrui could see that her grandson would act on his words, that if she refused to leave. And he truly took his life here. What then? Grandmother, please leave. Return to the academy at once. You are a good child. If anything happens to you, I will join you. After speaking,